Having spent an entire night immersed in gaming, he unexpectedly succumbed and traversed into the game. Assuming the role of a notorious antagonist at the outset, he boldly professed his feelings to the esteemed daughter of a duke, only to discover that the duke harbored murderous intentions toward him. Initially believing he had but a single adversary, Victor soon realized that those around him were equally intent on his demise. The aloof Valkyrie boss was resolute in claiming his life, while the privileged young lady of a powerful family seemed eager to entomb him alive. Even the stray dogs on the street regarded him with disdain. Faced with an inevitable death and an influx of players poised to claim his experience, Victor, unwilling to succumb to despair, opted for an alternative path. The narrative commences. The antagonist's journey begins in hell. Victor, you have certainly made a name for yourself. Reflecting on the words of the woman who had just departed, the man rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache. At this moment, he finally found a moment to glance at the newspaper resting on his desk. This paper had been delivered by his sister, lackey, who had just fiercely scolded him before storming out of the study, her expression one of disappointment. By now, she must have embarked on her journey back to their estate. Victor's gaze returned to the newspaper on the desk. Had her remarks been mere baseless insults, they would have ignited his ire. Yet, he found himself unable to react, for the content of the newspaper was undeniably pertinent to him. He picked up the paper, his obsidian-like eyes scanning the text with quiet intensity. The headline bore a photograph of a man whose striking handsomeness transcended even the limitations of the black-and-white print. The article was straightforward. The man's gestures appeared to invite a girl, yet the smiling girl in the image rebuffed him. Indeed, the headline proclaimed, "Shock! The Viscount Clavenna engages in such behavior at the Duke's daughter's soir." One must admit, the newspaper knew how to capture attention. Had he stumbled upon such a title himself, he might have spent a few coins to purchase a copy for afternoon entertainment. Regrettably, the subject of this sensational headline was none other than himself, Victor Clavenna. He gazed into the mirror on his desk, where his reflection mirrored that of the dashing figure portrayed in the newspaper. Most crucially, the Duke's daughter was but a minor. As a newly traversed individual with no memories of the past, Victor had no desire to bear this burden. However, therein lay the dilemma. If a mentally ill person commits murder and claims insanity, can they escape the death penalty? Indeed, they can, provided they possess the requisite certification. Victor did not. Thus, he must carry the sins bequeathed to him by the former Victor and endure a torrent of furious reproach. To return to the crux of the matter, the severity of this situation transcended his mere confession to the underage daughter of the Duke. The fundamental issue lies in the character he has become. Victor Clavenna, a figure of noble lineage, holding the title of Viscount in the Carinxia Empire, a realm where power and status are dispensed through a hierarchy of titles, his viscountcy serves more as a symbol of identity than as a source of genuine privilege. Apart from possessing a territory, there are no significant entitlements attached to his position. To the common folk, Victor is undoubtedly a person of considerable influence and authority. However, has he inadvertently provoked the ire of a duke's daughter? A viscount pales in comparison to a duke. What a troublesome predicament, he murmured, resting his forehead in his hand and exhaling a weary sigh. In truth, Victor was acutely aware of the world into which he had traversed. Every detail within the study could be meticulously compared to a game he had once played in his previous life. It was an adventure-themed MMORPG, a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. In this realm, brimming with swords and sorcery, players could customize their appearances, embody various races, and explore diverse professions while engaging in intricate narratives and challenges. His chosen vocation? A power leveler. This game necessitated leveling up for those not inclined to invest financially. It required a significant investment of time to gather resources and materials. When players sought to advance without monetary contributions, but lacked the time to grind for levels and materials, they turned to power levelers for assistance. Victor had thrived in this profession during his previous existence, gaining a modest reputation within the community. Just yesterday, he had been tirelessly grinding, forgoing sleep and sustenance for 7 days to complete his 17th commission of the month. As he prepared to finalize his earnings, he suddenly passed away. His transition into this world was remarkably unremarkable. Thus, it is indeed a perilous realm, rife with fantastical powers. Individuals of the Duke's caliber naturally command private military forces belonging to their families. On the surface, the Clavenna family has incurred the Duke's wrath, and to the outside world, their fate seems dire. Yet, fortunately, I am not entirely devoid of opportunities. Victor set aside the newspaper, a subtle smile gracing his lips, emanating a newfound confidence, and no matter how exaggerated the impending crises may appear, he perceived them as surmountable. After all, this is merely a game world. If all goes as anticipated, he is currently the first player in this game. A player who has navigated countless endings and is intimately familiar with its intricacies. A duke, in the eyes of one who has encountered every conceivable challenge, poses little threat. I wonder what time it is now. Perhaps it is just prior to the onset of the game's narrative. Quite likely. In any case, before confronting the potential dangers posed by the Duke, he must gather more information. For instance, the current narrative nodes and the relationships with available NPCs. Knock, knock. A knock echoed twice at the door. Victor composed his thoughts and responded nonchalantly. Come in. The servant entered the room, carrying a tray. After placing the teacup steadily on the desk, she bowed respectfully to Victor. Master, Miss Gwen has sent an invitation, hoping to meet with you this afternoon. Gwendrell? Yes. The servant found it peculiar that the master inquired about Miss Gwen's full name. However, she masked her curiosity, remaining respectful as she awaited Victor's reply. In Victor's mind, the familiar name conjured up an image. Gwendrell. Hailing from a knightly family on the borders of the Guardian Empire, she was the commander of the Royal Knights, a true paragon of justice. Surely, she isn't here to apprehend me, Victor mused inwardly. Gwendrell was no insignificant character as the mightiest knight in the kingdom of Carencia. Even during the chaotic climax of the game, her combat prowess remained astonishingly formidable. In the later stages of the game, Gwendrell would even become a boss that players had to confront. Her formidable might etched vividly in the memories of every gamer. Victor had a clear understanding of her combat abilities. This woman was absolutely not to be trifled with. Otherwise, he would genuinely face peril. Though he had traversed into this realm, it appeared that he possessed no advantageous abilities to aid him. Perhaps it was best to avoid an encounter for now. Meeting her might raise suspicions about his identity. And until he had a stable means to confront her, caution must prevail. After a moment's contemplation, Victor calmly declared, "Decline the meeting, and inform her that I am not available." Understood. The servant bowed once more, straightening up as if burdened by an unspoken concern. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. "By the way, master, if you consider keeping a pet, I would advise against a one-eyed black raven. Ravens inherently bring misfortune, and a one-eyed raven is hardly appealing. Of course, this is merely my suggestion." Upon finishing, she seemed to regret her words, bowing again before hastily departing the study. With a soft click, the door to the study closed, yet Victor found it difficult to settle his thoughts. He had turned his head and noticed a dark figure lurking in the corner of the desk. It resembled a raven, albeit slightly larger. Moreover, as the servant had mentioned, it possessed a single eye, situated upon its forehead. The eye twirled as if imbued with human-like consciousness. At last, its solitary eye met Victor's gaze. Then, it revealed a smile that bore an unsettling semblance of humanity. "Greetings. I am the malevolent deity Habika." Chapter 2. Are you willing to sign a contract with me, to provide for my sustenance and shelter? Habika? Victor was momentarily taken aback as memories from the game began to resurface in his mind. This was one of the many deities within the game's lore, appearing only in the narratives of collection quests. No one had ever witnessed its true form. According to the chronicles of the game, every appearance of Habika was accompanied by either natural disasters or calamities. The most severe record noted that Habika's presence once halved the human population of the world. This was a sinister and terrifying deity. Of course, you may also refer to me by my current name, Vega. The crow, who identified itself as Vega, politely tucked its wings against its chest and bowed. Victor, unable to comprehend its intentions, chose not to respond. Observing his silence, Vega flapped its wings and adjusted its posture. "How intriguing. It seems you have heard of me." Victor replied, "I am unfamiliar." He understood all too well that entanglement with a deity was far from fortuitous, a widely accepted notion among players. Particularly with an entity of such malevolence existing solely within the background narrative, it appeared exceedingly perilous. Yet why would this malevolent god, who had never manifested in the game's plot, seek out Victor in advance? Vega opened its beak, its voice rasping like a crow's, interrupting his thoughts. You are not Victor. Your soul lacks sufficient corruption. One of its singular eyes fixated on Victor, attempting to discern any hint of panic upon his face. Yet Victor's perpetually stoic expression left it disappointed. Gods can see through souls, it declared. But fret not, for I have come to seek you. Vega shook its feathers, and a slender black feather fell onto the table, transforming into a piece of black paper. White, serpentine lines began to twist and form a multitude of words, resembling a demonic contract. Victor scrutinized the contents of the paper and scoffed. Are you not a god? Have you fallen so low? He had never imagined that even deities would stoop to signing clients. The contract detailed an agreement stipulating that should he affix his signature, he would be obliged to provide for this crow's every need, even assisting in the construction of a church to attract followers for this malevolent god. The contract stated that the more followers it gathered, the stronger it would become. And then, there was nothing more. Victor mused. This is utterly outrageous. A tyrannical contract of sorts, providing for your sustenance and shelter, and even finding you followers while you reap the benefits, leaving me with nothing? He gazed in silence at the crow, which was elegantly preening its feathers, resembling a noble bird, if one could overlook its single eye. My power is mostly sealed. I can only seek the protection of others. Should you accept this arrangement, you will gain the friendship of a deity. Quite a bargain, Vega continued, pecking at its feathers. Victor remained speechless. The friendship of a god? What use was that? The raven, with its solitary eye, cast a glance at him, seemingly discerning the thoughts within his heart. I can save your life, it stated matter-of-factly. Deal. Victor confidently inscribed his name upon the contract. He was not particularly concerned about being deceived, for deities are known to uphold their promises, even the malevolent ones. Upon signing the contract, he sensed a subtle connection forming between them, as if he could locate the raven wherever it might be, merely by the stirrings of his thoughts. The raven perched upon Victor's shoulder and pecked at its feathers. Contrary to what Leah had said, keeping a raven as a pet was certainly not a mark of refined taste. However, as a newcomer in this realm and with the contract signed, he resolved to accept this pet of questionable distinction. After all, it merely required provisions and shelter. As for the church, he could easily build one in due time. With the contract signed, Victor suddenly felt a strong desire to ascertain the extent of his own powers. Being favored by a malevolent deity could not bode ill for him. Moreover, if he were indeed the victor of this world. He mimicked his actions from the game, silently invoking a thought, and before him appeared a game interface. Name: Victor Clavina. Level: 39 HP. 1000 MP. 4900 Victor Clavina, unlike many aged mages who remained trapped at the second tier, had achieved the third tier by the age of 20. He was not surprised. A third-tier mage corresponded to level 3039 in the game, and the progression continued in that manner. This perfectly aligned with the backstory, where Victor had languished for 9 years without advancement, his genius long forgotten by the world. Only upon truly becoming Victor did he realize that he had been concealing his talents. In the game, Victor Clavina's myriad actions led to the downfall of the Caranxia Empire. The reigning empress issued a quest, seeking assistance from players to vanquish Victor Clavina. This character was ultimately adorned with various labels such as high attack, high speed, difficult to defeat, handsome, and cat of a mage, garnering an inexplicable popularity. Consequently, Victor Clavina's reputation was far from favorable. It could be described as universally detested. Just like now, sitting at home with a cup of tea, he found himself unjustly burdened with the stigma of an unfulfilled confession. At this moment, his suspicions were confirmed. He had accumulated an unknown amount of experience points, easily surpassing the threshold of the third tier to ascend to the level of a fourth-tier human saint mage. Yet, Victor had not done so. He had been orchestrating a grand scheme. Despite his dubious character, the title of genius was genuinely earned. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and walked toward the backyard of the grand estate. Vega finally ceased pecking at its feathers and inquired about his intentions. Without turning his head, Victor replied, As a mage, I must practice my magic to maintain my skill. Come along with me. Chapter 3. You actually possess craftsmanship? Vigia perched upon his shoulder, chattering incessantly. Before long, they arrived at the training grounds, where several colossal stone targets stood imposing. Victor gazed up at these towering monoliths, a sense of astonishment welling within him. In the game, players' backyards were adorned with similar magical stones, designed to enhance skill proficiency. These stones would manifest damage numbers which, varying in magnitude, could indicate not only the skill's mastery but also one's own attributes. Now, witnessing such a sight in the backyard of the Victor estate stirred a wave of nostalgia in him. Vigia paused, momentarily taken aback, mistaking Victor's astonishment for a lack of practice, as if the targets intimidated him. Then, like a crow, he resumed his incessant prattle. Magic, you see, requires a great deal of finesse. He expounded to Victor on numerous topics, such as how to conserve energy when casting and how to amplify one's power. The crow ruffled its meticulously preened feathers, lamenting, "If only I had strength, I would demonstrate to you the might of advanced magic." Victor remained silent, allowing the tirade to continue. Glancing at his skill panel, he was met with immense satisfaction. The spells at his disposal were already second nature to him. As the final boss of the game's second chapter, the Kingdom's Turmoil, he was a challenge that every player must conquer. As a skilled player, Victor had mastered the mechanics of the boss long ago. The moment the boss raised a hand, he could anticipate the nature of the impending attack. Vigia continued to ramble on. There are countless nuances to magic. The formation of the magic circle, chant speed. Before he could finish, Victor raised his hand, and with a resounding crack, a bolt of black lightning surged forth. First level spell, Black Thunder Spear. Victor's expression remained unchanged, as if casting magic were as effortless as eating, drinking, or relieving oneself. Subsequently, a dazzling array of second and third level spells erupted like fireworks, leaving an indelible mark upon the stone targets. The entire backyard sparkled with brilliance. Vigia, now silent upon Victor's shoulder, observed in awe. As Victor noted his dwindling mana points, dissatisfaction crept in. The boss was weak. Expending even a handful of spells had nearly depleted his mana. If a player donned an array of equipment, their mana could easily exceed 10,000. What concern would they have for conserving their magical energy? Did one not require a magic circle to cast spells? Victor dismissed Vigia's chatter. Among players, the mage class was dubbed the spell machine gun, for the game's mechanics allowed for effortless spellcasting. Each magic circle was pre-configured. Players merely needed to initiate the cast, and the spell would be unleashed in an instant. As a seasoned player who had dabbled in every class, Victor was intimately familiar with the skills of each profession. Casting a spell? It was a mere trifle. Having perfected his command over spellcasting, Victor felt emboldened and prepared to depart. Suddenly, Vega spoke up. "Don't rush to leave. The method by which you cast your spells piques my interest. Could you demonstrate a bit longer?" Victor, initially disinclined to engage, thought to himself, "Do you think this is a fireworks display that can be conjured at will?" Just as this notion formed in his mind, a fleeting glance revealed Vega's singular eye igniting with a dazzling blue light that enveloped Victor's being. He felt as though a tether connected him to the crow. Victor accessed his interface once more, noting MP 995,099 9999999. He cast a sidelong glance at Vega. "I must report this. This fellow is cheating." Hours passed, and seeing that his mana bar still remained at 9/10 full, Victor ultimately relinquished the notion of exhausting his magical energy. At that moment, he truly believed Vega to be a deity. Vega nodded in satisfaction, perhaps intrigued by Victor's display of skill. "Indeed fascinating. Shouldn't I allow you a few more hours to further ponder the intricacies of your spellcasting?"
Victor silently protested.
Observing Victor's impassive demeanor, Vega relented. "Let us conclude here. What are your plans next? Do you intend to linger in this backyard all day?" Its profound gaze fixed upon Victor, seemingly seeking to uncover other secrets within him. "I shall visit the market to procure some items," Victor replied in a nonchalant tone, while the crow remained stubbornly perched on his shoulder. "I shall accompany you to observe your purchases." Upon hearing this, Victor exhaled and summoned a servant to prepare the carriage. Upon entering the shop, Victor surveyed the array of materials before making his way to a counter. What shall I acquire? As the shopkeeper noticed a customer, he promptly approached. Victor rapped on the table and gently stated, 1 bag each of lizard mantails, habby feathers, and beetle shells. All 30 types of materials, please. Excellent. This patron is indeed generous. The shopkeeper responded, tallying Victor's order. The combined total of materials amounted to a hefty 30 bags. Shall I arrange for delivery to your residence? Victor waved his hand dismissively, rubbing the ring on his finger, causing all the materials to vanish instantaneously. The shopkeeper, witnessing this, displayed an even more exaggerated smile. Ha! Our patron is truly extravagant. You must visit again. As Victor departed, a staff member approached the shopkeeper and inquired, Boss, who is that individual? The shopkeeper rapped him on the head and admonished, Do not pry. Anyone capable of discreetly acquiring such a quantity of goods must possess an extraordinary identity. Only Victor understood that he had employed no trickery. He simply stored the items directly into his player-exclusive backpack, a feat even Vega could not comprehend. Vega flapped its wings, its voice, raspy and distinct, whispering in Victor's ear. Victor remained quietly attentive, wholly absorbed in the array of potential items flashing before him. Having procured an abundance of materials specifically for the creation of early game items, Victor found himself immersed in the original design of the game. Each player, regardless of their chosen vocation, possessed an exceptionally intricate and specialized synthesis tome, allowing Victor, as a player, to summon these visuals at will. Content with all his materials, Victor returned to his residence and descended into the depths of his estate's basement, where he unearthed a collection of glass bottles from the shadows. What are you planning to do? Whispered Vega, perched upon his shoulder, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him as an instinctive warning surged within. The intuition of a deity proved remarkably accurate, as Victor began to deftly knead the various materials together. His palms emanating a radiant glow, the crackling sounds gradually intensifying. What are you doing? Stop at once. Chapter 4 Apologies. But this content has been restricted. Vega felt as though he was on the verge of madness. What purpose could be served in the basement? Was he concocting explosives? He did not absorb a single word Victor uttered. Instead, he grew increasingly animated. After a burst of intense light, the empty bottles on the table brimmed with a crimson liquid. Vega gazed at the multitude of healing potions before him and could not help but express his discontent. You truly are extraordinary. The process of crafting healing potions feels as perilous as creating bombs. Victor chuckled softly, nodding at the array of red elixirs displayed before him. Minor healing potion. Restores 300 health points in one use. Indeed, the tangible numerical representation of the items provided Victor with a profound sense of reassurance. Vega regarded the collection of healing potions on the table, a glimmer of azure light flickering in his singular eye. The red liquid appeared slightly darkened, with deeper hues indicating more potent healing properties. Vega sprang from Victor's shoulder, soaring towards the table, uncorked a vial, and poured its contents into his mouth. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, snapping his beak shut, and turned to Victor. Did you truly create this potion yourself?
Victor affirmed.
Yet Vega fell into contemplation. What is this young man capable of? The richness of the healing potion's essence rivals that of the low-tier healing magic of the goddess of healing. Could it be that he harbors some divine power? Upon reflection, it was not entirely undesirable that Victor possessed such talents, for they had already forged a pact, and he had effectively acquired a formidable artisan. Vega suddenly inquired, Have you considered selling some of these? The quality is bound to yield significant profits. Victor shook his head in refusal. These concoctions were intended for personal use, and he was not in need of wealth at present. His hands emitted a brilliant blue glow as he proceeded to craft a batch of magical potions. Each time he witnessed Victor creating an item, Vega felt a slight tremor of awe within him. The ability to forge items by hand was beyond even the most skilled artisans. Could it be that he had awakened a rare talent for creation? He was merely drawn to this human soul, yet now he found himself increasingly perplexed by Victor. As a mage, magical potions were undoubtedly more vital than healing potions. Although Vega possessed an infinite source of mana, one could not expect assistance without some form of reciprocity, and Victor was unaware of the cost involved. It would be prudent to prepare some magical potions, Relying on others was never as dependable as relying on oneself. After a while, a voice resonated. Crafting skill upgraded, current level LV2. With this advancement, Victor paused his potion crafting and noticed new items appearing in his crafting menu. He lifted his gaze to Vega at the table, remaining silent. The raven felt a twinge of anxiety under his scrutiny until Victor spoke. "You must be a raven, indeed," Vega replied. "Huh?" Victor, having achieved his aim, plucked a glossy black feather from Vega's form. Magical creature's hair and 6 magic stones. The necessity for magic stones is evident. He distinctly recalls that magic stones are rare artifacts, capable of recording and preserving spoken words, and even storing spells. However, the magical energy within these stones gradually diminishes over time. There have been attempts to utilize magic stones as explosives, but such endeavors have met with failure. The exorbitant cost of magic stones suggests that, should one possess that wealth, it would be far wiser to craft actual explosives instead. Having gathered sufficient materials, he prepared to commence the synthesis of the item. The materials swiftly transformed into a swirling liquid, coalescing at a visible rate into a solid form, revealing the rudimentary shape of a glove, adorned with several transparent magic stones. A fingerless glove materialized before Victor. The raven shook itself again. "You can synthesize equipment with your bare hands?" Chapter 5. I shall continue to utilize you, Victor, disinterested, merely fixated on the gloves before him, adorned with several flawless, transparent magical stones. Mage's Hand. A level 2 crafted item capable of storing 6 distinct magical attributes, enabling rapid activation without any casting delay. This implement is essential for mages and adept players in the early stages, particularly for addressing emergencies. He channeled his magical energy, gradually infusing the various attributes into the stones embedded in the gloves. With each infusion, the once clear stones transformed into a spectrum of colors. As Victor continued to imbue them with different magics, the stones took on unique hues until he finally ceased his efforts. Vijaya, observing this spectacle, expressed his curiosity. "A device that can store diverse magical attributes? And it requires no incantation? Such a remarkable artifact. Might you share how it came to be?" His singular eye shimmered with a frenzied blue flame, but Victor simply shook his head in response to its avarice. "Confidential. Such a miserly stance." Vijaya scoffed, unable to fathom that a formidable deity would solicit knowledge from a mere human. Should word of this reach his peers, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Victor, however, remained unperturbed, as he understood that the secret of his player abilities must remain undisclosed. If word of his talent for crafting items with his bare hands were to spread, it could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, leading to troublesome consequences. After a spell of time, feeling somewhat bored, Victor casually opened a book and began to read with patience. Content has been obscured by the malevolent deity Habika through mental interference. Content not visible. Content unblocked. What came into view was a library reminiscent of his memories within the game. He randomly selected a book and began to peruse it when a dialogue box suddenly flashed before him. "Would you like to learn the first tier spell? Rolling Fireball? Required materials: Flame Flower, Habika Feather." This elucidated why Victor had procured such an abundance of materials previously, as they served not only for crafting but also for learning magic in the library. Learning spells naturally incurs some expenditure, yet as a lord with ample wealth, Victor was unfazed. This was indeed a clever exploitation of the game mechanics. The materials required could only be obtained by defeating neutral wild creatures in the outside world. However, Victor could rely on his financial resources to purchase them extravagantly from the shop. Noticing that the day was still young, Victor fervently dedicated himself to studying in the library, mastering numerous beginner spells available on the first floor until he had exhausted all his materials and depleted a significant portion of his gold. Essentially, he learned everything he could. By this time, dusk had arrived, casting a golden hue into the library, illuminating the floor with a warm glow. As twilight descended, an incongruous beam of light suddenly illuminated the depths of the library. It appeared that he was not the only one earnestly immersed in study. Intrigued, Victor followed the source of the glow to discern the identity of its originator. To his surprise, he beheld a woman with shoulder-length hair, her eyes a striking shade of fluorescent yellow, glimmering softly in the dim light. At that moment, she was seated at a desk, fervently scribbling with a pen in hand. Chapter 6. Young lady, you have caused trouble. The following content has been obscured by the malevolent deity Habika through mental interference. The content is not visible. Content obscured lifted therefore, before that, do not wear yourself out. Henny was delighted, nodding excitedly. I shall not disappoint your expectations.
Victor, intrigued,
Pondered why the remarkably capable Henny would willingly assume the role of a teaching assistant. He inquired about her background. Surprised that Victor would question her experiences, Henny's gaze momentarily dimmed, yet she composedly replied, I graduated from the Royal Academy of Magic, but I did not attain the rank of a first-level mage by the time of my graduation. Thus I voluntarily remained at the academy as a teaching assistant. The ensuing narrative became apparent. Other professors naturally preferred to retain their favored assistants, while she, possessing capability but lacking talent, inevitably fell under the radar. Upon hearing her explanation, Victor nodded, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do your best. Since the academy has allowed you to stay, it will certainly not treat you poorly. I am new here. Would you kindly show me around the academy? Henny, flustered by his request, hurriedly began to tidy up the items on her desk. Having just arrived at the school, she had yet to explore much and seized this opportunity to take a good look around. Though Victor articulated his request, he was acutely aware of his familiarity with the surroundings. He had traversed this realm countless times within the game, even knowing of the secret garden behind the headmaster's office. He made this suggestion merely to alleviate her workload, especially since she was laboring for him, which instilled within him a sense of moral conflict. It was indeed his duty, yet he relied on another's assistance entirely. Of course, amidst this moral quandary, there was an undeniable thrill. Who does not enjoy a little diversion? Henny guided him through the entire academy, tirelessly introducing various buildings, gardens, lawns, and the training grounds. Victor nodded along, though this place was as familiar to him as his own backyard. Upon reaching the front of the arcane hall, he paused. This was the venue for PvP duels among players, where they could also practice their magical proficiency. However, at that moment, an unsettling surge of magical energy wafted from within. He sensed that someone was conducting a rather perilous magical experiment inside. Although the arcane hall was designated for students to learn magic, it was strictly limited to learning. The casting of large-scale or dangerous spells was absolutely forbidden. Victor frowned, suddenly understanding the school principal who occasionally conducted inspections in classrooms during his own school days. Mischievous children must be managed, and rowdy students even more so. Thus, he pushed the door open. Erica was in a foul mood, attempting to teach Victor a lesson. She found herself on the receiving end of an education instead. To make matters worse, her beloved hairpin had gone missing. It was a gift bestowed upon her by her mother, which she had personally placed into the crevice of the teleportation array. In her quest to retrieve the hairpin, Erica made her way to the Arcane Academy to practice teleportation magic, attempting to unravel the mischief that Victor had woven into her teleportation array. However, it was evident that she was incapable of succeeding. After the sound of explosions from the array echoed repeatedly, she, in a state of despair, tugged at her golden locks. Frustration consumed her. Why had she failed once more? As Erica continued her relentless attempts, her agitation grew, leading her to commit a grave mistake. The following content has been obscured by the malevolent deity Habika using mental interference. The content remains unseen. Chapter 7. Brother, we are out of money. Victor calmly reviewed the bill before gently placing it on the table. Leah, what are the sources of income for our territory? Upon hearing Victor's question, Leah tilted her head and squinted at him, as if gazing at a fool. She let out a soft laugh, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. How could a lord be so oblivious to the sources of revenue from his own domain? Although Victor was indeed unaware, it did not deter Leah from ridiculing him as a misnamed lord. Listen well, our territory of Clivena primarily profits from the trade of grain and minerals. Through Leah's explanation, Victor grasped a general understanding. The Clivena family governed a land named after themselves, characterized by its fertile soil and surrounded by lush forests. The territory lay approximately 100 kilometers from the royal capital, making it accessible in just a day's journey by horse-drawn carriage. Consequently, The second most prosperous town in the empire was situated nearby. The Clivena territory boasted a rich mineral vein, which, even to this day, could be mined profitably for over 50 years. With its advantageous location near the royal capital, fertile land, abundant harvests, and mineral wealth, it was nearly impossible for the Clivena family to be financially destitute. However, recently, mineral yields had significantly declined, and the harvest season for grain had yet to commence. The grain we previously sold was all from last year's stores, Leah expressed angrily as she faced Victor. We must ensure there is enough food for our territory. We cannot afford to sell everything. Our income is currently minimal, and at such a critical juncture you dare to spend money frivolously. Victor nodded in response, his expression betraying no emotion, remaining remarkably composed. Do you not feel even a twinge of remorse? Leah looked at Victor incredulously. She knew her brother was generally indifferent to affairs, but surely he could not be completely ignorant. After a moment of contemplation, Victor stroked his chin and replied, hire a few mages, then acquire a storefront in the most bustling area of the royal capital to open a magical supplies shop. Leah's temper flared at Victor's suggestion, and she exclaimed sharply, Victor, have you not heeded a single word of my counsel? Do you think such shops are rare in the royal capital? Even if you opened a store, what difference would it make? Do you believe your name alone could overshadow all other merchants? Victor, do you even know how to conduct business? Leah's agitation escalated. She reflected on how, after their parents' demise, she had devoted herself to managing the territory, maintaining its viability for over a decade. Despite Victor's reckless spending, she had never voiced a complaint. Yet now, this uninformed Victor dared to meddle in the family business. What was he trying to achieve? As her words grew increasingly emotional, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Seeing that words could not quell Leah's emotions, Victor chose not to say more. Instead, he waved his hand, and dozens of bottles of blue magical potions appeared on the table before them. Leah was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the potion on the table, its hue reminiscent of the vast ocean. The emotions that had been on the verge of erupting suddenly subsided. What is this? She blinked. As of now, no one had ever encountered such a magical elixir. While items that restore magical energy do exist, they share a common trait. They are exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Moreover, the market has only seen potions that heal wounds, which differ greatly in efficacy from the life potion utilized by players. One offers a gradual restoration akin to medicinal consumption, while the other instantaneously replenishes health upon ingestion. This delineates the distinction between reality and gaming items. In simpler terms, transporting game items into reality constitutes a pure bug. Even a mere vial of instant recovery magical potion can ascend to the status of a divine artifact. Thus, Victor refrained from elaborating, as his words would be too incredulous for belief. A sight is worth 1,000 words. Victor calmly instructed, seek out a few mages and have them cast spells until they are utterly exhausted. Then, let them consume a vial, and you shall discern what to do next. Chapter 8. My home is spacious. You can rest when tired. Leah, filled with doubt, nonetheless took all the potions. By the way, do you have any assistants? Upon hearing Victor's inquiry, Leah scoffed disdainfully. Oh, our esteemed lord has learned to show concern for his subordinates? Victor remained unfazed by her biting sarcasm, recognizing that the strained relationship between them stemmed from his own inaction. Thus, he reiterated his question. On a serious note, has your caravan engaged any bodyguards or similar aids? Leah huffed dismissively. No, I do not trust others. This implied that the business of the Clivena territory was solely managed by Leah. Will you not encounter any dangers on the road? Although the territory is not far from the royal capital, it still requires a full day's journey. Leah was taken aback that her unreliable brother exhibited concern for her journey, a sentiment that left her somewhat uncomfortable. Leaning against the table, she twirled a lock of hair around her finger, awkwardly turning her face away. Well, no, we have our own trade routes. If we were to encounter bandits, displaying the Clivena family crest would ensure they retreat. Generally, we have faced no issues. Having said that, she averted her gaze from Victor, instead examining a vial of potion with meticulous attention. Victor nodded, then removed his right-hand mage-esque glove. Leah, listen carefully. This trip to the royal capital is extraordinary. Such precious items are easily coveted by others. Wear this. It will help you confront unforeseen circumstances. Leah gazed at the glove Victor offered, hesitating as she set down the potion. Do not worry. It is merely a minor mage's accessory, designed to automatically adjust to the size of your hand. Leah mused that her concern lay elsewhere, yet she found it difficult to articulate. She reached out to accept the fingerless glove, still warm from Victor's touch. As she brushed her fingers over the gem embedded in the glove, a wave of resentment surged within her. As a merchant, she understood the significance of such a stone. A magic crystal capable of channeling spells, each worth a fortune. And he had affixed 6 of them to a single glove. Though she felt a twinge of annoyance, she surprisingly refrained from confronting Victor. Leah donned the glove, and true to his words, it conformed perfectly to her hand. Open your palm towards me and concentrate on the gem within the glove. Anyone will suffice. Following his guidance, she oriented her palm towards Victor. Among the gems, one glimmered in a captivating shade of green, and she thought to herself how beautiful it appeared. Is this sufficient? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind when suddenly, the green gem emitted a faint glow, and then, whoosh, like ripples bursting forth, a magical array swiftly took shape in the center of Leah's palm. In an instant, a fierce gale filled the study, papers fluttering wildly. The tempest swirled above the magic array, growing ever more intense. Victor tapped his fingers on the desk, and a teleportation array rapidly materialized in the air. After the hurricane intensified to a certain level, it was drawn into the teleportation array. Suddenly, the storm subsided.
Moments later.
A startling crack echoed nearby. Leah was stunned. What was that just now? The second-tier magic. Raging storm, powerful enough to flatten a mountain. Don't be so surprised. Observing Leah's bewilderment, Victor tapped his desk, causing the magic array in the air to dissipate. How could Leah not be astonished? She was not a mage and had only witnessed others casting spells. Yet, the magic that had just been unleashed was from her own hands. She felt utterly dazed. So this is what it feels like to cast magic. She stood frozen in place, even forgetting to retract her hand. Victor replenished the gloves with magic and continued, addressing the astonished Leah. Pay attention. This time your task is not merely to grasp the technique but, more importantly, to avoid any mishaps. You have seen the power of this magic. Be mindful of its usage. A single gem can be used only once. When it is spent, return to me, and I shall replenish it for you. Leah understood the immense value of what Victor had bestowed upon her. A treasure beyond measure. In her entire life, she had never encountered equipment that allowed ordinary people to wield magic. She nearly voiced that selling it would yield a significant profit but abruptly recalled Victor's solemn demeanor, silencing her words. This was something that could be used for self-preservation. After a moment of hesitation, Leah awkwardly expressed her gratitude to Victor. Thank you. She then hurriedly departed with the magic potion in hand. Once the study door closed behind her, the raven perched on Victor's shoulder spoke. Do you not feel any regret giving that to someone else? It is merely a tool. I can create one at any time, and besides, I don't have much need for it. The mage's hand typically has limited opportunities for use, its significance only becoming apparent during PvP, serving as a crucial asset for gaining the upper hand or for urgent defense. It is essentially an essential item for mage players during PK. For now, he did not require it. Upon hearing Victor's words, Vega refrained from further comment, beginning to ponder meticulously. I need to devise a way to persuade him to make one for me to play with. The following morning, Victor finished breakfast and prepared to head to the academy. Just as he was about to leave, a servant entered. My lord, there is a lady outside who claims to be your assistant, stating she has come to deliver notes and a speech. Victor paused in his dressing. Henny had arrived? He hadn't requested her to bring anything to his doorstep. Nevertheless, he instructed the servant to invite her in. Upon entering, he beheld Henny's haggard face adorned with dark circles under her eyes. What happened to her? Did she not rest well? Henny, as if awakening from a daze, replied to Victor. No, Professor. I simply forgot to sleep last night while writing the manuscript. This rationale left Victor feeling utterly powerless to retort. Once Erica delivered the notes, I distinctly recall your instruction to bring them along with my speech draft. Observing a rather drowsy Henny, Victor found himself at a loss for reprimanding her. Should he deem her somewhat foolish? After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" Henny shook her head. She had rushed over early in the morning, having neither slept nor eaten. Victor waved his hand, instructing a servant to escort her for breakfast, followed by arranging a room for her to rest properly. Henny, flustered, barely managed a protest, but the authoritative tone in Victor's voice brooked no refusal. "Fill your stomach, then rest." Immediately dispirited, she dared not defy Victor, lowering her head like a wilted flower as the servant led her away. As for Victor, he had intended to head to the academy that morning, but upon seeing Henny, he altered his plans. With classes scheduled for the afternoon, he resolved to review Erica's assignments and his speech draft, spending the morning in his study. While grading Erica's work, he turned to Viga without diverting his gaze. "What do you think of that child?" Taken aback by the question, Viga realized Victor was referring to Henny. "What do you mean? Did you not say you would help me gather followers?" Victor stretched languidly, his fingers tapping on the speech draft before him, turning to gaze at Viga with narrowed eyes that exuded both cleverness and a hint of menace. Such a naive and innocent soul is most suitable for manipulation. Chapter 9. A grand undertaking. Do you think that gathering followers is merely a matter of words? The devotion of followers must be genuine to yield results. As Victor listened to Viga's discourse, he tapped rhythmically on the table, his gaze drawn to the morning sunlight spilling over the pages of his book. A soft chuckle escaped him in the solitude of his study. "Is it not just sincerity? I am not afraid of failing to inspire." Viga squinted, emitting a series of discontented murmurs, expressing its dissatisfaction to Victor. "Perhaps you are more cunning than the victor of your flattery will get you nowhere." Victor chose not to elaborate further, instead returning his focus to the speech he was preparing. He often felt that this insufferable bird, since their bond had formed, had gradually begun to forget its role in the resurgence of the dark deity. Reflecting on this, Victor cast a sidelong glance at Viga. At that moment, the raven perched on his desk, nodding off in a sleepy stupor. Viga had always maintained a routine of feasting by day and slumbering by night, exhibiting little inclination for exercise. It had become a mere ornament, and in just a few days, its figure had expanded considerably. When it perched upon Victor's shoulder, he could feel the added weight. Yet, as Viga seemed unconcerned, Victor deemed it unnecessary to fret excessively. Thus, he spent a tranquil morning in his study, engrossed in his speech and grading Erica's assignments. By midday, Victor had completed the grading of Erica's work. Thanks to Henny's diligent preparations, he quickly grasped the key points of the day's lesson. As he stepped out of the study, he was greeted by Henny, the teaching assistant, emerging with sleepy eyes. "Awake? Prepare yourself. We must be on our way," he casually reminded her. Like a startled fawn, she instantly became more alert, responding eagerly, "Of course, Professor, I am ready." Victor nodded and instructed the servants to prepare the carriage for their journey to the Royal Academy of Magic. He beckoned for Henny to join him in the carriage, but she was overwhelmed with nervousness, only managing to comply. As they sat across from each other, Henny kept her gaze lowered, unable to meet his eyes, stealing furtive glances at Victor instead. Her heart raced incessantly, echoing like a drum. Inside, her thoughts erupted like a volcano. "I am sharing a carriage with the brilliant Professor Victor." Heavens! Henny felt flushed, noticing beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her composure faltering even while seated. Victor observed her discomfort, contemplating whether to speak, but hesitant to exacerbate her anxiety. It seemed wiser to allow her to indulge in her own tumultuous thoughts. The more nervous she became, the more her mind wandered, and she soon recalled that she had actually slept in the home of this notorious nobleman that very morning. Watching her wide-eyed astonishment brought a hint of amusement to Victor's expression. Thus, he regarded Henny, who fixated on her shoes, and they maintained this silence. The journey was devoid of conversation, both waiting quietly for the carriage to reach its destination. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, Victor was the first to speak. "We have arrived." Upon hearing Victor's words, Henny slowly lifted her head, her expression visibly relaxing. They had finally reached their destination. She exhaled deeply, surprised at how lengthy the journey had felt. After disembarking, Henny walked alongside Victor. Noticing his intention to head to the office, she summoned her courage and addressed him, "Professor Victor, the dean requested your presence at his office upon your arrival at the academy." Victor nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly towards the dean's office. Henny, like a timid fawn, trailed closely behind him. Knock, knock. After passing through the teleportation of the Mage Tower, Victor rapped on the door of the dean's office. "Come in," a voice called from within. With the dean's permission, he entered the room accompanied by his assistant. Standing before the dean, Victor wasted no time and stated plainly, "Dean, I hear you wish to see me." The dean was an elderly, portly gentleman adorned with an array of magical trinkets, resembling a traditional mage. He was, moreover, the most formidable individual in the academy, a fourth-tier mage known in the world as the Holy Mage, a figure of legend. He had attained this rank over 20 years prior. Upon seeing Victor, the dean pushed aside his cup, capped his pen, and gently placed it atop a book. It seemed that his frail body had reached its limits, as even the slightest movement appeared to exhaust him. Taking a deep breath, he leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly, "Professor Victor, I have heard about the events in class yesterday." Victor furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the troubles caused by Erica would reach the dean's ears. "You handled it well," the dean remarked with a smile, continuing, "However, could it be that you were too strict? Over time, this may lead to dissatisfaction among the students." Upon hearing the dean's comment regarding his strictness, Victor shook his head in response. "If I do not take such measures, they will never grasp the importance of respecting their mentors." His tone was calm, as he did not perceive any fault in his approach. Besides, he was Victor, a person known for his meticulous nature. Fortunately, the dean quickly concurred with his viewpoint, nodding and saying, "Indeed, respect for one's teachers, a commendable principle. No wonder you are regarded as a genius mage. By the way, the reason I called you here today is this." The dean sifted through papers on his desk and handed a piece of parchment to Victor. "This is an invitation to a lecture that our academy is extending outward. Please review it and see if there is anything you wish to add." Victor gently accepted it and scrutinized the contents. "I trust you understand, Professor Victor," the dean said with a warm smile. "At our institution, lecturers holding professorial positions are required to conduct a lecture every month. We are preparing to promote your lecture course in a month, inviting various mages and industry professionals to attend and disseminate your lecture through a magical recording stone." Upon hearing this, Victor comprehended the implication. "Therefore, I hope you can refine the content of your lecture within this month. The academy will provide you with an auditorium capable of accommodating thousands." "Professor Victor, do you have any suggestions?" Listening to the dean's discourse, Victor realized that the time for the academy to recruit new students was approaching. The institution sought to attract exceptionally qualified candidates, who in turn would consider the faculty's expertise. If, at this juncture, a remarkably young third-tier mage professor were to emerge, it would undoubtedly serve as a powerful magnet for prospective students. Although Victor's reputation was less than stellar, his capabilities and strength rendered public opinion inconsequential. If he were to conduct this lecture splendidly, the rumors would soon dissipate. Victor recalled the contents of a newspaper from a few days prior and his promise to Gwen. No one would concern themselves with the romantic history of a powerful professor, even if he had indeed flirted with a duke's daughter. Moreover, if this endeavor came to fruition, his position as professor would be irrevocably linked to the Royal Academy. With this connection, he would undoubtedly be able to accomplish more before the inevitable demise he anticipated in the coming years. Thus, Victor nodded in agreement, stating, "I have no objections. Everything shall proceed as the Academy desires." Upon hearing Victor's consent, the dean smiled and turned to his assistant. "Henny, what of this assistant? Are you satisfied with her performance?" Victor glanced at Henny beside him and replied, "It is my privilege to have such a competent assistant." With that, Victor and Henny turned to leave. Henny followed Victor, her heart racing. The more she contemplated the professor's commendation before the dean, the more she felt her efforts had been worthwhile. Unconsciously, she began to walk with a lighter step. In the afternoon class, Victor conducted a lesson as per usual. This time, there were no industry professionals in attendance. After yesterday's events, No one expected to find amusement in Victor. He continued to expound on the subject matter, while the students diligently recorded key points and took notes. This time, Erica refrained from causing trouble, earnestly jotting down notes and writing extensively. When the bell rang, Victor organized his teaching materials. Class is dismissed. Erica, remember to come to my office. Victor returned the graded notes to Erica, pointing out several errors. For you at this stage, it is still too early to comfortably wield teleportation magic, but your direction is not incorrect. Victor instructed as Erica listened, their harmonious interaction seemingly allowing them to forget the flirtations that had occurred at her birthday celebration. He did not mention the matter, and naturally, Erica kept it to herself. After imparting knowledge to Erica, Victor nodded and said, "That will be all for today." Upon hearing this, Erica tentatively inquired, "If I have questions in the future, may I still seek your guidance?" Despite her strong aversion to Victor, she could not deny that his expertise was unparalleled. Even the private tutor her father had hired could not match Victor's level. Any difficulty became easily comprehensible under Victor's explanations. Little did Erica know that much of this knowledge had been conveyed to Victor by Vega, who then relayed it to her. With such an encyclopedic figure as a mentor, teaching a student was a breeze for Victor. He pondered for a moment before responding, "It depends on the circumstances. I have many responsibilities, but if time permits, I shall certainly oblige." Of course, this was merely a verbal assurance. Victor was diligent and never lingered past his working hours. Just as he spoke, a thought crossed his mind. The mage's hand had been activated. If Laia had utilized the magic of the mage's hand, Victor, as the source of the magic, would be aware of it. Had she just employed it after he had bestowed it upon her yesterday? What a coincidence! Victor was not particularly concerned about Laia. However, the source of the magic was not far from the royal capital, and he intended to investigate. Thus, he rose and remarked to Erica, "I have matters to attend to. Please remember to close the door upon your departure." He then inscribed a teleportation circle and vanished. Erica. Everyone at the academy knew that the mage tower had no doors. Entry and exit relied on the teleportation magic within the tower. In the outskirts, Laia gazed at the charred remains of a group of individuals, her expression momentarily frozen. A few mages trembled beside her, having witnessed the powerful second-tier magic unleashed from this woman's hands. Such formidable magic was beyond the capability of mere novices like themselves. With such overwhelming power, why did she still seek assistance from other mages? In her presence, they were merely first-tier mages. Laia scratched her head and glanced at the carriage behind her. She bore the crest of Clavenna. Why then had she been attacked? Never mind. She had already notified Miss Gwen, and soon reinforcements would arrive. The group remained in place, awaiting the knight's arrival. 10 minutes later, a troop of knights clad in cold iron armor and riding white horses arrived. Leading them was, of course, Gwen, who immediately spotted Laia. "Laia! Laia!" Upon seeing Laia sitting alone on a stone, lost in thought, Gwen dismounted and rushed toward her. Laia greeted her with a smile. "Laia, are you all right?" Gwen grasped Laia's hand, her gaze filled with concern. "Me? Of course I'm fine. However, the bandits who attacked our caravan are not." She shrugged her shoulders, her gaze subtly directing Gwen's attention to the other side. Gwen blinked. Upon her arrival, her primary concern had been Leah's safety, and she had naturally overlooked the pile of charred corpses. Now, upon witnessing the scene, she furrowed her brow. As a seasoned knight, she had encountered death on numerous occasions, yet the grotesque manner of their demise sent shivers down her spine. However, could it be the work of the mages Leah had brought along? Yet, upon reflection, she found it hard to believe. The feeble magic emanating from those mages was hardly sufficient to incinerate such a multitude. Then who could it be? An absurd thought flickered through her mind, prompting her to jest with Leah. "Did you slay these bandits?" "Don't take it to heart, Leah. I'm merely jesting." Leah replied, "I say I did. Do you believe me?" Gwen responded with a perplexed expression. Chapter 10. Perhaps it is best to call off the engagement. Gwen turned to see that the newcomer was Victor. Upon hearing Victor's assertion that it was his doing, she naturally believed him. After all, Victor's reputation as a third-tier mage was formidable. Dealing with such brigands was child's play for him. "What brings you here?" Gwen inquired, curious as to why, despite Victor's presence, Leah had summoned her. She held a shimmering crystal, radiant with a spectrum of colors, close to Leah. The hues of the crystal slowly faded, and Victor noticed that Leah also possessed a similar one. The two communicated through this magical crystal, functioning like a dual-line telephone. Victor maintained his stoic demeanor, his gaze fixed on Gwen. Although, strictly speaking, this was their first meeting, he instinctively felt a subtle sense of familiarity with his fiancée. However, he soon explained in a measured tone, "My caravan is nearby the royal capital. I came to provide assistance and to deal with this band of brigands." Upon hearing his explanation, Gwen accepted it without doubt and turned to the night order, instructing, "Examine the bodies to see if anyone can be identified, and conduct an identity investigation. Report back to me." Yes. The knights sprang into action at the command. "Leah, be cautious. Contact me immediately if you find yourself in danger." With that directive, Gwen prepared to depart with her entourage of knights. Once Gwen had left, Leah puffed up her cheeks in frustration, resembling a dumpling. She had vanquished these brigands herself, hoping to impress Gwen, only for Victor to unexpectedly arrive and claim her glory. "You understand the principle of discretion better than I," Victor remarked, his tone unflappable, which immediately calmed Leah. The caravan members were all allies, so their awareness was inconsequential. However, if anyone discovered that her magic relied on a particular artifact, she could find herself in peril. As a merchant, she never underestimated human greed. "All right, I understand," she replied. Victor was pleased, for he had successfully imparted a lesson to Leah, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him as an elder brother. He approached Leah, extending a finger. The dull gemstone flickered with a crimson gleam as he replenished its magic. After completing this task, he prepared to leave, but Leah hesitantly asked, "What brings you here?" "I can't believe what you just told Gwen. I sensed you invoked magic, so I was curious to see," Victor responded, turning back to her, his expression as impassive as ever, devoid of any flicker of warmth. Hearing his words, Leah's emotions became a complex tapestry. Throughout her life, she had never received such concern from Victor. But what had transpired today? Had his mind been altered? Had he suddenly experienced a pang of conscience, awakening to a new understanding? The enigmatic trio of thoughts regarding Leah swiftly found their elucidation. Victor gazed at her quietly, continuing, "The ambush on the caravan may be somewhat linked to my enemies. However, I can hardly count them, nor can I pinpoint who they might be. Do exercise caution." At last, Leah seized the opportunity to retort, offering a sardonic chuckle. "Ah, you are aware that you are not particularly well-liked." While she harbored some conjectures about the origins of the bandits from earlier that day, she refrained from disclosing them to Victor. "Have the potions been tested?" he inquired abruptly. "All the mages have tried them, and those who did reported favorable results." Leah nodded, her tone imbued with an indescribable astonishment. The exhausted mages had consumed a vial and instantly rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. Even though she was not a mage, she could grasp the astonishing nature of such effects. "This venture with the caravan entails more than just or trading. I have already scouted shops in the royal capital. There are numerous adventurers, particularly mages, and such commodities will undoubtedly flourish in the bustling districts." Victor, listening intently to Leah's account, quietly admired her execution capabilities. He kept his admiration to himself, for Victor was not one to offer praise openly. "In the royal capital, should you encounter any difficulties, I may be of little assistance, so please reach out to Gwen." Leah tilted her head, drawing out a lengthy O, and gazed at Victor with a questioning look. "You are unaware?" Victor furrowed his brow, urging her not to speak in riddles. "In a few days, Gwen will embark on a mission and will likely be absent for at least half a month. How unfortunate that you are her fiancé and yet remain oblivious to this. Perhaps it would be best for her to prepare for an early remarriage," Leah teased, sneaking glances at Victor's expression. Victor, of course, was oblivious to this matter, as he and Gwen had never maintained any significant contact. To be honest, he could hardly discern the nature of their relationship. "Where is she going?" Leah hoped to see a flicker of emotion on Victor's face, but her hopes were dashed. He inquired as if asking about the whereabouts of a stranger. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she lowered her gaze and fiddled with the mage's hand, responding casually, She mentioned she would be heading to Mount Vesuvius. Although it is classified as a dormant volcano, locals report peculiar noises emanating from it, prompting the emperor to send her to investigate whether it might erupt and to devise a response plan. Upon hearing the name, Victor paused momentarily, memories flooding his mind. That place was indeed not a mere dormant volcano. Beneath the layers of magma lurked a colossal monster, a neutral world boss that would emerge in the first chapter of the game. His power was formidable. In the game, world-class bosses were challenges that all players on the server could undertake, boasting exceedingly high levels and significantly greater health compared to ordinary bosses. Upon defeat, a dungeon would be generated for players to challenge repeatedly. If Victor's memory served him correctly, that monster would awaken in a year and a half. At that time, players generally had low levels, as the game had only been launched for 6 months, with most hovering around level 20. Yet this formidable boss stood at an astonishing level 50. Players found it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses. He vividly recalled the moment when the boss awakened from the volcano, reducing the surrounding towns to mere ashes. The Empire dispatched its knights to subdue it, but they were effortlessly crushed. In the face of such peril, the Empire had no choice but to seek assistance from adventurers like the players. This world-class boss was ultimately vanquished after players endured numerous deaths over the course of 3 grueling days, finally depleting its last sliver of health. Victor was fortunate to have participated in that battle. He remembered the sleepless nights he endured, logging in each day solely to chip away at the boss's health alongside other players. Each recollection ignited a surge of adrenaline within him. Diligence bore fruit, and generous rewards were bestowed upon every player who contributed to the fight. Even though he later challenged that dungeon with various classes, the visceral despair he first encountered could never be replicated. However, Victor was curious to see what the creature looked like before its awakening. The Furnace Beast, as players named it, was akin to a colossal infernal furnace, instilling terror and devastation wherever it roamed. Its emergence turned the land to char. Victor resolved to visit Gwen that evening to glean some information from her. If he could latch onto her mission, it would be fortuitous indeed. Noticing Victor standing there in a daze after she finished speaking, Gwen felt a twinge of disdain and waved him off. "Are you quite idle? As a professor at the Magic Academy, shouldn't you refrain from loitering about? If you have nothing to do, could you please return home?" Victor glanced at her and, without a hint of refusal, nodded before conjuring a magical circle beneath his feet and vanishing in an instant. After he departed, Leah sighed, resting her forehead against her hand. That guy truly leaves without a second thought. However, she thought it best that he was gone, as it allowed her to attend to her own matters. She began directing her subordinates to inventory the goods. A few curled-up mages were left dumbfounded, watching as Victor teleported in and then out. Is that truly the head of the Clavenna family? He can use teleportation magic at will, more impressive than our own boss. Before long, the inventory was completed without a single item lost, much to Leah's relief. She summoned a subordinate, motioning for her to come closer, and whispered softly in her ear, "Contact those below and investigate the recent movements of the Duke de Cloy family." Her gaze turned icy. When did our Clavenna caravan become susceptible to highway robbery? She had long harbored suspicions about the Duke. Recently, the only person who has developed enmity with Victor is his young daughter. As for Victor's other adversaries, those who deserve to be buried have been buried, and those who warranted exile have been exiled. Those who truly cannot be dealt with would not dare to confront her family's caravan. Apart from the Duke, she has little faith that others are ignorant of the rules. It has always been the case that we collect protection fees from others. Even upon reaching the royal capital, we shall not allow these locals to bully us. Victor returned home and swiftly retreated to his bedroom to prepare another set of clothing. He instructed the servant to ready the carriage for a visit to the Darren estate. The servant, upon receiving his command, promptly set to work. Meanwhile, Gwen had just completed a day's labor. Upon returning home, she first removed her armor and shed her cumbersome garments. The maid had already prepared warm water for her. Gwen settled into the bathtub, comfortably stretching her limbs and relishing the rare moment of respite. A soft sound of contentment escaped her lips as she closed her eyes, surrendering to the gentle embrace of the water. At that moment, a knock resounded at the bathroom door. "Miss, there is a visitor." Just as Gwen was enjoying her bath, she lazily surfaced upon hearing the voice. Her alabaster back brushed against the rim of the tub, and droplets cascaded down her skin, creating ripples on the water's surface. Who could it be? She yawned, only to hear the servant outside suddenly announce, "It is Mr. Victor." With a startled slip, Gwen lost her balance and fell into the water with a splash. Chapter 11. The midnight knock. Victor sat in the carriage, awaiting the servant's announcement, while the low, chattering voice of Vega lingered in his ears. "Are you intrigued by that dormant volcano?" The one-eyed raven was preening its glossy feathers, perhaps hindered by its own girth, unable to reach the rear of its body. Victor cast a sidelong glance at Vega. "How did you discover that?" Vega tilted his head back, confidently asserting, "Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeking your fiancée." Victor chose to remain silent, tacitly conceding to this assertion. Before long, despite Victor's patience, Vega could no longer contain himself. "Why hasn't anyone come to summon us inside?" The sound of pages turning ceased abruptly, and Victor closed the spellbook with an air of nonchalance. "Imagine, if you will, that you are a beautiful woman, alone at home, and someone wishes to see you late at night. Your fiancé, no less. What would you do?" Vega pondered for a moment, then hoarsely replied, "I would dress elegantly, presenting myself in the most refined manner. I understand now. She has made herself up for your arrival, and you are patiently awaiting her." "Incorrect. She would merely find such behavior peculiar and feel annoyed," Victor stated expressionlessly. Yet, it was evident that the raven was somewhat unconvinced. "Why? I see such scenarios depicted in those romantic novels. Is it that you do not understand women? It is you who does not comprehend Gwen." Victor turned his gaze toward the grand entrance of the Derlin estate. This noble knight had never regarded himself as a woman. Well, to be honest, Victor himself was rather perplexed by Gwen's current disposition. Nevertheless, he believed that, at this juncture, Gwen likely held disdain for him. After all, no woman would be enamored by a man who wore a perpetual scowl, was petty, and had committed numerous misdeeds. The bond of betrothal between them would probably remain a blemish on Gwen's life. Hence, it was likely that after Victor's demise, she would remain unmarried for the entirety of her days. "Prepare yourself. We should enter," he gently reminded the raven perched on his shoulder. The raven promptly adjusted its posture to that of a pet, lazily standing still. After a short while, a maid approached the carriage and respectfully informed him that Miss Gwen was ready and invited him inside. Victor alighted from the carriage and followed the maid through the grand entrance into the meeting hall. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Gwen. She sat upon a soft sofa, unadorned, enveloped in a snug bathrobe that revealed not a hint of skin. She appeared to have just emerged from a bath. However, she required no embellishment. To Victor's eyes, even in her natural state, her exquisitely flawless visage could captivate any man. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Gwen's tone was neither warm nor cold, tinged with a slight sense of distance. Victor unceremoniously took a seat across from her, adopting a similarly placid tone as he cut to the chase. "I have heard you are to embark on a mission, absent for half a month." Gwen, without curiosity about where he had heard it, nodded earnestly. We depart in a week. Can you take me along?" Upon hearing this, Gwen's reaction was somewhat nuanced. Initially puzzled, she then furrowed her brow, seemingly confirming her thoughts repeatedly. Ultimately, she leaned back, her face gradually revealing an expression of disbelief. Gwen raised her hand to her forehead, bowing her head, and asked once more, "Repeat what you just said. Can you take me along?" Without the slightest hesitation, Victor reiterated his words. "Ha!" Gwen exhaled softly, feeling as though he had lost his mind. "What is the reason?" "Without a valid reason, I cannot take you with me," Victor replied. "I am well acquainted with the topography of the surrounding mountains, including the weaknesses of the monsters that dwell there. If you take me along, considering the round trip, you would return in merely 7 days." Hearing his words, Gwen did not lift her gaze, unsure whether she was weighing Victor's worth or simply indifferent. Victor wished to articulate further to elevate his value in Gwen's eyes, yet she preemptively silenced him. "What I seek is the truth." Victor's expression cooled slightly as he regarded Gwen, slowly stating, "You have employed your ability on me. As a naturally righteous knight, Gwen Darren had displayed her unique talent since childhood. She possessed a heart of justice, capable of discerning deceit with clarity whenever she wished. This ability was under her control, and thus she refrained from employing it unnecessarily. However, she did not trust herself. Victor felt no rage. Instead, he found it somewhat anticipated, as it indirectly evidenced how much Gwen despised him. While conversing with him, she would even utilize her heart of justice to gauge his honesty. "I do not trust you," Gwen stated plainly, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, Victor broke into a relieved smile. After a moment of thought, he spoke again. "There exists a creature at Mount Vesuvius that produces a unique crystal. I require that substance to craft magical artifacts." Upon saying this, a strong desire shone in Victor's eyes. First-level magic. Self-suggestion effect. Provides hypnotic suggestion to oneself, allowing any single ability to be randomly enhanced by one level for a period. Dealing with Gwen's heart of justice was simple. He merely needed to speak the truth. Even if this truth were fabricated on the spot, as long as Victor believed it, it would be the truth. A mage possesses their own means, characterized by flexible morals and an astute mind. Finally, Gwen lifted her gaze to Victor. "It seems you truly understand that volcano. Otherwise, you would not utter such words. To achieve your aims, you would even manipulate the royal knights to serve as your escort. Truly, you are a selfish Victor." Victor, for the first time in a long while, did not don his customary poker face, instead smiling and nodding. "I chose to regard this as a compliment graciously accepted." Gwen harbored no doubts regarding Victor's self-serving motives. It was simply his nature. She understood that Victor would only become more entangled with her in pursuit of his aims. Thus, it seemed more prudent to acquiesce. "I shall request the presence of an accompanying mage, and you may see me on the day you arrive." Upon hearing Gwen's consent, Victor responded with a smile. "Thank you, noble knight Gwen, for your willingness to selflessly assist even a person as selfish as myself." With a flourish of his hand, 5 vials of crimson elixirs appeared on the table before Gwen. "Please accept these as tokens of my gratitude." Gwen merely cast a fleeting glance at them, showing no inclination to accept. Observing her prideful demeanor, Victor sighed and continued, "This is a token of appreciation for your assistance. You know I do not wish to owe anyone a debt of gratitude." He gazed into Gwen's eyes with his deep, dark irises. Gwen held his gaze for a considerable time, as if to ascertain the veracity of Victor's words. However, Victor did not grant her much time. Rising to adjust his coat before speaking casually, "I will arrange everything within this week. There is no need for further farewells." With that, Victor turned and departed. Gwen nodded, watching him leave, yet the image of his complimentary smile lingered in her mind. Had Victor truly smiled like that? Back in the carriage, Victor leaned back calmly in his seat, his dark eyes fixated on an indeterminate point. "Are you angry?" Raven inquired, puzzled. "What makes you think that?" Victor replied, "It's just an instinct after seeing your poker face for so long. If you weren't feeling some strong emotion, you wouldn't smile so radiantly." "Angry?" Victor pondered this for a moment. Perhaps his upbringing instilled in him the desire to be a good person, yet he felt selfish in light of the other's noble demeanor. He sensed that he must masquerade as the person she perceived him to be in order to earn her approval. Anger was not quite the sentiment. Rather, it left him feeling somewhat nauseated. In the days that followed, Victor taught at the academy by day and devoted his nights to researching magical potions in the basement. Provided he had sufficient materials, he could produce around 100 vials each day, all of which he would entrust to Lia for sale. Lia indicated that once the shop was refurbished, these potions would be available, albeit initially limited to this single type of elixir. Establishing the shop's reputation was paramount before considering the procurement of other magical items. Naturally, Victor understood that once this consumable was launched, it would incite a frenzy among buyers. Therefore, he advised Lia to limit sales to 50 vials per day. A strategy of scarcity. Lia, being a merchant at heart, grasped the concept readily. Meanwhile, at the academy, Victor remained industrious, contemplating potential topics for his lectures while also arriving at a decisive conclusion. Every time class commenced, he would allow Henny to listen in, under the guise of absorbing experience. Every evening, Erica would visit his office, brimming with inquiries that became increasingly frequent. Although Victor found it somewhat irksome, Viga tirelessly addressed each question. To alleviate the incessant chatter in Viga's mind, he had no choice but to relay everything to Erica, thus also enhancing his own understanding of magical knowledge. After clandestinely learning alongside Viga, he came to realize that Erica was indeed a prodigy. The intricate concepts that baffled him were effortlessly grasped by her. Yet, even at this advanced level, she seemed to have an endless array of questions awaiting answers. Victor couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. With such a gifted and diligent student like Erica, who could possibly rank higher than her in examinations? Everything was progressing smoothly, and soon the day of his agreement with Gwen arrived, the 6th day. Henny quietly followed Victor, as she would again be attending his lecture. She puzzled over why Professor Victor permitted her to audit, considering it was her course. It was only when they reached the threshold that she finally comprehended the professor's intentions over the past few days. Today, I want you to enter on your own and impart your knowledge to the students of this class. Henny? Chapter 12. Because I can earn money, Professor Victor, I cannot do it, Henny exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously, her gaze cast downward, afraid to meet Victor's eyes. Henny, listen to me. For the past few days, I have allowed you to audit my lectures to teach you how to conduct a proper class. Victor placed his hand gently on Henny's shoulder, feeling her petite frame tremble slightly. Henny raised her head, her eyes filled with unutterable anxiety. Professor, I fear that I might not perform well, and it could tarnish your reputation. Reputation? Did he even possess a reputation? While the remark bore the risk of self-deprecation, he genuinely paid little heed to such matters. Victor gently patted Henny's back, attempting to calm her quaking form. The soothing gesture appeared effective, and he continued, "Go on." He understood that no matter how much he reassured Henny, this naturally timid little lamb would remain reluctant. Thus, Victor opted for a commanding tone rather than negotiation. Henny knew she could not refuse the professor. He would be displeased. Taking a deep breath, Henny steeled herself and pushed open the classroom door. The previously raucous room fell silent, yet confusion washed over the students as they beheld Henny ascend the podium. Where is the professor? Why is his assistant standing before us? As Henny felt the weight of their gazes upon her, the pressure mounted. The professor is occupied today, so I will be taking his class. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, the last two words nearly inaudible, akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito. With her words, it felt as if a bomb had been cast into still waters, causing ripples of disbelief among the students.
Impossible.
She is merely an assistant. How can she replace the professor? Let alone whether the professor has permitted it. Does she possess his capability? We want Professor Victor to teach. If our grades suffer, can you bear the responsibility? Henny's head drooped further under the barrage of comments from the students, feeling like a mere punching bag. Her anxious eyes darted around, desperately wishing for a crevice to slip into. Oh no. Professor Victor, I cannot do this. I truly cannot. Professor, please come back. Silence. A sudden voice startled Henny, prompting her to cautiously lift her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, Erica had risen from her seat in the front row, surrounded by rippling waves of magic, an intricate array of spells hovering before her. Henny recognized that array. It was a silencing spell. Within its radius, no creature could utter a sound, save for the caster. Assistant Henny, please continue. Oh, Erica, thank you. Henny's heart swelled with gratitude for Erica's assistance, yet a twinge of guilt also arose within her. On the day the professor arrived, she had spoken ill of Erica. To her astonishment, this time, Erica unexpectedly came to her aid. Next time there's an exam, I will certainly inform you of the scope in advance. Honey had already devised a plan to repay Erica. Indeed, Victor leaned against the door, fully aware of every movement within the room. Erica's assistance was both surprising and highly gratifying to Victor, while Honey's trepidation was entirely understandable. He had initially intended to leverage the pressure of the students to foster rapid growth in Honey. However, it seemed that this approach might yield counterproductive results. Yet, entrusting Honey with teaching was a necessity. He was to accompany Gwen out of town the following day for a duration of 2 weeks, at the very least 1 week. Regardless, he was determined to retain his position as professor, and thus the lessons for this cohort could not be neglected. Consequently, Victor considered Honey. After all, the textbook was authored by her, and her capabilities were beyond question. The only concern was her timidity. He needed Honey to personally overcome this hurdle, to recognize her potential to effectively teach these students. With Erica's assistance, the classroom environment became tranquil. Honey took a deep breath to steady her emotions and finally summoned the courage to commence her lecture. She spoke from the material she had meticulously prepared, which she had long since memorized. Soon, Honey found her rhythm, becoming increasingly adept as she taught. Victor, who had been observing discreetly, nodded in approval. It was evident that Honey possessed a natural talent for teaching. The students transitioned from skepticism to confusion, ultimately arriving at astonishment. They realized that Honey's teaching pace was impeccable, creating an impression as if Professor Victor himself were delivering the lesson. By the conclusion, they were all engrossed in Honey's class, with only her voice and the sound of ink on paper resonating throughout the room. As Honey continued, she abruptly paused, for this segment required a demonstration of magic. The second-tier spell, Star Shatter. Since Professor Victor was a formidable third-tier mage, she had crafted the lesson from his perspective during her preparations. Little did she know that she had inadvertently set a stumbling block for herself. She was merely a magic apprentice. Even though she understood the theory behind the spell, she lacked the magical energy to perform it. Although flustered, she quickly regained her composure. "Erica, could you demonstrate this spell for everyone?" She was aware she was taking a gamble, hoping Erica would assist her once more. Fortunately, her gamble paid off. Erica calmly stepped onto the platform, taking the spellbook from Honey, which clearly outlined the principles of Star Shatter. The level of detail was such that she needed only to contemplate the magical array to effortlessly unleash the spell. She raised a hand and, for the first time, tentatively attempted to cast the spell. Star Shatter. A mysterious ripple surged forth. In the air, brilliant morning stars began to appear one after another. Like a painting, the intricate patterns of the magic circle were formed. Yet, just as it was on the verge of completion, it abruptly vanished into thin air. As a wave of confusion washed over the students, a sudden flurry of activity erupted. Countless tiny spikes seemed to materialize instantaneously, piercing the wooden figure within the classroom. Witnessing the prop, now riddled with numerous gaping wounds from the shattered stars, the students' hearts collectively skipped a beat. What a sinister attack spell. However, thanks to Erica's demonstration, their learning progressed significantly. So that was how it worked. They began to chatter excitedly, oblivious to the fact that Erica's silencing spell had long since worn off. Henny breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging a knowing smile with Erica. This lesson concluded swiftly in a focused yet relaxed atmosphere, and when the bell rang, no student exhibited any discontent. This class had proven to be immensely beneficial, simultaneously garnering Henny considerable admiration. Truly, as Victor's teaching assistant, she surpassed the abilities of many ordinary lecturers. It was indeed remarkable. Henny approached Erica, eager to express her gratitude to the girl who had bravely stood up during class. "Thank you, Erica. Without you, I would have surely embarrassed myself in this lesson." Erica smiled privately at her, waving her hand dismissively as she continued, "It's nothing." Henny leaned closer, whispering in Erica's ear, "I really don't understand why the professor insisted I teach today when it is clearly his job." Upon hearing this, Erica felt a hint of confusion as well. Yet mere confusion would not resolve their dilemma. Determined to seek clarity, Erica had already intended to visit Victor's office regarding today's inquiries, and thus, the two set off together to seek answers. Meanwhile, Victor sat at his desk in the office, sipping coffee while perusing a tome of magic. Having seen that Henny was settling in comfortably, he had discreetly returned to indulge in leisure. The evening's tranquil moments were accompanied by the soothing sound of turning pages, a delightful experience. However, tranquil times are often fleeting. Prompted by the Mage Tower, he consented to Henny and Erica's teleportation request. The remnants of the teleportation spell gradually faded, and in the next moment, the two young women appeared before him. Professor Henny's voice remained timid, as if he might inadvertently devour her. The sound of pages turning did not cease. Victor, without raising his gaze, casually inquired, "How did today's lesson go?" Henny placed a hand over her heart, exhaling with relief. Thanks to Erica, it went quite smoothly. If there's a next time, I surely won't be so frightened. As Erica turned back from feeding Viga, she exchanged a glance with Henny. Henny suddenly recalled her purpose for being there. She was not seeking compliments from Victor. Professor, why do you want me to substitute for you in this class? With a soft thud, Victor closed his book, elegantly binding it and placing it on the table. He regarded Henny with his usual composure and replied, I must step out for a while and will take some time to return. Upon hearing this, Henny felt indifferent. However, Erica, who was busy feeding Viga, trembled slightly, causing the birdseed to scatter across the table. Hey, little girl, if you're going to feed me, do it properly. Viga protested in dissatisfaction. But alas, Erica was utterly oblivious to his complaints. Ignoring Viga's incessant chatter, she perked up her ears to listen intently. Thus, I wish to test your capability to be our class teacher. Henny froze in place. Professor, are you testing me? Victor simply responded with a faint smile, a barely perceptible curve at the corners of his lips. You are doing well. I believe you have the potential to become an outstanding lecturer. Professor, oh, wah. Unexpectedly receiving affirmation, Henny could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Meanwhile, Erica remained bewildered. Huh? What? Victor is leaving? How long will he be gone? For some unknown reason, the news of Victor's departure left Erica feeling a bit disheartened. In this twilight after class, she could learn so much from Victor. But if he were to leave, it seemed she would have no reason to be there. Although Victor was not truly departing, merely stepping out for a few days, her spirits were still somewhat dampened. Nevertheless, another voice echoed in her mind. Wonderful, that insufferable soul is leaving. It was a relief. If he left, she would no longer see him, out of sight, out of mind. She quickly composed herself, shrugging off her earlier melancholy. Even in Victor's absence, she remained the brilliant mage she had always been. By the way, Victor turned to glance at Erica. What question have you brought today? Speak quickly. Once I teach you, I can end my day. He even remembered that she would come to inquire about questions. It was as if a crack had formed in the carefully constructed psychological barrier Erica had built, with a resounding snap. Lowering her head, she retrieved the questions she had prepared and approached Victor. Yet, for some reason, her focus began to wane. Later that evening, Leah entered Victor's study. The shop had been beautifully renovated. In recent days, Leah had been occupied with matters in the capital. Thus she had not returned to the territory but stayed directly here. However, this place already had her room. Victor closed his book, intending to discuss pricing with Leah. She stated 1,000 geos. This price was not cheap for consumables sold in the capital, yet it was exceedingly reasonable. This potion was undoubtedly worth that price. If one could sell 50 bottles in a day, a sum of 50,000 geo would be readily acquired. The cost is merely a rare fruit, which, despite its scarcity, amounts to no more than 10 geo. This indeed presents an opportunity for immense profit. Victor nodded, as this price aligned with his expectations. If it were any higher, it would not be worth it. If lower, it would not do justice to its extraordinary effects. By the way, remember the limitation. Each person may only purchase 2 bottles per day. Why? Leah inquired, puzzled. Given the potion's high price, there was uncertainty about whether anyone would even buy it initially, and now there were restrictions? Was he not concerned about being left with unsold stock? Victor provided his rationale. It was preferable to earn less initially in order to disseminate the potion's efficacy. As awareness grew, so too would the profits. Listening to his explanation, Leah's eyes sparkled with intrigue, exclaiming, I now perceive you as more of a merchant than I am. It was as if she were meeting Victor for the first time in the past several years. She stifled a yawn, seemingly recalling something, and casually asked, Oh right, are you really going to that? What was it called? Volcano with Gwen? Yes, Victor affirmed with a nod. All right then, Leah muttered, waving her hand dismissively. Don't perish out there. I'd rather not spend money to retrieve your remains. I'm off to sleep. With that, she patted her cheeks and turned to exit Victor's study. As Leah departed, Viga raised his head, his gaze once again reflecting a glimmer of humanity. Your sister seems to be concerned for you. I thought your relationship was strained. It is indeed strained, but there has been improvement in recent days, Victor replied, tapping the table, where a bottle of blue potion materialized in his palm. How did you manage that? Viga inquired, puzzled. Victor placed the blue potion upon the table and simply stated, because I know how to make money. Chapter 13. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? In the early morning, Victor languidly leaned against the carriage, awaiting Gwen's emergence from her abode. As Gwen pushed open the door, a slender silver sword graced her hands. She was prepared for her morning training. Upon stepping outside, her gaze fell upon Victor's carriage, momentarily causing her to pause. Meanwhile, Victor, resting against the carriage, inclined his head in acknowledgement. Gwen, you are here quite early? Feeling it impolite to keep him waiting outside, she contemplated briefly before addressing Victor. Care to join me for a practice session? I am a mage. Victor's attention was drawn to the delicate silver sword in her grasp as he replied nonchalantly, I see. Gwen's face flushed crimson, and she turned away, uttering a soft "oh." Come inside, she added, before dashing off to the training ground to commence her morning exercises. Feeling somewhat bored, Victor stood beside the training area, his eyes fixed upon her. The morning drills for a knight primarily consisted of sword swings and slashes to build physical stamina, interspersed with the practice of various combat techniques, all in a repetitive manner. After a while of swordplay, Gwen, feeling self-conscious under his gaze, offered an explanation. Knights must train daily, day after day. I did not inquire, Victor replied. Gwen. Thus, they continued to observe one another in silence as she practiced. After her morning exercises, Gwen wiped the sweat from her brow and reached for the water pouch nearby to quench her thirst. A languid voice interrupted her thoughts. Drinking water immediately after vigorous exercise is detrimental to one's health. Gwen set down the water pouch, suspecting that Victor might elaborate further if she took a sip. What was wrong with him today? Was he unwell? With the training concluded, breakfast time arrived. Gwen glanced at Victor and hesitated before asking, Have you eaten? No. Victor replied succinctly. Gwen, then shall we dine together? Upon hearing her invitation, Victor promptly rose and, with an unflustered demeanor, stepped ahead into the residence. Gwen. She endeavored to scrutinize Victor with a righteous heart, yet found all his actions and words to be utterly sincere. How peculiar, Gwen murmured to herself, shaking her head to dispel any unfounded thoughts from her mind. In the dining hall, Victor elegantly wielded his knife to slice through the food, delicately conveying morsels to his mouth with a fork. As Gwen ate, she watched him, though reluctant to admit it. Victor was indeed a sight to behold. Even merely observing him dine sparked an appetite within her. His comportment exuded utmost grace. If Victor did not embody nobility, then perhaps true nobility did not exist in this world. In contrast, she could not help but feel somewhat disheartened, realizing that as a girl, she appeared somewhat unrefined while eating. Gwen found herself perplexed. How could such a dignified and elegant noble commit such a thoughtless blunder? Naturally, she referred to the ill-fated declaration of affection by the young lady of the Duke. Never mind, it is of no concern to her anyway. Victor had assured that he would manage these matters. After the two finished their breakfast, Gwen donned the knight's armor. The silvery armor accentuated her fair, delicate skin, and her exquisitely perfect visage bore an air of cold detachment, reminiscent of a valkyrie emerging from ice. Meanwhile, Victor, eyeing the white horse she was leading, inquired, Shall I also ride? Suddenly, Gwen recalled that Victor was a mage, and traversing such a distance on foot would be impractical. How careless of her not to have considered this. As far as Gwen's memory served, Victor had never ridden a horse before. What should she do? Would they have to share a mount? Gwen wrestled with her thoughts for a while, but in that brief moment, Victor had already summoned a servant from Gwen's household to fetch a suitable horse for the long journey. A knightly lineage is never short of excellent steeds. As Gwen observed him preparing to mount another horse, she opened her mouth to speak, only to see Victor adeptly vault onto the horse's back with ease. So, you can ride, you certainly do not seem like a novice. Victor paid her no heed, for Gwen was capable of discerning the truth in his words. Too many words lead to mistakes. Yet, Gwen was indeed correct. Victor was no novice. He was a seasoned player. In the realm of games, he had even ridden dragons. As they set off, one ahead of the other, Gwen was to report to the knightly order first, so Victor trailed closely behind her. The two exchanged not a single word along the way, but Gwen felt an undercurrent of awkwardness. Glancing back at Victor, she found him maintaining his usual impassive demeanor. When he sensed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes, Gwen hastily averted her gaze. Noticing her withdrawal, Victor resumed his appreciation of the scenery along the path. Upon arriving at the knightly order, the knights for this expedition were already prepared and awaiting orders. Dozens of them stood in a line, ready to heed Gwen's command. At that moment, standing at the forefront, Gwen was reminded of the formidable and flawless Grand Knight she had once encountered in the game. He exuded the same vigor and gallant spirit. Gwen proceeded to have the knights practice as usual, and once the drills were complete, she stood on the platform addressing the assembly. The accompanying mage I requested last time has been located. I trust some of you are familiar with him. Stepping back, she gestured for Victor to come forward. Victor approached the platform at a leisurely pace upon receiving the invitation. Victor Clavina. At that instant, nearly every knight's mind flashed with that name. His infamous reputation preceded him. No self-proclaimed just knight was unaware of it. Each harbored a deep-seated loathing for this rogue, and if given the chance, they would relish a grand duel with him. Yet, upon seeing him in person, the knights felt a twinge of anxiety. They retracted their earlier bravado. After all, he was a third-tier mage. If he were to unleash havoc here, who could possibly stop him? Perhaps Sir Gwyn, the Grand Knight, could be worth a try. However, it is rumored that he is betrothed to Lady Gwyn. The knights held Victor in even greater reverence. Observing their respect, Victor maintained a stoic expression, though internally he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a scenario where he would be challenged by the knights, leading to a dispute that would allow him to assert his strength and establish his authority. It seems, however, he had overestimated the situation. As a figure feared by many, his mere presence commanded respect. Perched upon his shoulder, Vega fell silent for a moment before expressing his dissatisfaction. Are you truly yearning for such absurd developments? I merely seek some amusement. Otherwise, it becomes exceedingly dull. After recounting their numbers without issue, Gwyn prepared to announce their departure. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke the air. A small boy, clearly of tender age and stature, clad in armor, rushed forward, clutching a sword. Sister Gwyn, you forgot your sword, he shouted as he ran. The blade was nearly his size, its hilt obscuring his eyes. In his haste, he stumbled over a stone and fell, the sword flying from his grip, its tip aimed directly at Victor. The knights gasped in alarm. If the sword struck, it could be fatal. Just as they prepared to intervene, they saw Victor extend his hand. What was he doing? Was he about to use magic? No. It possesses formidable magical resistance. Gwyn shouted urgently. Yet, Victor remained unmoved. Amidst the collective horror of onlookers, Victor swiftly grasped the sword's hilt. With a fluid motion, he turned his body, effortlessly retracting the blade that should have soared far away. The grace of his movement left the knights in stunned silence. Victor casually twirled the sword, leaving the assembled knights in awe. Is that really Sir Gwyn's sword, being so casually wielded by him? Could he truly be a mage? Gwyn stood frozen, her hand still outstretched in a gesture of intervention, blinking in disbelief at Victor, unable to articulate a response. After a moment of play, Victor returned the sword to Gwyn, humbly apologizing. I haven't handled this in quite some time. I merely wish to play with it for a moment. Gwyn gazed intently at Victor, recalling their earlier conversation with a hint of resentment. You know how to wield a sword? Victor shrugged, his expression unchanged. I am a mage. Yet, internally, he added, a full-time mage. Seeing the collective astonishment of the knights, Vega turned to glance at Victor, seemingly grasping his intentions. Perhaps. Truly is exhilarating to flaunt one's prowess. Gwyn seized the silver sword, sheathing it without further acknowledgement of Victor, and commanded the knights, all knights, mount your steeds. We shall depart. Today marks the inaugural day of the prop shop, and Laya is filled with anticipation, taking it upon herself to oversee the establishment. She has also invited numerous industry insiders to promote the shop. However, the results have not been particularly promising. As she sits inside, she observes the passing mages outside. Some are tempted by the few vials of magical potions displayed on the cabinet, yet they inevitably retreat upon seeing the steep prices. So expensive is the common refrain among the passing sorcerers. Leia remains patient. She believes that once someone recognizes the value of the potion, everything will fall into place. Yet, the situation does not unfold as she had hoped. Instead, it attracts a host of unwelcome visitors. Is this the store? Following the sound, Leia turns to see several intimidating, tattooed men loitering outside. She stifles a yawn. Here come the troublemakers again. Leia touches the mage's hand adorned with a ring, a gift from Victor. Strangely, at such moments, she finds herself thinking rather favorably of him. At least, during her business dealings in the territory, no one ever dared to meddle with the affairs of the Clavenna family. A cold female voice pierces the air behind her. Do you need me to drive them away, Miss Leia? Oh no, Leia replies, a hint of delight crossing her face as she regards the raucous thugs. If we scare them off, who will help us make a name for ourselves? Suddenly, a voice shouts from outside. Let us get this started. Chapter 14. Is your family's treasure made of gold? Outside the shop, a hulking brute seized his weapon and began to wreak havoc upon Leia's establishment. Even the magical potions displayed at the entrance were not spared from the destruction. Reduced to mere shards, the azure liquid spilled onto the ground, saturating the air with the scent of wealth. Leia observed their rampage with an unsettling calmness. Miss Leia, should we not intervene? A voice behind her urged, tinged with urgency, fully aware of the potion's value. The loss of even a single vial was significant. Unperturbed, Leia leisurely sat in her chair, watching the ruffians continue their chaos. Let them break as much as they desire. The more they destroy, the more they will owe. Yet, Leia understood well. These miscreants were likely sent by someone else, and it was improbable they would compensate for their actions. Feeling the time was ripe, she touched her right hand, the mage's hand, and stood, preparing to step outside. What are you doing? A commanding voice rang out from outside. Leia paused. Surprised, was someone coming to the rescue? She peered outside and saw a golden-haired young lady, exuding an air of nobility, standing beside a carriage, vehemently berating the tattooed thugs. Who is that? Leia pondered, scrutinizing the familiar visage of the blonde girl, and soon the answer dawned upon her. The daughter of a duke? What brought her here? Was she merely passing by, or was there a more deliberate intent behind her presence? Lady Erica, the Duke's daughter, renowned for her exceptional talent since childhood, continued to maintain her illustrious reputation. Many believed her future achievements would undoubtedly eclipse those of the once celebrated genius, Victor. In fact, had it been anyone else whom Victor had teased, it would hardly have made headlines. However, Erica's public influence was so profound that Leia mused. Her appearance here, extending a benevolent hand, would likely spark yet another wave of sensational news. In truth, Erica had not contemplated much. Although today was her day off, following Victor's departure, she lacked the motivation to study at the academy. The teaching quality of the other instructors paled in comparison to Victor's, and she found herself surpassing them all. Seizing the opportunity of her day off, she decided to indulge in a leisurely stroll, allowing herself a day of respite. While out, she overheard a servant at home mention that the Clavenna family had opened a props shop in the eastern district of the capital. Clavenna, Victor's surname, was certainly memorable to her. However, the eastern district was quite distant from her residence. Erica lived in the central district, populated by nobles akin to herself. The capital was vast, so much so that she could scarcely traverse the central district in a single day. Nonetheless, her curiosity prevailed, and she resolved to visit. What sort of wares might Victor's family shop offer? After a lengthy carriage ride of over half an hour, she arrived only to witness a throng vandalizing the props shop. The family crest of the Clavenna family hung prominently above the entrance, affirming that this indeed was Victor's domain. The establishment was not particularly large, and when compared to the more bustling shops, this alone would merit a significant deduction. However, she was not there to assess. Upon witnessing the vandalism, a surge of instinctual anger welled up within Erica. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, disembarking from her carriage like a radiant jewel surrounded by adoring stars. Many passers-by caught sight of her, gasping in awe. It's Erica Duclos. In simple terms, no one was unaware of this benevolent young lady. She was known for generously providing food and coins to the impoverished, aiding them through hardships, and would never bow down or show weakness in the face of villainy. The Duke's daughter. Run. The leading burly man, upon spotting Erica, shouted to his companions, who hastily fled in fear. Leah cast a glance towards the shopkeeper behind her, and in an instant, she felt a rush of wind sweep past her. Turning back, she found the place deserted. After this, she put on a welcoming smile as she emerged to greet Erica. Miss Erica, thank you for your assistance. As a mere woman, I was truly terrified in such a situation. Had you not arrived, I would have been at a loss for what to do. As Erica listened to Leah's lamentations, she scrutinized the woman before her. This individual was undeniably beautiful, tall and slender, with features that could only be described as exquisitely perfect. Particularly, the aura of maturity that surrounded her made Erica, still in her youth, feel a tinge of inadequacy. Initially inclined to dismiss any need for gratitude, her gaze suddenly halted as it fell upon Leah's hands. Was that Victor's glove? Erica vividly remembered seeing it on the day Victor first arrived. As it was adorned with numerous magical stones, she had taken particular note of it then. Since that moment, she had not encountered any trace of the glove again. Now, it appeared on this woman's hand? Erica could not definitively conclude that it was the same pair, considering their hands were of entirely different shapes. Thus, was she perhaps a relative of Professor Victor? Contemplating this, Erica felt a pang of sympathy for the woman before her. Surely, those individuals had sought her out due to Victor's notorious reputation, leaving the consequences for this young lady to endure. Observing the scattered shards and the spilled elixir, she resolved to compensate the woman before her, hoping to soothe her distress. I sincerely apologize for the occurrence of such an incident in the capital. In the name of Duclos, I shall reimburse you for all your losses today. Please itemize the damages, and should there be any remaining stock, I will purchase it all. Oh my? Leah, upon hearing Erica's generous proclamation, placed one hand over her chest while the other touched her face, beaming with a smile. The ingrained charm of the Duclos lineage was evident. Truly, she was a duke's daughter, despite her tender age of 17. Miss Erica, let me confirm, are you genuinely willing to compensate for my losses? You must be aware, the costs are not insignificant. Before Leah could respond, Erica had already summoned her accompanying maid to prepare for payment. With a smile, Leah quoted the price, 1,000 geo. Such a loss, 1,000 geo? To the average person, this would surely seem exorbitant. However, Erica found it reasonable and gestured for the maid to pay. Yet, the maid added a qualifier, 1,000 geo per vial. What? The maid's hand faltered slightly. Erica felt as though she had misheard. It was not just Erica. Even bystanders found it utterly perplexing. What a jest. 1 vial of potion selling for 1,000 geo? Is the liquid in your bottle made of gold? The maid calculated the price and paused momentarily, while Erica's expression turned troubled. For Erica, this amount was merely her monthly allowance. However, one cannot spend money so indiscriminately. At this moment, she began to understand why Victor was so widely resented. He was nothing short of a mercenary. Before she could respond, Leah, looking somewhat distressed, said, although I would very much like for you to compensate, the head of the household has stipulated that an individual may only purchase 2 vials per day, no more. Such a rule? This was the first time Erica had heard of a sales limit. Especially when it came to compensation, the other party was unwilling to demand more. After a brief contemplation, it became clear that the head of the household must be Victor. However, the limitation of purchasing only 2 vials intrigued Erica. Could this item truly possess remarkable effects? Thus, she picked up an unbroken vial of the potion and inquired of Leah, what effects does this potion have? Leah smiled at her and explained, it is used to restore magical energy. Erica found it hard to believe. She had never encountered an item capable of restoring magical energy. She was inclined to purchase a few to take back for study, yet the shards scattered on the ground made her hesitate. Nevertheless, Erica soon solidified her resolve. A word once spoken is akin to water poured out. Moreover, Victor had imparted so much knowledge to her. Spending this money for compensation today would merely serve to balance her accounts with Victor. Thus, she declared boldly, "I am a student of Professor Victor Clavina. Having witnessed the damage to his shop, I cannot remain indifferent. I shall compensate for the cost of the potions along with the labor involved in their creation. But with one condition." Upon hearing Erica's words, Leah raised an eyebrow. "I wish to purchase all the remaining potions as well." Regarding matters of magic, she was more invested than anyone else. Hence, she intended to take them back for further study. Leah glanced back at the remaining stock on the shelf, noting that only 10 vials remained intact. Seeing this, she disregarded Victor's previous stipulations and nodded in agreement. Victor had once said that he was untroubled by anyone discovering the potion's ingredients, for no one but him could replicate them. Leah believed that such extraordinary magic could only be crafted by someone of exceptional skill. Moreover, considering the other party's assurance, she felt no concern about the disclosure of any commercial secrets. Given Miss Erica's generosity, she decided not to decline the offer, thus accounting for labor and production costs. Each shattered vial of potion would be priced at 300 geo, while the remaining potions would retain their original price. Upon hearing this, Erica readily agreed. The deal was struck. Leah handed over the 10 vials of potion to Erica's maid and extended her hand to receive the compensation as well as the payment for the regular potions. Gazing at Erica before her, Leah couldn't help but marvel at her lavish expenditure. All because she was a student of Victor? One could only wonder what kind of beguilement that dark-hearted individual had cast upon this young lady. After Erica departed, Leah retrieved an additional 50 vials of potion from the shop, still priced at 1,000 geo, and continued her sales. Passing mages, upon witnessing her produce yet another 50 vials, were left utterly astonished. "So, you still have stock?" In the alley, the earlier assailants lay scattered in disarray, each one barely clinging to life. Their bodies bore various wounds, painting a scene of utter devastation. "Who orchestrated your actions?" A cloaked figure, shrouded in mystery, revealed only the upper half of her face and her emerald-green eyes. Brandishing a wooden sword, she aimed it at the head of the tattooed brute who led the group. He lay on the ground, his limbs broken, the agony overwhelming him to the point of wishing for unconsciousness. Yet, the wooden sword poised above him compelled him to scream in panic. It was Duke Riviere. Duke Riviere. He hastily divulged the identity of the mastermind, hoping to barter for a sliver of mercy from the enigmatic figure. With a swift motion, the wooden sword descended, and the tattooed brute finally succumbed to the darkness. Subsequently, she grasped his ankle and began to drag him away from the alley, step by step. Chapter 15. Aren't you two a couple? Is it not all right to share a room? A sudden splash of icy water struck the man's face, rousing him abruptly from his stupor, his eyes widening in shock. Gasping for breath, he attempted to move his body, only to discover the excruciating pain coursing through him. His limbs restrained to a framework. Immobilized, that was his current predicament. Before him stood a masked figure who placed a basin of water upon the ground, leaning casually against the wall with arms crossed. Clad in a cloak that enveloped her entirely, only her striking emerald eyes were visible, piercing and unnerving. He vividly recalled how his comrades had been deftly subdued by her agile prowess. "Awake? Now that you're conscious, we should have a little chat," she remarked. The man glanced around, searching for the source of the voice. They were in a dim, damp basement, and soon enough, he discerned the woman seated in a chair, idly toying with her nails, a table laden with unsanctioned implements of torture before her. In his hazy vision, he noticed a peculiar glove adorning her hand. Embellished with several gemstones, he could not ascertain their number. There is a saying that those who recognize the times are truly wise. I believe the array of tools before us will surely pry open your lips. Cold sweat enveloped him, panic setting in as he writhed against his restraints, desperate to escape. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything," he shouted. With a sudden crack, the masked figure struck him sharply across the face. "I haven't even asked you anything yet. What do you wish to divulge?" Leah remarked, playing with the pair of pliers in her hand, a laugh escaping her lips. The clarity of that stinging slap roused him fully, igniting a fiery anger within him. "Do you even comprehend what you're doing? Kidnapping, extrajudicial punishment. You will be apprehended." And what of it? When you lie dead like a mangy dog on the roadside, who will care about how you met your end? Leah rose, her gaze frigid, suggesting she had long been desensitized to such deeds. The man struggled with renewed vigor. Damn it! How dare you? By what right? Leah regarded him as if he were a fool. Because I possess wealth. His retort faltered, leaving him speechless. Is being wealthy truly so formidable? Can money? My brother is Victor, a nobleman and a third-tier mage. He fell silent. Leah rapped the pliers against the table, continuing, knowing you have provoked the Clavina family. You should have prepared yourself for the consequences. Now confess. Who is your master? The Duke. It was the Duke who commanded us. He clung to his previous testimony, but in a bid to persuade Leah of his sincerity, he hastily revealed an address. That is our stronghold. You may go there, you can find it. The Duke bestowed upon us a substantial sum of money, urging us to demolish your establishment today. I speak no falsehood. You must believe me. As the man descended into a frenzy, the masked figure approached Leah and lowered his voice. He had previously made similar claims. Could it truly be the Duke's doing? Leah clicked her tongue dismissively, feigning indifference. Such a clumsy attempt to frame another. Had you not insisted on your assertion, I might have entertained doubts about the Duke. Yet, your insistence diminishes his culpability. The man faltered for a brief moment, a lapse that Leah keenly observed. Unable to contain herself, she erupted into laughter. Her enchanting laughter gradually subsided as she clutched her abdomen, raising her alluring eyes, and with a smile said, Did you truly believe me? I was deceiving you. However, judging by your reaction, it appears the Duke is indeed innocent. I always contended that a Duke would never resort to such base tactics. The man gaped, seemingly at a loss for words, but Leah waved her hand dismissively. Enough, dispose of him, Leon. Do not forget to remove his organs. They could fetch a pretty penny. Oh, and his accomplices, eliminate them all, leave none behind. Leah playfully patted the man's face, her smile akin to that of a devil. The man trembled, his fear manifesting in futile struggles, desperate to articulate something. Yet, the next moment, Leah deftly revealed a vial of potion in her palm. The azure liquid shimmered brilliantly in the light. Alas, even if you sold all your organs, your worth pales in comparison to a single item from my household. She observed him with a sly smile, the potion swaying before his eyes. Indeed, this item, valued at 1,000 geo, holds as much value to me as you do. Utterly worthless. With a sharp crack, the vial shattered against his face, a resounding pop echoing in the air. He felt a numbing sensation as a cascade of liquid trickled down his face. The mingling of crimson and azure made it impossible to discern whether it was blood or potion that flowed. Madman. You are a lunatic. Release me. Let me go. The man's voice quivered, his eyes wide with terror. Under the dual torment of mind and body, he had become unrecognizable. Leah, witnessing the expression on his face, could not suppress her laughter. Her beautiful smile, yet devilish in nature, penetrated the soul. Amidst his bloodshot gaze, she yawned and turned away, casually remarking, Finish it swiftly. Hours later, Leon had dealt with everything. She stealthily climbed through the window into Victor's study, finding it vacant. Leah sat at the desk, tending to the recent accounts. The room was empty. Leon removed her hood, revealing her short, light golden hair and elongated ears. The mere sight of her unusual ears was enough to affirm her identity, an elf. Miss, everything has been taken care of, Leon reported. Leah, without lifting her gaze, already recognized her visitor and smiled. You have my gratitude for your efforts. It is my honor, Miss Leah. Leon continued, I have collected quite a sum from those individuals and scoured their hideouts. Recently, they received a substantial amount of money, approximately 5,000 geo. Leah took the pouch of coins handed to her by Leon, weighed it in her hand, and set it aside. Indeed, the quantity was considerable. The man was not lying. Leon looked up and could not help but inquire, Is it truly not the Duke's instigation? Leah paused, unable to suppress a laugh. After closing the ledger, she smiled at him and said, You believe that? What? She chuckled, saying, Even if the Duke's suspicion has lessened considerably, it does not mean he is absolved of guilt. We have merely added another layer of suspicion. However, The fact that the Duke still harbors animosity towards us remains unchanged. Perhaps someone is deliberately sowing discord between our clan and the Duke, hoping to benefit from the ensuing turmoil. Or it could be that the Duke simply dislikes us. After all, a kingdom does not require two of the youngest third-tier mages. Leon, unfamiliar with the intricacies of noble calculations, paused before asking the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Why did you not continue to interrogate him? He would not divulge anything, for he does not even know who the instigator truly is. Lia flicked the pouch of coins, producing a melodious clinking sound. The use of money as a means of transaction indicates that the individual is not a significant member. Thus, he could only firmly assert that it was the Duke's doing. Lia continued, "Why do you think the Duke's daughter returned to the Eastern District? Coincidentally encountering those who vandalized the shops? Ultimately, having to spend a large sum to compensate for our shattered potions?" Upon hearing her words, Leon furrowed her brow, recalling that Erica had spent over 10,000 geo for compensation, which she found rather perplexing. Could a person possess such immense kindness? "I find her claims untrustworthy," Lia remarked, spreading her hands in exasperation. "I have lived with Victor for over a decade. I know precisely what kind of person he is. Though he possesses a talent for learning magic, it would still be a long time before he could teach anyone. During his time at the academy, he likely relied on the assistant's written speeches and merely spoke casually in front. The notion that Erica claimed to be his student, what could Victor possibly teach her?" Meanwhile, far away in Sanshir Town, Vega sneezed. Victor glanced at him, wondering if a crow could catch a cold. However, he had little time to concern himself with the health of a sneezing crow. They had arrived at a small town at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, where only one inn could be found. The knights were not overly concerned about their accommodations. They could even rest against their horses at the relay station for the night. However, Gwen, being a woman and their esteemed knight commander, was urged by the knights to ensure she spent the night at the inn to recuperate. Likewise, Victor was a mage. He also required a tranquil sleeping environment to replenish his vitality. Thus, the two of them reluctantly made their way to an inn. Originally, they had agreed on 2 separate rooms, but is it truly the case that only one room remains? Gwen inquired, her anxiety palpable, which Victor found somewhat amusing. It was the first time he had witnessed such a lack of composure in her. At that moment, she would have gladly constructed a new dwelling right in the open. The innkeeper, equally exasperated, replied, "My lord, how could I deceive you? There is indeed only one room with a double bed left. Furthermore, given that you appear to be companions, sharing a room should pose no issue." Gwen, still anxious and eager to protest further, was interrupted by Victor, who spoke up decisively. "This room will suffice." Upon hearing his words, Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him in astonishment. Chapter 16. Playing both father and mother, Gwen and Victor stood at the threshold of the room, gazing within. "Why did you agree to this? We should inquire further or perhaps delay a bit longer." Victor cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "Remember the purpose of your visit. You are not here for a vacation or to indulge in slumber." Upon hearing Victor's words, Gwen shook her head, regaining her composure. However, it was evident that the prospect of a solitary man and woman sharing a room at night was rather disconcerting, especially with only a single, albeit large, bed. Gwen furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "I shall sleep on the floor." Victor nodded in acquiescence. "Very well." Gwen paused, taken aback. Although, as a knight, she could sleep anywhere in her armor, Victor's reaction irked her somewhat. She could not quite fathom why. In her mind, there was no notion of selflessness involved. Victor, being a mage, was frilier than she, and thus it was only right for him to occupy the bed. However, after a long day of travel, Gwen felt the discomfort of her armor clinging to her. To be frank, she yearned for a warm bath. In the past, she had endured lengthy missions, but she had always managed to persevere. Perhaps it was the presence of the man in the room that made her suddenly conscious of whether she might emit an unpleasant odor. She slapped her cheeks, attempting to dispel the frivolous thoughts from her mind. Gwen would not impose on others. Given the modesty of the inn and the late hour, it was clear that a hot bath was out of the question. Yet, with so much sweat accumulating, what if she truly did smell? She found herself in a quandary. Forgetting that she was still clad in her armor, which clinked with even the slightest movement. Meanwhile, Victor was using magic to scrutinize their surroundings while simultaneously casting a soundproofing spell at the door. After ensuring that all was well, he heard the rustling of her armor and frowned, turning to see Gwen, consumed by her inner turmoil. She was biting her fingernails, her face etched with worry. "Why haven't you removed your armor yet?" he inquired. Gwen felt a wave of embarrassment at his words, lowering her gaze as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "Are you suggesting that you wish to bathe? In a place like this?" Victor sat down on a chair, resting his forehead in his hand. There were no partitions here, let alone a proper bathing facility. The entire room contained only a large bed, 2 chairs, and a table. It was far too rudimentary. Under such conditions, it was audacious for Gwen to express a desire for a bath upon hearing Victor's remarks. Gwen felt even more self-conscious. Yet she had merely been speaking whimsically. She had even considered sleeping in her armor. It was simply uncomfortable to rest in it. As a knight, even if there was a hint of odor, she could endure it until she returned home. She found herself longing for the warmth of her own bathroom and the comfort of her spacious bed. A luminescent green light suddenly flared before him as Gwen lifted her gaze, only to witness Victor's hand suspended in midair, intricately crafting a wondrous magical array upon the floor. The emerald rings began to overlap, and the engraved paths gradually converged. First-tier magic. Wood carving. The moment the array was formed, tendrils emerged from the magical pattern on the floor, with wooden strips sprouting forth. They entwined themselves automatically, coalescing into the shape of a bathtub. The enchantment polished the exterior of the tub to a smooth sheen, exuding a deep, glossy luster. Gwen blinked in astonishment as a bathtub, the very object she had longed for, manifested before her. Victor, however, did not cease his intricate motions. Blue and red arrays whirled and intertwined between his hands, alternating in brilliance, causing the air in the room to grow increasingly warm. With a decisive gesture, Victor brought his hands together, causing the 2 arrays to converge and form an entirely new configuration. A dual array? This was Gwen's first encounter with such advanced multicasting techniques, for she was no mage. Yet what was Victor attempting to achieve? It was patently clear. The air became slightly humid, and water began to materialize within the magical array, coming into contact with the warmth of the red array. Almost instantaneously, the temperature of the water surged dramatically. Scalding hot water cascaded into the bathtub as if squeezed from a sponge of the very air itself. Gwen stood mesmerized, blinking in disbelief, her heart racing with astonishment. Was this the work of magic? She had witnessed various mages before, but none had demonstrated such effortless mastery as Victor. For the first time, she perceived spells as an exceptionally convenient ability. "If you trust me, then please indulge yourself," Victor remarked, snapping his fingers. From a small black array that appeared on his ring, a curtain of dark mist surged forth, enveloping the space around them, isolating their surroundings. Neither side could see the other clearly. Observing Victor's actions, Gwen was suddenly struck by a wave of introspection. Having a mage by one's side during a mission, perhaps it truly was rather advantageous? She was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Victor had already achieved this level of proficiency, and she had always embraced her righteous heart. Thus, Gwen shed her armor and undergarments, immersing herself in the bathtub. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. Viga lifted her eyelids, gazing at Victor, who sat in a chair, engrossed in his reading, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "I find it hard to fathom how you squander your mental energy merely for such trivial pursuits." Victor retrieved a vial of blue potion, consuming it in one gulp. The minuscule amount of expended magical energy was swiftly replenished. While venturing into the unknown, he needed to remain vigilant, ensuring he was always in peak condition. Setting down the empty vial, he replied to Viga, "You wouldn't understand." "All right then, I don't understand," Viga retorted, mirroring his expressionless tone. "It is indeed the first time I have witnessed you exhibiting such concern for a woman." Victor shook his head, reminiscing about the Valkyrie Gwen from the game. Her formidable presence, capable of vanquishing any adversary, remained indelibly etched in his memory. She was undoubtedly the most challenging boss he had ever encountered. Who would wish to oppose such an individual if it were not necessary? As these thoughts occupied his mind, The faint rustling from the neighboring room reached Victor's ears. Victor. In a sense, he is a normal man. The sounds from next door disrupted his thoughts, rendering the content of the book before him utterly forgettable. He felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Was it too late to cast a soundproofing spell? Gwen would surely notice. He lowered his head slightly. First-level magic. Self-suggestion. His eyes flickered with a hint of brightness before he extinguished the flame. Freshly bathed, Gwen peeked out from behind the curtain. I also washed my clothes. Could you? Before she could finish, Victor activated another magic circle. First-level magic. Hot wind. A brilliant crimson magic array illuminated Gwen's side, prompting her to glance back, feeling a comforting warmth behind her. Thank you. I can dry them. Gwen retreated, slightly embarrassed. Victor maintained a cold demeanor, clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity. By the way, don't you need to bathe? Gwen inquired from the other side. He pressed his forehead with one hand, displaying his growing irritation. I am under a wind-repelling spell. I shall not be sullied by dust. Moreover, if you wish for me to use the hot water you prepared, I will head over to your side immediately. Victor retorted coldly, eager for Gwen to dress and emerge swiftly.
I am sorry.
I got a bit carried away. Calm down, echoed in Victor's mind. I think I need a bed. Otherwise, my freshly washed clothes will get dirty. Gwen suddenly recalled something and made another request to Victor. Gwen, I am not your parent. Do you understand? I cannot cater to your every whim. Gwen, now dressed, peacefully slumbered on the sole large bed, while Victor remained seated in a chair, his expression devoid of emotion. He proceeded to act. First, he used magic to put Gwen into a deep sleep, then levitated her onto the bed. The Gwen he knew should be ruthless and unyielding. The Gwen he had encountered executed royal commands with a chilling indifference, akin to a merciless killing machine. Yet, the Gwen before him now had not reached that level. Though she remained aloof, she still possessed unnecessary emotions, akin to an ordinary person. She persistently questioned her boss due to the mere existence of a single room. Even after he had extended his assistance, she cautiously continued to express her requirements, careful not to overstep his boundaries. When she erred, she would offer an apology, her demeanor not as unyielding as he had once perceived. Indeed, she was formidable, yet she was not the Gwen he had known. He turned to gaze at the peacefully slumbering Gwen, shaking his head. Nevertheless, this thought lingered in Victor's mind, an indelible imprint he could not erase. Gwen stood at the front of the ranks, directing the knights on how to proceed. Today we embark on an investigation of the volcano. Should we detect any anomalies, refrain from impulsive actions and report promptly. The knights regarded Gwen, sensing that her vitality upon waking was remarkably invigorated. Furthermore, she appeared somewhat refreshed. The knights were oblivious to the events of the previous night, while Gwen's attention had shifted to Victor beside her. The knights seemed to display expressions of mild surprise. Victor observed that Gwen had organized the troops and was preparing to depart. Victor, where are you headed? We can escort you to your designated location, or you may choose to accompany the Knight Brigade. That won't be necessary. Victor raised an eyebrow, gazing toward the silent volcano in the distance. He understood that beneath its stillness lurked a monstrous entity, his emotions a complex blend of gravity and excitement. I will temporarily separate from you. Chapter 17. Quarrels at the headboard and the foot of the bed. Why? Gwen pondered with a hint of confusion. Victor had accompanied the knights, yet now he proposed to separate and act independently. She struggled to comprehend. If Victor did not require the knights' protection, why had he chosen to travel with them at all? What, then, was his true purpose for venturing to Mount Vesuvius? I shall proceed to the crater first, Victor stated. Under Gwen's unwavering sense of justice, all lies would be laid bare. Yet he had not uttered a falsehood, indicating that Victor indeed intended to visit the crater. Gwen recalled the reasons for his initial companionship. Could it be that the monstrous beings you spoke of reside at the crater? Victor fell silent for a moment, his mind conjuring the image of that fearsome beast. Sort of, he replied. What do you mean by sort of? Gwen inquired, her curiosity piqued, albeit she was not one to pry into others' private matters. After all, this was a dormant volcano, and Victor had previously claimed he was well acquainted with the terrain of Vesuvius. There should be no cause for concern. Nodding in agreement, Gwen acquiesced to his request to part ways. "I will seek you out once my business is concluded," Victor assured her. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blue, shimmering magic circle appeared beneath him. In a flash of azure light, his form vanished without a trace. The abrupt disappearance of a living person before her eyes left Gwen momentarily dazed. A knight who had witnessed their entire exchange approached Gwen, noticing her trance-like state. "Commander, did you two have a disagreement last night?" he inquired. Gwen turned to him, opening her mouth to respond. "No, it's not what you think." Before she could finish, the knight continued, "It's quite normal for couples to have quarrels. I frequently argue with my wife, and our son is already 8. Quarrels at the headboard and the foot of the bed. There's no such thing as a grudge between spouses that lasts overnight." The more he spoke, the hotter Gwen's face became. "Enough chatter. Let us move," she retorted sharply before hastily departing. "Hey, Commander Gwen, I didn't say anything wrong." The knight muttered to himself, "Today's young ladies are just so sensitive. It seems I struck a chord." Gwen barely registered his words, her cheeks flushed, akin to a young girl caught in a moment of embarrassment. But in truth, she was acutely aware of her reality. There was no relationship between her and Victor. Just as she would never develop feelings for him, it was equally impossible for Victor to harbor any affection for her. As Gwen mounted her white steed, a sense of melancholy enveloped her thoughts. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely that she would eventually marry Victor, as the marriage pact between their families had long been established. Being the second daughter of her family, she had no choice but to comply with their decisions, unable to alter her fate. Gwen had no desire for marriage, especially given how dreadful Victor had made her feel in the past. How could I possibly marry such a scoundrel? This thought flickered through her mind as she suddenly recalled the events of the previous night. He resembled an elegant nobleman, every gesture and movement exuding the grace of a true gentleman. At some point, he had even relinquished the sole bed to her. Upon waking, she discovered Victor quietly seated in a chair, engrossed in a perplexing tome of magic, having remained there throughout the night. A pang of guilt washed over her, yet Victor had reassured her that sorcerers possess their own means of rest, requiring only a serene environment. Was he truly a scoundrel, Gwen pondered. Aspiring to become a paragon of justice, Gwen had never truly harbored animosity towards anyone, even towards Victor. "I must have been quite quiet last night." Shaking off her superfluous thoughts, she raised her silver sword and thrust it forward. Onward, a cascade of blue light descended from the heavens, materializing a teleportation array that unveiled Victor's silhouette. He opened his eyes, noticing the surroundings had dramatically transformed. The desolation enveloping him was stark, with only a few charred stones standing resolutely on the hillside. His current position was on the slopes of a volcano, having arrived significantly ahead of the nightly order. This area represented the maximum range for teleportation magic. It was indeed unrealistic to expect to teleport directly to the summit in one go. With no one in sight, Vega, perched upon his shoulder, quizzed him. "Why did you choose to separate from them? The nightly order's path should align with yours. They would surely arrive here in due time." Victor gently patted its head and explained, "Their company is unnecessary. There are matters I must investigate on my own, without the need for others to be aware." Vega found this curious. Victor appeared to have been plotting for some time. Remembering Victor's keen interest upon hearing about Mount Vesuvius, Vega couldn't help but suspect he held some knowledge. As the man and bird traversed the slopes of Mount Vesuvius, they recalled its past eruptions. Since that time, the volcano had lost its explosive vigor, now standing as a dormant giant. The inhabitants below had established a town here, a settlement steeped in centuries of history. After hundreds of years of exposure to the elements, the ground had transformed into a charcoal-like surface, riddled with cracks and weathered volcanic rock. To find any vegetation in such a barren landscape would prove challenging. However, after centuries, no one feared the volcano would erupt again. Standing at several hundred meters tall, he soon reached the summit area. The closer he approached the peak, the more he could distinctly sense the potent presence of fiery elements. He was not alone in this sensation. Vega felt it too. It turned its head, casting a subtly inquisitive glance at Victor. How intriguing. I am genuinely curious to see what thoughts lie within your mind that led you here. You have discovered a calamity. Victor's demeanor was remarkably unperturbed, and Vega understood that he had long been aware of the presence of something here. A calamity. More precisely, this was the specific name recorded in history for the furnace beast. The calamity of fire known as Ghoul-Eaten. Its colossal form towered as if reaching the heavens, enveloped in flames that seemed to transform it into a deity of fire. It was deemed a calamity because its emergence would inevitably lead to cataclysmic chaos upon the land, instilling dread that could paralyze the bravest of souls. The existence of such beasts brings only misfortune to all living beings, embodying the very essence of calamity, as the term suggests. Curiously, as it lay asleep here, Vega inquired of Victor, "What brings you to seek it?" "To collect some interest in advance," Victor replied, standing at the volcano's edge, gazing down into its unfathomable depths, casting doubts on whether anything resided within. Scorching air erupted from the crater, the oppressive heat striking him with intensity. His expression suddenly hardened with resolve. The chill of the wind intertwined with the searing heat, rustling his coat. At that moment, standing atop the highest point of the volcano, even Vega's voice became a mere whisper amid the tumult. "Hey, what are you doing standing there? Are you actually considering jumping?" Victor remained silent, prompting Vega to ponder. "You can't possibly be serious about this?" Each deliberate word elicited no response, for Victor had already uttered, "Hold on tight," and leapt into the depths of the volcano, plunging 100 meters down. "At least consult me before making such a decision." The searing rocks around them plummeted as Vega clutched Victor's clothing with its beak, momentarily forgetting its avian nature. The scene before them swayed violently, and finally in a flash of white light, their figures vanished into the ether. Having played the role of a deity for so long, I have never felt such madness before. When Vega opened its eyes, it seemed to have entered another realm. Surrounding it was an impenetrable darkness, with the floor the only visible feature. So dark. Victor? Victor? Victor was right behind it, having noticed the raven had awoken, and gently placed it upon his shoulder. Vega was about to request that Victor ignite a light to illuminate their surroundings, when a thunderous snore reverberated through the darkness. The sound threatened to deafen the raven. "Damn it, who is snoring?" Vega ceased its inquiries upon discovering the source of the sound. At that moment, right before Vega stood a colossal figure, fast asleep with eyes tightly shut. How best to describe it? It resembled a towering pillar that soared into the sky. It loomed as high as a mountain, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. The calamity of fire, Ghoul-Eaten, manifested before them. Cold sweat trickled down Vega's forehead, causing his hair to glisten with an unusual sheen. "Are you truly contemplating a challenge against it?" "Don't jest. I am but an ordinary bird at this moment, incapable of rendering any assistance." Victor averted his gaze, conjuring a flame with his fingertips that illuminated the path ahead, revealing the true form of the colossal beast. "Do not speak so. You are my greatest ally in overcoming it." In the next instant, the rumbling snores of Windrest ceased. The enormous crimson eyes opened wide, resembling astonishing light bulbs. "Roar!" It gazed down upon the two tiny ants, its furious roar reverberating throughout the entire Vesuvius volcano. Chapter 18. Dare to show your health bar before me? Seething lava dripped from Ghoul-Eaten, splattering several meters of magma within the volcano. The emergence of Ghoul-Eaten shrouded the skies above the volcano in a cloak of burning black clouds, while the air was thick with the ash of flickering embers. After prolonged exposure to the searing heat, its hardened armor radiated a brilliant crimson hue. Countless fangs seemed poised to devour everything upon the volcano. The beast let out a thunderous roar, causing the very ground of Vesuvius to tremble. "Vigia, establish a link with me." "What? Establish a link? Are you joking? Do you truly intend to fight it?" "I have no desire for death," Vigia cried desperately, soaring through the air and shouting at Victor. Overwhelmed by despair, Vigia lamented that had he known of Victor's reckless nature, he would never have considered signing a contract with him. Following Victor might lead to his own demise, and any thoughts of resurgence seemed utterly foolish. Having reached this juncture, Vigia reluctantly extended a wing to touch Victor's forehead. Instantly, A clearer connection blossomed within Victor's mind. Establishing link with the evil god Hibika. Synchronizing. Synchronization successful, as a raven icon appeared beneath his status bar. Victor realized the link had been successfully forged. While you're at it, enhance your teleportation magic and escape. Don't say I didn't warn you. Vigia buzzed around him incessantly. Ignoring Vigia's pleas for retreat, Victor felt a surge of excitement in response to the volcanic heat. Run? A proud smile spread across Victor's face, and to Vigia, he seemed utterly deranged. Yet Victor was not mad. He had long desired to challenge this calamity. The moment he heard the name Vesuvius, he knew he must come. Just as he envisioned, the furnace beast Ghoul-Eaten was sealed within the depths of the volcano. This was a realm apart. Regardless of the scale of their battle, it would scarcely affect the outside world. It was a natural arena. After Ghoul-Eaten was first defeated, it was resealed within this space, becoming akin to a dungeon for players to challenge. Thus, even in its sealed state, its strength was not significantly different from that encountered within the dungeon. Confidently, Victor gazed at the colossal beast obscuring the sky. He had defeated this creature countless times before. Now, he wielded a more powerful body and superior skills. Additionally, he had Vigia as a formidable ally. There was truth in his assertion. Vigia was indeed an indispensable source of strength for Victor. With infinite mana, this advantage was unparalleled, particularly for a mage. As the one-eyed Viga began to shimmer with a bluish luminescence, Victor felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy coursing through him, akin to the vastness of the ocean. His mana bar soared to unprecedented heights, 10,000, 20,000, completely surpassing all limits. Victor understood that this was the maximum mana capacity of the game. Victor LV 39 HP, 1000 MP, 99999999999. With such an abundance of mana, he was prepared. Ghoul-Eaten was still stirring, its protracted slumber having enveloped its form in a colossal layer of rocky armor. Yet this encumbrance also restricted its mobility. It would take considerable time for it to break free from these bindings. At this moment, Victor seized the opportunity. He raised his hands and began to construct a magical array in the air. Intricate circles of arcane symbols filled the surroundings. Viga, perched above him, beheld the endless formations swirling into alignment, astonished by Victor's mastery of the arcane arts. As Victor completed his preparations, he did not cease his actions but rather hurled several transparent crystals into the hexagonal mouth of the volcano. Victor, are you intending to use this entire volcano as your magical arena? Victor remained silent, but when Viga glimpsed the smile on his face, it surmised correctly. The volcano was adorned with obscure runes, with countless circles rotating in the sky. The hexagonal crystals gradually connected, runes beginning to manifest upon them, intricate patterns intertwining, bending, and leaping. A massive magical array descended like a lid over the volcano's mouth. With a flick of his fingers, magical wheels of varying colors and forms encircled Ghoul-Eaten. Victor glanced at the status bar beneath Ghoul-Eaten. Frozen, poisoned, weakened, agitated. A multitude of negative conditions began to afflict the beast. With a gentle stamp of his foot, dozens of beams of light erupted from the array, infusing Victor's body. His attack power surged. Water attribute attacks were enhanced to level 7. Fire resistance. Victor felt a tumult of powers coursing through him. The effects of the buffs were astonishing. He sensed his muscles growing stronger and his reflexes sharpening. He could even discern the molten lava dripping from Ghoul-Eaten. Having completed these preparations, Victor looked up. At that moment, the towering Ghoul-Eaten manifested a health bar above its head. Yet its length was enough to instill despair in an ordinary person, stretching an impressive 100 meters. Empowered by buffs, Victor's heightened perception revealed the endpoint of the health bar LV50. In the realm of gaming, a saying often circulates to extol the prowess of elite players. As long as you dare to expose your health bar, even if you are a deity, I can show you your demise. A crimson glint flickered in Ghoul-Eaten's eyes, illuminating the horizon. It was awakening. Everything around became perilously hostile, the temperature soaring dramatically. Flames ignited intermittently in the air, and heat waves swept over the volcano. This was the cataclysm wrought by Ghoul-Eaten. The searing earth. A raven perched upon Victor's shoulder offered a warning. Victor was acutely aware of the unfolding events, yet he nonetheless nodded symbolically at Vega. 10 identical blue magic circles manifested at his fingertips, subtly shifting. A resplendent azure castle began to shimmer in midair, its core erupting with waves that swept across the land. Third-tier magic, Sanctuary of Tides. Meanwhile, Gwen and her knightly retinue ascended the mountain path, effortlessly dispatching a lurking creature. Upon glancing at the fallen beast, which bore a striking resemblance to a crab encased in a fiery rocky shell, she noticed its pincers still snapping at the air even in death. Moments later, the shell suddenly fractured, revealing a glistening red crystal that rolled forth. With swift reflexes, Gwen seized the luminescent gem, examining it closely. She recalled that Victor had mentioned needing such crystals for crafting magical artifacts. Thus she felt a sense of urgency. Everyone, remember to collect these crystals when encountering such creatures. She displayed the red gem, ensuring the knights memorized its appearance. Yes, the knights responded in unison. After all, Victor had aided her significantly the previous night, and she wished to repay the favor by assisting him in gathering some supplies. A thunderous rumble echoed from the mountain's summit, reaching the ears of every knight. Gwen abruptly lifted her gaze towards the volcano's mouth, where a plume of black smoke began to rise slowly. Suddenly, a formidable roar resonated from the peak, reverberating through the realm. She looked seriously towards the summit and inquired, "Did you all hear that roar?" Gwen could not ascertain its origin. It merely sounded like a great bellow. The knights exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. "Commander, perhaps you misheard. It is likely just the noise of ash being expelled by the volcano," one knight suggested. Gwen shook her head in disagreement, pondering, "Am I the only one who can hear it? What could it possibly be?" As she contemplated, a flash of insight struck her mind. Victor had mentioned he was headed to the volcano's mouth. Could he have discovered something there? "All knights, quickly proceed to the volcano's mouth. We must find Victor." Upon receiving the command, the knights swiftly organized themselves into formation, marching resolutely towards the volcano. However, after circling the crater, they found nothing. The knights reported back to Gwen, breathless and drenched in sweat, "Commander, we have not seen a single soul from the 5 teams. The heat is becoming unbearable for the horses. We must rest them on the mountainside." Gwen, her forehead slick with perspiration, felt lightheaded. Why had the volcano suddenly grown so scorching? Was it truly on the verge of eruption? She shook her head, realizing she no longer had the capacity to ponder further. Both the steeds and their riders have begun to struggle under the soaring temperatures, necessitating a retreat to lower ground for respite. Even though her armor was specially crafted with a primary anti-inflammatory effect, the heat was still unbearable. Just as Gwen waved her hand to signal the knights to depart, a column of fire suddenly erupted from the volcano, hurtling toward her. "Everyone down." Upon receiving the command, the knights, though uncertain of the reason, swiftly dropped to the ground, their mounts obediently kneeling on the mountainside. As Gwen turned her head, the fiery column gradually dissipated into glowing embers, settling on the earth. The astonishing heat rendered all present breathless, as if their airways were ablaze. A volcanic eruption? How could such a phenomenon occur? The more Gwen pondered, the deeper her confusion grew, but there was no time for further contemplation. The volcano was poised to erupt. She must urgently evacuate the townsfolk below. With a decisive wave of her hand, she issued the command, and the knights hurried down the mountain towards the town. Gwen gazed anxiously at the increasingly agitated volcano, her heart heavy with worry. "Victor, where could you possibly be?" Chapter 19. That year, with my hands tucked into my pockets, Victor found himself at the very depths of the volcano, within the confines of a sealed alternate dimension. Clad in a flowing trench coat, he stood unfazed against the searing gusts of heat. A solitary thought flickered through his mind. That year, with my hands tucked into my pockets, I was blissfully unaware of what constituted an adversary. A magnificent pillar of fire surged towards him, yet Victor gazed upon it with serene composure. Instantly, a curtain of protective magic materialized beneath his feet, effortlessly repelling the onslaught. Empowered by an array of arcane sigils, he deftly maneuvered, as waves of energy surged around him. The colossal beast before him appeared merely as an oversized and entertaining plaything. Gul'dan gradually lifted its form, burdened by a miniature mountain upon its back. Lava erupted forth from its body, carrying with it a torrent of sand and grit. Though the debris pierced through him, it felt as though it struck a curtain of water. A cascade descended, and the original victor vanished from sight. Second-tier magic. Water mirage in an instant. The true victor emerged behind the beast, wielding a tidal spear forged from flowing water, aimed squarely at Gul'dan's rear. Due to the elemental imbalance, the impact of the water spear was profoundly felt by the creature. Infuriated by the pain, it retaliated with renewed fervor, spewing lava towards Victor. Yet, with the grace of invincibility, he effortlessly evaded the lethal strikes. With every motion of Gul'dan's hands, Victor instinctively understood its intentions. As the beast plunged its palms into the ground, a towering inferno erupted beneath Victor's feet. Reacting with instinctual precision, he waved his hand. Second-tier magic. Water curtain. A shimmering azure membrane formed instantaneously, blocking the assault of flames. Gul'dan squinted at Victor, who handled the confrontation with such ease. Its heart swelled with frustration, releasing a howl of defiance into the heavens. Despite the prolonged battle, Victor remained as composed as at the outset, yet Gul'dan's vitality had scarcely diminished. Vigia, witnessing Victor's effortless mastery, fell into a contemplative trance. Could this individual truly be human, capable of matching a calamity? Unable to fathom this, she abandoned her thoughts, calling out to Victor, "Hey, it has been hours. Are you planning to continue this battle indefinitely?" Upon hearing Vigia's exclamation, Victor pondered momentarily. The first time he encountered Gul'dan within the game, he had battled alongside the player alliance for 3 days and nights. Then why not continue for another 3 days? With a sense of anticipation, Victor readied himself for an exhilarating clash. Second-tier magic. Galvasized storm. Second-tier magic. Death ritual. Second-tier magic. Still water. Countless spells danced at Victor's fingertips, arcane sigils shimmering in the air like stars beneath a darkened sky. Vigia gazed in utter awe at the torrent of magic cascading from Victor, utterly astounded. This individual was truly extraordinary. Such prowess could hardly be attributed to a mere third-tier mage. Countless waves of vibrant attacks relentlessly eroded the towering fiend. The surrounding rocky cliffs were crushed under the sheer force, fading into oblivion. Gul'dan, besieged by such a multitude of spell strikes, felt as though it were being pierced by a myriad of sharp thorns. Though not fatal, the pain was excruciating. With a sudden flick of its tail, the narrow volcanic crater was abruptly sheared in half, crashing down into the magma below, sending plumes of steam soaring into the sky. Victor stood upon a black sigil, vanishing into a shroud of darkness, only to reappear at the opposite edge of the intact volcanic mouth, seizing the opportunity to unleash further assaults. Gul'dan bared its fangs, a solar-like fireball gathering in its throat, poised to unleash devastation. Boom! The fireball erupted, striking the nearby mountainside, shattering stones and sending dust billowing into the air. Victor deftly manipulated the sigil, exchanging positions with the ice shell buried nearby. The ice shell absorbed the sudden onslaught of the fireball, transforming into vapor that dissipated into the atmosphere. With his remaining long-range teleportation spells cooling down, Victor expertly gauged the maximum evasion distance of his ice substitute. Debris swirled around him, scarcely brushing against his garments. He emerged unscathed, the boss's attack narrowly missing him. Victor clasped his hands together, and a massive gate of luminous white light appeared behind him. Third-tier summoning. White spirit malediction at his command. The colossal white marble door gradually swung open. A billowing mist instantly engulfed the entire volcano. Vigia, caught in the enveloping white fog, shouted hoarsely, "Victor, Victor, I'm still here. Do not let your summoned entity strike me." With her knowledge, Vigia was acutely aware of what Victor had conjured. The white spirit malediction showed no distinction between friend and foe. Gul'dan, shrouded in the fog, furiously swiped its massive claws, attempting to dispel the mist. Yet, it clung to him like a spider's web, impervious to his efforts. From the depths of the haze, a pair of slender, pallid arms emerged, reaching for Gul'dan. Grasping its head, the hands forcefully began to pull it towards the gate. However, The immense weight of the lava demon rendered it immovable, and the white spirit struggled in vain. As the white gate began to tremble precariously, the first part of the white spirit to emerge was a head, or something resembling a head. 7 eyes encircled it, each gaze inducing a wave of disorientation in Ghoul-Eaton. Its body continued to unfurl, with its lower half resembling 3 colossal serpents intertwining, blanketing the molten lava beneath the volcano. From the back of its neck, the skin ruptured, revealing a third arm. It extracted its spine, transforming it into a razor, cleaving through Ghoul-Eaton's rocky armor. Witnessing the collapse of the White Gate, Victor could only sigh in exasperation, realizing his companion's recklessness. The summoned entity's strength was not on par with his own. Its sole advantage lay in its resilience. While the white spirit grappled with Ghoul-Eaton, Victor withdrew, casting dozens of weakening spells upon the beast, preparing for the next round of magic. Victor extracted several materials from his backpack and began crafting magical artifacts on the spot, casually tossing them towards the boss. The effects were negligible, yet preferable to inaction. Victor reassured himself as he observed. Soon, as Gul'dan's health bar dwindled to approximately 10%, the flames in his eyes intensified, and the lava surrounding him rapidly diminished. A fierce conflagration enveloped his hands, while jagged rock spikes gradually formed at his tail. A spark ignited within Victor, stirring a sense of fervor in his heart. He rediscovered the thrill of battle, a rush that flooded his mind. In this new form, Gul'dan's defenses were significantly bolstered, and his abilities were greatly enhanced, which elucidated the moniker Furnace Beast. Flames transformed into molten lava, rendering the ground beneath Victor's feet treacherous. The enhanced environment caused White Spirit to scream in agony. Since there is no safe ground for me to land upon, I shall create my own, Victor declared, tracing a precise square in the air. With a snap of his fingers, a block of vapor crystallized into an extremely dense ice cube, suspended in midair. The battle raged on, with Victor standing atop the ice, continuing to cast spells. Meanwhile, the Vesuvius volcano displayed a remarkable state. A group of knights had already rushed to the town at the base of the volcano to evacuate the populace, leaving only Gwen and a few knights to retreat to the mountainside, vigilantly observing the volcano for any unusual occurrences. Just as Gwen's instincts had predicted, something indeed transpired. They gazed upward at the volcano's surface, which gradually turned crimson, with plumes of vapor rising from the crater as if the outer shell had peeled away to reveal its true color. "Captain, the crater is as hot as a molten iron plate," one of the knights cautioned. Gwen's expression grew serious as she turned to inform the others. "Quick! Immediately report to the capital and request reinforcements." The knights nodded and hurried towards the town to contact the capital with magical crystals. In the Duke's mansion, Erica sat in her room, clutching a vial of blue potion while perched on her bed, her gaze vacant. She felt as though all her knowledge had been rendered futile. Previously, she would have deemed spending so much on a mere few vials of potion a grave mistake. Could this single vial truly fetch 1,000 geos? Yet now, her mind was preoccupied with the thought, this item only sells for 1,000 geos? She stared blankly at the potion in her hand, her thoughts in disarray. Suddenly, a jolt surged through her mind, as if attempting to shatter her very spirit. Erica quickly covered her head, feeling a piercing pain in her brain, as an unusual voice echoed in her ears. "It hurts. It hurts. Mother. Mother." What was happening? Was someone speaking beside her? "My lord, would you like me to inform the young lady of your return?" Suddenly, upon hearing the servant's voice outside her door, Erica temporarily forgot the pain in her head and eagerly darted from her room. The response from Duke Rivi left her somewhat bewildered. "No need to inform her. I must embark on a long journey and shall not return for several days." Standing at the doorway, Erica listened intently, halting her movements. Upon realizing that his beloved daughter had heard everything, Duke Rivi wore a bitter smile. "Erica, the Emperor has issued a mission that requires urgent support." She was profoundly perplexed and could not help but inquire of the Duke, "Father, you are a Duke. Why must you personally go?" Duke Rivi beckoned her closer, and obediently, Erica approached. He gently patted her head and tenderly explained, "Dear daughter, this is no trivial matter. All third-tier mages in the capital must be summoned, and naturally, Second-tier mages are included in the ranks. Given your youth, you will not be called upon by the royal family. Suddenly, Erica recalled Victor, who had recently departed on a mission. He was also a third-tier mage. Now that his father had been summoned, could they be headed to the same destination? What could possibly be happening there that necessitates so many mages? Doubts arose within her, and concurrently, that voice echoed once more in her ears, this time clearer than before. Pain? Pain. Did this strange voice have any connection to the place her father and the others were destined for? Feeling particularly curious and driven by a thirst for exploration, Erica promptly declared, "I want to go too." Upon hearing her insistence, Duke Rivy's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he swiftly declined. "No, you are still young and you must continue your studies. I am not a child anymore. I am now a second-tier mage. If all the second and third-tier mages of the capital are to depart, the academy will surely follow suit. Should I seek the headmaster to teach me personally?" She was aware that the headmaster would not easily leave the capital, as he was the only fourth-tier holy mage in the realm. Moreover, Erica confidently believed that aside from Victor, no one else at the academy could teach her. Even so, the Duke pondered for a moment, hesitating. Just as Erica had stated, she was no longer a child. At 17, she would come of age next year. He could not keep her sheltered forever. Doing so would render her a perpetual fledgling. Erica had her own aspirations, and thus, when necessary, he must allow her to spread her wings. He must not let his excessive paternal love stifle her proud spirit. "Very well, Erica. I grant you permission to accompany me. Our destination is Mount Vesuvius. The Royal Knights have issued a distress signal. To be precise, it seems that Mount Vesuvius may be on the verge of eruption." Chapter 20: The Dignity of the Celestial Era. 4,000 great chapters. The calamity of a volcanic eruption can only be averted by the intervention of mages. This particular eruption of Mount Vesuvius is expected to be of extraordinary magnitude. After all, the sight of towering flames reaching 100 feet from the crater is an anomaly in any era. Should the lava flow extend for miles, it could devastate villages and crops, leading to immense economic losses for the royal capital, and even jeopardizing the lives of numerous creatures residing near the volcano. The royal capital is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and promptly summons all capable mages within the city. The imperial army dispatches waves of mages to the vicinity of Mount Vesuvius, with Duke Rivy and Erica included among them. After nearly a day's arduous journey, fatigue begins to weigh heavily upon the travelers. In the early hours of dawn, the group finally reaches their destination, where they take a moment to recuperate. Due to the collective evacuation of the knightly order, the entire populace of Sanchiltown has congregated outside its borders. Even livestock such as chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, along with various cats and dogs, have been driven out. The scene outside the town is one of chaotic disarray, with villagers observing the influx of soldiers and mages, each perplexed by the unfolding events. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the encampment is fraught with tension. Mage Rivy is among the last to arrive, and as he dismounts from his carriage, he is greeted warmly by mages from other noble families. "It has been a long time, Duke Rivy," remarks a white-haired nobleman leaning on a cane, accompanied by other noble mages. "Indeed, Mr. Baker, it has been quite a while since our last gathering at the Kingdom Summons." Duke Rivy responds politely. Baker reminisces, "Since our last assembly, I fear we have not crossed paths." The Duke nods in agreement, smiling in camaraderie. "And this must be your daughter. A true vision of grace." Baker continues, noticing the emblem of a second-tier mage adorning Erica's attire. Adjusting his spectacles, he adds, "Indeed, your daughter has reached the second tier." It seems the Academy's reports were not exaggerated. Erica, aware that such compliments are merely the niceties of adult conversation, nonetheless feels a flicker of joy at the esteemed mage's praise. No one resents flattery, and having grown up amidst accolades, she is particularly appreciative. Duke Rivy gazes at his daughter with pride. She embodies his aspirations. "Ha! Your daughter's magical talent truly inspires envy among us older gentlemen." They chuckle, gradually settling into a calmer atmosphere. Within the realm of mages, familiarity is commonplace. Duke Rivy is one of the few third-tier mages, and the remaining third-tier practitioners are also noble. In the Calencia Empire, high-ranking mages are predominantly monopolized by the nobility, with commoners scarcely able to produce even a single second-tier mage. At that moment, a silvery figure emerged before the gathered crowd. Duke Rivy cast a fleeting glance at her, recognizing the second daughter of the Derlin family, currently serving as the commander of the Royal Knights in the capital. Gwen Derlin had come to report. As the mages observed Gwen approach with a somber expression, an unsettling tension gripped their hearts. Was the state of the volcano truly dire? Esteemed mages, since the unusual changes in the volcano commenced yesterday, it has remained relatively stable thus far. Gwen tightened her grip on the silver sword, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. The mages, upon hearing her news, exhaled in relief. The elderly mage with white hair patted his chest, his grip on his staff relaxing considerably. Thus, their presence here would entail precaution rather than the exhausting confrontation with natural calamity. Meanwhile, Erica stood quietly beside Duke Rivy, observing the scene unfold. "Father, who is this?" Duke Rivy whispered in her ear. "This is the current commander of the Royal Knights." Erica nodded, taken aback by the revelation that the leader of the Knights was a woman. Unfamiliar with Gwen and unaware that she was Victor's fiancée, Gwen, however, recognized her. The nation was abuzz with tales of the prodigious magical talent that was Erica, and Gwen had certainly heard of her, especially in light of the recent incident involving Victor that had etched Erica's name firmly in her memory. Gwen gazed at the golden-haired maiden before her, musing to herself, "Is this truly the daughter of Duke Rivy? She is stunning." No wonder Victor was impetuous enough to confess his feelings. Having only encountered Erica in newspapers before, Gwen was momentarily captivated by her presence. A single glance evoked a sense of infatuation. "So, Commander Gwen, what exactly has transpired with the volcano?" Gwen succinctly recounted the Knights' investigations since their arrival at the volcano. "What? You mean to say that a tremendous roar was heard from the mountainside?" Following the Knights' investigation at the summit, the volcano's temperature surged immediately, accompanied by a fiery plume reaching 100 meters high. The third-tier mages, Baker and others were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. "What is going on?" "I have no idea. Do you know?" "I too am at a loss. I have never heard of such occurrences." The mages exchanged uncertain looks, rendered speechless. Duke Rivy, listening intently to Gwen's account, fell into contemplation, equally perplexed as the mages. Gwen recalled something else and added, "This time we requested an accompanying mage, who had gone ahead to the summit for an investigation, but he has since gone missing, and we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts." "What?" At this revelation, they were all rendered speechless, for such news inevitably sparked suspicion. Erica was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization had dawned upon her. For the first time, she proactively inquired, "Who is that mage?" Gwen cast a puzzled glance in her direction and replied, "You all must know him, he is Victor Clavenna." The moment this name resonated, a tempest erupted among the assembly of mages. Several who harbored animosity towards Victor seized the opportunity to assert loudly, "It must be Victor's doing. Indeed, he has committed other nefarious acts before. This time, it is undoubtedly his handiwork." Those present were all too aware of Victor's infamous reputation, and when given a chance to disparage him, they spared no words. Duke Rivy, though equally perplexed, urged the other mages, "Let us not panic. The most pressing matter at hand is to prevent the volcanic eruption and minimize potential losses." Upon hearing the Duke's words, the mages ceased their bickering. As Rivy had rightly stated at this juncture, uncovering the mastermind was of little importance. Surviving the immediate crisis was paramount. Suddenly, a ferocious roar emanated from the volcano, startling everyone. The mages collectively turned their gazes toward the summit, rendered speechless. Was that sound produced by a living creature? "Madam, you cannot approach." The voices of the surrounding knights drew attention, and all eyes turned in that direction. An elderly woman was attempting to push past the knights' blockade to enter the stronghold. "Someone has angered the volcano god. It must be that someone has incited his wrath," she shouted over the guards. "It is all over. We are doomed." The mages exchanged glances, and Duke Rivy gestured to the knights. "Let her in." "Yes." The knights ceased their obstruction, and the elderly woman swiftly freed herself from their grasp, limping forward with the aid of a cane. "Grandmother, what is the volcano god?" Duke Rivi inquired kindly. However, the surrounding mages, having just witnessed the woman's erratic behavior, began to murmur among themselves. This old woman appears quite mad. What could she possibly reveal? What volcano god? I have never even heard of such a being. Surely, she is here to create chaos. Duke Rivi, you ought to dismiss her promptly. Yet, Duke Rivi disregarded the mages' counsel, looking kindly at the woman and asking, "Grandmother, if you have anything to share, please do so." The elderly lady scrutinized the Duke, her demeanor shifting from erratic to enigmatic as she began to speak. Centuries ago, a fiery demon was sealed beneath the volcano. That sealing enraged the volcano god, resulting in the eruption we now face. However, following that eruption, the volcano remained dormant for hundreds of years. The volcano has once again stirred. Surely the slumbering deity within has awakened in wrath, poised to shatter its confines and incinerate both sky and earth. The gathered mages were momentarily taken aback, hastily interjecting, "Your Grace, do not heed this. It is merely a folk tale passed down through generations." Yet, the expression on Duke Rivi's face was one of profound gravity. He sensed a familiar essence woven within the fabric of this tale. At that moment, however, Erica cast her gaze toward the mountain summit. She placed a hand upon her chest, once more hearing that enigmatic voice. As if engaged in deep contemplation, she turned to Duke Rivi and declared, "Father, I wish to ascend to the mountain's peak. I feel there is something there." "Absolutely not." Upon hearing Erica's request, the Duke waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute as he admonished, "Erica, I can grant you many things, but this matter is non-negotiable." Unwilling to relent, Erica continued to plead for her father's consent. "Father, I am now a second-tier mage, capable of standing on my own. Unless your power surpasses mine, I will not permit you to set foot upon the volcano." Faced with Duke Rivi's unwavering stance, Erica fell silent. It was a formidable challenge. Her father had immersed himself in the study of third-tier magic for over 30 years. It was said that if a new fourth-tier archmage were to emerge, it would undoubtedly be Rivi de Cloy. Erica contemplated her own limitations, realizing she could barely surpass Victor, let alone leap 2 tiers to reach the 4th. Yet, a sense of unease settled within her. In that furious roar, she had discerned a voice whispering, "It hurts." Meanwhile, Duke Rivi began issuing commands to the cadre of mages. The volcanic unrest grew increasingly pronounced. Third-tier mages positioned themselves in formation while second-tier mages provided support, alternating in casting spells. They endeavored to inscribe a magical array, aiming to summon formidable war magic to envelop Mount Vesuvius before its impending eruption. At that time, whether magma erupted or some creature emerged from its depths, they would annihilate it without exception. "At last, are you wounded?" Vega stared vacantly, incredulously regarding Victor. His current state was far from favorable. His cloak had been singed away halfway, and the wounds inflicted by the lava continued to smolder. Yet, this was merely Victor's first injury after a full day of relentless battle. A monster, that was the only assessment he could render. Faced with a calamity akin to a natural disaster, he had withstood the onslaught for an entire day and even managed to inflict harm upon it. During this time, he had sustained only a single injury, and that was due to a momentary lapse of focus, resulting in a glancing blow from a staggering column of fire. Just that single encounter had dealt him considerable damage. Had he been struck directly, it was likely that he would have been reduced to mere ashes. Indeed, it seems I have pushed myself too far. However, the injury can hardly be deemed a fortunate turn of events. It signifies that Victor's vigor has waned, succumbing to fatigue. The relentless skirmishes have rendered him increasingly incapable of maintaining his focus. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat while he still possesses sufficient magical energy to teleport away. Vega urged him softly in his ear, fully aware that Victor was not the type to concede easily. Yet, his condition was far from promising. Victor remained silent, casting a flame resistance buff upon himself to staunch the burning wounds while evading a formidable burst of fire. If I were to flee now, that monstrous beast would undoubtedly surge forth from Mount Vesuvius, leading to a true catastrophe. Vega, do you comprehend? Vega was momentarily taken aback. Upon finishing his thought, Victor recalled that Vega was an evil deity, and continued, I apologize. I forgot that you might be indifferent to such matters. But I care. Victor discarded his tattered, utterly ruined cloak, allowing it to dance with the wind before plunging into the magma. The cloak disintegrated into myriad sparks in the air, vanishing entirely. I do not aspire to be a hero, yet I refuse to let this unstoppable behemoth break free from its confines. He had already diminished Guillotin's health by a third, a testament to his prowess. As long as he could breach the beast's defenses, no boss would be beyond his reach. Victor remained steadfast, his gaze fixed upon the enraged Guillotine, invigorated by the challenge. It was only in such intense battles that he felt as though he had rediscovered his true self. It was merely one injury. I have not yet been defeated, for this is a battle that stakes his dignity as a seasoned player. Chapter 21. The Duke's daughter is remarkable mages summoned from the royal capital gathered at the foothills of the volcano, encircling it in a grand assembly. They raised their arms, channeling their magical energies into a magnificent array that gradually enveloped the volcano. Radiant light shimmered, extending majestically for miles. Numerous enchanted steel spikes embedded in the volcano reacted to the formation, their magical chains beginning to resonate and delve deeper into the mountain. Runes were inscribed upon the array, which grew increasingly formidable, sprawling outward for miles. The second-tier mages stood in a lower rank, continuously supplying magical energy to the third-tier mages. As the first group of second-tier mages became exhausted, a second group stepped forward to take their place. Once the initial batch had rested and returned, the cycle continued, one after another. A dozen third-tier mages concentrated their efforts, chanting towards the center of the array. O God of despair, weep, gather the world's chill. O God of compassion, beseech, sing the lament of the realm below. Although Erica was the daughter of a duke, she received no special treatment. She was assigned to the ranks of second-tier mages as well. After the knights dispersed the populace, they stood guard nearby, ensuring that the mages remained undisturbed. Magic tends to attract magical beasts, so they defended the mages, slaying any approaching creatures. This magical array, encompassing the entirety of Mount Vesuvius, grew more potent the longer it was maintained. Duke Rivi, a third-tier mage, exerted every effort to refine the array, hoping to delay the volcano's eruption. If only the array could be stabilized for a day, it would undoubtedly thwart the eruption entirely. Thus, an hour passed. The first group of second-tier mages descended, while another group ascended. Among them was Erica, standing behind Duke Rivi, softly channeling her magical energy to her father. As Duke Rivi intoned the incantations and delineated the array, he observed Erica's every movement, feeling a sense of pride at her independence. Erica, you have grown. As the second round of mages descended, the third group was set to arrive. However, Erica did not leave. She discreetly consumed a vial of blue potion she had procured from Lia, instantly revitalizing her mental faculties. Duke Rivi, witnessing Erica's perseverance, felt a mix of surprise and joy. He had not anticipated her possessing such an abundance of mental strength. At her age, I was nowhere near her level. Another hour elapsed, and as the third group of mages descended, the fourth group ascended. Erica remained at the array, continuing to channel her magical influence to Duke Rivi. She secretly drank another potion, completely restoring her energy. If Duke Rivi had been merely astonished before, he was now utterly astounded. Erica's talent was extraordinarily formidable. Her remarkable mental prowess surpassed that of many third-tier mages. As her father, Duke Rivi, finally recognized the formidable strength of his daughter, Erica, he was taken aback. Soon, the fourth batch of mages exhausted their magical energy and retreated to rest. Erica discreetly consumed another vial of potion, ready to continue her contribution. The third-tier mages surrounding Duke Rivi could not help but notice her. After 4 hours, they pondered the source of her seemingly endless magical power. Could it be that within this prodigious young woman lay an ocean of magic? Unable to contain their curiosity, the mages inquired of the Duke, Duke Rivi, is your daughter some sort of monster? Such astonishing mental reserves are unprecedented. Indeed, he had never seen a creature capable of laboring for such an extended period. Concern began to creep into Duke Rivi's mind. He feared that his daughter might overexert herself, risking irreversible damage to her health. Yet, seeing her appear unfazed, He withheld his worries. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? His musings continued until 5 hours had passed. The first group of mages from the second round had descended the mountain, returning to rest, while the second-tier mages reascended to the summit. To their astonishment, they beheld the Duke's daughter still standing in the magical array beneath him, radiating an extraordinary glow of magic like a brilliant bulb. "Do you not need to rest?" they asked. Indeed, Erica had been surreptitiously consuming a potion after each batch of mages departed, maintaining her magical energy at a relatively comfortable level. She sensed their astonishment and admiration in their gazes, swelling with pride in her actions. "Thanks to the potions crafted by Professor Victor, I can persist," she thought to herself. "Father will surely look upon me with newfound respect." Lost in her elation, Erica was abruptly jolted back to reality by the thunderous voice of Duke Rivy. "Erica, come down and rest." Taken aback by the intensity of her father's anger for the first time, she instinctively shrank back, lowering her head as she descended. However, her reputation had already spread throughout the ranks of the second-tier mages. "Who understands? She is simply extraordinary. When I first descended, she did not leave, and upon my return, she was still there. Did you see Duke Rivy's daughter? Her mental prowess rivals that of a third-tier mage. Even Victor would find it challenging to match her." Erica's keen hearing caught these whispered praises, filling her with a sense of pride. Some even compared her to Victor, and when she heard this, her heart leaped with joy. Yet, she understood well that without those potions, she could never sustain such prolonged exertion. The miraculous elixir had indeed been crafted by Victor. Reflecting on this, the compliments felt oddly grotesque to her. Indeed, she could not compare to Professor Victor. Alas, throughout her life, she may never catch a glimpse of his retreating figure. A thunderous roar erupted once more from the mouth of Mount Vesuvius, as boulders began to tumble down, and ash ascended towards the heavens. The ominous clouds above the volcano appeared as if shattered, revealing fiery fissures within. The mountain trembled, and the magma within stirred restlessly. "Look, what is that?" a knight exclaimed, pointing to the sky where scalding droplets fell incessantly. Countless fiery raindrops struck the vicinity of the volcano's mouth, causing rocks to shatter upon contact, akin to explosive devices. All the mages and knights stood on high alert. The mages swiftly inscribed temporary arrays to counter the impending crisis, while the knights enchanted their armors and silver swords with magical artifacts. Was the volcano about to erupt? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Erica's mind. "It hurts! It hurts!" It was that same voice. What was happening? She distinctly heard it emanating from the summit of the volcano, and she yearned to ascend and investigate. Perhaps Professor Victor was there. Erica recalled the disparaging remarks made by the mages about Professor Victor. She did not wish to regard him as the puppeteer behind the volcano's fury. However, given the circumstances, anyone would suspect him. The missing Victor and the imminent eruption of the volcano. "No, I must devise a plan to reach the volcano's mouth." In her contemplation, Erica noticed the knightly order guarding the nearby array. Among them stood the only female knight, strikingly beautiful, second only to her mother in her grace, the first being the sister at the Clavina shop. Unlike that sister, this knight exuded an aura of coldness, as if she had emerged from an icy realm, her mere presence instilling a sense of distance. Erica had heard that this knight was none other than Gwen, the current captain of the Royal Knights. She resolved to approach this sister, seeking permission to leave. Directly mentioning her desire to visit the volcano would surely be futile. As she paced thoughtfully, a sudden idea struck her mind. Feigning urgency, she rushed before Gwen. As she had hoped, her actions attracted the captainess' attention. "Excuse me, Knight Sister, I need to use the restroom. May I be excused for a moment?" "Absolutely not," Gwen replied with unwavering decisiveness. "I must ensure the safety of all here, Miss Erica. I implore you to endure." Alas, the aloof and stoic knight seemed solely bound by duty. Erica muttered in frustration as she returned to her spot, her anxiety mounting. The voice from the summit and the disappearance of Victor seemed to signal something profound. She had to escape this place and ascend to the peak. At that moment, Duke Riviere suddenly appeared beside her, gently patting her shoulder. Startled, Erica trembled, akin to a frightened little rabbit. Duke Riviere spoke with a grave tone. My dear, provide me with an explanation. Chapter 22. We are all girls. Surely you can understand me. Duke Rivi materialized behind Erica, his hand resting firmly on her shoulder, his expression a portrait of sternness. The sudden appearance of her father sent a shiver down Erica's spine. She feared her plans of stealth had been uncovered. As her gaze wandered, contemplating her next move, she heard Duke Rivi inquire, "Could you elucidate why you were able to endure within the magical array for such an extended period?" Upon hearing her father's question, a wave of relief washed over Erica, her previously tense smile transforming into one of ease. "Ah, so that is the matter at hand." She circled behind the Duke, her voice dripping with mystery as she proclaimed, "It is because I possess a treasure." "A treasure?" Duke Rivi echoed, amusement flickering across his face. What sort of wonder could possibly amplify Erica's mental prowess to such an extraordinary degree? With pride swelling in her chest, Erica revealed to her father, it belonged to Professor Victor. What? Victor S? The mention of that name left Duke Rivi utterly astounded. He was well aware of Victor S' genius, having ascended to the rank of professor at such a tender age. Could it be that Victor had indeed created an artifact capable of enhancing mental strength? No, that was not the crux of the matter. The pressing concern was why such an item had found its way into Erica's possession. Had Victor gifted this to her, perhaps to curry her favor? Duke Rivi felt a surge of fury ignite within him, an inferno blazing up from the depths of his heart. Damn Victor, he thought, you have not relinquished your interest in Erica. He longed to twist the scoundrel's head from his shoulders, to dare covet his precious daughter. Victor must learn the true meaning of consequence. However, a sudden realization struck him. Wasn't he Erica rather disdainful of Victor? Why then, did she appear so proud at the mere mention of his name? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Victor was ensnaring his daughter. Observing her father's turmoil, Erica retrieved a small vial of blue elixir from her bag. What is that? Duke Rivi asked, curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar potion. It was his first encounter with such a blue concoction, one he knew to be from Professor Victor's shop, costing a mere 1,000 geo. Duke Rivi. Misunderstanding resolved. He had initially believed Victor was ensnaring Erica at the academy. Yet, it appeared the reality was far from his imagination. His gaze fell upon the vial in Erica's hand, and he suddenly froze. Wait, Erica, how much did you say this cost? Duke Rivi questioned, suspecting his ears had deceived him. 1,000 geo? Surely he must have misheard. With her chest puffed out in pride, Erica reiterated, 1,000 geo. Duke Rivi. When did I raise such a spendthrift daughter? Ah well, she is mine, flesh of my flesh. Duke Rive took a deep breath, suppressing the simmering anger within him, and forced a smile that was more a grimace than genuine warmth as he addressed Erica. It seems your father never taught you the art of prudent spending. Upon hearing such a remark from her father, Erica immediately retorted, I have not squandered my money. Your current mental stamina is insufficient to sustain the magic array. Is it not? Duke Rive nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, as Erica had pointed out, although numerous second-tier mages were supplying magical energy, his mental fortitude had waned significantly, necessitating a period of rest. This was an inevitability faced by all mages. Even if one possessed formidable magical prowess, a lack of mental energy rendered one incapable of mobilizing magic, setting up arrays, or inscribing runes. It would be impossible for anyone to cast spells continuously for 3 days and nights without succumbing to exhaustion. There was no point in boasting. It was simply absurd. Nonetheless, the memory of Erica's impressive feat, supplying magic for 5 consecutive hours, flashed through his mind. Could there be a connection? Try this, Erica said, opening a vial of potion and offering it to her father. Duke Rive eyed the small bottle of blue liquid with a frown, feeling a sense of reluctance. It did not appear to be of good quality. This liquid looked akin to industrial waste filled with dye. How could it possibly be palatable? Hurry and drink it, Erica urged him impatiently. Heeding his daughter's insistence, Duke Rive swallowed the potion despite his reservations. In an instant, a bluish glow enveloped his body. Almost immediately, he felt a restoration of a portion of his mental energy, enough to allow him to continue casting spells. The fatigue that had weighed on his mind lifted considerably. Rubbing his forehead, he noticed that the weariness had nearly vanished. As a high-level mage who had immersed himself in the third tier for over 30 years, he was acutely aware of the astonishing effects of such a potion. Seizing the moment while they were alone, he swiftly concealed the now empty vial, leaned closer to Erica, and whispered, "This must not be disclosed to anyone, at least not for the time being. Tell me, how many bottles do you have left?" Erica began to count on her fingers. She had purchased 10 bottles in total, wasted one at home for testing, consumed 4 while continuously casting spells in the magic array, and her father had taken one to restore his mental strength, which left 4 bottles remaining. Duke Rive grasped Erica's shoulders, leaning down to speak earnestly. "Before we return to the capital, you must keep this matter a secret. If word gets out, it may attract the attention of those with ill intentions. You cannot safeguard this. Entrust it to your father, and he will ensure its safety." Upon hearing her father's words, Erica sighed and shook her head. "No, I spent quite a bit of my allowance to buy this." Upon returning home, Erica's pocket money doubled. She thought to herself, since this was created by Professor Victor, I can simply ask him to make more when I see him at the academy. Surely Professor Victor will agree to my request. Right? Feeling quite pleased with the substantial amount of money she had earned from her father, Erica readily handed 3 vials to Duke Levi. Had her father not advised her to keep 1 vial for herself just in case, she would have given them all away without hesitation. The Duke, cradling the potions, departed with utmost care. Seeing her father's somewhat comical demeanor, Erica couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, Duke Levi returned to the mountainside, resuming his task of channeling magical energy to construct the formation. A few third-tier mages who were still resting noticed the Duke's ascent and couldn't resist asking, "Your Grace, do you not require a break?" Duke Levi turned to them with a benevolent smile. "Ah, my mental fortitude is sufficient. You all may rest while I maintain the formation." More of this? The exhausted third-tier mages were momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, it was his daughter standing unwavering for 5 hours, and now he was standing there himself? Is the entire Chloe family peculiar? At that moment, Erica was overjoyed. If it weren't for the need to distract the Duke, she wouldn't have given away the potions, even if her pocket money had multiplied tenfold. She decided to approach the summit, and at this juncture, her only option was to persuade Gwen. Thus, Erica returned to Gwen, feigning shyness as she said, "Sister, I can no longer endure. We are both girls. Surely you can understand my plight." With tearful eyes, she implored Gwen. After a moment of contemplation, Gwen's face flushed slightly. It seemed she had grasped the nature of Erica's request. However, was today the day it had arrived? Such matters pertained to a girl's dignity, and after considering it, Gwen had no choice but to acquiesce to Erica's plea. The reasoning Erica presented was simply too compelling to reject. Initially elated, Erica nearly leapt with joy, yet she remembered her earlier words and had to maintain a semblance of distress. Then, Gwen declared, "For your safety, I shall accompany you." Erica's spirits immediately sank. With such a formidable knight beside her, the likelihood of escaping unnoticed was exceedingly slim. Yet, Erica had not given up. If an opportunity arose, she could still find a way out. Soon, the two arrived at an uninhabited area. The surface of the volcano was barren, making it difficult to find any form of cover. After much effort, they located a solitary rock, which provided only minimal concealment. Erica's eyes darted around. Her cheeks flushed as she requested Gwen to step back a bit, feeling somewhat bashful. Gwen, puzzled, replied, "We are all girls. What is there to be shy about?" Nevertheless, she took a few steps back. Erica crouched behind a stone, poised to unfasten her trousers, when she lifted her head and found herself locking eyes with Gwen. A flush of embarrassment and indignation washed over her as she called out from a distance, "Could you please turn away and not look at me?" Gwen, taken aback, fell silent and took a few steps back before turning her head. If you won't look, then it matters little, she thought. In that brief moment of turning away, a shimmering blue light illuminated the volcano, and Gwen caught a glimpse of the faint azure glow at the periphery, prompting her to whirl around. The teleportation array had been activated, and Erica stepped into it, beaming as she waved goodbye to Gwen. "Please tell my father that I will return safely." Gwen dashed forward, reaching out in a futile attempt to stop her, but the distance was insurmountable, leaving her with no time to act. In an instant, Erica vanished. Gwen, left grasping at emptiness, lowered her gaze to the ground, murmuring to herself, teleportation. Magic? Where could she possibly go? The memory of Erica's initial inquiry flashed in her mind. Who was that mage? Victor Clavenna. The name struck her like a bolt from the blue, and her gaze darted toward the mountain's summit. In the next moment, it felt as if a tempest had risen beneath her feet, propelling her upward at breakneck speed toward the peak. Chapter 23. The boss has unleashed its power. What? We have it too. At last, she successfully made her escape. Erica was overjoyed. She understood that without employing extraordinary measures, she could never shake off Gwen. To avoid capture, she had diligently prepared her teleportation magic well in advance. Seizing the moment when Gwen was momentarily distracted, she activated it instantaneously. Fortuitously, Professor Victor had imparted the proper techniques for using teleportation magic during his first visit to the academy. Although she could not teleport vast distances like a third-tier mage, covering a few kilometers was within her capability. Gwen likely assumed she would teleport to a far-off location. Instead of teleporting to the mountain's summit, Erica traversed a few kilometers to the mountainside, effectively reaching the opposite side of the mountain. The scenery remained somewhat desolate, exhibiting little change. Erica commenced her ascent towards the volcano's peak. The further she climbed, the more she sensed a significant increase in temperature. Before long, the heat became nearly unbearable. The surrounding rocks exuded steam, a result of moisture evaporating from the air due to the intense heat. Ascending further, she even spotted various fragments of stone that had shattered from the high temperatures. Observing her surroundings filled Erica with trepidation, yet she persevered against the sweltering heat, continuing her upward trek. Simultaneously, she recalled having fortified herself with several heat-resistance spells. As a mage, she recognized that this phenomenon was caused by the abundance of fire elements within the volcano. I knew this was not a mere volcanic eruption. A typical eruption could hardly release such an abundance of magical elements. Erica affirmed her suspicions. Only by ascending the mountain could she uncover more truths. Meanwhile, her father and his colleagues merely relied on magic to isolate everything, never contemplating a solution from the root of the problem. Stubborn old mages, she muttered under her breath, only to be reminded of Victor, the youngest third-tier mage, whose record remained unsurpassed to this day. Could the volcanic disturbances truly be caused by Victor? Suddenly, a sound of crushing stone echoed from behind her. What was that? She whirled around to investigate, witnessing a red hedgehog emerging from the earth, enveloped in faint flames, charging directly at Erica, a second-tier magical creature. A flame hedgehog. Without hesitation, Erica conjured a magical array aimed at the creature. Second-tier magic, water cannon with that. A massive sphere of water began to whirl in her hands before erupting forth. The flame hedgehog was propelled back several meters, landing on its back, its flames completely extinguished, resembling charred remains. Clearly, it was rendered lifeless. The strength of a second-tier magical creature was no match for an elite mage who had trained for years. Defeating it in an instant was only to be expected. It was astonishing. This was her first time vanquishing a magical creature in the wild. It seemed she was not as weak as she had believed. She took pride in her bravery. The Vesuvius volcano was inherently perilous. The fire-based creatures exhibited a wide range of capabilities. As one ascended, the number of these creatures increased. Not only that, but their strength also escalated proportionately. Initially, she could handle them with ease. However, as she progressed, it became increasingly strenuous. The closer she got to the summit, the more formidable the monsters became. Although Erica managed to cope, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She had encountered these creatures at the academy, so why was there such a vast disparity between their known strength and the reality before her? Another fiery hedgehog leaped from the ground, and this time, Erica employed several spells to vanquish it completely. Compared to the previous monsters, its claws were sharper, and the flames upon its back blazed with greater intensity. Naturally, its aggression had also intensified. Had these creatures been enhanced? This thought flickered through Erica's mind. The dense fire elements surrounding them had indeed rendered them stronger. The amplification of the fire element was not coincidental. She felt compelled to ascend further, convinced that answers awaited her at the peak. Yet, the terrifying heat began to cloud her senses, and the increasingly powerful monsters made her hesitate. Even her magic struggled to withstand the searing flames. Standing still, Erica decided to take a moment to regroup and devise a strategy to reach the summit. Suddenly, she recalled the last vial of magical potion in her bag. She gazed at the potion before looking up towards the peak. Inspiration struck. I have a plan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Gwen relentlessly sprinted towards the summit, despite the oppressive heat causing her to sweat profusely. The silver sword in her hand felt like ice, slicing through one monster after another that obstructed her path. First Victor, and now the Duke's daughter. Why did they all seek trouble? Did she not wish to find Victor? Of course, she did. To be precise, she was driven nearly to madness by her desire. She yearned to confront Victor and demand whether the volcanic disturbances were indeed his doing. If he admitted to it, her fist would surely connect with his face in the next moment. However, Gwen had to obey orders. She needed to protect all the mages and safeguard the residents. Victor. Just wait for me. Swiftly, she severed the head of a monster blocking her way and continued her ascent, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Soon, she encountered an obstacle. Before her, astonishing lava surged between the fissures of the volcanic surface, as if the volcano were bleeding from a grievous wound. This rendered any forward movement impossible. The searing heat from her armor became unbearable, forcing her to retreat a few steps as she pondered a solution while gazing at the summit. Severely injured. It is undoubtedly gravely wounded. Vega lamented continuously. Before it, the shell of the fire disaster crumbled away, and a staggering volume of lava flowed from its wounds. This is the calamity of fire, as torrents of magma pour forth from its core. That is its blood. A truly fearsome creature, mused Vegeta, referring to Victor. Third-tier magic, storm of destruction, third-tier magic. Sandstorm mudslide, various formations swirled in the sky, 5 of them continuously unleashing spells. Below, the volcano roiled with magma, and the surrounding cliffs oozed with molten rock. Victor tirelessly cast spells, inflicting a myriad of debilitating effects upon Gul'dan. As the accumulated damage rendered Gul'dan gravely injured, its movements slowed to a crawl, leaving it no opportunity to even graze Victor. This battle was poised to alter Vegeta's perception. Ignoring the flames licking at its feathers, it stared unblinkingly. Could it be possible that they might actually win? If Victor emerged victorious, Vegeta would gladly deem him the most formidable human it had ever encountered. Yet, even if Victor were to falter, his might had already surpassed comprehension. To be precise, what he possessed was not mere overwhelming power. The chasm between Gul'dan and Victor was akin to an insurmountable abyss. Gul'dan loomed large, powerful enough that a single strike could obliterate Victor, yet could not prevail. Clearly, Victor needed to triumph over it countless times, while Gul'dan required only a single victory. Nevertheless, this stark disparity had compelled Victor to transform the impossible into reality. After an arduous battle lasting nearly 3 days and nights, Gul'dan had only managed to graze Victor once. In contrast, Victor moved through the fight with the ease of a leisurely stroll, exuding tranquility. To him, Gul'dan's attacks appeared to unfold at a pace tenfold slower. He could effortlessly evade even the most unnecessary strikes without needing to teleport, merely sidestepping to avoid them. The injuries he had previously sustained seemed to invigorate him rather than impede him, enhancing his resolve. During this period of injury, his command of magic became remarkably fluid. At last, one had succumbed to weakness, yet it was not Victor who faltered, but Gul'dan. A calamity that humanity could never hope to conquer was, for the first time, cornered by a human. Its health had plummeted to 30%, an undeniable state of frailty. Its exterior no longer shimmered, and both strength and speed had diminished significantly. Vegeta was taken aback. It had been unable to land a single blow on Victor in its previous astonishing state, and now it found itself weakened. Did this not imply that victory was all but assured for Victor? Vegeta turned to Victor, only to find his demeanor far from relaxed. Instead, he appeared grave, bracing himself for what was to come. He muttered incantations under his breath. That attack was imminent. That attack? Which attack? Vegeta was momentarily stunned, and then a tremendous tremor resonated through the air, nearly causing it to lose its balance. The volcano thrashed wildly, and even the ground began to quake. The earth gradually crumbled, and the lava began to subside. A colossal entity surged upward from beneath the layers of magma within the volcano. The entire mountain trembled precariously, while Guillotin's eyes radiated a scorching brilliance akin to twin suns. The fiery column pierced through the molten layers, melting the very rocks, cascading in an overwhelming torrent. Countless fiery stones, enveloped in magma, plummeted like meteorites. The wrath of the inferno. Victor recognized this phenomenon and slowly uttered the name of Guillotin's final technique. Vigia, evading the rapid descent of the fiery debris, gazed at the column poised to breach the confines of the volcano's mouth, exclaiming, "The calamity of fire. How the hell am I supposed to evade this?" Evade? Victor scoffed. He had never considered retreat. At the brink of catastrophe, Victor's eyes ignited with a stunning azure hue. Terrifying magical elements enveloped the entire base of the volcano. In an instant, a colossal phantom castle manifested in the sky, seemingly intent on suppressing the entire volcanic mouth. The castle illuminated with multiple grand magical formations. Buzz, buzz, buzz 1, 2, 3. 3 protective formations rapidly began to construct, interlinking as their intricate patterns entwined, forming an arc that reached for the heavens at the center of the immense array, akin to a sacred tree bud bursting into bloom. An inexhaustible force compelled Vegeta to sense the imminent danger even high above the volcano. The sun-blocking magical array descended slowly, piercing through layers of shadowy clouds, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. A formidable pressure enveloped all living beings save for Victor. The enormous Guillotin's feet sank into the ground, its head struggling to rise. Vegeta was also crushed by this pressure, fortuitously landing on Victor's shoulder. Va magic. When the hell was this set up? Vegeta stared at the immense magical array falling from the sky. The fiery stones laden with lava disintegrated instantaneously before the might of the war magic, akin to mere pebbles. Once more perched on Victor's shoulder, he could utter no words, only mentally lamenting. Isn't a war array supposed to require a multitude of mages to unleash? This freak can do it alone. Isn't that a bit excessive? In the next moment, a column of fire erupted from the ground, colliding with the arc in the sky. The two cataclysmic forces clashed. Vegeta could no longer hear the sounds around him. Only blinding waves of light and an overwhelming momentum remained. The sheer power of the confrontation tore through sound, and the air burst through the mountainside, collapsing in chaos. In a daze, he seemed to hear Victor's chant echoing in his ear. The fall of the Ark of the Magic Empire. Swoosh! A brilliant white light soared to the heavens, enveloping all existence. Chapter 24. I understand the reason, but why can the crow speak? A blue formation materialized out of thin air atop the volcano, and a figure gradually became tangible. It was Erica. Without disrupting the magic array, she simultaneously extended its casting range. One must admit, this was indeed the most effective approach she could conceive at this moment. The greatest disparity between a second-tier mage and a third-tier mage when employing teleportation magic lies in their reserves of magical energy. The extent of this energy reserve dictates the distance of the teleportation. After sipping a potion to regain some of her magical power, she managed to conjure a teleportation array with sufficient range. Now she had reached the summit of the volcano. Before her lay the crater. The temperature at the peak was no longer bearable for a human. As soon as Erica set foot on the ground, the searing heat caused her head to spin. Had she not previously cast some fire-resistant spells, she would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness under such staggering temperatures. She patted her chest, gazing down as if still in shock. With her hands pressed together, a white magic array began to swirl in her palms, emanating a chilling aura. She directed the spell upon herself, barely managing to maintain her body at a constant temperature. Once this was accomplished, Erica turned her gaze to her surroundings. Nearby, there was nothing but emptiness. The crater of the volcano, seemingly just having erupted, surrounded by heated rocks glowing red like molten iron. In the oppressive heat, even the air appeared distorted. Erica yearned to uncover some answers at the summit, yet the scene before her was not as she had hoped. The overwhelming heat made her dizzy, and a sense of fatigue enveloped her. I cannot remain here. Perhaps I must leave this place. She still possessed enough magical energy to cast teleportation magic and escape, even if it meant descending only a short distance. It was certainly preferable to standing aimlessly at the summit. Her hands glimmered with a soft light, the magic array taking shape in her grasp. Suddenly, Erica's heart lurched violently. The array she had just formed dissipated in an instant. A low, mournful wail emanated from the volcano's crater. The pain felt as if it had transferred directly to her heart, and she knelt on the ground, unable to bear it. Her knees were instantly scorched by the searing earth. What is happening? Erica struggled to utter those few words, feeling as though her heart were being constricted by an unseen force. The mournful cry, audible only to her, persisted. In a daze, the volcano trembled, and a torrent of magma erupted from the crater. As she gazed at the slowly flowing, incandescent lava, it appeared to her as the blood expelled during the volcano's agony. Now it threatened to become the instrument of her demise. Erica gritted her teeth. In the face of life and death, she swiftly made a decision. The remaining magical energy surged forth, forming a barrier that separated her from the encroaching lava. She was not ready to die, at least not in such an ambiguous and suffocating manner. Yet the remnants of her magic were insufficient to sustain the barrier. Lava began to seep through the shield, swiftly approaching Erica's side. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Almost in the next moment, a blinding white light erupted from the volcano's mouth. Erica seemed to forget the impending crisis, her gaze fixated on the radiant beam. What was that? The mages and knights at the foothills of Mount Sanchal noticed the intense upheaval of the volcano. This was an omen of impending eruption. A mage suddenly shouted, yet it was evident to all present. The lava spewing from the crater served as the most compelling evidence. The expressions of all the third-tier mages grew serious as they braced themselves, ready to unleash devastating war magic at the command of Duke Riviere. Such formidable magic could entirely suppress the volcano. Duke Riviere was filled with confidence, preparing to cast the spell, even intending to have Erica channel her magic to him. Could Erica still endure? He asked habitually, but no one responded. When Duke Riviere turned to look, Erica's figure had vanished. Erica? Erica? Panic set in for Duke Riviere as he searched the stronghold left and right, but he could not find her. How could she have disappeared at such a critical moment? Duke Riviere grew increasingly agitated. It was unacceptable for her to vanish just as the war magic was about to be initiated. If she had gone to the summit of the volcano, it would spell great danger. Reluctant to believe Erica could be so reckless, he continued to search the hillside. All the mages poised to release their magic stood bewildered. Why had Duke Riviere suddenly halted the operation of the magic array at such a pivotal juncture? Many third-tier mages looked at Duke Riviere, anxiously imploring, "Your Grace, if we do not activate the array soon, the volcano will erupt completely. There will be no time left." The Duke nearly shouted in response, "No, absolutely not. We cannot activate the array. Your Grace, what is happening?" The crowd, confused, could only hastily inquire. "Erica is missing." When Duke Riviere conveyed this news, everyone stood frozen in shock. If Erica were at the summit when the magic array was unleashed, she would likely be torn to shreds by the overwhelming magical pressure. Yet if the magic was not cast, the eruption of the volcano would evolve into a catastrophic disaster. At that moment, Duke Riviere's eyes brimmed with desperation. If forced to choose, he would willingly relinquish all his honor and status, even forsaking the lives of the innocent, just to bring Erica back. In this critical moment, everyone urged Duke Riviere. Even a second's delay could avert disaster. However, as the magical orchestrator, Duke Riviere remained silent. The magical array remained stationary, until suddenly, a brilliant beam of white light erupted from the volcanic crater, soaring into the heavens. All eyes were drawn to this radiant light, which tore through the black clouds and illuminated the sky. In an instant, the true visage of the sky was revealed, casting its gentle moonlight upon the earth and bathing the astonished faces of the onlookers in its glow. Drip, drop. Soon, raindrops descended from the sky like ethereal spirits emerging after a calamity. The rain cascaded down, splashing upon the mountain peak and striking the flowing lava below. It seemed imbued with magic as it fell upon Mount Vesuvius. At that moment, the the volcano lost all its fervor. The astonishing heat plummeted sharply. The entire volcano resembled molten iron being doused with cold water, releasing fierce steam. No one felt hot any longer. On the contrary, under the sudden downpour, they found themselves shivering. The molten lava gradually solidified, the fiery stones returning to their original black hue. Had the eruption of Mount Vesuvius ceased? A sorcerer voiced the astonishment of everyone present. Rainwater soaked the Duke of Rivi's hair as he squinted up at the sky, his expression a complex tapestry of thoughts. Near the mountainous peak, Gwen, feeling the rain cascading down, raised her head to behold the moonlit sky, breathing a sigh of relief. She had been perilously close to that blinding light and had sensed the terrifying power it contained. The lava that had obstructed her path had now cooled. Rising to her feet, she grasped her silver sword, her resolve unwavering, and charged towards the summit. Meanwhile, Elika stood frozen, gazing at the sky, her mind a blank canvas. She had been closest to the source of that magical power when it manifested. That was certainly not a force wielded by mere mortals. She knelt in the rain, closing her eyes and allowing the droplets to drench her. In that moment no threat remained. Under the astonishing magic, it seemed as though all perils had been entirely dispelled. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius felt like a whimsical jest from the heavens to all present. Its erratic behavior had led everyone to believe it would erupt imminently, and just as tension peaked, the volcano came to a halt. Its mischievous trick had succeeded, capturing everyone's attention. Tears streamed down Elika's cheeks. Even she could not discern whether the liquid on her face was rain or sorrow. Fear gripped her heart. She had narrowly escaped death upon this volcano. Almost, she would have left no trace behind. Almost, her pride had threatened to exact a heavy toll. Her weeping attracted a fiery hedgehog, which, amidst the astonishing downpour, emitted steam from its rain-soaked body, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. It bared its fangs, closing the distance between itself and Elika. With a surge of power in its legs, a mere dash would suffice to sever her throat. At this moment, Erika found herself utterly drained of magic, her spirit wearied beyond measure, leaving her devoid of any capacity to resist. She had been weeping incessantly, oblivious to the encroaching danger. In the next instant, a fiery hedgehog lunged towards her, emitting a terrifying shriek. Erika reacted, but her frailty forbade her from mounting any defense. She was destined to perish. Father! Boom! A scorching serpent of flame, akin to molten lava, grazed Erika's cheek and struck the fiery creature. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and the hedgehog was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Erika stood frozen, her tears forgotten, gazing at the scene in disbelief. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. I believe I taught you this lesson. A mage must always prioritize their own safety. She turned abruptly to find the swaying figure of Victor. Professor, you! Her heart soared with joy, but before she could utter more, she noticed the astonishing flow of magma cascading from Victor's body. The molten rock hit the ground, rapidly cooling and releasing a billowing steam cloud. In the next moment, Victor collapsed, unconscious, at the edge of the volcano. Dumbfounded, Erika rushed to his side, reaching out to touch his body. Ah! It hurts. The searing heat emanating from Victor was enough to inflict burns upon mere contact. Victor, what has happened to you? Victor! She disregarded the peril of severely burning her hands and summoned the last vestiges of her magic, conjuring a thin layer of frost upon her palms, determined to lift Victor. The unbearable heat tormented her hands, yet she persevered, striving to raise him. In the next heartbeat, the strain proved too much for her burned legs. With a resounding crash, they both fell to the ground. Fortunately, the volcano's temperature had significantly diminished. Otherwise, they would have been seared into oblivion. In that fleeting moment, a wave of self-reproach surged within Erika. She despised herself, her arrogance, her current helplessness. Everything she had learned at the academy felt like a burden. Yet, stubbornly, she continued to attempt to lift Victor, enduring the scalding heat that seared her skin. Erika loathed her own weakness, but she would not regret having ascended the mountain. If she were not present, who would notice the gravely injured Victor? He would surely perish here. Time and again Erica tried, rising and falling, rising and falling. The distance she could manage was scarcely 2 meters, yet she pressed on. Devoid of magic, she had no choice but to rely on her own strength. Victor had saved her, and now it was her turn to rescue him. Little girl. A sudden voice pierced her thoughts, causing Erica, once more struggling to lift Victor, to freeze in place. She glanced around, seeking the source of the sound. Yet, no matter how fervently she searched, there was not a soul atop the mountain. Solely at the rim of the volcano stood a solitary one-eyed raven. This creature was Victor's pet, inseparable from him. Erica had once fed it. Suddenly, Erica's eyes widened. Regardless of the ferocity of the rain, not a single drop touched the raven's plumage. Its feathers appeared as if polished to a sheen, rendering it a singular entity amidst the deluge. The one-eyed raven opened its unsightly beak, its eye flickering with a cerulean glow, exuding an air of wisdom. Do you truly wish to rescue him? Chapter 25. I understand the reason, but why is the crow so large? Erica stood in a daze, staring at the crow before her, momentarily unable to comprehend. The crow can speak? Viga shielded his wings protectively across his chest and bowed politely, presenting himself with the demeanor of a gentleman, which momentarily captivated Erica's attention. Yet she could not disregard the fact that he was, indeed, a crow. Permit me a brief moment for self-introduction, Mississippi. I am the malevolent deity Habika. Habika? Erica murmured the name, clearly unaware of its significance. She was well versed in the history of the empire, yet no record spoke of such a deity. Of course, it matters not if you do not recognize me. You may refer to me by my current name, Viga. Now, allow me to inquire once more. Do you truly wish to save Victor Clavina? At last, Erica regained her senses. In that moment, she was indifferent to who he was or what his capabilities might entail. It was as if she had grasped the last straw of hope on the precipice of despair. She nodded fervently, desperate for the malevolent deity before her to rescue Victor. Viga closed his eyes, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. The ritual is not yet complete. To save him, you will need your own strength. Worship me, become my follower, and I shall aid you in fulfilling your wish. The black magical array sprawled across the ground like serpents exhaling venom, coiling around Erica's feet. A dark aura began to rise around the array, enveloping her entirely. She had never witnessed such magic, such a formation, and it filled her with an ominous foreboding. Was this the work of a malevolent deity? With no other recourse, Erica nodded in agreement. If becoming his follower meant saving Victor, it was the only thought consuming her. She hesitated not for a moment, exclaiming, I pledge myself to you, to worship you, to become your follower. Viga regarded the devout Erica, a sense of pride radiating from his singular eye, as if he had achieved a significant triumph. Excellent, I acknowledge your sincerity. His gaze shifted to Victor, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and he mused inwardly. Can it truly be that a girl is willing to go to such lengths for you, Victor? Unbeknownst to you, you have garnered something precious. In an instant, mist emanated from Viga's form, as if infusing the array with some arcane power. The black array began to writhe with fervor, its edges extending delicate tendrils that danced upon the earth, then erupted in a radiant glow that enveloped both Viga and Erica. The next moment, the light shattered like a mirror, and the array vanished from sight. Erica opened her eyes, searching for any sign of change within herself. Yet, nothing transpired. No mark had appeared upon her. Was this indeed the ritual of contract? If Viga were to comprehend the thoughts of the young maiden before it, it would undoubtedly chuckle. Were it capable of such a thing, for it possessed no teeth. The act of forging a pact is never to be taken lightly. This dark array merely facilitates a one-way communion with its devotees. To establish a contract with it, one must at least adhere to the formalities akin to those undertaken by Victor. Is this truly sufficient? Erica gazed at it with a look of perplexity, her tone imbued with palpable urgency. Would this indeed save Victor? Such was her unwavering belief. Viga regarded her with a silent smile, squinting as it inquired, before we proceed to rescue him, I must pose a question. Why have you appeared here? What brings you to the summit of this volcano? Erica hesitated momentarily, weighing her words, ultimately compelled to speak the truth. I heard the volcano, cried out in anguish, claiming it was in pain. Oh? Viga remarked with newfound interest, casting a sidelong glance at Erica, as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. With a sly smile, it began to coax her further with its words. And now, what else can you hear? At Viga's query, Erica furrowed her brow and shook her head. I can hear nothing now, she replied. This was to be expected. Viga turned away, musing to itself. Because the calamity of fire has been subdued by that fearsome man. It would perhaps never forget that scene when the final magical arc plunged into the depths of the volcano. The surging flames and molten rock seemed to freeze in time. The arc consumed all, including Gulatin. In truth, Gulatin had the capacity to withstand such an assault. In its prime, it would not have been so easily scarred by that arcane warfare. Yet, at that critical juncture, Gulatin was grievously wounded, its form coursing with lava, and its once proud defenses had all but vanished. Ultimately, Gulatin transformed into a lifeless rock, shattered within the volcano, succumbing to an enforced slumber. As for why it was a slumber and not death, it was because calamity does not perish. As long as magical elements persist in the world, calamity shall endure. Victor's current state is not merely a consequence of injury. Having witnessed his confrontation with the fire calamity, Viga did not believe anything could truly harm Victor now. At this moment, he was ensnared in a condition known as magical overload. Victor, employing the magic borrowed from Viga, had engaged in an unencumbered battle with Gulatin for 3 days and nights. However, that power was ultimately not Victor's own. The magic Viga permitted him to wield was not limitless, destined to reach a threshold. Under normal circumstances, his expenditure would not approach such a threshold. Yet, Victor was anything but ordinary. Thus, at the final moment, when his magical reserves were depleted, the link between him and Viga was forcibly severed. Nevertheless, this was still insufficient to render Victor unconscious. Even more disturbingly, before Gulatin succumbed to slumber, he forcibly stripped away a fragment of the source of magical power from Gulatin and fused it with himself. This explains why Victor's body appeared to be coursing with molten lava, as it was in the process of assimilating Gulatin's source of magical energy. Victor had already exhausted his own magical reserves, and was now compelled to accept an astonishing external source of power. How could he not feel dizzy? Yet, it was not a significant concern. A few days of rest would suffice. At present, what intrigued Viga more was the young girl before him. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. A girl capable of conversing with calamity. She likely remained unaware of the immense value she possessed. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Just as he reveled in this discovery, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Is someone approaching? Viga, with a smile, turned his gaze towards the hillside, where his keen vision discerned a silvery figure. He recognized the individual instantly, but it was not the opportune moment to reveal himself. In order to shield both himself and Victor from impending trouble, he flapped his wings and approached Victor. With his beak, he grasped Victor's collar, while his voice resonated as usual in Erica's ears. You saved Victor. I shall ensure he knows of this. Little one, we shall meet again. No sooner had he spoken than, before Erica's eyes, Viga's form began to swell, transforming from a pitch-black crow into an astonishingly large black-feathered eagle. He seized Victor's collar and, with a powerful flap of his wings, soared into the sky. A fierce gust of wind erupted, scattering debris in all directions. In an instant, he vanished from Erica's sight. Victor. The dark silhouette dwindled beneath the sky, becoming increasingly distant and indistinct, until it finally faded from her view. The tardy Gwen arrived only to find nothing. She was unable to confront Victor as she had hoped. Instead, she gazed skyward at the receding speck, her expression heavy with concern. Victor? What could this possibly mean? Then her attention shifted to Erica. Erica bore numerous burn marks, kneeling upon the ground as she struggled to muster a smile. Seemingly expending her last ounce of strength, she collapsed with a soft thud. Gwen stepped forward and gently lifted Erica into her arms. When she looked up at the sky once more, only the relentless downpour remained. Chapter 26. I am not a god of medicine. It is with great relief that the volcano has not erupted. A villager stands still, quietly observing the large raindrops falling from the sky above Sancher Town. The volcano has not erupted, how wonderful!
Noi rapscin.
Among the crowd, a joyful cheer bursts forth from an unknown source, instantly igniting the villagers' spirits. How marvelous! There will be no disaster. Oh heavens! Divine blessings! No, no, no. It is the mages from the capital who have saved us. This rain, like a miracle, has erased all crises. The mages and knights returning to Sancher Town gradually relaxed their furrowed brows, yet their hearts remained heavy with an overwhelming weight. Each individual was silent, akin to a procession of lifeless puppets. The oblivious townsfolk emerged from the safety of their refuge, returning to their beloved homes, expressing gratitude to the heroes who had rescued them. However, not a single mage could proudly utter the words, "No need for thanks," in their presence. They had not saved these innocent residents. In fact, they themselves had narrowly escaped annihilation beneath the volcano. Indeed, it was a close call. The magical array had ultimately not been unleashed. Had the volcano erupted in its entirety at that moment, all the mages dispatched from the capital would have perished beneath the cataclysmic lava. As the downpour continued, the residents gradually returned to their abodes. The military began to escort the mages back to the capital. Duke Rivi stood in the rain, allowing the storm to batter his face. Until the last group of mages departed, Count Baker glanced at Duke Rivi from a distance and shook his head. "Farewell, your grace." He nearly forced himself to utter those final words, his tone laden with palpable discontent, his hand trembling upon his cane. "Duke Rivi, I comprehend your deep concern for your beloved daughter. However, before acting recklessly, please consider your own position. Upon returning to the capital, you may face numerous impeachments from the ministers. I urge you to exercise caution." With that, the noble mage boarded his carriage and departed under the protection of the military. Throughout, Duke Rivi did not lift his head to respond. The surrounding knights worried that he might succumb to illness in such inclement weather, for the mages' constitutions are not as robust as those of knights. Thus they called out to him, "Your Grace, please board the carriage and wait. Sir Gwen is searching for your daughter." Duke Rivi offered no reply, standing resolutely in the storm, silent for an extended period. His gaze was vacant, devoid of life. Suddenly, amidst the tempest of night, a silvery figure emerged, akin to a dawn that abruptly breaks through the darkness. She cradled the golden-haired girl in her arms. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of hope reignited in Duke Rivi's eyes. Gwen brought Erica before Duke Rivi and entrusted her to him. "I have not failed in my duty, your grace." Duke Rivi held Erica in his trembling hands, enveloping her in an embrace, his eyes filled with shock and sorrow. "Erica, Erica." It seemed as though a faint whisper roused her from her stupor. Slowly, she lifted her eyelids to behold her most familiar father, managing to muster a faint smile. "Father, I have returned." In that moment, this esteemed man of high rank in the Calencia Empire shed tears. Once a figure of great strength, he found himself unable to protect his own daughter, engulfed in profound shame. Duke Rivi clutched his daughter tightly, only to be met with her pained whimper. It was then that he noticed the numerous burn wounds adorning Erica's body. In his panic, he attempted to heal her with magic, but the results were disheartening. Not every mage possesses the extraordinary prowess of Victor, who has mastered hundreds of spells with unparalleled skill. The Duke's healing magic was limited to treating minor injuries, leaving him utterly powerless in the face of his daughter's grievous burns. Desperation clouded his gaze as he surveyed the surroundings, seeking a skilled healer among the knights standing at attention, but none could be found. Observing the Duke's anxious demeanor, Gwen hesitated before retrieving a vial of crimson potion. The liquid, reminiscent of blood, darkly glinted with a subtle luminescence. This healing elixir had been gifted to her by Victor, yet she had never dared to use it, uncertain of its efficacy. However, if Erica did not receive timely treatment, the consequences could lead to permanent afflictions. It was a gamble she had to take. With determination, she bit her lip, placing her faith in Victor's integrity. "Your Grace, perhaps we should try this. If any issues arise, I will bear the consequences." Gwen extended the potion, and the Duke, in his urgency, accepted it. Upon seeing the potion's hue, he momentarily froze. Could this blood-like concoction truly be ingested? Yet time was of the essence. Erica's injuries could not be delayed. He uncorked the vial, gently bringing it to Erica's lips and casually inquired, "Where did you acquire this potion?" "It was given to me by my fiancé." As the potion flowed from the vial to Erica's mouth, Duke Rivy's hand trembled slightly. Gwen's fiancé? Victor Clavenna? Indeed. Gwen lowered her head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, aware of the friction between the Duke and Victor, but now was not the moment for such concerns. At that instant, a miracle unfolded. As Erica consumed the potion, it was as though she had been graced by the goddess of healing. Her burns healed at a visibly rapid pace, as if new flesh were burgeoning forth, restoring her skin to its previous, smooth state. The Duke stood in utter astonishment. First, it had been the azure healing potion, and now this vivid crimson restorative. What could account for such terrifying efficacy? Gwen too widened her eyes, marveling at the unfolding spectacle. She had never utilized that vial of potion, nor had she ever imagined its effects could be so astonishing. Such a terrifying restorative capability might even allow one to resurrect after losing half of their life. Wouldn't it? However, the rejuvenated Erica remained with her eyes shut. Her spirit was utterly depleted. To awaken once in the Duke's embrace was nothing short of a miracle. The moment the pain ebbed away, she was finally able to drift into a peaceful slumber. Duke Rivy personally placed Erica in the carriage for her rest, and upon emerging, he bowed deeply to Gwen. "I am sincerely grateful to you, Sir Gwen. Please allow me to express my thanks more thoroughly upon my return to the capital, including to your fiancé." Gwen was somewhat taken aback by the Duke's words. She watched as the now rejuvenated Duke Rivy boarded the carriage, which slowly rolled away, gradually departing alongside the surrounding army. Taking a deep breath, Gwen turned to glance at the unclaimed white horse in the stable. It continued to graze quietly at the relay station, blissfully unaware that Victor, who had ridden it, had vanished. "Victor, where have you gone?" The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. She donned her helmet to shield herself from the elements and mounted her horse. Before leaving, she cast one last glance at the solitary white steed. "If you still possess a conscience and remember me, then come back riding that horse to find me. It won't perish, at least not before we reunite." She turned her horse around, leading her knights forward. After a cacophony of clashing armor and hooves trampling through the muddy terrain, Sanchar town returned to tranquility. Following the cleansing of a heavy storm, the sun pierced through the gloom, revealing a clear blue sky. In the days that followed, the residents of Sanchar town resumed their ordinary lives, seemingly having forgotten the harrowing days that had just passed. However, the area around the relay station was anything but calm. "Hey, that white horse is truly magnificent. Why not gift it to me?" A burly man loitering near the relay station demanded with a fierce glare at the station's caretaker. They had taken a liking to the white horse days earlier, and with no one having claimed it, they assumed it was abandoned. Yet, the caretaker remained obstinate, firmly rejecting their rude demands. "A knight has paid a handsome sum for us to care for this horse." The large man burst into laughter. "Those people from the capital have been gone for 4 or 5 days. This horse has surely been forsaken." "Exactly. Our boss surely didn't make a mistake." Several of his companions chimed in. "If you can outbid him, I might agree," the caretaker proposed, casting a disdainful look at the rowdy troublemakers. The large man exchanged glances with his companions and asked, "How much did you receive?" "This amount." The caretaker held up a hand before them. 50? Ha ha ha. I'll offer 100. The administrator shook his head, and after a moment of hesitation, the burly man pressed on. 500? The administrator remained silent, continuing to fixate on them. "It is 5,000. Upon uttering this figure, the burly men erupted in fury. "What the hell? You're trying to sell us a single horse for 5,000 geo? Are you attempting to extort us?" With that, they rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike, while the administrator raised his hands defensively, stepping back. Instead of landing a blow on him, a sudden scream pierced the air. He lowered his hands, eyes wide in disbelief. A colossal hand encased in molten lava had lifted the ringleader off the ground. The man found himself suspended in the air, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. His companions were paralyzed with terror, following the immense hand's trajectory, which led to a figure clad in a long coat. Perched upon his shoulder was a peculiar one-eyed raven, cawing incessantly. Behind him loomed an arm seemingly forged from lava. The dark coat bore intricate red patterns, within which molten rock appeared to flow endlessly. "That is my horse. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 27. Have you hidden someone? The burly man, who had been seized, was still bewildered by the situation when, almost in the next instant, he was hurled away by that colossal hand. Thud! The sound of him hitting the ground reverberated, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Before they could utter a word, Victor slightly lifted his gaze, his cold stare piercing their hearts like a steel needle. "Leave." The moment the words left his lips, the underlings fled in a panic, not daring to resist in the slightest. Once they had all escaped, Victor retracted his molten hand, which seemed to meld seamlessly into his overcoat. Having completed this, he turned to the trembling administrator and spoke coldly. "I am here to retrieve my horse." Realizing Victor's intention, the administrator straightened up from behind the counter, his demeanor quaking as he scrutinized the man before him. How? How do you prove that this is your horse? Prove your identity." Victor regarded him with a hint of appreciation, as if acknowledging his courage, and replied nonchalantly, "Victor Clavenna. The name of the individual who left this horse should be recorded." Upon hearing this, the administrator quickly checked the registry and nodded vigorously. "And no problem. You may take it." He then retrieved a pouch of coins from beneath the counter and handed it to Victor. "The knight left 5,000 geos here, which is the remaining amount after deducting the care fees. Please take it." Victor accepted the pouch without hesitation, weighing it in his hands before stowing it away. 5,000 geos. It could be said that Gwen had little regard for money. Spending such a sum to board a horse was more than sufficient to feed it for a lifetime. Victor approached the stable, stroking the strong white horse. It appeared to have been well taken care of in recent days. The horse leaned its head against Victor's hand, demonstrating affection. After petting its soft coat for a while, he let it out and expertly mounted. Vigia glanced down at Victor and whispered, "With your current strength, you could return to the capital in just a few teleportation arrays. Couldn't you? Why ride a horse?" Vigia was not exaggerating. Victor could now utilize teleportation magic to traverse distances of up to 100 kilometers at will. He had ascended to the rank of Holy Mage at the age of 29, achieving the 4th tier. Has anyone in the annals of the Empire ever accomplished such a feat? Upon hearing Vigia's inquiry, Victor chuckled lightly. "This horse is not mine. What is borrowed must ultimately be returned." Following his battle with the Calamity of Fire, Victor had amassed a substantial amount of experience points. Although he could have easily advanced to the 4th tier with his previous knowledge, he had deliberately controlled his experience, refraining from a hasty promotion. It was only after a confrontation with Gullerton that the sheer volume of experience overwhelmed him, causing his experience bar to burst. Victor Klevner, at level 41, possesses a health of 2,000 out of 2,000 and a mana pool of 14,800 out of 15,000. He has ascended 2 levels consecutively, enhancing his maximum mana by a staggering 10,000 compared to before. Despite these seemingly formidable attributes, Victor remains grounded. Level 40 is merely the beginning. His current strength still pales in comparison to that of the boss Victor from the 2nd chapter of the game. Nevertheless, in the capital city, he no longer has to worry about being overshadowed by others. Moreover, his gains extend beyond mere leveling up. A crimson stripe flickered across Victor's cloak, a symbol of Gul'dan's power. He had absorbed the elemental essence of fire from Gul'dan, acquiring some of its abilities. One such ability allows Victor to solidify fire magic into a molten, tangible form, even transforming it into lava. The earlier manifestation of a lava giant hand was a product of his magical prowess, solidified at will. Concurrently, he can imbue himself with the essence of fire, significantly enhancing his resistance to fire-based elements. Most importantly, he can shape this essence into any form he desires. The beloved cloak he cherished was destroyed during his battle with Gul'dan. Thus, he now utilizes the fire essence from Gul'dan to adorn himself with a new cloak, a display of extravagance. Yet, for Victor, this appearance is utterly fitting. Strength may be a matter of levels, but style is timeless. I understand your fixation on the cloak. However, Vega produced a delicate hourglass pendant from her wings and inquired, "Could you elucidate what this is?" Victor took it, glancing at it. Item name: Exiled Epicius, world-class item. Type, one-time consumable. Effect, causal disruption, capable of converting specific causal events that should occur in time. Upon a mere glance, the item's information appeared before Victor's eyes. World-class items can only be obtained by players who achieve world-class feats within the game. Of course, Victor had never acquired one before. Each world-class item possesses its unique and astonishing effects, defying the laws of the world. Such items can only be used once. After use, they vanish immediately. Additionally, world-class items are bound to their recognized users. Even if others obtain them, they cannot be activated. This is precisely why Vega struggles to comprehend it. Defeating the world boss Gul'dan, especially as a solo kill, unquestionably qualifies as a world-class achievement. It would be unreasonable for the World S will not to reward him with a world-class item. After Victor awakened, this item automatically appeared in his Player S inventory. Out of sheer curiosity, Vega borrowed the pendant, claiming a desire to study it. Yet, it was evident that no discoveries were made. Victor took the hourglass pendant and adorned it around his neck. Did you already know what this object truly is? Vega gazed at Victor with suspicion, but he maintained a stoic expression, replying, I do not know. Frustrated by Victor's dismissive response, Vega felt a surge of envy towards Gwen's ability to discern the truth in others' words. It yearned for such a gift. Victor cast a sidelong glance at Vega, mockingly stating, Don't get your hopes up. You are far from righteous. Vega longed to peck at Victor's head in irritation and retorted, No wonder you are so detestable. The night in the royal city was particularly serene, with moonlight quietly climbing the rooftops. Outside Victor's study balcony, a figure slipped through the moonlight, entering the study through the window. Laia leaned against the table, gazing at the moonlit night, lost in her thoughts. Leon jumped in, pulling back his hood to reveal his pointed ears. Miss Laia, I have been tracking Duke Rivy's steward for a week and can confirm that the financial transaction was orchestrated by the steward of the Duke's estate. The steward had no motive to provoke the Clavenna family. I believe this was directed by Duke Rivy himself. Upon hearing Leon's report, Laia smiled subtly, her lips curling with a hint of disdain. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon her face. Duke Rivy was already in dire straits. Whether he was responsible for the matter at hand had become irrelevant. Leon, taken aback, inquired, What is happening? Laia caressed the dark wooden table, speaking slowly. Recently, the mages who journeyed to Mount Vesuvius collectively praised the Emperor and impeached Duke Rivy. The reason being that the Duke intended to eliminate all the mages present. Leon, bewildered by her explanation, struggled to comprehend. How could Duke Rivy, in plain sight, commit such a reckless act that would tarnish the royal reputation? Yet he had indeed done so. Duke Rivy had already admitted to halting the maintenance of the magical array as the dominant force of war magic. Had the volcano erupted at that moment, all present mages would have perished. Leon, confused, remarked, But the volcano ultimately did not erupt, did it? Why were they still impeaching the Duke? Hearing his words, Laia could only shake her head with a wry smile, saying helplessly, You truly do not understand the world of humanity. In the eyes of these noble mages, life is something they must secure for themselves, and their most trusted Duke Rivy betrayed them at the most critical moment. Regardless of whether the volcano erupted, Duke Rivy's failure to maintain the magical array constituted a grave sin. This time it was mere luck. The volcano was presumably halted by some special force. But what if it had truly erupted? A glimmer of insight flashed in Laia's eyes. At that time, the deceased were not merely the mages, but also countless innocent souls from the valley below. Elon suddenly comprehended this grim reality. However, at that moment, Laia still possessed the leisure to jest. It was a pity that these mages were preoccupied with impeaching the Duke, leaving no one to procure potions from me. I had hoped to earn a tidy sum before Victor's return. Elon noticed the droop of Laia's eyelids, indicating her genuine regret. She opened her mouth, intending to utter something, yet hesitated. Laia then reached out and playfully tapped her on the head, smiling as she said, Are you trying to imply that I should not keep waiting? Surely Victor will not return. Elon, cradling her head, remained silent, yet her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Among humanity, there exists a saying, Good people do not live long, while calamities endure for a millennium. People like Victor belong to the latter category. Unless someone personally presents his corpse before me, I shall never believe he has perished. Absolutely not. Elon wished to offer further words of consolation to Laya when, suddenly, she sensed a powerful and familiar aura manifesting at the doorway. Her ears twitched, a signal detected by Laya, indicating that someone was approaching, as perceived by the elves. It was Victor's essence. He has returned. See? Laya beamed brightly. I told you he would not die. Elon lowered her head, readjusted her hood, and nodded at Laya. Concealing her presence, she maintained an aura that would not be detected and leapt directly out of the window. At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out from outside the door. Master, you have returned? Yes, take this horse down and tend to it well. Of course, I shall do it at once. As the footsteps drew nearer, they abruptly halted, and then the study door was pushed open. Laya leaned against the desk, a radiant smile gracing her features as she gazed at Victor. Welcome home. Victor nodded expressionlessly, having just entered the study. He glanced around before finally fixing his gaze upon Laya. Are you hiding someone? Laya's smile froze, gradually shattering. Chapter 28. Am I akin to that villain who knocks on a young lady's door in the dead of night? Victor, do you long for reprimand so desperately? A thunderous shout reverberated through the estate's courtyard. The servants outside, startled, instinctively recoiled. They whispered to one another, Mr. Victor is quarreling with the young lady again. It has been a while since such a dispute occurred. They shook their heads, accustomed to this spectacle. As long as Victor was at home, Miss Leah would invariably engage in a disagreement with him. Fuming, Leah pointed an accusatory finger at Victor, exclaiming, I have waited for you for so long, and your first words upon returning are to question whether I am harboring someone in the house? How narrow-minded must you be to even contemplate such a notion? Victor stood at the doorway, his expression a mask of indifference, absorbing Leah's tirade without retort. After a while, once her pent-up frustration had been released, Leah sighed, running a hand through her hair. She initially believed that no explanation was necessary, yet inexplicably, she found herself offering additional clarification. It was a subordinate from the territory, merely here to report some matters. By the time you returned, they had already departed. Victor nodded, understood. Upon entering the house, he had detected a delightful fragrance wafting through the air, certainly not a scent associated with a man. He had intended to follow up with a few remarks after the initial inquiry about hidden guests, to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings from Leah. However, Leah's rapid-fire admonishments were akin to instinctive reactions, leaving him no time to respond before he found himself on the receiving end of her ire. And then, he allowed Leah to vent her frustrations. If her catharsis came through chastising him, Victor was more than willing to endure a few scoldings. This had become their unique form of communication, one he had long since adapted to. Resuming his seat at the desk, he refrained from asking Leah about any difficulties she might be facing. He trusted her capability to manage everything. Should there arise any insurmountable issues, Leah would surely voice them. As anticipated, even without his inquiry, Leah shyly broached the topic of the shop. The situation at the prop store was far from ideal. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated surge in business had not materialized. What is the matter? Victor inquired, tapping his fingers on the desk, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. Leah proceeded to report on the financial performance of the prop store. Aside from a few sales on the first day, the subsequent days had yielded no customers. Victor found this perplexing. According to his marketing strategies, such a scenario should not have arisen. There should always be discerning patrons eager to make purchases. Leah also mentioned that they had sold potions on the first day, which should have sparked word-of-mouth excitement. Was there an issue with the players' potions? That seemed highly improbable. Was it a business management problem? It is unlikely that if Leah could not successfully manage such an establishment, she would have been able to develop her territory so splendidly. Thus, it must have been an unforeseen circumstance. What transpired? Leah began to elucidate. On the inaugural day of the shop, the Duke's daughter purchased several potions. Upon hearing this title, Victor's gaze slightly sharpened. Erica Duclois? Leah cast a sidelong glance at Victor, mockingly retorting, Oh, still pining for your beloved? You remember her name so vividly. This jest was far from amusing, and Victor promptly interrupted Leah's teasing. With her arms crossed and a disdainful pout, Leah continued, I had anticipated that it wouldn't be long before, given Erica's renown, the efficacy of the potions would soon become the talk of the town, attracting a multitude of mages. However, the very next day Mount Vesuvius erupted. At this juncture, Leah noticed Victor's hand, which had been tapping on the table, had paused, providing her with some answers to her conjectures. Nevertheless, she patiently continued to explain to Victor. A large number of mages flocked to the volcano, leaving only a handful of ordinary first-tier mages in the royal capital. Setting aside whether these individuals could afford such items, even if they could, such luxuries would be an extravagant waste on them. In simple terms, first-tier mages were unworthy of utilizing these potions. After several days, the mages returned, only to unite in a collective impeachment of the Duke. Even the Emperor personally intervened, summoning the Duke along with the noble mages to reach a final conclusion. At this point, Leah let out a resigned sigh. The primary target audience for the potions was indeed mages, yet with the turmoil in the royal capital, they were all preoccupied. Who had the time to patronize a shop? Victor listened to all of this with an impassive expression. He had been engaged in battle within the volcano against Ghoul-Eaton and was naturally unaware of the recent developments. No wonder, after the skirmish with Ghoul-Eaton, when he emerged at the volcano's mouth, the first sight that met his eyes was Erica. He initially thought he was hallucinating, as he had no memories following that moment. Upon regaining consciousness, it was Vega who informed him of the reasons behind his fainting spells. Vega's abilities should be utilized sparingly in the future, Victor contemplated. After this confrontation, he had been unconscious for a full 4 days. When combined with the 3 days spent battling Ghoul-Eaton, it amounted to precisely 1 week. However, he had not anticipated that his battle with Ghoul-Eaton would affect the very reality of the volcano. Although the volcano did not erupt, the repercussions of this incident reverberated through the royal capital. Meanwhile, Leah continued to deride. Others claimed that Duke Rivy halted the casting of the magical array due to his daughter's disappearance. How absurd! Setting aside whether war magic could indeed tear his daughter apart, would not Erica, still on the mountain, face certain death should the volcano erupt? Victor remained silent, yet internally he concurred with Leah's assertion. During that period, Erica ascended the volcano, undoubtedly courting her own demise. The distinction lay in the fact that under the wrath of war magic, only Erica herself would perish at the summit. However, with the eruption of the volcano, all the mages and the inhabitants below would be compelled to accompany Erica to her grave. He could not fathom that the Duke was oblivious to this truth. After speaking, Leah shrugged her shoulders and added, by the way, there's one more thing. The Emperor's decree has arrived at your doorstep, summoning you to the palace on the designated day. Your timing for return is impeccable. Delay your return by just 1 day, and you shall miss it. Why?
Victor inquired.
Curiosity piqued, although he already harbored an inkling of the answer. You desire a reason? Very well. Who was the sole accompanying mage that vanished without a trace before the volcano's eruption? Indeed, the answer was evident. Victor's expression remained unchanged upon receiving the revelation. Observing this, Leah refrained from further inquiries, stifled a yawn, and moved toward the door. It seems you have a plan. I shall retire now. I will ensure the door to my room is securely closed. So please refrain from sneaking in at midnight simply because we haven't seen each other in a while. With a resounding bang, she shut the door behind her. Victor mused to himself, do I truly appear to be the sort who would knock on a lady's door in the dead of night? Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed engaged in such behavior before. Perhaps Gwen had mentioned something to Leah. Victor dismissed the thought. He was far more intrigued by the Duke's motivations. Suddenly, Vega's voice cut through the air unexpectedly. If the volcano erupts, all present shall perish, including Duke Rivy. Only that young girl has the potential to survive. However, should the magic array fall, she is certain to meet her end. Victor squinted, inquiring with a calm demeanor, if I fail and the volcano erupts, then Gul'dan shall also be unleashed. Do you believe that a wounded young girl of the 2nd tier could endure the calamity wrought by such a conflagration? Vega lifted its gaze, regarding Victor with profound intensity. She is capable of conversing with disasters. Victor was taken aback by this assertion, and it was now his turn to be perplexed. Vega quickly seized upon Victor's reaction, relishing in his astonishment. "This is the first time I have witnessed you so surprised." It was evident that Vega possessed knowledge beyond Victor's comprehension, for it was assured that Erica would not perish. "I am genuinely curious what manner of being birthed that young girl. By the way, have you ever encountered her mother?" Victor fell into a deeper silence. Once within the narrative of the game, the Duke's daughter was also an extraordinary prodigy. Should fate allow, she would, at the age of 19, merely 2 years hence, enter the ranks of third-tier mages, shattering Victor's record for genius and becoming the youngest third-tier mage in the annals of the Empire. It was precisely for this reason that, amidst the upheaval of imperial power and the ascension of the new emperor, Erica du Croy preserved the Duke's family, which had supported the Grand Prince, due to her remarkable talent. For the time being, Victor could only contemplate these plotlines. However, upon hearing Vega's words, he realized for the first time that such a relatively renowned NPC had never had her mother encountered by any player. There wasn't even a hint of her backstory to be found. Had she passed away? Or perhaps the scant information available to Victor left him unable to speculate. Vega observed his expression with satisfaction, pleased to discover that there were indeed things Victor was unaware of. It opened its beak and chirped. "So, what do you intend to do? Tomorrow's summons will require not only the Duke but also you to attend. It would be prudent to consider how to navigate this predicament. No one will come to your aid." Victor gazed out the window, the moonlight casting a pallid glow upon his cold, handsome visage, imbued with a hint of melancholy. It is quite natural that the virtuous receive assistance while the misguided attract little. In any case, in the realm of fatherhood, Duke Rive was indeed remarkable. Indeed, he had halted the grand formation, choosing to bury himself and the mages beneath the cataclysm, even willing to forsake innocent lives, all to ensure his daughter's survival. Moreover, the Duke's actions were undeniably infuriating. The Emperor would not allow his long-serving subjects to feel disheartened, yet he must also provide an explanation to all. The worst outcome would merely entail the removal of titles and a return to the fields, particularly in my absence. Upon hearing Victor's final words, Vega responded with intrigued curiosity, uttering, "Oh, do you wish to assist him? That would indeed be a timely aid." A glint of cunning akin to that of a merchant flickered in Victor's eyes. Chapter 29. My Lord Duke, you surely do not wish for your beloved daughter. Early in the morning, the capital was shrouded in a semblance of chaos, reminiscent of an infant stirring restlessly from slumber. A procession of carriages, arranged in perfect alignment, made their way towards the imperial palace. As shopkeepers swung open their doors, they were met with the sight of carriages racing past, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Passers-by hastily stepped aside, seeking refuge within the confines of their shops, merely glancing about to evade the oncoming vehicles. What transpired? It was unclear. Yet, the atmosphere hinted at a significant event unfolding. Before long, the last carriage to halt before the castle was an exceptionally opulent one. Duke Rivey gracefully disembarked, surveying his surroundings. The mages had largely assembled, yet, without exception, they regarded him with hostile glares. Had their gazes been bullets, the Duke would have been riddled with wounds. Following the volcanic incident, Duke Rivey's reputation had plummeted to abysmal depths within the magical community. There were no rumors or slanders. All judgments were drawn from first-hand witness. No one approached the Duke to extend a greeting, not even the relatively amicable Beck nobility, who merely shook their heads in resignation. He stood solitary at the entrance, neither subservient nor arrogant. After a while, the towering gates of the castle creaked open, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that rustled the garments of all present, akin to a ferocious beast seeking to devour their pride. A knight escorted a nobleman with silvery hair, who appeared to be scarcely 30, yet exuded an air of grandeur and distinction. Upon recognizing his visage, many bowed in deference. The Duke, positioned at the forefront, similarly bent his body, paying his respects to one of the Empire's most esteemed figures, the second prince. His Royal Highness the second prince nodded at the Duke and raised his hand, signaling for everyone to rise and refrain from excessive courtesy. Since everyone has gathered, let us proceed inside. Upon receiving his permission, the mages began to enter in succession. But when it was Duke Rivy's turn, he was halted by the second prince. With a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, the prince addressed Duke Rivy. "Duke Rivy, might we converse elsewhere?" The Duke regarded the prince's disingenuous smile and replied, "Your Highness, I do not wish to keep His Majesty waiting." The second prince shook his head, continuing to persuade Duke Rivy. "The Emperor is aging and requires ample rest. If you enter now, you will also have to wait for a while. Moreover, I genuinely wish to engage in discourse with you." Leaning closer, the prince shielded his mouth with one hand and whispered into the Duke's ear, "Perhaps I could assist you in extricating yourself from your current predicament." Duke Rivy listened expressionlessly, offering no response. At this, the second prince's smile widened, interpreting the Duke's silence as tacit agreement. He addressed Duke Rivy, "My Lord Duke, please follow me." With the protection of his knightly escort, the two did not enter through the main gate but instead took a side path leading into a palace. "This is my domain, Your Grace. Here you may speak freely." The Duke cast a glance at the guards flanking the second prince, who were, of course, allies. With a subtle wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinate to bring forth a chair for Duke Riviere. Without hesitation, the Duke seated himself, locking eyes with the prince. A chuckle escaped the Duke's lips as he remarked, "Your Highness, is it not rather untimely for you to commence cultivating your own confidence? The sovereign is still among the living." His inquiry bore a chilling undertone, causing the second prince to shudder slightly. Adopting a resigned expression, he smiled in response, "Your Grace, I prefer not to meet an untimely demise without warning. In my position, the matter of contention is not solely mine to determine." The Duke fell silent, offering no reply. The atmosphere between them plunged into an icy stillness, marked by mutual silence. The second prince was the first to shatter the stalemate. "Let us speak of something else, Your Grace. The current circumstances do not favor you. There are far too many pressing for your impeachment, and it is highly likely that my father may falter under the strain. To be candid, this is the matter I wish to discuss with you." Before Duke Riviere could respond, the prince took a sip from his teacup and continued, "I have heard that your daughter will come of age in a year." Upon hearing this, the Duke slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes cold and laced with mockery. "And so?" The second prince set down his teacup, casting a glance at the surrounding guards, and smiled elegantly. "Your Grace, you truly wish for me to be forthcoming. Should I form an engagement with your daughter, it would bind the Duke's house to the royal family, providing my father with ample justification to safeguard your position." Suddenly, before he could finish, the teacup in his hand shattered with a sharp crack. The knights, in a flurry, drew their swords, pointing them at Duke Riviere. The second prince, undeterred, simply clapped his hands to brush away the fragments, observing Duke Riviere with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Your Grace, we are within the palace. Surely, you would not wish for your daughter to lose all prospects due to your recklessness." Duke Riviere rose, and the formidable magical pressure dissipated instantly as he stood. The second prince's smile faltered momentarily, reflecting a sense of awe at such precise control over magic. Abruptly, Duke Riviere inquired, "Your Highness, how old are you this year?" 29. "Does that suffice for your daughter? Is that so?" 29. Duke Riviere mused, as if comparing something in his mind. Soon, he posed another question, "Your Highness, having watched you grow, what progress have you made in these past 20 years? The cold words pierced the second prince's heart like daggers, leaving him feeling suffocated. As if a great weight bore down upon his mind, the smile frozen upon his face. "Indeed, you are astute, adept at harnessing the resources that surround you, and possess a keen understanding of human nature. Yet, your strength is but an illusion, rooted solely in the advantages of your lineage." Although the Duke of Rive did not articulate it explicitly, the second prince grasped the underlying implication. His status is derived from paternal protection. Without this blood connection, he would amount to nothing. Gradually, the smile of the second prince faded, replaced by a cold, mocking demeanor. "And so, I am a prince. Is there anyone more suitable or exceptional than I?" Suddenly he faltered, for a name crossed his mind. Indeed, there was. The Duke of Rive chuckled, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. "I recommend you express that sentiment directly to the head of the Clavina family." The second prince slammed his hand down, gesturing wildly as he roared, "He is merely a viscount. Moreover, he is already dead. Do you understand? He is dead. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, to the point where he nearly seized the Duke of Rive by the collar, intending to vehemently convey the truth. Yet he refrained. As the second prince, he must uphold the decorum befitting his station. Even in moments of rage, he could not behave like a wild beast. This was the last vestige of dignity he possessed as a member of the royal family. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the Duke once more. He has vanished forever into that volcano. This is known to all. Dead? The Duke of Rive erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Shaking his head, he regarded the prince with a look of pity. In my eyes, your arrogance pales in comparison to his merit. With that, the Duke strode out of the door without a backward glance. The second prince's countenance darkened as he ran his fingers through his silver hair, inhaling deeply to compose himself. Let us proceed to the grand hall. I eagerly anticipate seeing him maintain such composure in the face of public scrutiny. Within the palace, a multitude had gathered, knights clad in heavy armor, wielding their swords, standing guard over the order. Gwen stood near the throne, as the commander of the Royal Knight Order. Her duty was to protect the emperor. Kneeling at the forefront was the Duke of Rive. Upon seeing him, Gwen's expression grew complex. She was acutely aware of the high-ranking minister's experiences that day, certainly nothing to be praised. Yet, it must be said, he was deeply devoted to his daughter. Gwen quickly averted her gaze, scanning amongst the gathered mages. He was absent. No matter how she searched, she could not find Victor. He had not returned. For some reason, a heaviness settled in her heart. Perhaps it was because Victor had been a familiar presence since her childhood. Suddenly, amidst the eunuch's proclamation, the emperor ascended to the throne, surrounded by his supporters. Oberly Sol, the 8th emperor of the Kalengsia Empire, appeared quite aged, his hair nearly white. Though he was only 60, he seemed to share the weariness of the Duke of Rive. All the mages present before the emperor knelt on one knee, expressing their utmost reverence. Emperor Oberyn gestured for them to rise. However, Duke Rivai remained unmoved, still kneeling in his place. The aged king gazed at Duke Rivai, closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He observed him quietly and inquired, "Rivai, have you ceased the grand magical array as the volcano threatens to erupt?" "Yes." Duke Rivai replied without a hint of hesitation. The emperor then questioned, "Rivai, it is said that you wish to eliminate all the mages, including the inhabitants below the mountain, to accompany your daughter in death. What do you have to say about this?" "Your Majesty, I have no explanation." The emperor regarded him in silence, letting out a deep sigh, filled with sorrow. He looked at Rivai with compassion. They had once been the best of friends and comrades. Now, Rivai appeared youthful while he himself had already embarked on the path between life and death. He had hoped to preserve his long-standing companions in these final years. Yet Rivai's actions jeopardized the royal family's reputation. If not dealt with severely, it would only instill fear in others. "Rivai, understand me. Forgive me," he thought, closing his eyes, preparing to deliver the final judgment upon Rivai. Suddenly, all the knights outside drew their swords. A spiraling vortex of flames erupted from beyond the hall, capturing everyone's attention. The intense heat rendered them unable to open their eyes, and as the warmth dissipated, the mages slowly regained their sight. A figure emerged from the light. Gwen focused intently, a spark of recognition flashing in her eyes. "Victor?" Victor appeared before the assembly, his red-striped cloak billowing in the heat. He regarded the emperor, not kneeling, but merely bowing in respect. "I apologize, Your Majesty. I am late." Chapter 30. You doubt my strength? Victor emerged amidst the astonishment of the crowd, his deep crimson coat exuding an aura of heightened danger. "Your Majesty, Victor Clavina has arrived," the eunuch announced to Emperor Aubrey. The surrounding mages exchanged glances, questioning each other. Victor Clavina? The head of the Clavina family? Wasn't it said that he sought to induce a volcanic eruption and perished within its depths? Yet here he stands, alive and returned? One mage suddenly confronted Victor, exclaiming, "Victor, you wretched sinner! How dare you come to the palace and face the emperor?" Upon hearing the accusation, Victor's expression turned frigid. "Sinner? What crime have I committed? He turned to face the source of the voice, his icy gaze piercing like a dagger into the heart of the mage, rendering him as if trapped in a glacial abyss. But soon, a wave of searing rage surged through him, as if he were plummeting to the depths of Mount Vesuvius. The overwhelming heat left him gasping for breath. Was this magic? How could someone wield such an oppressive force with such terrifying mastery? Suddenly, Victor withdrew his gaze and focused once more on the king. Ha! Ha! The mage clutched his throat, inhaling deeply, desperately craving the gentle air. This was retribution. Victor's retribution. His heart raced in turmoil, drenched in sweat. Yet, he knew he had to confront Victor. You. The sinner who nearly triggered a volcanic eruption. Even if you survived, you are guilty of fleeing from justice. How dare you return? Victor smirked disdainfully, no longer sparing him a glance. I come by the Emperor's decree, yet you repeatedly question my return? Do you possess more authority than His Majesty? The mage hastily fell silent. Some matters required his intervention, but this was one he dared not respond to. Nevertheless, his purpose had been served. Others would speak on his behalf. The remaining mages quickly seized upon the moment, their words laced with hostility towards Victor. Your Majesty, the head of the Clavina family is simply being obstinate. He makes no mention of his transgressions and dares to slander us and your Majesty. We implore you to pass judgment. Emperor Aubrey waved his hand, and the surrounding eunuchs immediately called out, silence. Within the hall, all fell obediently silent. Yet, their eyes remained filled with animosity as they glared at Victor, wishing to strip him of his skin and drain his blood. Such was the nature of Victor Clavina, he was already a figure of resentment. Among the crowd, the second prince shook his head. It was indeed a pity that Victor had not been cornered into desperation. However, he had not perished in the volcano after all. The second prince recalled the various accounts shared among the mages at that time. The volcano's crater erupted with astonishing energy, instantly suppressing the imminent eruption. Had Victor indeed been within the depths of the volcano, endeavoring to provoke its fury, the force of that energy would have rendered his survival impossible. Alas, what a pity! The emperor extended a hand towards Victor, and an attendant immediately bellowed throughout the grand hall. Victor Clavina, step forward to face the inquiry. Victor approached the emperor, standing closest to him, awaiting his questions. The emperor opened his eyes, fixating on Victor, and inquired, Did you instigate the eruption of Mount Vesuvius? Upon hearing this question, every person present instinctively craned their necks, eager to discover how Victor would respond. Or rather, they hoped for a clever rebuttal from him. Gwen, too, was filled with curiosity, yet she yearned for Victor to unveil the truth, to assert that this matter bore no connection to him. Her presence beside the emperor was not merely as his guard. Her role was pivotal, for with her sense of justice, she could effortlessly discern truth from deception. Thus, as the emperor questioned Victor, Gwen's gaze remained fixed upon him, her sense of justice awakened. The volcanic disturbances were indeed instigated by me, Victor boldly confessed. A collective gasp swept through the audience, while Gwen's heart skipped a beat. She found it hard to believe the veracity of his claim, yet her sense of justice undeniably affirmed. Victor was not lying. Gwen spoke up, declaring Victor's authenticity. This proclamation ignited a fervor among all present, akin to a volcano erupting from silence, as they began to vehemently accuse Victor. Scoundrel! Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You, the one who nearly brought death upon us all. The eruption of a volcano, a disaster of this magnitude. Do you realize the extent of your responsibility? Gwen too wrestled with an unbearable emotion. Victor had become the architect of the volcanic eruption, and the hardest truth for her to accept was that she bore a share of the blame. A profound guilt gnawed at her. If a calamity were to strike, she would be the greatest sinner. She had not refused Victor's company, ultimately leading to this near catastrophe. Yet, it was also she who had averted the volcano's wrath. Suddenly, Gwen lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a distinct shock. Victor had not lied. The stoic Duke Rivy, who had been kneeling in silence, abruptly raised his head. As Victor drew the ire of the assembly, Rivy's next words silenced them all. Accompanied by Gwen's righteous judgment, his statement fell like a millennia-old ice, sealing the volcano's fate and plunging everyone back into an abyss of silence. All the mages present clearly witnessed the scene. At the very moment the volcano was on the brink of eruption, an astonishing beam of white light shot skyward, mercilessly subduing the volcano. Such power could not possibly belong to mere mortals. At this very moment, Victor audaciously claimed that he was the one who averted the volcanic eruption. Such an assertion would scarcely dare to cross even a volcano's mind. Yet, Gwen astonishingly remarked that Victor was not lying. Aubrey observed the reactions of the crowd, then turned back to Victor, inquiring, "What is the reason behind your actions?" Victor was acutely aware that fabricating a falsehood would lead to Gwen's immediate discernment. Thus, without further contemplation, he resolved to reveal the truth about the volcano. Honesty, after all, was the most formidable weapon. "Your Majesty," he began, "beneath the volcano lies a terrifying beast known as Guillotine. Should we fail to address this creature now, it will break free from its seal in a year and a half, causing the volcano to erupt in catastrophic fury. At that time, the scale of the calamity will be sufficient to engulf the heavens and the earth." The Emperor narrowed his eyes, fixating on Victor as he questioned, "So, you dealt with this beast?" Victor placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, replying, "I did not fail in my duty." At that moment, even in the absence of Gwen to substantiate his truthfulness, the mages became increasingly agitated. "Your Majesty, do not be deceived by Victor's lies. He must be fabricating this tale to evade responsibility. It is sheer slander. How could a beast lie imprisoned beneath the volcano? Even if it existed, such a formidable creature could not possibly be dealt with by Victor alone. We all witnessed the magical prowess at that time. Such energy is beyond human capability, at least not within the means of a third-tier mage like Victor." The mages once again directed their accusations towards Victor. "In our view, Victor is indeed lying." Only a handful of third-tier mages remained silent, among them Count Beck. He cast his gaze upon the few mages he was friendly with, who in turn looked back at him. They recalled the deranged old crone from Sanchel Town. The legends of the volcano god are indeed true. The king glanced at Gwen, who nodded in affirmation that Victor was not lying. "Sir Gwen, if I am not mistaken, you are betrothed to Victor, correct?" the second prince articulated as he stepped forth from the crowd. Gwen momentarily paused at his inquiry before nodding in acknowledgement. Even during the investigation at the volcano, it was Victor whom Miss Gwen had requested to accompany her. "And after Victor vanished for 7 or 8 days, did you truly remain oblivious to his actions?" The second prince wore a smile, yet his words bore a clear intent to undermine. This prompted many mages to reconsider their stance. Gwen, undeterred, fixed her gaze firmly on the second prince, declaring, "Your Highness, are you questioning me?" The second prince smiled slightly at her retort, nodding, "Please understand, this is a reasonable suspicion." At this juncture, the Emperor interjected, stating, "Gwen's sense of justice has never faltered." The second prince bowed to the Emperor, saying, "Father, allow me to speak candidly. A heart of justice can indeed discern the truth from falsehood, in other words. Yet, who can discern the truth from the words of Gwen?" The other mages, upon hearing this, were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, Gwen is the betrothed of Victor. They had nearly fallen prey to this treacherous couple's deception. The second prince's reasoning was sound. How could they differentiate the veracity of Gwen's statements? The mages were immensely grateful. Had it not been for the second prince's timely intervention, they might have been outmaneuvered by Victor and his partner. Truly, the second prince was exceptionally astute. Gwen opened her mouth, eager to explain, but faced with the relentless skepticism of the surrounding mages, she found herself at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with frustration. As a knight, she could defend her homeland and engage in battle. Yet, when it came to verbal exchanges, she would never rival this eloquent assembly of mages. "Your Highness, are you questioning my abilities?" At this moment, Victor spoke. He did not turn to face the second prince. The mages behind him could not decipher his expression. The second prince narrowed his eyes and smiled, exuding a sense of ease. "Lord Victor, your talents are well recognized by all present. However, in your attempts to conceal your actions, you have resorted to fabricating a so-called beast. Lord Victor, you are merely a third-tier mage. Such grandiose claims, do they not lack contemplation? His words resonated deeply. With so many third-tier mages present, none would believe that Victor alone could prevent the eruption of the volcano. They were incapable of such feats, and neither could Victor, who stood at the same tier. Their pride forbade them from accepting that Victor could surpass them. But at that moment, Victor, who had been standing still, vanished without a trace. All eyes widened in astonishment as they attempted to locate Victor's whereabouts. In his place, a conflagration erupted into the air. Where has Victor gone? In an instant, intricate magical circles materialized above the second prince's head, spinning incessantly. The sheer number rendered all present unable to discern even a single line. What kind of formation is this? The patterns appeared so chaotic. No, the complexity of the designs was beyond comprehension. What was happening? The mages were utterly astonished. They wished to intervene and understand, yet the temperature in the room surged dramatically. At that moment, they struggled to focus their magical energies. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Quick! Look! Is that Victor? One mage pointed fearfully at the sky. There, Victor's figure emerged, enveloped in flames, gradually taking the form of a fiery statue that reached the ceiling, radiating like the sun, brilliant and dazzling. The intense heat ignited the walls surrounding the grand hall, and even the floor above began to crack under the extreme temperatures. His gaze, icy and penetrating, bore down upon the second prince, whose very presence was eclipsed by the overwhelming pressure, rendering him unable to draw a breath. You claim my strength is inadequate? Suddenly, a flame ignited upon the fabric of the second prince's attire. Smoke began to rise, yet beneath the intense heat, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was engulfed in flames. Gwen positioned herself protectively before the king, utilizing her enchanted armor to shield him from the searing radiance emanating from Victor. Then let us let our power speak for itself. A cacophony of arcane runes resonated, drowning out the murmurs of confusion from those present, gradually merging into a singular sound. In a moment of sheer terror, a mage shouted at the sky, that is, fourth-tier magic. Chapter 31. My Lord Duke, I have a fiancée that is, a fourth-tier magic, the old sorcerer exclaimed in terror, pointing at Victor, who hovered in the air. Instantly, the grand hall fell into a profound silence. Fourth-tier magic? Could it be that Victor has attained the rank of a fourth-tier mage?
Impossible.
None of the mages present dared to believe such a momentous revelation. The noble Beck rubbed his eyes, and upon reopening them, found the blazing sun still suspended in the sky. This was no illusion. If Victor had merely averted the volcanic eruption, it had only affected their psyche. But now, the mere fact that Victor could wield fourth-tier magic instilled a sense of despair. In the long annals of the Empire's history, no one had ever achieved such a feat at the tender age of 29, a fourth-tier mage. The intensity of the magical energy and its astonishing potency compelled them to accept this reality. Victor had indeed become a fourth-tier mage. The second prince squinted, gazing up at Victor in the sky. He resembled a deity of fire, as if he were poised to completely consume him in the next moment. The terrifying heat continued to escalate. Before them lay a meticulously prepared magical array. With just a flick of his finger, Victor could incinerate all the mages and the second prince present. Such a formidable presence was undoubtedly beyond the realm of third-tier magic. Suddenly, the second prince smiled in relief, extending his hand to extinguish the flames upon him. He then bowed toward Victor. I believe in you now. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Victor, for having doubted you. I hope you and Knight Gwen can understand that, under these circumstances, all suspicion is quite reasonable. The temperature in the hall plummeted. Victor retracted the magical array and gently descended to the ground, his fiery aura transforming back into a cloak. His effortless command over magic left all the mages in awe. In that moment, Victor's power garnered the acknowledgement of all present. Even the Emperor regarded him with admiration. Many mages appeared to have an epiphany. The astute sorcerers quickly turned to Victor, offering him smiles of contrition. Mr. Victor, your talent is truly remarkable. A fourth-tier mage at the age of 29 is likely unparalleled even beyond our empire. The sacred mages of the empire number only a few even to this day. Thus, our empire has gained yet another sacred mage, bolstering our national strength. The mages who had just questioned him swiftly adopted a new demeanor, all showering Victor with praise. Only a handful of proud old sorcerers remained silent, observing Victor without uttering a word. These individuals, without exception, had spent decades stagnating at the third-tier level. Upon confronting the pinnacle, they discovered themselves to be at the very base of the mountain. Even if Duke Levi reached the fourth-tier level, they would not harbor envy, only sincere blessings. But who was Victor, the notoriously infamous prodigy of magic? The thought that those who bore a grudge against him were the very ones who had been surpassed by him, becoming the holy mage, left the elder mages seething with anger, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. How infuriating! Gwen, observing the unfavorable turn of events in Victor's favor, blinked in surprise. How? Has he suddenly become so powerful? She yearned to approach Victor and inquire further. Yet the moment was ill-timed. With the second prince's display of weakness, the outcome of this court assembly was essentially sealed. After a 9-year hiatus, Victor had once again made the world acknowledge his prodigious talent. "Officer, you may depart," the emperor gestured, revealing the second prince's true name and signaling for him to leave. The second prince cast a final glance at Victor before bowing. "Yes, father." He flicked his long robe and exited the grand hall. "Victor," the emperor beckoned with a finger, "allow me to behold the visage of the empire's youngest holy mage." Victor stepped forward, meeting the king's gaze with confidence, undeterred even before the formidable fourth-tier mage that stood before him. The emperor's eyes remained unwavering. Victor respectfully bowed. "My apologies, Your Majesty." "No matter," the emperor replied, inquiring, "You mentioned having defeated a magical beast. Does that mean the volcano will not erupt?" At the emperor's words, Victor shook his head, explaining, "I could not slay the beast. I merely defeated it and resealed it within the volcano. For at least a time, the volcano shall not erupt. Of course, should it breach the seal again, I will defeat it once more." The emperor nodded, a look of joy spreading across his face. "Excellent. You have mitigated a significant threat to the empire, and I must duly reward you. Pray tell, what would you desire? Status? Power? Or perhaps wealth?" Now a fourth-tier mage, Victor possessed strength that warranted more than merely the title of Viscount. He deserved a higher standing. However, Victor shook his head and replied, "I have not yet decided, therefore, I hope Your Majesty will permit me to defer this reward." The emperor nodded in agreement, his admiration for Victor growing with each passing moment. He blurted out, "You surpass your father." Victor paid this little heed. His father had long since passed, and even if he were alive, he was not truly his father. Lowering his gaze, Victor noticed Duke Rivi kneeling, head bowed, much like a condemned sinner awaiting judgment, just as he had at the outset. "Your Majesty, there is one more matter," Victor stated. The Duke suddenly raised his head. Disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Victor. The emperor, intrigued, responded with a curious "Oh?" "Victor, speak your mind," he urged. Victor, having received permission, nodded and declared, "In this matter, Duke Rivi is also a knowledgeable party. I had long agreed with the Duke that I would engage in combat with the beasts within the volcano, while Duke Rivi would lead the magical formation from the outside. Should I falter, it would be Duke Rivi who would unleash the war magic to subdue the monsters." The emperor lifted his head and cast a glance of approval at him. "Thus you have succeeded." This statement not only responded to Victor but was also directed at all the mages present. However, there were still some mages who could not discern the situation, and one among the crowd shouted, "Impossible!
Absolutely impossible.
You have no ties to the Duke. There is no way you could have communicated." Victor turned his head, regarding him with disdain, and coldly replied, "Erica Duclos is my proudest pupil. Do you have any further questions?" The mage was instantly rendered speechless. At that moment, everyone realized that Victor held another identity, that of the youngest professor at the Royal Academy of Magic. Victor's plans were meticulously crafted, flawless in execution, having been orchestrated long before. No, there was still a chance for a twist. Those mages who had wished to undermine the Duke cast hopeful glances at Gwen, only to be met with disappointment as they heard her cold words. "Your Majesty, Victor speaks no falsehood." The emperor smiled, sitting regally upon his throne, and declared the final judgment. Rivi, not guilty. Victor, expressionless, exited the palace, during which not a single mage dared to disturb him. At the entrance, a black raven perched upon the railing, awaiting his arrival. Victor approached and gently stroked the bird's head. Victor Clavenna. Duke Rivey emerged and, upon seeing Victor for the first time, called out his name. Hearing someone invoke his name, Victor turned to acknowledge Duke Rivey with a glance. The Duke was amiable, yet at that moment, even in the presence of the one who had aided him, he appeared somewhat aloof. State your purpose. Victor paused in his caress of the bird, placing Viga upon his shoulder, and met the gaze of this elderly man, who bore a resemblance to Erica. What purpose does the Duke wish me to have? Rivey's gaze upon Victor held a hint of danger. Victor sighed and replied, My Lord Duke, a father's concern for his daughter is not necessarily a virtue. Rest assured, I have a fiancée. Duke Rivey recalled the knight who dared to lie publicly in the presence of numerous mages and the emperor. He himself had not anticipated that the formidable knight, renowned for his sense of justice, would actually lie for Victor's sake. The outside world often whispered of a poor relationship between the two, yet it seemed that this was not the case. He relaxed slightly. However, since you, my Lord Duke, have spoken thus. As he pondered, Victor's voice suddenly resonated. The Duke regarded Victor, sensing a hint of calculation in his gaze. It seems I cannot simply refrain from taking action against Erica. Chapter 32. Could it be that he does not like me? Duke Levi cast a furious glare at Victor before departing without uttering a word. As for Victor, he had no intention of offering any explanations. Assisting Duke Levi had merely been a matter of convenience. Although he indeed required the Duke's influence for certain endeavors, there was no need to articulate such sentiments to him. Victor had more suitable candidates in mind. After waiting for a brief while outside the city gates, he soon spotted Gwen approaching at a brisk pace. She appeared as if she were in pursuit of someone, halting only upon catching sight of Victor. I have been waiting for you, he stated, as though he were fully aware that Gwen would come looking for him. However, Gwen did not offer him a pleasant countenance. Do you not have anything to explain to me? Victor noticed several mages lingering nearby, casting glances in their direction. Let us discuss this later, he suggested, indicating that they were in a crowded place and that some matters were better addressed in private. Gwen acknowledged his hint with a nod. Let us get into my carriage. Very well, Gwen replied without further thought. The two walked in unison to the carriage, where Victor extended a hand towards Gwen. She was momentarily bewildered by his gesture. Observing her confusion, Victor shook his head and elucidated. It is a fundamental courtesy when inviting a lady. What a bothersome custom, Gwen muttered, failing to notice the peculiar glances from those around them, as she placed her hand in Victor's. Under Victor's guidance, they boarded the carriage, the door closed, and they soon departed. Victor gazed out of the window, finding satisfaction in the myriad complex expressions displayed on the faces of the onlookers. He then drew the curtains. Following this encounter, the public discourse was sure to shift in a new direction by the morrow. Turning his attention back to Gwen, he was surprised to see her produce a small bag from her waist. This is what you requested. She handed the bag to Victor, who accepted it with a hint of confusion. Upon opening it, he discovered an assortment of red crystals in various shapes. Suddenly, he recalled the prior conversation he had with Gwen regarding these items. Victor was taken aback, astonished that Gwen had remembered. He indeed had a need for such materials to craft some rather unique magical artifacts, though he had initially considered it a mere afterthought. Regrettably, he had not collected any while leaving the volcano, but it seemed it no longer mattered. To his surprise, Gwen had gathered a portion for him. A warmth surged within Victor's heart, yet he was not one to indulge in sentimentality. He simply placed the bag into his inventory. Thank you. Gwen cast him an amused glance, her tone laced with sarcasm. I never expected you to say thank you. Now it is time for your explanation. Victor nodded and said, I have already spoken before the Emperor. You were present and should know whether I spoke the truth. Gwen suddenly retorted coldly, You must understand, that is not what I wish to inquire about. Having grown up alongside Victor, she found it utterly implausible that he would possess the benevolence to halt a volcanic eruption to save everyone. From a young age, Victor had displayed a ruthlessness within him. If a necessary sacrifice had to be made, even at the cost of an entire town, he would prioritize his own interests. What is the purpose behind provoking the volcano? Victor pondered this query. Why had he felt compelled to accompany Gwen when he heard of her venture to the volcano? Surely he could have proceeded alone later. Without the entourage of the knights, he could have executed his plans with greater stealth. By the time the capital became aware, everything would have been concluded, avoiding such an uproar that even the third-tier mages of the entire capital would become embroiled in the chaos. But perhaps it was because of you. Because of me? Gwen was momentarily taken aback, her sense of justice trembling slightly. Under her vigilant scrutiny, it was evident that Victor was not lying, which indicated that he indeed harbored such thoughts. Wait, if it is because of me. He ventured alone to the mouth of the volcano solely to confront the beasts within. Was it truly for her sake? Gwen found it difficult to comprehend. Did Victor believe she would encounter some peril? Victor would actually think this way. One hand pressed against her chest, Gwen distinctly felt her heart's rhythm quicken. Despite her emotional reticence, a flicker of speculation ignited within her. Could it be that Victor harbored feelings for her? How else could she explain his actions? Upon hearing of her perilous journey to the volcano, he rushed out in the dead of night to accompany her. Sharing the same room and acquiescing to her numerous unreasonable requests, he even took it upon himself to suppress the beasts beneath the volcano to prevent any danger from arising. This. Gwen's rational mind admonished her not to entertain such thoughts. It was impossible for Victor to have feelings for her. He was, after all, such a self-centered individual. Yet her sense of justice had never erred. If he truly does like me, what should I do? Gwen's heart became tumultuous. Meanwhile, Victor continued to reflect. Indeed, it is because of her. On one hand, he genuinely wished to engage the furnace beasts, eager to assess his current capabilities and determine how long it would take to defeat them. On the other hand, Gwen's mission would take her far from the capital for an extended period, a prospect fraught with peril for him. If Gwen were still within the capital, she could glean insights into her circumstances through Leah. However, should Gwen venture to the volcano, who could fathom the opportunities that might await her? Victor dared to entertain a bold speculation. Perhaps Gwen would unexpectedly plummet into a chasm, awakening the slumbering magma beasts, leading to an encounter where she might seize a fragment of their power. Such a possibility was not beyond the realm of imagination. Given that Gwen in the game had persevered until the end, it was inconceivable that this quest of hers would encounter any peril in the absence of his influence. To avert his own fatal conclusion, he sought to keep Gwen under his vigilant watch, ensuring her movements remained within his sight for his peace of mind. Thus, his insistence on accompanying her to the volcano and preemptively vanquishing Gul'dan was not a mere whim. Their thoughts diverged. Victor remained unaware of Gwen's musings, yet he believed this explanation would suffice to convince her, for he genuinely held this sentiment. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? No. Wait, where have you been these past few days? Gwen suddenly queried, her curiosity piqued. This was the question she yearned to ask most. In Victor's absence, nearly everyone had assumed he had fled in fear of retribution, with some even spreading rumors of his demise within the volcano. During his disappearance, the plight of the Claven family had also deteriorated. They faced relentless attacks from competitors in business, while their residence was besieged daily by numerous individuals hurling various objects into their courtyard. It was evident how deeply Victor was resented, to the point that even after his death, many sought vengeance. It was commendable that Leah had managed to endure alone for so long. I was injured and found a place to recuperate, Victor explained. Strictly speaking, this statement was not a falsehood. His 3-day battle with Gul'dan had indeed left him wounded. Although his injuries were not severe, the reasoning for his recovery was entirely plausible. Moreover, after the battle, he had truly been unconscious for 3 days. As long as it resonated with the truth, Gwen's sense of justice would not deem it a lie. Was that creature truly that formidable? Gwen was incredulous that Victor, with his strength, could sustain such grievous injuries. The time required for recovery clearly indicated the beast's terrifying prowess. At that moment, she recalled the words of an old woman from Sanchel Town. Within the volcano lies a sealed deity of fire. Such legendary tales may not serve as concrete evidence. Yet, if such a being could be referred to as a god, its strength could not be underestimated. Victor closed his eyes, weaving a vivid picture for Gwen through magic. The red magical energy began to swirl around her. Gwen felt the scenery around her shift rapidly, and the sky abruptly darkened. It is formidable. He synchronized his sensations with hers. The temperature within the carriage surged, and in that moment, Gwen felt as though she were truly witnessing that monstrous being. Flames soared, reminiscent of a descending deity. Victor dispelled the magic, leaving Gwen somewhat dazed. Victor had, astonishingly, triumphed over such a formidable force for her sake. I am without further questions. Gwen found herself at a loss for words. Then allow me to escort you home.
Victor conjured a spell.
Wielding even the most elementary magic with effortless grace. A stream of verdant magical energy surged from his fingertips, entwining itself around the wheels of the carriage. The vehicle pivoted, making its way towards Gwen's residence. This is the advantage of a mage. Seated within the carriage, there was no need for a driver. The two remained silent as they journeyed. Soon, they arrived at Gwen's estate, and Victor watched as she alighted from the carriage. Before you depart, Victor called out to Gwen. Thank you for weaving that lie on my behalf before His Majesty. Gwen turned back, poised to respond, but the carriage had already turned away. She hazily watched Victor leave, standing at the threshold with a tumult of emotions swirling within her. The maids, noticing Gwen descending from the carriage of the Clavenna family, exchanged astonished glances and began to murmur. Didn't she absolutely detest Victor? And yet, she returned in his carriage? Could it be? Their chatter grew more animated, reaching a fervent pitch, their cheeks flushing. They were entirely oblivious to the footsteps approaching from behind. What are you discussing? Is there delightful news that you might share with me? The maids turned to see a smiling woman emerging from the house, who quickly lowered her head. Forgive us, my lady. The woman maintained her cheerful demeanor as she spoke. Now, one mustn't stray from work. Well then, I shall go to welcome my sister, whom I have not seen in ages. Chapter 33. Choosing an auspicious day for marriage, Gwen entered the door, her head bowed, embodying a sense of uncertainty. In her distracted state, she collided with a soft figure. Startled, she lifted her gaze. Sister. Is that you? Before her stood her elder sister, Kevra Delin, beaming with a smile, a beauty of a different style than Gwen. She possessed long, delicate lavender hair, striking features, rosy lips, and a captivating gaze that exuded an air of elegance and nobility with every graceful movement, reminiscent of the refined allure of a violet. Gwen's impression of her sister lingered in the past when Kevra's hair mirrored her own silvery locks. Has she dyed her hair? Gwen pondered curiously. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that after so many years within the family, the bond between the sisters was profoundly strong. Even after a long separation, Gwen could hardly conceal her delight upon seeing her sister. Her face radiated joy, and her demeanor transformed entirely. Are you not going to give your sister a hug? Kevra extended her arms, her smile warm and inviting, akin to the bright moon illuminating the night, making anyone feel at ease in her presence. Gwen, blushing, nodded and embraced her sister tightly. At that moment, Kevra, still grinning, inquired, I just heard from the maid that you returned in someone else's carriage. Who was that person? Sister. Gwen stomped her foot, feigning annoyance. Observing her reaction, Kevra nodded knowingly. I see. That was Victor, wasn't it? Gwen lowered her head, remaining silent, her mind swirling in confusion. She had only just grasped Victor's feelings, and now her sister, who had been absent for years, was teasing her. What was happening today? Upon reflection, it seemed she hadn't seen Victor in quite some time. She wondered if he still retained his characteristic arrogance. Should she make time to visit him? While Kevra continued to muse aloud, Gwen turned and curiously asked, Sister, what brings you to the capital? Of course. It's because I missed my dear sister. Kevra playfully pulled Gwen into her embrace, ruffling her hair, prompting Gwen to push her away in mild irritation. You know I can discern the truth from falsehoods. All right. You caught me. I can't deceive you, can I? Using my abilities on family, I show no mercy. Little Gwen has certainly learned to be mischievous, Kevra teased, sticking out her tongue before assuming a serious tone. Though I intended to visit the capital eventually, I heard from a friend that there have been some recent events, prompting my early arrival. You haven't been affected, have you? Gwen shook her head, It's had a considerable impact, primarily concerning Duke Levi and Victor. Kevra tilted her head, a glimmer of evident curiosity crossing her features. How is it that Victor is involved with Duke Levi? Gwen carefully chose her words as she recounted to Kivra everything that had transpired during this period. What? The volcano nearly erupted? There was a volcanic deity lurking beneath the mountain? That caliber of monster was actually defeated by Victor? How infuriating! If it weren't for matters at home, I would have relished the opportunity to partake in such thrilling events. Be sure to include me next time. As she listened to Gwen's narrative, Kivra's eyes sparkled with excitement. She bit her lip, clearly feeling a sense of discontent for not being involved in the affair. Noticing her sister's reaction, Gwen felt a tinge of helplessness. Sister, how could such an occurrence possibly happen again? Even if it were to happen, I would prefer not to endure it once more. Kivra, adopting a mature tone, solemnly admonished her, You do not grasp the significance. Gwen, this is a rare adventure. Although fraught with peril, it is equally accompanied by opportunity. Upon hearing Kivra's words, Gwen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the impressive demeanor and formidable prowess exhibited by Victor at the palace today. Opportunity? Indeed, it is opportunity. Kivra crossed her arms, nodding gravely as she continued, If you desire to grow stronger, relying solely on mere training may not be entirely realistic. The slow pace of progress can easily dishearten one. I am not concerned about you giving up. Kivra continued, but Gwen had already tuned out. Was Victor's sudden surge in strength also a result of seizing some extraordinary opportunity? Lost in thought, she heard Kivra's voice again. Thus, the Duke halted the war magic for his daughter. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to him. Gwen felt a pang of confusion. Considering the Empire's interests, the potential devastation from a volcanic eruption would be unimaginable. This was contingent upon Victor's success. But what if he failed? Her sister ought to prioritize the family's and the capital's interests. Kivra discerned Gwen's inner turmoil and sighed, lightly tapping Gwen's head with her fist. Gwen winced, clutching her head as a few unshed tears escaped her eyes. Sister, do you not realize how strong you are? I apologize, I simply couldn't help it. Kivra affectionately ruffled Gwen's hair, offering comfort. But think about it. If you had been on that mountain when the Duke unleashed the war magic, how would I have faced your grave afterward? Gwen was taken aback. She had never contemplated that scenario. At that time, not only was Erica atop the mountain, but she too had pursued Erica there. Just as Kivra had articulated, it was fortunate that the magical array was led by the Duke, who chose to cease the war magic. Had it been released, she would have been unable to escape unscathed. In that moment, Gwen recalled Victor's words. He had triumphed over the volcanic deity for her sake, even unbeknownst to himself. Victor truly saved me. Gwen's heart was increasingly tumultuous, and she began to lose clarity regarding her own emotions, her expression becoming ever more complex. What is it? Are you lost in thought? Kivra looked at Gwen with a beaming smile, her gaze sweeping across the top of Gwen's head. She likely did not exert much force. I should be unharmed. Gwen shook her head. Having accepted another's kindness, it would be unreasonable not to reciprocate. Once she came to terms with everything, her turmoil lessened. Kivra nodded with a smile. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she exclaimed, since little Gwen hasn't removed her armor yet, how about we practice together for a while? It has been years since we last sparred. Gwen looked at Kivra in surprise, filled with skepticism and a hint of reluctance. Sister? You? Before she could voice more, Kivra grasped Gwen's hand and led her towards the training ground. Come on, let us go. Do we not need protective gear? No need, no need. Ha. Gwen knelt on one knee, struggling to support herself with her sword to avoid collapsing. She was drenched in sweat, her strength nearly depleted. In contrast, Kivra stood across from her, wielding only a standard knight's sword, devoid of any armor. Remarkably, she appeared utterly relaxed, as if she had not exerted herself at all. Kivra stretched languidly, sheathed her sword, and hung it back on the wall. It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. How delightful! Gwen managed to stand, suddenly inquiring, Sister, why did you choose to abandon the path of knighthood? Kivra turned back, resting her chin on her hand. as if pondering deeply. It must have been out of necessity. After all, my family needs my talents. A heaviness settled in Gwen's heart. Her sister, Kiefer, as the eldest daughter, she possessed extraordinary talent and formidable strength. A decade ago, she had already attained prowess rivaling that of a royal knight commander. Yet, her sister relinquished her martial pursuits. She redirected her ambitions toward politics, diligently honing her social skills and navigating the political arena. This too was a form of resignation. As the Dreen family held significant military influence within the empire, they required a leader capable of establishing a stable foothold in politics to guide the family through crises. Even with their father's numerous disciples, many regarded the Dreen family as a thorn in their side. Kiefer, with her cheerful disposition, outstanding emotional intelligence, and exceptional social abilities, was beloved by all, an antithesis to Victor. Thus, Kiefer laid down her cherished weapons, sacrificing her dreams for the sake of her family. Beneath her jovial exterior, perhaps lay unspoken anguish. However, there's a slight complication, little Gwen. Suddenly, her sister's voice pulled Gwen back from her reverie. She blinked, feeling a wave of confusion wash over her. Kiefer gazed at her, expressing her distress. To be honest, my visit to the royal capital has piqued my interest in your abilities. It seems you have made little progress. Upon hearing her sister's remark, Gwen tightened her grip on her sword. Indeed, she found herself unable to surpass her elder sister, despite Kiefer having long relinquished the path of knighthood. However, the notion that her skills had stagnated in recent years was something she could not accept. Suddenly, Kiefer exclaimed, "Oh no, little Gwen, if this continues, Father may very well summon you back home for further training. What shall we do?" Adopting a facade of concern, Kiefer's eyes darted around as she observed Gwen's expression. Eureka! Gwen lifted her gaze to meet Kiefer's. It appeared that Kiefer had conceived a brilliant solution. Why not seize a fortuitous day for you and Victor to wed? Surely, Father would permit you to remain here. Gwen blinked in surprise. Huh? Chapter 34. Obey. Let me take a look. Kiefer continued to explain, once you marry Victor, you will become a part of the Clavenna family. In that case, even if your father wishes to summon you back, you will have every reason to refuse. Gwen, bewildered, listened as Kiefer paced back and forth, muttering to herself. Now that I'm back, let us set a date for the wedding. I can officiate the ceremony. Considering your ages, it is indeed about time for you to wed. It is quite unreasonable to delay it any longer. Unable to contain herself, Gwen exclaimed, "Sister, I am not planning to get married yet." Upon hearing Gwen's declaration, Kiefer feigned confusion and glanced back at her. What? Does Victor not like you? I suppose not. Gwen recalled her conversation with Victor earlier that day, intending to assert her disinterest, but inexplicably found herself wavering. She lowered her head, her voice dwindling. Then that settles it. Kiefer laughed heartily, patting Gwen on the shoulder with a smile. Little Gwen, you wouldn't want to return home, would you? Gwen felt an uneasy undertone in Kiefer's words. Yet she truly did not wish to go back. The thought of her stern father and detestable older brother filled her with dread. In this household, only her mother and sister mattered. The rest held no significance for her. Noticing Gwen's growing silence, Kiefer stepped back slightly, chuckling softly. All right, I was just teasing you. I want to let you go back." Gwen lifted her head, gazing at Kiefer with curiosity. She saw Kiefer pondering something. But if you don't return, you'll need a reason. Victor seems quite suitable. I noticed you returned in his carriage. I'll send a message home, stating that you are in a passionate romance with Victor. That should suffice, right? Gwen's face flushed crimson at her sister's absurd suggestion. She opened her mouth to protest but realized that Kiefer was genuinely trying to assist her, and unable to conjure a better excuse, she begrudgingly fell silent. Her sister knew nothing of the truth. The relationship between her and Victor was far from good. Oh, by the way, Kiefer leaned closer to Gwen, her demeanor brightening as she said, "There's actually another matter I need to address upon my return to the capital, which I initially intended to keep from you. However, since your relationship with Victor seems promising, I would like to ask for your help in enlisting his assistance." Help? Gwen was taken aback, wondering what kind of favor could require Victor's involvement. Yes, indeed, after all, he is a mage and from what you've told me, a remarkably powerful one. So, please convey my request to him. Suddenly, Kefra's expression turned serious, her earlier playful demeanor fading away like a whisper. She appeared transformed, evoking the essence of a tranquil violet, deep and mysterious. Beware of the filth infiltrating the royal capital. Gwyn was startled by her sister's reaction, but after Kefra uttered those words, she reverted to her previous playful demeanor, grinning as she embraced Gwyn's shoulders. In essence, you must remind him. If you can locate that thing, it would be of immense assistance. Gwyn was eager to discern what her sister meant by filth that warranted the involvement of a mage like Victor. However, before she could inquire further, an insistent hand crept into the gaps of her armor at her waist. Gwyn felt a warmth at her side, her face flushing instantly, while Kefra's voice chimed in her ear. You've worked up quite a sweat, little Gwyn. Would you care to take a warm bath with your sister? Just to ensure your development is progressing normally. Blushing fiercely, Gwyn firmly objected. Sister, I have long since reached the age of ceasing growth. Be obedient. Let me have a look. Do you desire power? The book bore a twisted inscription of black letters, exuding a demonic allure. Yet, Henny felt a twinge of frustration. This marked the fourth occurrence today. Since morning, these bizarre black words had inexplicably surrounded her. On her desk, on the walls, even as she traversed the campus, passing by the flower beds in the garden. She could not fathom who would perpetrate such a prank. Indeed, she had dismissed it as mere tomfoolery. After all, who would take such an old and sinister trope seriously? Henny had tolerated it thus far, believing that those who indulge in pranks would eventually grow bored. However, she was taken aback by the relentless persistence of this annoyance. This time, she could no longer endure it. As she sat at her desk in the library, preparing for her lessons, those letters appeared on the pages, obscuring her freshly written notes. She was furious but could only seethe in silence. As an ordinary apprentice mage, she was burdened with theoretical knowledge yet incapable of casting a single spell. Lacking talent, she was destined to watch helplessly as this vexing prank entangled her. Thus, she inscribed a few words on that page. Apologies, I decline. After completing this, she tore the filled sheet from her notebook and discarded it in a nearby trash bin, clutching her book as she departed the library. Though she could commit the contents to memory, her cautious nature led her to believe that writing it down offered a greater sense of security. Henny intended to return to the Mage Tower and proceed to Victor's office, where she could concentrate on rewriting her work. Before his departure, Victor had granted her access to the office, allowing her free entry into the Mage Tower. On her path to the tower, the cobblestones by the roadside once again bore those insidious black letters. Do you desire power? I beg your pardon, but I do not wish for it. Please cease bothering me. Henny vociferously expressed her refusal, clutching her books as she sprinted away without a backward glance. Soon, she arrived at the Mage Tower, breathless and panting. Having rarely engaged in vigorous exercise, a mere short dash had left her feeling somewhat oxygen-deprived. After a moment of respite, she reached out to touch the Mage Tower. Identity verification successful. Assistant Henny, welcome back to the Mage Tower. The moment the voice resonated, the teleportation array swiftly activated. In the next instant, she found herself within Professor Victor's office. The air was fresh and the space impeccably tidy, adorned with a vibrant little flower pot, an offering from Henny to Professor Victor. The professor had a penchant for cleanliness and order, a detail Henny had always kept in mind, ensuring she tidied his office each day. Rather than taking her place in Victor's chair, she opted for a different seat at the desk before settling down. As she placed her books down, she began to write fervently. Aware of her modest talents, she resolved to compensate through diligent study. An hour later, the pages were filled with notes, encapsulating the day's lessons. The pile of words that had previously appeared had not resurfaced. Indeed, it was a prank. Henny felt a swell of pride in her cleverness. Access to the Mage Tower was restricted to those with verification, let alone entry to Victor's office. The absence of the words confirmed her suspicions. Such a prank was hardly believable, even to a 10-year-old. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly class time. She gathered her filled book and cast one last glance at Victor's chair. Henny hesitated, then carefully approached the chair, extending her arms to embrace it. Lost in a moment of imagination, her cheeks flushed as she greedily inhaled the faint lingering scent. After a brief interlude, she released the chair, straightened her attire, and set her gaze resolutely. "Professor, I shall not disappoint your expectations." With that declaration, she reclaimed her books and dashed away, teleporting out of the mage tower. As she walked along the path, Hernie's spirits lifted. Regardless of her previous mood, returning to the mage tower always rejuvenated her. Clutching her books, she joyfully traversed the corridors. However, around a corner of the academy, her eyes caught a glimpse of a garment. Though she initially intended to retreat, she was caught off guard. With a resounding thud, she collided with someone. Pain jolted through her as she fell to the ground, yet she clutched her books tightly. Before her stood a portly man with a small mustache, his expression dark as he glared down at Hernie. She hurriedly rose, disregarding the dust on her clothes, and bowed in apology. I'm terribly sorry, Professor Devon. I wasn't paying attention. Of course, you weren't looking where you were going. Had you seen me, would you have collided?" Before her stood a man referred to as Professor Devon, whose demeanor was decidedly displeased. With a delicate gesture, he adjusted his mustache while directing a scathing remark at Henny. "You, with your entire being reeking of cheap filth, I fail to comprehend why you remain in this institution." Henny lowered her gaze, remaining silent. In truth, she had not overlooked his presence. As she contemplated stepping aside to allow him passage, his considerable girth rendered her efforts futile, resulting in her being unceremoniously knocked to the ground. Why should she apologize for his indiscretion? Enduring his insults, she refrained from retorting. Such incidents had occurred in the past, and she had learned that enduring was the only option. She must not cause trouble for Professor Victor. Suddenly, Devon's eyes fell upon the textbook in Henny's hands, and he smirked coldly. What is this? Are you, a mere assistant, preparing to teach a class once more?" Chapter 35. Payne Hernie clutched her textbook and patiently explained to Professor Derlin. "This is an action permitted by Professor Victor. He is absent. Thus he instructed me to teach in his stead." However, her words were met with derisive laughter. "You are merely a teaching assistant, having yet to cross the threshold of a first-level mage. What level of instruction can you provide? Moreover, you are teaching the finest class in the academy. Do you comprehend the formidable nature of this task? Should the students' grades decline, will you be able to bear the responsibility?" The majority of the principal students at the Royal Academy of Magic hailed from nobility, especially in the class of the most exceptional talents, with few commoners in attendance. For Professor Devon, having someone like Hernie, who barely qualified as a commoner, instruct this class was as ludicrous as a beggar proclaiming to an emperor the delights of steamed buns. Professor Devon shifted his corpulent frame, feeling fatigued after only a few steps and words. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to dab the perspiration from his forehead before returning it. Witnessing this, Hernie instinctively recoiled slightly. Yet Professor Devon continued, "The first class should have access to the best teaching resources, and you dare to teach them magic? A refugee, who scarcely qualifies as a commoner, has no right to teach. I suggest you scurry away from the academy as you always have. Do not let me see you again." As he spoke, his agitation grew, and spittle began to fly from his mouth. Fortunately, Hernie stood far enough away that none landed upon her. She could not help but retort, "This is Professor Victor's course. With him absent from the academy, I, as his assistant, have a duty to prepare the lesson. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing Hernie mention Victor's name several times, Professor Devon's expression darkened, and with a cold glare, he replied, "You little wretch know quite a bit. However, do not dare to mention that scoundrel Victor in my presence." Hernie's face flushed, her heart raced, and sparks seemed to flicker in her eyes. "Professor Devon, you are insulting Mr. Victor. He is the youngest third-level mage in the academy. His knowledge is profound. On what grounds do you speak of him so disparagingly?" "On what grounds do I speak?" Professor Devon's voice suddenly rose, dripping with sarcasm. "You would do well to understand what he has been up to during his absence before you speak to me." As he spoke, he cast forth a magic stone. The stone hovered in midair, spun around, and gradually illuminated, revealing an image before them. The scene depicted a volcanic eruption imminent, with countless mages poised on the mountainside, preparing to unleash war magic. The volcano trembled violently, resembling a furious beast ready to unleash its wrath. A blinding white light erupted, filling the entire scene. Subsequently, the magic stone lost its luster and fell to the ground, rolling to rest at Professor Devon's feet. Professor Devon shifted his body and noticed the magical stone beneath his feet. Picking it up once more, he mockingly inquired of Henny, "What do you see?" Henny, perplexed, was aware of the recent exodus of numerous mages from the royal capital, yet she had no opportunity to engage with the rumors surrounding the volcanic eruption. Consequently, she remained oblivious to the recent turmoil in the capital. At that moment, Professor Devon provided an explanation. The volcano did not erupt naturally. It was orchestrated by someone with malicious intent. Henny's body trembled slightly upon hearing this statement. "Do you wish to know who it is?" Henny met Professor Devon's cold gaze, her mind racing with speculation, but she swiftly dismissed the thought. However, Derlin seized upon her hesitation, tauntingly declaring, "Indeed, it is your esteemed Professor Victor. He provoked a calamity that triggered the eruption, and thus he paid the price for his actions. He perished in the volcano." Upon hearing this, Henny shook her head vigorously.
Urgently countering, impossible.
How could the professor possibly do such a thing? He is so formidable. It is inconceivable that he would die in a volcano. Professor Devon disdainfully shook his head and continued, "Indeed, a refugee is merely a refugee. He nearly incited an unstoppable disaster. But you are more concerned about whether he is alive or dead. Truly, refuse belongs among refuse, and should remain in the refuse heap, rather than come to the academy to disrupt the environment." Henny's gaze grew vacant as she stood frozen in place, repeatedly uttering the words "impossible." Unfazed by her shock, Devon persisted, "This is a fact acknowledged by all mages. Shortly, the Emperor will announce Victor's crimes." Suddenly, Henny realized that Professor Devon was one of the few second-tier mages who had not departed during the recent upheaval. Thus, he had not witnessed the events firsthand. Trembling, she asked, "So you did not actually see Professor Victor die, did you? What of it? The crimes he has committed are irreparable. Even if he is not dead, he has lost all face to remain in the royal capital." The mere thought of Victor's fate exhilarated Professor Devon, causing him to break into a sweat, his thin garments becoming damp. "Ha! I will petition the dean. Tomorrow, Victor's classes will be entrusted to me. As for you, pack your belongings and leave the academy at once." Like an arrogant rooster, Professor Devon looked down upon Henny with disdain before strutting away. Left alone, Henny clutched her books and quietly stood at the corner. Her mind in turmoil, she instinctively made her way towards the classroom. Upon entering Class 1, the previously subdued chatter faded into silence. The students, recognizing their familiar teaching assistant Henny, offered no significant reaction. In the days following Professor Victor's departure, Henny's teaching abilities had garnered widespread acknowledgement among the students. However, today the teaching assistant seems somewhat off. The usual ease and warmth have vanished, replaced by a distracted demeanor and a countenance shrouded in sorrow. Henny trudged to the podium, placing a hefty tome upon it. Her gaze swept over the students below, deliberately lingering on the front row, where Erica's seat lay empty. Since the mages departed from the capital, Erica, much like Professor Victor, had not graced the school with her presence for quite some time. It was as if they had vanished in unison, leaving Henny with no one to converse with. She yearned to uncover the truth, including whether Victor was truly deceased. Yet, with Erica absent and lacking any sources of information, Henny was left to don a forced smile and commence her lecture. Regardless, the student's education could not be neglected. Today, we shall discuss the composition of the imperial traditional magical patterns. Soon, Henny regained her composure, and the students below began to listen intently. Everything appeared to proceed smoothly. Midway through the lesson, as Henny was engrossed in her reading, she suddenly froze. A line of black text had obscured the content of the book, writhing as if it possessed a life of its own upon the pages. Startled, Henny slammed the book down upon the podium. The black text extended tendrils that spread outward, as if ready to ensnare Henny in the next moment. The scattered words on the pages grew increasingly frantic, desperately yearning for something. The words remained unchanged. Do you seek power? Unable to endure any longer, Henny abruptly slammed her palm on the desk and shouted in anger, I do not need it. In that instant, the classroom fell into an eerie silence, the students stunned, unsure of what had provoked such a sudden outburst from the teaching assistant. Once her frustration subsided, Henny realized her misstep and bowed her head, apologizing to the students. She then picked up the book and hastily concluded the lesson, her mind elsewhere. When the bell rang, she did not formally announce the end of class. Instead, she clutched the book and rushed out the door. As she walked along the corridor, Henny kept her head down, silent. She felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her, an unusual sensation that stirred her annoyance. Suddenly, she turned to look back, only to find that the passers-by were either hastily moving along, engrossed in their books, or engaged in light-hearted conversations. None were fixated on her. Perhaps the words of Professor Devon had affected her mindset. Henny struggled to suppress thoughts of Victor, still clinging to the hope that he was not dead. Within the confines of this academy, the only person who truly cared for her was Victor. Halt! A cold and haughty voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Henny's body trembled, and she turned to see Professor Devon. The German professor, with an air of arrogance, thrust a document before Henny. As she picked it up and read, disbelief washed over her. Clearly inscribed were the words, due to Professor Victor's prolonged absence from the academy, the upcoming class will henceforth be conducted by the German professor. At this revelation, Henny trembled slightly, her complexion paling significantly as she gazed at the German professor in disbelief. He, with a triumphant smirk, addressed her. As a professor, I possess the authority to dismiss an assistant like you, who is scarcely worthy of the title of mage. From tomorrow onward, you need not return to the academy. Suddenly, the book in Henny's hands ignited in a remarkable blaze, resembling a venomous serpent as it voraciously consumed its pages. No matter how desperately Henny attempted to extinguish the flames, the searing pain in her hands rendered her efforts futile. Overwhelmed with anguish, she cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. No, please no. Yet, the magical fire proved relentless and unyielding. Ultimately, in her futile resistance, Henny sank to the ground, covered in dust, as the tome filled with her knowledge was reduced to ash. That book represented her sole dedication, her wisdom, her aspirations, all now obliterated in the conflagration. A growing crowd gathered by the roadside, yet none stepped forward to offer solace. No one cared for a mere assistant, especially one so disheveled as Henny. The German professor publicly humiliated her and departed with satisfaction, never once acknowledging her as worthy of consideration. This was the animosity others harbored towards Victor. Upon Henny's appointment as his assistant, their hostility was redirected towards her, despite her being an innocent bystander. To them, Henny was merely an obvious outlet for their frustrations, and they bore no guilt in their bullying. At that moment, the ground seemed bewitched as dark letters re-emerged, deep and ominous. Unlike before, they had grown more ferocious, more twisted, and more tearing, as if bearing an ominous messenger that once again confronted Henny. Do you desire power? It inquired. This time, Henny's response was resolute. I seek power. If possible, I wish to possess strength. She loathed her own impotence and frailty, recognizing that she had hindered Professor Victor. She could no longer endure this state of helplessness. After Henny's declaration, the black letters appeared to freeze, ceasing their writhing, and dissipated like a gust of wind. Henny then awaited with anticipation, hoping for a surge of strength to suddenly bestow itself upon her. She yearned to no longer be an easy target for others' cruelty, to aid Professor Victor and to support those who cared for her. Finally, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ha! Look! She truly believes it. I knew it, just as the German professor remarked. A talentless wretch like her, upon discovering a shortcut to strength, would undoubtedly believe in it. Those who yearn for effortless gain, day after day, only ponder their own potential for growth, yet they do not expend even the slightest effort. Mocking laughter erupted from the surroundings as several students emerged from the bushes, clutching their bellies and laughing heartily before Henny. The derisive laughter pierced her like a series of sharp, scornful daggers, deeply embedding themselves in her very being. and an indescribable sense of injustice surged up to her throat, rendering her speechless. Henny bowed her head, burying her face in her robe. "Don't cry." The onlookers, the surrounding mocking laughter felt as though they were inflicting relentless cuts upon her. She could not feel pain, yet it seemed as if her heart were bleeding. "Don't cry. Henny, don't cry." The tears she had long suppressed could no longer be contained. They cascaded down like precious pearls, splattering onto the ground, soaking the ashes and dampening her robe. Her sharp, hoarse cries echoed by the roadside, as if to sever the indifference of cruel mockery entirely. Chapter 36. Victor, it's time for work. Victor, did you not attend the academy today? What is the matter? Victor sat at his desk, leisurely perusing an advanced tome on magic. As he flipped through the pages, he responded to Leah's inquiry. "I have entrusted my duties to my assistant. She is quite capable of handling them." Leah, observing his relaxed demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She sighed, pressing her forehead with her hand. "Just take a look." She produced a letter filled with text from her pocket, tossing it onto the desk before Victor. Casting a resigned glance at Leah, Victor slowly closed the book and picked up the letter. As he read it carefully, his brow furrowed. "Professor Victor, you have not been to the academy for over 7 days. Have you encountered any difficulties? Or do you find the work of teaching to be too monotonous? If you are unable to return to the academy, we shall retain your title of professor and await your return to bestow it upon you once more. Royal Academy of Magic, Rachel Azure." Rachel Azure is the name of the headmaster, as the only 4th-tier holy mage in the capital. Well, now there are 2. In any case, the headmaster dedicates all of their energy to the establishment and development of the academy. Such an official letter is automatically dispatched by the headmaster's magic, known as natural sparrow. This magic, created by the headmaster, shapes elements from the air, manifesting as either a leaf or a speck of dust. These natural entities, imbued with the headmaster's will, serve as tools for communication. Naturally, the headmaster does not have the time or energy to delve into the various matters concerning Victor's recent activities. They could only discern that Victor Clavener had not returned to the academy for 7 or 8 days. Thus, Natural Sparrow activated autonomously, delivering this official letter as a clear reminder. "Victor, it is time for you to work." Leah stood by, observing Victor's impassive expression, which showed no signs of change. The prospect of losing his title as professor did not seem to faze him in the slightest. She remarked, "This letter arrived at our doorstep before I returned home last night. This means you attended the morning assembly, yet spent the rest of the day relaxing at home? You didn't even step outside?" Well, he hadn't exactly remained at home the entire time, as he had visited the Gwen household. Victor remained silent for a moment, neatly placing the letter back on the desk, aligning it with the edge. Seeing Victor's nonchalant demeanor, Leah's frustration boiled over. Did this man possess no sense of responsibility towards his work? Unable to contain herself, she began to vent her emotions to Victor. "Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed for your title as professor? I have been away from home for too long. I simply wish to stay home a little longer." Before Leah could finish her words, Victor interjected, interrupting her. "Although such an interruption is rather impolite, I find it necessary to provide an explanation. Additionally, I wish to express my sentiments to you earlier. I apologize for my prolonged absence. The matters at home have indeed been burdensome for you." At this point, it was Leah who fell silent, as if a half-formed sentence lodged in her throat, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, yet it was evident she was making a concerted effort to suppress it. She turned her head away, pacing the room while muttering, "Ha! Ha! What is this?" Perhaps Victor possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Indeed, Victor's disappearance had rendered the Clavina family's situation quite precarious. However, it also presented an opportunity. After all, Victor had numerous enemies. Though Leah had managed to eliminate some, many others remained in hiding, fearful of Victor and thus never revealing their true intentions. Once Victor vanished, even rumors of his demise began to circulate, causing these individuals to emerge in droves, united in their animosity towards the Clavina family. Leah understood perfectly that they were there for retribution. worried that this clandestine faction would pose a future threat to the Klavina family. She now found herself with the chance to deal with them once and for all. With Leon's assistance, they discreetly dismantled an untold number of shops, acquiring a wealth of valuable goods in the process. In summary, the Klavina family had recently turned a modest profit, filling the gaps left by Victor's absence. Of course, the overt struggles remained. There were indeed many merchants who seized this opportunity to undermine the Klavina family's business. This was an undeniable fact. Such blatant assaults were not easily countered by Leon and the others, as the implications were significant. Particularly concerning was the recently opened prop shop, which had already been struggling. After this incident, it saw a drastic decline in customers. The allure of fantasy is often beautiful, yet reality can be harsh. Who was it that once vowed with such conviction that they could make a profit? Leah cast a disdainful glance at Victor. So what is the outcome today? You seem unscathed, but I was referring to the Duke. Victor regarded her with a detached glance and replied, It has been preserved. Leah, puzzled, furrowed her brow and inquired, Isn't there a long-standing enmity between you and the Duke? She was alluding to Victor's confession of feelings for Erica. How could the Duke, a devoted father, possibly reconcile with you? Leah found it difficult to comprehend. Had Victor employed some form of coercion against the Duke? This was not entirely inconsistent with his character. For various reasons, I found it necessary to act in such a manner. In any case, you need not worry about the shop for the time being, Victor stated. Upon hearing this, Leah began to speculate and asked, Do you intend to leverage the Duke's influence to enhance the reputation of our products? Victor tapped the table lightly. Initially, there was indeed such a notion. However, I do not intend to exploit the Duke. After all, his reputation is far from commendable at present. Even if the Duke's charges were to be absolved, the actions he has taken before the public remain irrefutable facts. Under such circumstances, the esteemed reputation he once cultivated within the circles of mages has, in an instant, been significantly tarnished. Since the primary clientele for magical potions consists of mages, leveraging the Duke's name would be tantamount to closing shop at this juncture. It would be far more prudent to utilize his daughter instead. What are you scheming? Leah found herself perplexed once more, unable to fathom Victor's motives. She shrugged, dismissing the intricacies, for her focus lay solely on the outcome. As if recalling something, she added, Oh, by the way, Gwen contacted me today and asked me to relay some matters to you. Victor responded, a hint of confusion in his voice, as Leah continued with her own uncertainty. She mentioned that her sister advised you to be wary of the unsavory elements infiltrating the capital. Her sister? Unsavory elements? Is that all she said? Yes, nothing more. Leah observed the complex shift in Victor's expression and shot him a glance of exasperation. Never mind, you may continue your reading. I shall not disturb you. With that, she gracefully swayed her hips and departed from the study. Victor, without lifting his gaze, sank into profound contemplation. Gwen's sister. In his recollection, there was but one, her elder sister, Kavra Draylin. However, this character had never graced the main storyline, for she had met her demise prior to the main plot, during the prologue having fallen victim to a demon invasion. Victor closed his eyes. In the first chapter of the game's narrative, the Kalanxia Empire faced a demonic incursion. Countless inhabitants were transformed into mindless husks, all under the control of the demons. Numerous lesser demons roamed the streets, scattered throughout the Kalanxia Empire. In the early stages of the game, the novice monsters players were required to vanquish were not slimes but these lesser demons. For players, these creatures served merely as ordinary experience points. It was only in the mid-game, after players had dispatched the mid-chapter demon boss, that the Kalanxia Empire began to return to normalcy. What was the name of that demon boss again? Let me think. The greed demon, Yame. Hey, kid, what unfriendly name did you just utter inadvertently? Vega suddenly began chattering on his shoulder, shivering at the mere mention of this entity's true name, as a being of the abyss. So, a demon? How do you know its name? Vega's single eye bore into Victor, questioning him relentlessly. I merely spoke of it in passing. I don't believe you. Vega was entirely skeptical of his fabricated tale. Merely mentioning such a repugnant entity in passing? Indeed, it is repulsive, utterly revolting. As a deity, Vega harbors an intense disdain for demons tainted with filth. Victor cast a curious glance at Vega. The creature was undeniably disgusting, yet it was unexpected for even an evil god to feel nauseated. Are you not an evil god? I had presumed you would share numerous topics of conversation with other demons. Why do you associate gods with demons? Vega raised her head with an air of pride, as if proclaiming her noble identity. I, a deity, demand tribute. So, is that filthy thing the little girl spoke of, this abhorrent creature? Vega expressed her distaste, suggesting, perhaps you could confine me in a cage, dispose of it, and then release me. Victor shook his head at her. In Vega's eyes, Victor's utterance of the creature's name indicated he possessed knowledge about it. I am not yet certain. Frankly, Victor also loathed such entities. Different demons employ various methods, yet invariably, they rely on the myriad emotions of humanity to satiate their desires. The demon of greed, Yem, employs a strategy of exploiting others' avarice, bestowing upon them what they covet time and again. Until the moment they can no longer repay, they plunge the greedy into an abyss of endless despair, demanding 1,000-fold retribution. Victor opened his eyes. Truly repugnant. Hernie was in Victor's office, organizing her belongings. She was preparing to depart, to leave this academy for other realms. The only person who cared for her was no longer present. Her dreams had been incinerated. Hernie felt no longing. Little girl, you appear quite unhappy. A deep, magnetic voice resonated through the darkness, causing Hernie to whirl around abruptly. There was nothing there. Is this yet another prank? Hernie mused, considering it absurd that someone would still indulge in mischief at such a time. Oh, I apologize, my dear. You seem rather unwell. Is there anything I can assist you with? Chapter 37. Let me contemplate how to strike you today. A shadowy figure emerged from the crevice in the wall, resembling a pool of ink spilled across the floor, gradually rising until it enveloped the entire room. Henny, startled, recoiled a few steps, unable to discern the creature concealed within the inky darkness. In a flurry, she retrieved a box of matches from her pocket, intent on igniting one. Just as a flicker of flame ignited, before she could lift her gaze, the flame was extinguished in an instant by the encroaching darkness. Why? Has it returned? Again, a few mocking encounters. Was that not sufficient? Henny inquired, her emotions fraying at the edges. The inky shadow fell silent, merely fixating its gaze upon her. Indeed, it only stared. It seemed to penetrate the very thoughts residing within Henny's mind, then unveiled a gaping maw as dark as the abyss, its voice resonating like an ominous melody that invaded her ears. I know what you seek, little girl. Remain here, awaiting my arrival. The voice abruptly ceased, and with it, the darkness within the room dissipated instantaneously. The office regained an eerie stillness. Henny raised her head, finding herself weakly kneeling on the floor, her expression betraying no hint of sorrow or joy. Soon, the vanishing ink shadow returned. The suffocating darkness flooded the room once more, sweeping through the mage tower like an errant breeze. Henny lifted her gaze, staring at the shadow, suddenly frozen in place. It dawned on her that this was indeed the mage tower, a domain accessible only to those with the requisite authority. How could this shadow manifest here? Before she could ponder further, the shadow began to take on a discernible form. Though she could scarcely identify what lay before her, she vaguely perceived the creature parting its vast maw, abruptly plunging its arm into its throat and stirring within. A series of gurgling sounds emanated, and the shadow extended a colossal hand. From its own belly, it extracted 3 luminous orbs, glimmering like beacons of hope amidst Henny's despair. Little girl, the shadow spoke again, followed by a cacophony of strange sounds. Bleh. Slurp, you seek power, do you not? I. Henny trembled slightly, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, disregarding the grotesqueness of the apparition before her. Come now, this is the power you require. Touch it, and it shall be yours. Henny sensed an ominous foreboding, yet each word from the shadow was laden with an irresistible allure. Compelled by an unseen force, she extended her hand and made contact with the luminous orb. The shadow's grin widened even further. The following morning, Victor disembarked from the carriage, standing at the threshold of the academy. He had returned after a prolonged absence to this esteemed institution. In truth, had it not been for Leah's irate shouts urging him out the door at dawn, Victor would have lingered at home for yet another morning. Should I have sent her back to the territory? Victor mused, only to dismiss the thought as he turned away. Even if she were to be sent back due to business matters, Leah would undoubtedly continue to traverse between the royal capital and the territory. In due course, they would inevitably engage in a few heated exchanges. As Victor entered the academy, he sensed a gaze sweeping over him. It was the principal's spell, Natural Sparrow. During his time as a third-tier mage, Victor had been oblivious to this natural force. However, upon ascending to the fourth tier, he distinctly perceived the discordant currents of magical energy flowing through the air. He lifted his eyes to the sky, observing countless natural sparrows flitting about the academy. The principal's gaze enveloped the entire institution, soon diverting away from him, presumably having confirmed his identity. The royal court had already issued a proclamation, declaring both Duke Levi and Victor innocent. Naturally, only a select few nobles were privy to the series of events that transpired, from the near eruption of the volcano to the conclusion of the incident. Thus, Victor's return did not incite a stir within the academy. He ambled along the path, oblivious to the scrutiny of those around him, wholly engrossed in contemplating how to hand over his subsequent courses. Students passing by Victor, who had initially greeted the dawn with exuberance, were momentarily taken aback upon encountering Victor's expression, which resembled that of a still pond. They froze in place, their speech faltering. Victor remained entirely unaware of the profound impact his presence had on the surrounding students. Who is that? Such an overwhelming aura. Indeed, as he walked past, I nearly believed he would drain my magical essence. One student abruptly seized another, whispering urgently, "Are you out of your minds? That's Victor Clavina. We mustn't let him overhear us speaking ill of him. He is that infamous rogue mage, isn't he? How terrifying." As Victor strolled through the campus, maintaining a stoic expression while inhaling the crisp air, he soon encountered an unpleasant scene. The commotion ahead piqued his interest. It was near the student dormitories, where a crowd had gathered at the entrance, and 3 pallid, unconscious students were being carried out from within. Something felt amiss. Vigia whispered in Victor's ear, "These unconscious students have lost their magical essence." Upon hearing Vigia's words, Victor sought a source of information and spotted an individual clad in a white coat. It was the academy's physician. A chill swept through the surrounding students as they witnessed a figure approach. What transpired? Victor's voice resonated, causing the physician to turn around and, upon seeing Victor, he was startled to the point that his spectacles fell from his face. Victor bent down to retrieve them and handed them back. The physician certainly recognized Victor, not only due to his notorious reputation but also because the recent influential incident circulating among the noble circles of the royal capital was closely tied to him. Yet, this man, deemed guilty by all, had been declared innocent by the royal decree. Many mages, oblivious to the truth, found it hard to accept. However, one's life remains paramount, and outwardly, one must still maintain cordiality towards Victor. "Professor Victor, what brings you here?" The expressionless visage of Victor sent a shiver down his spine. The school physician, flustered, hastily explained, "These students show no signs of physical ailments, yet they lie in a state of unconsciousness, seemingly trapped in a deep slumber. They all share the same dormitory, and no one is aware of what transpired. They were discovered in this condition by classmates from the neighboring dormitory. We are preparing to transport them to the infirmary for a magical examination to ascertain any underlying issues."
Victor nodded, stepping aside.
Allowing the physician to leave with a visible sigh of relief. Clearly, they remain oblivious to the circumstances, Victor elucidated to Viga, who stood beside him. The act of siphoning another's magical essence, a sordid tactic, evoked unsettling imagery within him. It appeared the infiltration was swift. Viga was indeed referring to those demons. Victor felt exasperated. Upon his return to the academy, he was met with such a predicament. Nevertheless, should demons manifest, it would be prudent to dispatch them promptly. Not to mention, the filth they exuded could dampen one's spirits. Moreover, this encounter could yield experience points. Dismissing the matter from his mind, Victor escorted Viga back to his office. Identity verification successful. Professor Victor, welcome back to the Mage Tower. Upon completing the identity verification before the Mage Tower, Victor stepped into his office as the teleportation array illuminated. The office appeared largely unchanged since his departure, save for the absence of a particular flower pot on the windowsill. That had been a gift from Henny, who cherished it dearly and often sought excuses to tend to it as a pretext for frequent visits to the Mage Tower. Had she taken it back to the dormitory? Given Victor's absence in recent days, Henny had no reason to come to the office in search of him. The frequent trips to the Mage Tower, coupled with the considerable distance, made it more convenient for her to care for the flower at her residence rather than make the arduous journey back and forth. Seated at his desk, he noted the absence of several books. Likewise, these had been left behind by Henny, who would often curl up with those well-worn volumes during her leisure moments, perusing them time and again. Victor paid little mind to this, just as he had with the missing flower. He had rationalized the disappearance of the books. Henny no longer needed to visit the office, thus naturally, she had taken them home to read. He retrieved a spellbook from his backpack that he had not yet finished reading from the previous day, indulging in its pages to pass the time. Thus, he remained engrossed until midday. The sound of turning pages filled the quiet office, punctuated by Vega, who stood at the desk, dozing off. Suddenly, his head struck the tabletop, jolting him awake. What? Oh, she hasn't come yet. This time around noon was when Henny most frequently visited the Mage Tower, invariably bringing along that hefty tome and excitedly recounting the lessons she had crafted for the day, inevitably rousing Vega from his slumber each time. Awakening at this hour had almost become a habit for Vega. However, this time Honey did not arrive. Vega glanced at Victor, who remained engrossed in his book, seemingly lost in his own world. Suddenly, Vega recalled that Victor had returned to the academy, a piece of news that the young girl was likely unaware of. Yet, she did not mind. As drowsiness overcame her, she drifted back into slumber. The passage of time in sleep always seemed astonishingly swift. In the afternoon, the sun's gentle rays streamed through the window, elongating shadows. Vega, it's time to go. Where to? The awakened raven blinked, groggily noticing Victor closing his book. It is time for class. Oh right. Vega flapped her wings, perching on Victor's shoulder. To be honest, she was rather looking forward to the afternoon. What would the timid girl's reaction be upon seeing Victor? Would she flee like a startled fawn? Would she shy away, avoiding his gaze? Or perhaps, she would excitedly gather around him, joyfully exclaiming, "Professor Victor, you have finally returned." Regardless of her response, Vega found all possibilities intriguing. The teleportation array enveloped Victor, and the pair vanished within the confines of the Mage Tower. When they reappeared, they had arrived in the corridor of the teaching building. The corridor was deserted, occasionally filled with the sounds of lessons from other classes. Victor's footsteps resonated crisply in this environment. Tap, tap, tap. So, based on this array, Victor halted. His gaze was profoundly fixed ahead. There lay the classroom, and the familiar sound of the professor's lecture echoed from within. Vega, equally focused, fixed her one eye forward, her voice devoid of emotion. This is rather troublesome.
Top, top, top.
The footsteps resumed, yet this time they bore a heavier weight. At last, Victor stood before the classroom door. The sounds inside grew increasingly distinct as he pushed the door open. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent. Who enters without knocking during class time? The voice trailed off, abruptly cut off as if strangled, producing an unpleasant sound. Victor turned his gaze towards the source, locking his eyes upon the individual standing at the podium. Truly resembles a pig, Vega remarked quietly in his ear. Victor offered no response, perhaps acquiescing to her comment. His expression remained impassive, yet his tone conveyed an unspoken fury. Let me think, your name is Devin Resser, is it not? Chapter 38. How cool. The man before him calmly articulated his name, leaving Professor Devin in a state of astonishment as he stared blankly at the doorway, swallowing hard.
Victor?
What brings you back? He was aware that the royal decree had declared Victor innocent, confirming that he had not perished. Although a sense of unease lingered, the professor found solace in the fact that he had legitimately secured this class. What's the matter, Victor? Are you not aware that the dean has issued a notice? This class has been entrusted to me. He deliberately invoked the dean's authority, gazing at Victor with a sense of triumph. Professor Devon believed that no matter how brazen Victor was, he would refrain from causing a scene with the dean, especially within the confines of the academy rather than on his own turf. Thus, he added pointedly, "Victor, remember your place. You are merely a third-tier mage." Victor's expression remained impassive. Under the royal family's intentional discretion, the incident of Victor averting the volcanic eruption had not been widely disseminated. Natural disasters tend to incite public panic if they become public knowledge. Therefore, this matter was only circulated among a select few nobles and royals. The official narrative merely declared Victor innocent, dissociating him from the volcano. Amidst such orchestrated public sentiment, few knew that Victor had ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier mage. Professor Devon Reiser was among those blissfully unaware. "As for your taking over my class, I will formally petition the dean again," Devon stated. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes brightened with a shared sentiment. Finally, they would be spared from this tedious lecturer. His classes were indeed dull, and he often erred, as if his mind were muddled. "Let Devon teach? Don't be ridiculous. I could do it myself." In the minds of these exceptional students, the disparity between Devon and Victor was akin to that of refuse and the sublime. Professor Devon's face contorted with displeasure as he hissed in frustration. His ability to commandeer the class was a direct consequence of Victor's disappearance. Now that Victor had returned, the instruction would naturally revert to the higher-tier Victor. Devon found himself powerless to thwart Victor's return. Victor extended 2 fingers before him. "Now, for the second matter. I had entrusted my assistant to substitute for me while I was away. Where is she now?" At this juncture, Devon's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. "Oh, are you referring to that filthy assistant of yours? That wretched creature who doesn't even qualify as a refugee? Ha! Don't make me laugh. As a professor, I have the right to issue orders to your assistant in your absence. What's the matter? I dismissed her. Do you have any objections?" Boom! Victor's cloak ignited with a blaze of crimson light, engulfing the entire classroom in an instant. A powerful surge of heat erupted, causing the temperature in the classroom to rise sharply. Even the corridor felt the oppressive warmth. An astonishingly large hand of molten lava suddenly grasped Professor Devon by the neck, lifting him into the air as though he were a pig suspended for roasting. The students within the classroom stood frozen, unsure of how to react. The water in the cups began to sizzle and evaporate. This was the second time they had witnessed Professor Victor's display of power, and once again, he faced a fellow mage holding a professorial title. What did they behold? Professor Victor, with but a single motion, rendered Professor Devon immobile. It was simply astonishing. A student exclaimed in awe, only to realize the surrounding atmosphere was decidedly unsettling. He promptly closed his mouth and lowered his gaze. Surprisingly, Professor Victor remained unperturbed, while the other students nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting admiration. Professor Devon struggled futilely, attempting to pry apart the molten grasp with his corpulent hands, but his efforts were in vain. He was on the brink of asphyxiation, panic surging through his mind. Like a fattened pig destined for slaughter, he flailed desperately against the lava hand, ignoring the searing pain that reddened his skin. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, Victor released his grip. Devon collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. Fearfully, he glanced up at Victor and shouted in fury, "Victor, how dare you? How dare you intentionally harm someone within the academy? Do you truly dare to kill me?" A crimson glint flickered in Victor's eyes, and the lava hand swelled to twice its size. "Why do you think I wouldn't dare?" The massive hand inched closer to Professor Devon, the intense heat threatening to tear his lungs apart with every breath he took. It became indistinguishable whether the sweat trickling down his forehead was from fear or the oppressive heat. The lava hand seized Devon by his collar, bringing him face to face with Victor, who spoke with chilling gravitas. "For now, I shall spare your life. I hope the truth I seek will preserve it." A foul odor wafted through the air as Victor's gaze fell upon Devon's already shriveled groin. Suddenly, a flame erupted beneath him, eliciting a scream from Devon akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His manhood was charred. Amidst the excruciating agony, Devon finally succumbed to unconsciousness. A shiver ran through all the students, particularly among the male students. The colossal hand behind Victor hoisted Professor Devon as if he were a lifeless pig. Before exiting the classroom, he turned back and coldly declared, "This class is now self-study." "Yes, Professor Victor." The students chorused in unison. Victor ambled through the academy, the massive hand still carrying Professor Devon behind him. He wandered aimlessly across the campus, as though publicly executing Devon. Wherever he went, people cast curious glances in his direction. After all, this striking figure traversing the academy attracts attention at all times. At this hour, there is no shortage of students without classes. They gaze at this scene, only to hurriedly lower their heads, fearful of drawing the attention of Professor Victor. How infuriating! What on earth is that giant hand behind Professor Victor? It is undeniably impressive. They almost forget that the chubby individual being lifted was the one who ruthlessly humiliated a humble teaching assistant, the German professor, just yesterday. Of course, they would not remember. No one cares about a mere teaching assistant. Even the events of yesterday would merely serve as fodder for their evening banter, a source of amusement during idle moments. They would recount the plight of the dismissed assistant, sharing laughs over how humiliating it must have been. They might even coldly reflect that, had they been in his shoes, they would have long wished to leave this country. Victor strolled for about half an hour, nearly encompassing half of the academy. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "Professor Victor, you have crossed the line." The magical ripples in the air made it clear to Victor. This was the Dean's natural sparrow. The Dean initiated communication with Victor through the natural sparrow. Victor did not engage directly but instead established a magical link amidst the contrasting ripples in the air, connecting to the natural sparrow. "This is the punishment he deserves. I hold you in high regard, Dean, so I ask that you refrain from interfering with my actions." The ripples in the air remained silent for a while. It was Victor's exquisite maneuver that instantly made the Dean realize that Victor had detected the natural sparrow. 29 years old. Saint Mage? My Lord Victor, you truly surprise me. The ripples of the natural sparrow gradually dissipated. I understand what you wish to know. The natural sparrow has revealed everything to us. Then, I implore you once more, please do not unleash your wrath upon the innocent students. If you are prepared, I invite you to the Dean's office for a discussion. The ripples in the air returned to tranquility. Viga cast a glance at Victor. Did you already know that old man would come seeking you? You deliberately chose this method to ascertain the whereabouts of that girl from him. Victor offered no response, continuing to carry the German professor towards the Dean's office. If you witnessed something that incensed you, what would you do? Victor glanced at the unconscious German behind him, a flicker of murderous intent rising in his calm, lake-like eyes. Excellent, I admire your approach. Let us proceed. I am quite curious about what this fat pig has done. Chapter 39. The watermelon that speaks with eyes. The Dean, upon hearing Victor's voice, closed his pen and rubbed his eyes. Come in, he beckoned. Victor entered, and behind him, a colossal hand of lava unceremoniously dropped Devon onto the floor. The Dean shook his head at the sight of Devon and sighed at Victor. Professor Victor, the Academy will not condone your actions. Victor, with his hands stuffed in his pockets and devoid of any emotion, replied, It is of no concern. I do not require the Academy's protection. I shall bear the consequences of my own actions. The Dean nodded and slowly rose, leaning on his obsidian staff. Then, please follow me. With a flicker of magical energy, Dean Rachel conjured a blue light that danced in his hand like a brush. The air before him twisted as if it were a canvas. Soon he retracted his magic. Viga whispered in Victor's ear, This old man's magic is quite intriguing. Let me observe. It appears to be a special form of teleportation magic, anchoring here and inscribing magical runes. Victor, heeding Viga's instructions, felt the air around him warp. In an instant, he sensed the scenery around him fading into a haze, illuminated by azure light. When the surroundings became clear again, they revealed an entirely different vista. Petals of myriad colors swirled through the air, creating a tumultuous sea. The garden was a floating island, its ground carpeted with countless petals. A refreshing fragrance enveloped him, soothing Victor's previously discontented mood. I can't believe there is a hidden space here. One that I failed to notice. Viga marveled beside Victor, only to find him seemingly unfazed, as if he had known all along. Indeed, this was the hidden map known among players as the Dean's Backyard, accessible only after learning magic from Dean Rachel. Though I have seen it countless times in the game, experiencing it firsthand remains astonishing, Victor mused, noting that the scene was indistinguishable from the game. The Dean appeared before him moments later, a look of appreciation in his gaze as he regarded Victor. To decipher the array's usage at a mere glance, truly deserving of the title of Genius Mage. Welcome to my Sea of Knowledge, Professor Victor. You are the youngest guest I have ever received. The Dean's Backyard, the full name of this hidden map, was known as Rachel's Sea of Knowledge. It contained all of Dean Rachel's magical knowledge, accessible only to those who possessed true wisdom. Fortunately, Victor was accompanied by Vega, a deity of profound knowledge. However, now was not the time for idle chatter. Dean, let us get to the point, he stated directly. The Dean said nothing, merely leaning on his staff as he walked toward an open space. Victor followed closely, and soon the surroundings transformed rapidly. Although the two had barely taken a few steps, a wooden cabin appeared before them. It was ensconced within a dense forest, seemingly concealed within the verdant embrace of nature. The director approached the entrance, and the cabin door opened of its own accord. He turned to Victor and nodded, inviting him inside. Please enter, Professor Victor. Victor stepped into the cabin, which contained only a single table with a solitary watermelon resting atop it. Nothing else adorned the space. The director picked up his cane and tapped the head of the watermelon. Slowly it rotated, revealing deep, wise eyes that seemed to possess an understanding of both ancient and modern times. It parted its thick lips and spoke in a deliberate manner. Wylon, what brings you here? Victor observed the talking watermelon with an unsettling chill coursing through him, causing a few hairs to stand on end. This peculiar being made him feel quite uncomfortable. He glanced at Victor, only to find him entirely unfazed, as if he had anticipated everything, including the presence of a conversing watermelon. How strange, it pondered inwardly. Victor, however, was not surprised, for this was the director's pet watermelon capable of speech. The director regarded the watermelon and said, "This young friend wishes to pose some inquiries." Reluctantly, the watermelon fixed its gaze upon Victor. Wylon whispered in its ear, "What is the matter with this fellow?" Victor remained silent, aware that the watermelon was scrutinizing his past. As he had suspected, various scenes flickered in the watermelon's eyes. Torrents of flames, swirling embers, molten lava, and surging waves of immense magic. A breathtaking tableau of devastation. It perceived the intense fire element swirling around Victor, with lava-like patterns coursing across half of his upper body, resembling a fiery deity.
Moments later.
The watermelon refocused its attention on Victor. The youth of today are truly remarkable. I know what you wish to ask. The natural sparrow of Wylon will reveal it to us. Soon, waves of magical energy emanated from its surroundings, stirring the natural sparrows of the alternate realm into action. Vivid scenes unfolded before Victor, depicting the events of yesterday. Professor Devlin, sharp-tongued and scornful, brandished the director's handwritten letter, arrogantly expelling Hanny and incinerating her most treasured knowledge. Like an inescapable curse, blackened words appeared on the ground before Hanny, which Victor recognized as mere tricks of ordinary disguise magic. Shortly thereafter, 3 students emerged, mercilessly mocking the crumpled Hanny, delivering her a final psychological blow. The onlookers jeering and the success of the cruel prank shattered the spirit of this unfortunate child. She cried, Wylon murmured. Her tears flowed in a hysterical, desperate torrent. In truth, Wylon had a fondness for that child. The scene abruptly faded, and the watermelon closed its eyes, seemingly overwhelmed by the display. After shutting its eyes, it reverted to an unremarkable watermelon. Despite witnessing everything, Victor's expression remained unchanged. The dean squinted, sighed, and his thick white beard was tousled by the breath of his exhalation. I feel quite sorry, Mr. Victor. As for Henny, I am unaware of her assistant's whereabouts. The natural sparrow acts according to my will. Hence, it shall not appear in places that may involve others' privacy. The dean spoke truthfully, and Victor was aware of this. He sensed no presence of the natural sparrow in his office, nor did he feel its flow in the student dormitory that morning. Victor's voice resonated coldly. Dean Rachel, Please enlighten me as to why that fat pig has become a professor at your esteemed academy? Victor's direct address left the dean feeling helpless. He shook his head and replied, Professor Victor, you too are a professor at our academy. Implicitly, you too have benefited from connections. Why should others not do the same? The only distinction is that Victor possesses true prowess, while Professor Devon merely coasts along. Thus, Victor retorted, when I joined your institution, I was the youngest third-tier mage. What of him? Professor Victor, therein lies the crux of my concern. Dean Rachel responded, somewhat troubled. The head of the Wreath family is married to the sister of the current emperor. As you surmise, Solate is Devon Wreath's uncle. His connections are formidable. Victor understood that Dean Rachel was urging him to refrain from violence against this man, as it would lead to considerable trouble. I comprehend your indignation, Professor Victor. Yet, murder resolves nothing. Perhaps a conversation with Professor Devon would suffice. He is not deserving of death. I could, in the name of the Academy, reinstate Henny and bestow upon her the title of Associate Professor. Moreover, is it truly worth taking the life of a mere ordinary individual devoid of talent for the sake of royal blood? Dean Rachel did not voice these thoughts, but he trusted Victor would grasp his good intentions. Dean, I will not kill him, Victor's voice rang softly. Dean Rachel sighed in relief, believing his pleas had made an impact. However, Victor then narrowed his eyes. His tone remained calm. Whether he meets his end at the hands of a demon is beyond my control. He spoke of this as if recounting an utterly mundane occurrence. Dean Rachel's heart jolted. He could not fathom the implications of Victor's words. A demon? What does that have to do with this matter? Yet Vega lowered his head upon hearing this. Do you think that vile creature has targeted Henny? Victor's expression remained unchanged, in accordance with Vega's assertion. In the scene, he observed 3 mischievous students, identical to the 3 who had fainted today. Their condition could only be attributed to a demon having siphoned away their strength. But why would a demon steal the power of these 3 individuals, and to whom would that power be granted? Victor could only think of the missing Henny. He did not respond to Rachel, yet she already wore a troubled expression. Professor Victor, you must have realized by now that the person standing before you is not my true self. I am participating in the annual conference of the City of Mages. Currently, I am merely presenting myself as the natural sparrow in this encounter with you. Thus, I apologize for not being able to prevent such occurrences swiftly, allowing the situation to escalate instead. The natural sparrow can only adhere to Rachel's will and act instinctively. The natural sparrow perceived that Victor had not attended class for several days and thus transferred the lessons to Professor Devon, which aligns with the cognitive rules of the natural sparrow. Furthermore, Professor Devon expelled Henny, a professor dismissing a magical apprentice, which also conforms to the natural sparrow's understanding. However, this does not align with human critical standards. This falls under Rachel's negligence. His oversight has resulted in irreversible consequences. Although, after the incident, Rachel felt no significant repercussions. One was a noble, the other an untalented magical apprentice. Even a fool would know what choice to make. Yet the folly lay in his ignorance of how protective Victor was. Moreover, the other party was an equal, a 4th-tier mage. Thus, the dean preemptively apologized, lowering himself and offering Victor the respect he deserved. Professor Victor, please remember your promise to me. Whatever you intend to do not involve the students. They are innocent. Victor did not reply, merely nodding expressionlessly before casting a teleportation spell, vanishing without a trace. A heavy sigh escaped Rachel's lips, resonating in the air, as his form gradually dissipated into specks of starlight, merging with the atmosphere. On the mountain behind the academy, a robed figure stood atop the summit, gazing down at the valley below. The valley housed the academy, the very place that had birthed her despair. From this vantage point, she could survey the entire institution. Her eyes no longer reflected the innocence and hope of yesteryears. Having endured profound suffering, Henny's once vacant gaze now brimmed with thoughts of revenge. A swirling mass of dark energy enveloped her, the inky essence transforming into a robe that crept up to her hair, culminating in an added hood. Little girl, is this power sufficient for you? If you are willing to wait, I can grant you even greater strength. More and more. Its voice bore a terrible allure, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Yet Henny remained unmoved. I no longer require it. Her voice was chillingly calm. The professor often told me that I can be weak at times, unable to learn decisiveness. But now, I shall not be weak any longer. Her innate magical power surged within her, so abundant that even she was unaware of the extent of strength she had acquired from this individual. Strictly speaking, Henny could still not be considered a sorceress. However, possessing such an overflow of magical energy had transformed into a matter of profound terror. At long last, Henny was able to manifest all the knowledge she had accumulated within her mind. She had long since prepared for this moment. She began to chant, "The God of Void, dance." As Henny's voice rose softly, an advanced magical array materialized from thin air, with a dozen small magical circles converging, merging with a colossal array. The city of delirious magic. Several magical wheels circled the academy multiple times, inscribed with countless runes. The intricate patterns between the arrays began to reveal themselves, growing increasingly complex. The exquisite arrays operated with the precision of a magnificent machine, transcending the comprehension of a third-tier mage. Soon, Henny swept the arrays across the entire academy, embedding them deep within the earth. The academy's exceptional geographical location appeared to her as an ideal site for her array. She was thoroughly prepared. Henny? Who? Upon hearing her name called, Henny abruptly turned her gaze, only to be met with the familiar sight of golden hair, momentarily taken aback. The name of the golden-haired girl slipped from her lips. Elika? Chapter 40. No grudges? Is it still possible to form one now? Henny? It truly is you. What brings you here? Erica was taken aback, pleasantly surprised to encounter an acquaintance at the secluded peak of the academy's rear mountain. However, she was also curious about Henny's purpose for being in such an isolated place. Upon seeing Erica, Henny's previously aloof demeanor softened considerably, her gaze becoming evasive, and her speech somewhat hesitant. And no, it's nothing. I merely came here for a stroll. Erica was unaware of Henny's expulsion, and Henny had no intention of divulging this information, wishing to spare her friend any worry. Nevertheless, Erica's unexpected presence piqued her interest, prompting her to inquire, "How come you're here? Why haven't you been at the academy?" Erica, upon hearing Henny's question, suddenly puffed up with indignation as she explained, "My father has been rather unreasonable lately. He confined me for several days upon his return. Yesterday, he went even further and inexplicably decided to hire several private tutors for me." In truth, Duke Riviere had warned Erica to limit her interactions with Victor, which is how she learned of Victor's return. By royal decree, both of them were exonerated. However, these matters were not to be shared with Henny. In a fit of frustration, Erica kicked a stone at the mountainous summit, sending it tumbling down the cliff with a crisp clatter. "I simply could not contain myself today. I sneaked out while my father was away, hoping to see whether Professor Victor was around." Erica had intended to sneak into the academy from the back mountain, only to unexpectedly encounter Henny. At the mention of Victor's name, Henny felt a shiver run through her. She recalled the words spoken by the German professor. Professor Victor may very well have perished in the volcano. Though these thoughts lingered in her mind, she chose not to share this unsettling information with Erica, who seemed unaware of the situation and thus kept it concealed. Observing Erica breathe in the fresh mountain air, Henny calmly remarked, "Professor Victor has yet to return. I have been substituting for him these past few days." Upon hearing this, Erica felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She yearned to learn the truth about what transpired on that fateful day at the volcano. After all her efforts to sneak out, it was disheartening to discover that Victor had not come to work. Resigned, Erica accepted the reality. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now. If my father finds out I sneaked out, he will surely confine me at home once more." Henny was about to say something but noticed Erica hesitating before continuing, "I will return tomorrow. If Professor Victor comes back, please do inform me." Henny nodded in agreement. She observed Erica's joyful expression, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and hurriedly turned to leave. How wonderful it is for her. Henny's gaze was filled with envy. She envied Erica. She hailed from a distinguished lineage, possessed astonishing talents, and boasted an exquisite beauty. She could navigate life with carefree abandon, brimming with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, she found herself in a state of perpetual anxiety, enduring each day devoid of hope. It seemed to echo the professor's words. Trash deserves to be among the refuse. In a daze, she glanced once more towards the direction in which Erica had departed. Yet the radiant silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Henny shook her head, a bitter smile escaping her lips in response to her own tragic plight. Tomorrow, perhaps, it would suffice. She need no longer harbor expectations for the future. Everything, including herself, would reach a conclusion by tomorrow. Onward. Suddenly, a searing flame erupted from beneath Professor Devon's feet, jolting him awake with an intense burning sensation that coursed through his soles. He felt an overwhelming agony engulfing his entire being. Ah! In an instant, he was fully alert, the pain eliciting a scream from his lips. Then, he became acutely aware that he was bound, his body swaying precariously from the ceiling. As the flames dissipated, Devon's vision cleared significantly. The first figure he beheld was Victor, seated in a chair, exuding an air of indifference. Instantly, fear washed over Devon's eyes.
Victor,
What do you intend to do? Are you truly willing to kill me over a mere teaching assistant? Have you lost your mind? Do you genuinely wish to become an enemy of the Rousseff family? Victor remained seated, casting a cold gaze upon him, and asked in a measured tone, "Have we not been adversaries?" Devon faltered and hastily replied, "No. There was never any animosity before. Trust me, Victor, there is no hatred between us." "Then, knowing Henny is mine, why would you act in this manner?" Devon's eyes widened in shock. "You already knew?" "No. Believe me, Victor, I initially found you irritating, but I never intended to take it out on that." Henny, boom, a fireball, as fierce as a tiger, surged towards him, crashing against the wall behind Devon. Terrified, he trembled and exclaimed, "Henny! I remember now. It was Henny. That little girl is adorable. Yes, I was envious. I envied her ability to teach a class as a mere assistant. Do you understand? After you left, many professors were envious of that course. Leading a class brings considerable prestige and reward." Victor gazed at him with unfeeling eyes. "Is it merely out of jealousy? How grotesque." Indeed.
Jam uretked. Jam truly uretked.
I am aware of it, I know. I beg you, Victor, spare me. There is no hatred between us." Devon struggled like a butchered pig, his comical demeanor eliciting laughter from any onlooker. He seemed to pledge something as he continued to plead, "I will apologize. I shall apologize to that young lady. I can offer her ample compensation. I can even secure her a noble title. A young female baroness, what do you think? The Reiser family possesses such capability. Trust me, Victor, if you release me, there exists no insurmountable enmity between us. Does there?" A look of eager anticipation spread across Derwin's unappealing visage. Victor's cold voice resonated. "What did you say at the outset?" Derwin hesitated, timidly probing. "You would kill me over a mere teaching assistant? Have you lost your mind?" Victor nodded appreciatively. "A good memory. Now, what was the second statement? Do you truly wish to become adversaries with the Reiser family?" Derwin, not foolish, seemed to grasp something profound. In that instant, he wholly renounced his identity, pleading desperately with Victor. "No, Victor. It was merely a moment of folly." Victor rose, his coat shimmering with a perilous crimson hue. "Your disdain for me arises from your understanding of who I am. Since you comprehend my essence, you must always remember what kind of person Victor Clavina is." Derwin began to tremble, fear enveloping him. "A madman. Victor, he is a lunatic."
Victor,
"Please. No." Suddenly, a shriek erupted from Derwin's lips, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. He felt his limbs shatter, engulfed in excruciating pain. His consciousness persisted solely due to the myriad magical shackles Victor had imposed upon him, preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness despite the agony. "You claim there is no enmity between us. That is of no consequence." Victor suddenly laughed, a radiant smile gracing his face. He leaned towards Derwin's ear, his voice a mere whisper, akin to a devil's murmur. "Now we are adversaries. Kill me, Victor. End my life," Derwin cried, wishing for immediate death rather than enduring such torment and humiliation while conscious. Yet now he found himself incapable of even taking his own life. "Perhaps someone will claim your life, but that person shall not be me." Victor vigorously wiped his hands with a handkerchief, feeling as though his hands had been sullied despite having never touched Derwin. After cleaning himself, he discarded the cloth upon Derwin's face, obscuring the visage marred by tears. Upon releasing Derwin's shackles, he instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment the world grew quiet. Victor squinted and departed from the mage tower. With a flash of teleportation magic, he appeared outside the academy, gazing at the nearly darkening sky, inhaling deeply. The surrounding magical elements appeared somewhat chaotic. At that juncture, Viga's voice echoed in Victor's ear. Beneath the academy, someone had deliberately concealed a magical array. Perhaps it was the work of demons. Victor was unperturbed, prompting Viga to say no more. It understood that Victor would adeptly handle the situation. Opening its beak, it posed another question. If that girl truly succumbed to a demon's influence over her consciousness, what would you do? Victor pondered for a fleeting moment before responding. Hernie is an exceptionally astute teaching assistant. With her managing my tasks, I find great comfort. She may be a timid little creature, yet she ought not to wallow in pity any longer. Viga perched upon Victor's shoulder, shaking off the downy feathers from her plumage. I quite appreciate your sentiment. As night descended like a velvet curtain, countless diminutive yet radiant gems adorned the darkened sky. By the time Erica returned to the entrance of the estate, the interior was ablaze with light. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Could it be that her beloved father had already returned? Fear not, she reassured herself, as long as I charm him with my affection, he shall surely forgive me. Taking a deep breath, Erica prepared to step into the courtyard, only to have the grand door swing open unexpectedly. Her father, Duke Rivey, emerged, escorting a stunning woman with violet hair, a smile gracing his face, exuding politeness. Erica felt momentarily bewildered. At 60 years of age, where had her father encountered this unfamiliar woman? Was he contemplating a second spring of romance? Erica's lips pursed in determination. She would not allow such a scenario to unfold. She was certainly not prepared to have an unwarranted stepmother enter her life. As she rushed forward, she overheard their conversation. I hope Duke Rivey remains vigilant regarding those filthy matters. I comprehend the gravity of the situation, Miss Kefra. I shall employ every resource at my disposal to investigate. Erica found herself momentarily frozen, her mind racing. This seemed to diverge from her expectations. However, her impulsive advance had already captured the attention of both individuals. Duke Rivey turned to Erica, raising an eyebrow, with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement as he introduced her. Miss Kefra, this is my youngest daughter, Erica. You must be meeting for the first time. Kefra regarded Erica, arching her elegant brows and narrowing her alluring eyes. Indeed, it is our first encounter, but... A smile danced upon her lips, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before Erica, her speed so swift that Erica scarcely perceived a trace of her passage. Charming young lady, might you enlighten me as to where you ventured today? Chapter 41. A modest assistance from my sisters husband the inquiry from the woman with violet hair before her left Erica feeling somewhat uneasy. She was unaware of the identity of this mysterious individual, whose presence exuded an enigmatic aura. Instinctively, Erica felt reluctant to respond. Moreover, she could not allow her father to uncover her whereabouts. Noticing Erica's avoidance of Kavra's gaze, Duke Rivey adopted a more stern demeanor and questioned, Erica, did you visit the academy today? Upon realizing her father had already deduced the truth, she dared not fabricate a lie. Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. Yes. But I did not enter the academy. I encountered an acquaintance on the way and chatted for a while before returning. The Duke's expression softened slightly upon hearing that she had not mentioned Victor's name. Observing this, Erica lowered her head and muttered under her breath, despite being a Duke, he's rather petty for someone of his stature. If it weren't for someone lending a hand, he wouldn't even be a Duke now. Upon hearing Erica's remarks, Duke Rivey stiffened momentarily, clearing his throat gently as if he hadn't heard her. To be candid, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Regardless of Victor's intentions, the man had indeed assisted him within the royal palace. However, the latter's final statement had truly irked the Duke, implying that he would have to do something regarding Erica was unacceptable. What did he intend to do? As a father, His protective instincts flared. Duke Rivy would never allow Victor to engage in any inappropriate conduct with his daughter. Kavra, standing nearby, stifled a laugh as she remarked, "I've also heard about the events in the palace from my sister. However, considering the Duke occupies this esteemed position, it would be rather inappropriate to take others' kindness for granted. As for Victor, regardless of his character, he is nonetheless my sister's fiancé. He is, in a sense, family." Caught between the two women, the Duke felt his face flush, though the cover of night concealed it from view. He closed his eyes and coughed lightly, casually stating, "I shall find a way to repay Victor." At this, Erica lifted her head, her face illuminated with a smile, clearly more satisfied and harboring a newfound fondness for her elder sister figure, Kavra. Yet, a question gnawed at her. Who exactly was this person? Erica's curiosity was palpable, prompting Duke Rivy to introduce, "This is Kavra Draylin, the eldest daughter of the Draylin family." Draylin? Erica's mind raced as she recalled the beautiful sister she had encountered atop the volcano. She bears the same surname, so does this mean Miss Gwen is? "She is my sister," Kavra replied with a playful smile. Erica's mouth fell open in surprise. In her eyes, Gwen was a genuinely good person, and the Draylin family was renowned for their knightly virtues, embodying justice and righteousness. Thus, the violet-haired sister before them must surely be a good person. Despite her air of mystery, Kavra gazed at the suddenly enlightened Erica and inquired, "Erica, can you now tell me precisely where you ventured? Furthermore, who was the acquaintance you encountered?" Without hesitation, Erica divulged the entirety of her day's events. Kavra learned that Erica had ventured to the back mountain of the academy and encountered Victor's assistant. The rest aligned with what Erica had previously recounted. "Oh, Victor's assistant?" Kavra mused, then affectionately ruffled Erica's hair, embodying the essence of a gentle elder sister. "Thank you, Erica, but do refrain from sneaking off to the academy these next few days. Your father, the Duke, is fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter." With a smile, Kavra praised Erica and took her leave. The violet tresses, shrouded beneath the cloak of night, appeared enchanting, gradually fading into darkness as she boarded her carriage and departed. Erica remained perplexed. Why had Gwen's sister inquired about such matters? Moreover, why was she advised against visiting the academy? Eager for further clarification, she turned only to confront the stern visage of the Duke. "Erica, return and explain to me what you were doing sneaking off to the academy." Erica instantly wilted under his gaze. The following morning, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Royal Magic Academy. The sky hung heavy with clouds, and the air felt oppressive, almost suffocating. Many who beheld Victor's entrance into the academy were filled with trepidation. Victor had gained notoriety the previous day, having dragged Devon Razor, a living soul, nearly across the entirety of the academy, a tale that had spread like wildfire within noble circles. Numerous aristocrats were intrigued by the feud between Victor and the Razor family. The disappearance of Devon Razor had incited the Razor family to fury, pledging overnight to demand an explanation from Victor. And then, there was no further development. It seemed the Razor family dared only to voice their discontent, uttering a few remarks to assert their stance. Consequently, Victor strode confidently into the academy the very next day. Upon returning to the Mage Tower, he had dragged Professor Devon out, unceremoniously tossing the half-conscious Devon Razor onto the academy's plaza, drawing a crowd of onlookers. This incident sparked a frenzy among students and faculty alike. The news spread rapidly from 10 to 100, with many drawn to the plaza by the allure of the unfolding spectacle. Soon, the square was congested beyond measure. After all, those who had not witnessed the events firsthand were merely aware of the sensational tales surrounding Victor's actions. The veracity of such accounts remained questionable. Could they be mere exaggerations? Many paid little heed to it. However, today was markedly different. Today they beheld the reality with their own eyes. Those who had come to investigate the rumors found themselves utterly astounded. To hell with the rumors. This was astonishing beyond belief. No one knew precisely how the unfortunate Professor Devon had incurred Victor's wrath. On such a gloomy day, the Academy Square resembled a site of execution, where Victor had publicly humiliated Devon for an entire morning. During this time, the onlookers merely observed, none daring to approach Victor, not even the few esteemed third-tier mage professors present. Much like the public disgrace Devon had inflicted upon Henny, Victor's actions drew an unsettling silence, with the dean's absence indicating tacit approval for Victor's outburst. The harrowing fate of Professor Devon loomed as a stark warning, and no one wished to provoke Victor and become the next target of his wrath. Finally, noon arrived, yet the sun remained obscured by the clouds. The sound of crisp hooves echoed, drawing everyone's attention, including Victor's. The knights had arrived. Led by Gwen, the knightly order encircled the academy with hundreds of their ranks. The onlookers instinctively parted, creating a pathway for Gwen, who, clad in gleaming silver armor, strode forward with remarkable poise, her gaze fixed upon Victor, exuding an air of formidable authority. Victor Clavina, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Inflicting harm within the academy is a blatant contempt of imperial law, Gwen declared, her demeanor devoid of personal sentiment. As a paragon of justice, she could not overlook Victor's transgressions, even if he was her betrothed. Victor regarded Gwen silently, inquiring, did the Razor family send you to rescue him? In response to his challenge, Gwen calmly asserted, the knightly order answers only to His Majesty. We heed no other commands. Victor has violated the law, and the repercussions are severe. As a knight, it is my duty to uphold the nation's laws and to escort you away. Yet, her hands trembled uncontrollably. She had indeed received a plea for assistance from the Razor family, though the task did not necessitate her personal involvement. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to act, for the perpetrator was Victor. Leah had informed her that Victor might have committed a grave offense. With her extensive network, Leah had learned of Victor's provocation of the Razor family almost immediately. Who was Devon Razor? He was the Emperor's nephew. Leah had revealed this critical information to the unsuspecting Gwen. Even if Victor had previously averted a volcanic eruption, earning him considerable acclaim, and despite his status as a fourth-tier mage, it was unlikely the Emperor would deal lightly with such a formidable figure. However, Victor had harmed a member of the imperial family. Gwen was unwilling to gamble on the Emperor's potential severity in punishing Victor, hence her urgency to apprehend him and establish the charge of intentional harm. This was the only means to safeguard Victor to the greatest extent possible. Victor, do not resist. Do not act impulsively. She attempted to hint to Victor that she believed he, with his keen intellect, would surely comprehend her implication. Indeed, that impulsive remark ultimately captured Victor's attention. He gazed at Gwen, his expression seemingly devoid of excess emotion, yet she could discern a palpable sense of relief emanating from him. Just as she felt confident that Victor would trust her and allow himself to be led away, a deep, inky barrier abruptly surged from the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire academy. The already overcast sky darkened further, eclipsing even the night, as if ink were spilling from the heavens. Underneath the barrier, a wave of weakness washed over everyone, inducing a profound drowsiness. Gwen too experienced this sensation, realizing that her strength had diminished, her heart feeling an unusual frailty. The spirit of justice had lost its efficacy. Those present assumed it was a formation laid down by Victor, but when they looked up, Victor appeared slightly less imposing. If this truly were Victor's doing, no one would have noticed when the formation was established. It was far too conspicuous, defying logic. Victor lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise and admiration for the barrier. Vega widened her eyes, and her voice whispered solely in Victor's ear. What a magnificent composite formation. For someone capable of wielding magic, she might indeed be a genuine prodigy. Victor softly responded, affirming her thought. Yes, it seems the time has come. Chapter 42. Do you realize whom your son has provoked? The Royal Academy of Magic is under lockdown. A sudden exclamation echoed from an unknown source, plunging the students within the academy into a state of panic. Several students, incredulous, dragged themselves to the main entrance. Though the gate could be opened, an impenetrable barrier isolated them from the outside world. No matter how vehemently they pounded against it, the barrier remained unyielding. The emergence of a black shield above the academy spread rapidly throughout the kingdom, creating an extraordinary impact. Countless reporters and wizards gathered before the barrier. The ominous black shield exuded tendrils of darkness, seemingly staining half the sky with its hue. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, intricately woven in all directions. Within the barrier, An aura of filth and darkness pervaded, incessantly draining the vitality of those nearby. The inky blackness consumed everything in its wake, leaving only the palpable sounds of confusion from within and without the shield, imbued with a distinct sense of weakness. What could this phenomenon be? Such an intricate magical formation. What kind of array is this? Numerous headlines had already been published, all inextricably linked to the black barrier enveloping the Royal Academy. Even more sensationally, rumors had surfaced connecting this incident to Victor. Although the Academy was entirely sealed off, preventing communication from within and without, news of Victor's alleged kidnapping and attempted murder of Professor Devon had emerged before the lockdown. This information swiftly reached the Ducloy family. Upon hearing the news, Erica was bewildered. Just yesterday, she had learned from Henny that Victor was not at the Academy, so how could such a significant event occur today? More troubling was the report stating that Victor had attacked Devon Reiser the previous day, a stark contrast to Henny's account. What truly transpired? Had Henny deliberately concealed the truth? Was she perhaps an accomplice? The more Erica pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She felt an overwhelming urge to personally investigate the situation. However, she knew she could not act recklessly. The immediate priority was to ascertain whether her father was aware of the situation. She hoped her father could aid Victor in mitigating the fallout from this grave error. Who exactly was Devon Reiser? This incident was scarcely known even among the circles of nobility. The Reiser family wielded significant influence in the south, monopolizing much of the empire's southern commerce. This family had an exceptional talent for amassing wealth, and those in positions of power, such as the Ducloy family, understood the Reiser family's importance to the royal family. They were the principal source of the royal treasury's income. Each year, more than half of the treasury's funds were allocated to the Reiser family, which in turn contributed even more back to the crown. In other words, all of the Reiser family's enterprises in the south operated with the royal family's tacit approval. This was because the Reiser family was connected to royalty. The emperor's sister had married into their lineage. The royal family granted privileges to the Reiser family, who reciprocated with financial support. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Elika was unaware of Victor's reasons for attacking Devon Reiser, yet she possessed a keen understanding of politics. As the sole daughter of the Duke, her father had always groomed her as his successor. Regardless of Victor's motivations, the fact remained that he had inflicted harm upon Devon Reiser. To protect Victor, it was imperative to prevent this matter from escalating to the Emperor's attention before the Academy's barriers were breached. Those capable of compelling the Emperor to intervene, possessing both motive and status, included Lady Cassandra. Cassandra Reiser, having married into the Reiser family, had adopted their surname. Prior to that, she was the Emperor's sister. Despite the Reiser family conducting substantial business annually, this lady had not engaged in commerce and resided in a city not far from the royal capital. If she had received news yesterday, considering the travel time, she could very well reach the capital today to meet His Majesty. With this thought, Elika hastily set out to find Duke Rivi, but was intercepted by her maid, who, upon seeing her grave expression and frantic demeanor, urged her to calm down. "Miss, please do not rush. The Duke specifically asked me to inform you that if you wish to seek him, he is already outside the city gate." Outside the city gate? Elika was taken aback, her mind swirling with confusion. What could her father possibly be doing outside the city so early? Could it be he had known all along? Anxiety gnawed at her. In that moment, she felt as though she were the only one left in the dark, eager to uncover the truth. She suddenly thought of someone relevant to the situation, perhaps one who might be deliberately concealing information. Only Henny. She must know something. Elika resolved, quickly instructing her maid. "Prepare the carriage. We must depart swiftly. I need to reach the Academy's back mountain immediately." She recalled the spot where she had conversed with Henny the previous day. Elika had mentioned that she would return the following day. If Henny had not spoken in vain, she should be waiting for her at the back mountain of the Academy. If Victor truly intended to execute something drastic, he would not allow Henny to be trapped inside. Cursed be his motives. Elika clenched her fists, biting her lip in frustration. She could not fathom his intentions, nor could she personally investigate. She despised this sense of powerlessness, reminiscent of that fateful encounter on the volcano. Meanwhile, beyond the city gates, Duke Rivi stood at the entrance, flanked by hundreds of knights clad in silver armor, with dozens of hooded figures wielding magical orbs resembling sorcerers by his side. A palpable sense of danger enveloped the city gates, as though war were imminent. Soon, numerous guards escorted a carriage that came to a slow stop. A knight opened the carriage door, placing a footstool on the ground, from which a woman, elegantly adorned in the attire of nobility, gracefully descended. She was strikingly beautiful, impeccably maintained, though subtle traces of time were discernible. Yet, this did not detract from her remarkable air of grandeur. As she stepped out of the carriage, she cast an angry glare at Ravai and demanded, "Ravai, what is the meaning of this? Have you come to the city gates with your private soldiers and the sorcerer battalion to deliberately obstruct me? You possess great audacity." Duke Ravai offered a benign smile and nodded at her. "Madam Cassana, I hope you are well. The reason for my entourage is merely to request that you remain here a while longer. I shall permit you entry into the city, but not at this moment." Despite Ravai's friendly demeanor, a palpable tension lingered between them. "Ravai, do not forget my status. I have never forgotten, Madam Cassana. Ever since you compelled me to marry you using your position, it has remained etched in my memory." Beneath Ravai's affable exterior lay a narrative of explosive past events. This matter, which could almost be classified as a royal secret, was recounted by Ravai with a nonchalance that left Cassana's guards exchanging astonished glances, unsure whether to continue listening. However, upon hearing Ravai mention this incident, Madame Cassana was suddenly filled with indignation, exclaiming, "What purpose do you serve in bringing this up now? Are you merely seeking to humiliate me? I merely wish to reminisce with you, and to remind you that you no longer bear the surname Sol." Duke Ravai waved his hand, and one of the sorcerers stepped forward, channeling magic into the orb in his grasp. As the magical energy swirled chaotically within the orb for a moment, it materialized into a table and 2 chairs that emerged from the ground. "Please have a seat." Ravai gestured, taking a seat himself. Cassana observed the sorcerer, her agitated emotions calming somewhat. Ravai's sorcerer battalion, strictly speaking, sorcerers are a profession. They are not mages, yet becoming a sorcerer is significantly more challenging than becoming a mage. They rely on costly magical artifacts to wield their powers while simultaneously training their formidable physical strength for combat, defining the essence of a sorcerer. The expense involved in training a sorcerer is beyond the means of ordinary nobility. Only Duke Ravai possesses the sufficient financial resources and standing to cultivate such a battalion beneath the Emperor's watchful gaze. In summary, should Cassana attempt to force her way through, she would find it an impossible endeavor. "I am aware of your purpose in coming to the capital, Madame Cassana. You wish to seek an audience with His Majesty." A knight behind Ravai had already prepared tea, placing it before Cassana and Ravai. Only Duke Ravai could afford to welcome guests and serve tea at the city gates. Cassana gracefully lifted her teacup and calmly stated, "Devon is my son, and he is also his nephew. In light of these events, he will not remain indifferent. Do not act rashly, madam." Duke Ravai, having navigated the political landscape for many years, continued to persuade her, his affable nature effortlessly soothing Cassana's emotions. "First, you must understand whom your son has provoked. Victor Clevener, a name you must have heard." Upon hearing it, a fleeting expression of distress crossed Cassandra's face. A mother knows her child better than anyone. She was certainly aware of the extent of her son's arrogance. Yet Victor was merely a viscount, and now he had ascended to the rank of a 4th-tier mage. Mrs. Cassandra's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, this cannot be. Even you have not." Duke Rivi shook his head, offering a wry smile, but the truth remained undeniable. Should Victor err, the Emperor would undoubtedly impose severe penalties upon him. However, if the one at fault is Devon Reiser, I must candidly advise you to prepare for the possibility of losing him. Chapter 43. The revelation. Victor turns out to be a good man. Madame Cassana found it difficult to accept this revelation. "I must see His Majesty. I must see His Majesty," she insisted. "Rivi, I warn you, even if I no longer bear the name Sol, I remain the Emperor's sister." Clearly irked, Madame Cassana continued, "You have no justification for obstructing my entry into the capital. I shall find an opportunity to meet His Majesty, and if you do not grant me passage immediately, I will surely bring charges against you before His Majesty. What is your true intent in hindering my way?" Upon hearing Madame Cassana's accusations, Duke Rivi merely smiled, resembling a cunning old fox, and responded in a tone that feigned concern for her well-being. Madame Cassana, the capital is currently fraught with danger. My refusal to let you pass is solely for your safety. Even if you were to lodge a complaint. His Majesty is discerning enough to understand the gravity of the situation and would not blindly place blame upon me. In the presence of such a suave politician, each of Madame Cassana's words seemed to fall flat.
Danger?
My son is in peril at this very moment. His life hangs in the balance. Her voice escalated in pitch, laden with both anger and urgency. Nevertheless, she was left with no choice but to remain seated, awaiting Duke Rivi's decision. Yet, in the next instant, his words left her momentarily speechless. Her eyes widened as she fell silent. Madame Cassana, I am not jesting with you. There have been occurrences of demons within the academy. Your son, Devon Reeser, is highly likely to have come into contact with one. You mean a demon? Last night, Victor had engaged in a casual conversation with Leah in the study. The foul entity that Kefir spoke of was indeed that. Leah listened to Victor's words, her disbelief rendering her mute. She had once encountered depictions of demons in books. The putrid stench, the viscous skin, and a pair of bulging eyes, with countless sharp teeth concealed within its tongue. Cloaked in shadow, driven by insatiable greed. It resembled a walking cesspool, causing ordinary folk to steer clear. Records in literature indicated that such a creature had once resided in the outhouse of a remote town in a small nation, granting the town a brief period of prosperity. However, following that, the townsfolk began to vanish one by one. No trace of them could be found, and the once thriving town fell into desolation, ultimately fading from the annals of history. Leah halted her recollection, feeling nauseated merely by the descriptions she had read. Of course, whether in appearance or deeds, such accounts were mere writings in history. It was commonplace for those in power to manipulate and fabricate facts to secure their standing. Yet, this also indicated that demons were indeed universally reviled. Have you located it? Leah inquired tentatively. She was astonished, having received the news from Gwen just yesterday, yet Victor had already tracked its presence by today. Was Victor's efficiency truly so remarkable? With an impassive expression, Victor nodded. The creature was located within the academy. Curiously, Leah inquired, do you have confidence in capturing or eliminating this entity? Victor replied candidly, not necessarily. If that demon is indeed as Victor suspects, a formidable early game boss, its complete form may prove too challenging even for a fourth-tier mage. The truth remains. Insufficient stats can only be compensated through skill. Victor Clavina's stats certainly pale in comparison to it. However, Victor Clavina is undoubtedly capable of defeating it. If all else fails, he has external assistance. Nevertheless, I must lure that filthy creature out and ensure that I personally deliver the fatal blow, Victor conveyed to Leah. Yet, Leah found something peculiar about his words. Did you not just say not necessarily? Why then? Even if the success rate were 99%, I wouldn't dare assume absolute certainty. Victor's voice, though ordinary, resonated with an extraordinary confidence that Leah could not ignore. Yet, another doubt arose within her. Under normal circumstances, Victor wouldn't need to share so much with her, as she would be of no assistance. He would handle everything himself. Even during the volcano incident, had it not been for the news from outside, she would have remained oblivious to the astonishing feats Victor had accomplished. As realization dawned upon her, Leah blinked. Could it be that you require my assistance? Victor, there is something I must clarify beforehand. I am neither a mage nor a knight like Gwen. I possess no strength, not even the ability to hold a few bricks steady. This is something only you can do. Victor's firm demeanor nearly led Leah to question whether she possessed some latent ability. What exactly is it? Devon Reeser. Do you know him? The chubby fellow you thrashed today? After pondering for a moment, Leah couldn't help but burst into laughter. How amusing. You know, this incident is spreading like wildfire tonight. The thought of the foolish man, even knowing he was the Emperor's nephew, filled her with no fear, but rather admiration for Victor's audacity. She was unaware of the enmity that had developed between them, yet Victor represented the Clavina family. If he were to harbor a grudge and remain submissive, she would be ready to usurp his position at a moment's notice. If he tarnished the family's reputation, he would no longer be worthy of leading them. So what do you wish for me to do? Am I to intercept their business in the south? That would be impossible for me. Their factories are ubiquitous. Moreover, that institution serves as a royal revenue-generating mechanism. You dare to offend the emperor? I certainly do not. Victor interrupted Leah's wild speculations. Before the emperor intervenes, we must tarnish the reputation of Devon Reiser as much as possible. He spoke calmly, not raising an eyebrow. However, Leah grasped the implications immediately, astonished. You intend to cast the demon's filth upon the Reiser family? How could that be feasible? This is truly an absurd proposition. Setting aside whether we have sufficient manpower in the capital, no rational person would ever believe such a tale. Or have you reached a level of prowess that allows you to control demons? Victor lifted his gaze to Leah and replied nonchalantly, The demons will comply with you. Leah looked at him in disbelief, a chill coursing through her. No one would wish to stand against you, Victor. You are a scoundrel so cunning that even demons are wary of your schemes. You are the true demon. Victor rose from his seat, and Vigia flapped its wings, taking flight from the desk to perch upon his shoulder. If manpower is insufficient, we can seek assistance from the Duke. After all, he owes me a considerable favor. With that, he departed the study accompanied by Vigia. Miss Leah Clavina, I can only assist you in halting Madame Cassana at the city gates, Duke Rivy said, somewhat troubled, with a wry smile. It is not that I do not wish to aid Victor. My capabilities extend only thus far. Leah, seated before the Duke, smiled and replied, That is already sufficient, Your Grace. What we require is time. Time for my brother to prove his innocence. Duke Rivy remained silent for a considerable duration before tentatively inquiring. So, Devon Reiser truly made contact with demons, did he not? Upon hearing the Duke's question, Leah felt a sense of helplessness. Your Grace, I do not wish to deceive you, but consider this, how could my brother possibly have a motive to strike down an ordinary second-tier mage without cause? Leah skillfully wove her narrative with the useful information at hand. Duke Rivy resembled a prey ensnared in a spider's web, cloaked in her intricate deception. Do not forget, Duke Rivy, our Clavina family shares a unique bond with the Draylen family. Miss Kefra naturally is akin to my sister. Duke Rivy nodded in acknowledgement. After all, the news of the demon invasion of the capital was indeed brought forth by Kefra. Thus, it would not be unreasonable to assert that Victor possesses some knowledge. Yet Leah understood that Duke Rivy did not fully place his trust in her. On one hand was Victor and on the other the ineffectual Devon Reiser. As a politician, even a fool would know which choice to make. However, Duke Rivy had to consider the consequences of such actions and whether the Ducloy family could bear the cost. Consequently, Leah decided to add another bargaining chip. If you remain unwilling to believe. Leah tapped her fingers on the table and continued, Victor will present Devon Lacer in the Academy Square today. Afterward, unpredictable disturbances may arise within the Academy, though I cannot articulate the specifics. However, I can assure you that the demon will undoubtedly rescue Devon Lacer at that moment. Duke Rivy straightened up, his expression grave as he inquired, But how can this not be proven as Victor's self-directed performance? Leah chuckled again. Your Grace, you are indeed suspicious, but I do not mind your doubts. Otherwise, my preparations would have been in vain. I will have Commander Gwen lead the Royal Knights to the Academy, and at that time, hundreds of knights will vigilantly observe Victor. The Royal Knights are under His Majesty's command, and they shall witness everything with utmost fairness. Victor stood in the Academy Square, surrounded by knights clad in silver armor. In an instant, Viga had deciphered the effects of the magic. This astonishing magical barrier would weaken all mana within its range and induce a state of debilitation. Mana naturally encompasses certain special functions, such as Gwen's righteous heart. At this moment, Victor was one of the few mages still able to maintain his footing in the square. As for the others, a significant number of students lay incapacitated on the ground. Some second-tier instructors swayed precariously, and even several third-tier mages furrowed their brows, their internal mana depleted, rendering them incapable of casting spells. In contrast, the knights, though somewhat weakened and mentally fatigued, remained relatively stable. What on earth was happening? The crowd was perplexed. Apart from Victor, no one understood the nature of the formation they were ensnared within. Suddenly, Countless black tendrils emerged from the edge of the barrier, akin to frenzied venomous serpents, swiftly converging upon Professor Devon. Vega played along, flapping his wings and feigning a reaction of fear. All the knights and the awakened mages were drawn to Vega's exaggerated response, their eyes fixated on the scene. A chorus of gasps erupted. "What is that vile thing?" Victor extended his still-functioning molten hand, engaging in a fierce struggle against the multitude of chaotic tendrils. Both sides vied for control over Professor Devon. The tendrils gradually ensnared Victor's molten hand, the darkness resembling frenzied tongues attempting to engulf him. Even in a state of debilitation, Victor persisted in his struggle, as if repelling a swarm of venomous serpents. Alas, despite his efforts, Victor ultimately succumbed. His grip loosened, and Professor Devon was drawn skyward by the tendrils. The dark barrier transformed into a gaping maw, swallowing Devon and rendering him invisible. In that instant, countless individuals were engulfed in terror. Victor's countenance was ominously grim, his voice tinged with evident weakness. "The filthy demon, were you still unable to prevent his rescue?" Those who heard these words stood frozen in place, like lost and helpless lambs. "What? A demon? Rescue Devon Riser? Do you even hear the absurdity of your own words?" Chapter 44. Please refrain from embracing your fiancé at this moment. Gwen fixed her gaze intently on Victor, her heart racing with trepidation. The failure of her sense of justice clouded her ability to discern the veracity of Victor's words. How could this situation possibly be associated with demons? Demons? What are they? She was utterly bewildered, as many present had never even heard of such beings, their expressions betraying their confusion regarding the recent events. However, they had witnessed Professor Devon being taken away with their own eyes. Victor had no time to elucidate matters to this group. He merely needed to plant the seeds of doubt concerning Devon's involvement with the recent occurrences. "Do you know the location?" Victor mentally communicated with Vega. "Not far, just behind the Academy's back mountain," Vega confidently replied, patting her chest before alighting once more on Victor's shoulder. Victor was acutely aware that if Henny had indeed been seduced by the demoness influence, she would not spare Devon Lethier. The demon thrived on amplifying negative emotions, and Henny's hatred would serve as the perfect sustenance. Ultimately, by whatever means necessary, Devon Lethier would be taken. All he needed to do was subtly manipulate public opinion to ensnare the demon's focus upon him. Victor inscribed a magical mark upon Devon Lethier, ensuring that even if the latter left the royal capital, Vega would be able to sense the mark's location through the bond they shared. Thus, locating him would be a simple endeavor. At this moment, Victor's task was complete. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Once the demon revealed its true nature, he would deal with it personally. Suddenly, Victor was overcome by a wave of dizziness, bracing himself with a hand to his forehead as his body swayed precariously. The barrier's influence rendered him unstable, as if he might collapse at any moment. "Victor." Gwen instinctively felt the urge to reach out to him, to steady his faltering form, yet the scrutiny of those around her made her hesitate. Just then, one of the knights beside her swayed, stumbling and colliding against Gwen's shoulder. Caught off guard, she staggered forward, finding herself face to face with the disoriented Victor. In that moment of confusion, Gwen stood frozen in the square, unsure whether to move or remain still. However, having witnessed Victor's weakened state, she mustered her courage. After all, it was merely a gesture of support. He had saved her before, and this was nothing extraordinary. Finding her resolve, she stepped forward and placed her hands on Victor to steady him. "Victor, are you all right?" As Gwen supported him, Victor felt an involuntary stiffness in his body and turned to look at her with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What was happening? Was he merely feigning? Even though the magical array affected him as a fourth-tier mage, it should not have incapacitated him to this extent. However, he had only engaged with the demon for a brief moment, and from the perspective of outsiders, it was evident that his stamina had diminished. Victor intended to clarify the situation, but upon reflection, he allowed himself to collapse into Gwen's embrace, feigning a voice that was notably frail. "Support me a bit, do not misconstrue this. It is not an advance. It is merely to extricate myself from suspicion more thoroughly." Initially, Gwen hesitated to move, her face flushing with embarrassment in front of so many witnesses. Yet, upon hearing Victor's weakened tone, her innate sense of justice and kindness surged forth with compassion. Surely, Victor must be utterly exhausted. Despite enduring the scorn and vitriol of the masses, he refrained from offering any explanations, even at the risk of being misunderstood by all. Some of the more lucid mages inquired what transpired. What of the demon? Is it Professor Devon who is at fault? How could this be? My mind was in turmoil. It felt as though this barrier had impaired my intellect. What was for lunch today? No. Why were Gwen and Victor embracing so openly in front of everyone? Gwen interjected. Silence. A knight from the order shouted, commanding the mages to quiet their chatter. Gwen knelt down, cradling Victor in her arms, attempting to make him as comfortable as possible. She then addressed the assembled mages, stating, "Any questions you have will be answered once the situation has been thoroughly investigated. For now, I ask that you remain quiet within the academy and await assistance. Furthermore, allow Victor some time to rest." The mages fell silent, while some nobles, aware that the two were betrothed, were left perplexed. They had heard rumors of discord between Victor and Gwen, yet their apparent affection contradicted such claims. Who had spread such baseless gossip? It was utterly preposterous. Vigga stood by, somewhat exasperated as he observed the feigned unconsciousness of Victor. Life is but a performance, reliant solely on one's acting skills. I wonder how you plan to exit this stage. Suddenly, Vigga lifted his head, as if sensing something, narrowing his eyes. The faint blue glow beneath his single eye scanned the surroundings. Victor, do not succumb to slumber just yet. The Duke's daughter is approaching that entity. As the first to offer his strength to Vigga, there existed a clear, unidirectional bond between Vigga and Erica. Vigga could always perceive Erica's location, while she remained oblivious to his presence. Through this one-sided connection, he swiftly sensed that Erica was nearing the rear mountain. That girl is my only follower at present. Do not let her come to harm. Victor was well aware of the revelations concerning Vigga before Erica, and used the pretext of rescuing him to acquire such a follower. You truly offer no respite, Victor mentally retorted to Vigga, then struggled to open his eyes. Gwen, your hand. Draw near. Ah? Gwen was momentarily taken aback, her face flushed, and her words stumbled. Be Victor, you. What are you saying? Inside your trench coat, there's my potion. The revelation struck her like the detonation of a massive bomb, rendering her mind blank. It dawned on her that she had misunderstood, and she hastily closed her mouth, reaching into Victor's trench coat to search for the potion. With a mere thought, Victor transferred the blue potion from the player's inventory into his coat. Gwen quickly found it and retrieved a small blue vial. Is this it? She glanced at Victor, noting that the design closely resembled the potions he had previously gifted her, albeit in a different hue. Just as she intended to hand it to Victor, she realized he was now so weak that he could barely lift his arm, and she hurriedly brought the potion to his lips. Victor, open your mouth. Victor complied, and Gwen slowly poured the potion into his mouth. After completing this task, she sighed in relief, only to be met with the gaze of countless onlookers, including her knightly subordinates. Gwen blinked and inquired of the surrounding knights. What are you staring at? And nothing, Commander, one knight stammered. It's just that. Lord Victor seems, truly fortunate. Ah? In that moment, Gwen recognized the absurdity of her actions. However, Victor stirred in her arms. With little time to ponder further, she watched in astonishment as he pushed himself off the ground and stood up, his vigor seemingly restored in an instant. Be Victor? Are you all right? Thank you, Gwen. He rose and adjusted his trench coat. Once again, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Hadn't he just been on the brink of death? How had he suddenly recovered? What kind of elixir did you consume? It's utterly absurd. Even if this were an act, one should at least maintain some semblance of realism. Suddenly, Victor called out several names: Professor Nair, Professor Dissun, Professor Gaia. The individuals named were among the few third-tier mages at the academy. These professors exchanged glances with Victor. Professor Victor, is there something you need? Victor offered a succinct explanation. As you can see, the academy has been ensnared by the forces of demons. It won't be long before our strength is entirely depleted, and at that point, Each of you will become fodder for the demons. The mages shuddered at his words, and the professors called upon immediately rose to their feet. If you do not wish to sit idly by, join me in breaking the formation. Upon hearing Victor's words, the professors exchanged glances, some resignedly responding, Professor Victor, our magical energy has been continuously siphoned. We are unable to recover. We wish to help, but we lack the strength. As soon as the words left his lips, Victor produced several vials from his trench coat, identical to the potion he had just consumed, and deftly tossed them to the mages. They hurriedly caught them, and before they could discern the hue of the liquid within, Victor's voice rang out, "Drink it." The mages, recalling Victor's earlier consumption, hesitated momentarily before tilting their heads back and swallowing the contents. Soon, what? Goodness! The reactions of the mages were remarkably uniform. Without exception, they stared in awe at their bodies, now emanating a shimmering azure glow. Their magical energy had instantly replenished by nearly half. This is an elixir. Initially, they had harbored doubts about Victor's sincerity. Acting? Nonsense. He needed no pretense. His authenticity was the ultimate weapon. While the mages reveled in the extraordinary sensation, Victor's voice drifted through the air. 1 vial costs 1,000 geos. The knights are watching, so do not attempt to renege. The mages stood frozen, their minds racing. How much? 1,000 geos? Upon hearing this proclamation, many students and mages present wore expressions of dismay. Yet, the professors who had ingested the potion exclaimed in unison, "This is far too inexpensive. Professor Victor, sell me more vials." "No, 10 vials. 20 vials, if you please." "Professor, where shall we go now?" "You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. If you command me to catch a dog today, I shall not chase a chicken. I've long harbored disdain for that pig named Devon." "Enough said, Professor. Regardless of whether it be a demon or not, I am with you to the end." Witnessing the professors become exhilarated as if invigorated by a surge of energy, those who remained sober were left in a state of bewilderment. Gwen, still kneeling on the ground, momentarily failed to grasp the situation. After a prolonged silence, she tilted her head and blinked. "What?" Chapter 45. "If you do not kill him, I shall assist you in his demise." Devon Leith slowly opened his eyes. As the darkness before him dissipated, he beheld a sky shrouded in gray, much like his current predicament, void of any light. He found himself outside the academy. "You are awake." A voice resonated from behind him. Devon strained to discern its origin, realizing it was not Victor's. Startled, he jolted upright, attempting to escape this desolate place, only to discover that his body remained ensnared. His sluggish physical responses momentarily masked any sensation of pain. Looking down, he saw himself bound in an inky, viscous substance. It was this liquid that had completely ensnared him here. "How does it feel to be imprisoned?" Henny's voice echoed beside him, her expression devoid of emotion. Devon lifted his gaze to her, shock etched across his face. "Why, you are? Who?" Henny, with a flick of her wrist, conjured a magical array, causing the surface of the water to rise and reflect her visage like a mirror. Mysterious, mud-like patterns coiled from her neck, winding up to her forehead, adorned with intricate runes. These patterns and symbols appeared to writhe as if alive. In this form, even Henny barely recognized herself. No wonder that repulsive, bloated creature failed to identify her. Professor Devon, it is quite typical for someone of your stature to forget a mere character like myself. Would you care to see me more clearly?" Henny fully removed her dark, inky hood, locking eyes with Professor Devon. A torrent of memories surged through his mind, his astonishment rendering him speechless. Burning tomes, malicious humiliation, the voice of a girl who suppressed her cries until they became hoarse, and the ugly figure of his tormentor, basking in triumph as he departed. "It is you? That accursed assistant of Victor," Devon exclaimed. "You and Victor both wish to torment me to the brink of death, do you not?" Henny paid little heed to Devon's words, for his demeanor had already led her to believe that he had long harbored animosity towards Victor. It could be said that she had underestimated the complexities of human emotions. Now, Devon's life and death rested in her hands. She could exact her revenge at any moment. Yet, Henny felt no elation akin to that of avenging a great grievance. Ultimately, she had relied on borrowed power to achieve her objectives. The execution of her plan faced no obstacles. Everything proceeded surprisingly smoothly. She had seized control of the entire academy and forcibly confined Devon Leith within its confines. It unfolded as if scripted by fate. This revelation struck Henny with an epiphany. How fragile a mage truly is. Knights could confront crises with their formidable physical prowess, while a mage stripped of their magic was rendered utterly powerless. Despite the multitude of third-tier mages within the academy, none could thwart her efforts to seal it off. However, I must express my gratitude to you, Professor Devon, for enlightening me that succumbing to weakness merely invites further bullying. Henny remained motionless, her hands concealed beneath her robe, refusing to reveal them. Suddenly, dark ink surged forth, swiftly coiling around Devon's form, sending him into a cold sweat of terror. The ominous presence filled him with foreboding. What in the world is this? Devon forced a smile, hastily declaring, Miss Henny, perhaps we can find a way to reconcile. If only you would spare me. No need for explanations, Professor Devon, Henny interrupted, her neon yellow gaze shrouded in an astonishing blackness, rendering her pupils invisible, like an emotionless assassin wielding a blade. After resolving our grievances, I shall turn myself in. The black tendrils grew increasingly animated, heedless of their violent thrashing that threatened to tear them apart, swiftly reconstituting themselves as they surged toward Professor Devon. His eyes widened in terror, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. I am doomed. Henny. The tendrils halted abruptly, poised just a breath away from him. Devon gasped for air, the specter of death looming before him, constricting his breath. A familiar voice broke the tension, prompting Henny to turn her gaze. Erica stood before her, breathless. Henny's unfamiliar appearance startled Erica. You. How have you come to look this way? It is merely a side effect of magic. Do not concern yourself with it. Henny remained indifferent to her current state, fully aware of its grotesqueness. However, Erica appeared puzzled. Henny, you can wield magic now? Henny offered no reply, choosing instead to turn away. Upon seeing Devon Lethzer ensnared by countless inky tendrils, Erica was taken aback. Devon Lethzer? How did he end up here? Wasn't it said that Professor Victor had him bound? Hearing Erica mention Victor's name, Henny faltered, incredulity washing over her as she approached Erica. The lines upon her face began to fade, her excitement unveiling her true visage. Erica, what did you say? Who bound Devon? Professor Victor, Erica replied. Henny recoiled, disbelief etched across her features. The professor. He is alive? Erica, momentarily taken aback, opened her mouth in confusion. Who informed you that Victor was dead? Her gaze instinctively fixated on the trembling figure of Professor Devon. I cannot believe such events have transpired. So now you. Erica observed Henny's unfamiliar demeanor, a suspicion forming in her mind. She understood that demons often infiltrate a person during their most desolate moments, attaching themselves and incessantly feeding on the individual's negative emotions to sustain their growth. Suddenly, she comprehended the meaning behind Kevertha's reference to filthy things. Erica slowly approached Henny, gently patting her shoulder and softly assuring, It's all right, Henny. Let us seek out Professor Victor. He surely possesses the means to exorcise these afflictions from you. Henny took a step back, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. It's too late, Erica. Her face regained a semblance of cheer, as though news of Victor had rekindled her spirit. Yet it was accompanied by an unmistakable air of resignation. I have borrowed too much power. A barrier that could envelop the entire academy would require extensive preparation, even for a high-ranking sanctified mage like the principal. Do you believe the demon would spare me? It longs to consume me this very moment. As Henny recounted her tale, Erica felt a shiver run through her. So, you have known all along that a demon has targeted you, haven't you? Henny nodded. Once I have avenged myself, I shall turn myself in. A wretch such as I, whom no one cares for, dying in prison would affect no one. She offered a resigned smile, and the surrounding tendrils began to writhe in a frenzy once more. Devon Lethzer trembled in fear, regretting his earlier bravado in bullying this assistant. Now, it was too late for remorse. Erica fell silent for a moment, casting a fierce glare at the immobilized Devin Leeser. How do you plan to exact your revenge? Will you kill him? I would support you. Henny looked at Erica, puzzled, before letting out a light laugh. Erica, how could you think that? He has incinerated a decade's worth of my knowledge, obliterating my dreams. In return, I would merely render all his knowledge obsolete. For a professor, wouldn't that be the most excruciating punishment? Erica. Devin Leeser. The tendrils ceased their movement, leaving all in an uncertain silence. Perhaps even the demon found her words perplexing. Undeterred, Erica drew closer to Henny, grasping her shoulders firmly, and solemnly declared, Devin Leeser has publicly humiliated you, hasn't he? Indeed. Henny nodded. He has destroyed your hard work, orchestrated harassment from students, played cruel pranks on you, tarnished your reputation, and ultimately expelled you from the academy. That is correct. Erica shook Henny's shoulders vigorously. You must awaken, Henny. You are trading your very life with a demon, and all you desire is for this bloated fool's knowledge to vanish? If that is all, it would be far better to simply reduce him to a fool. Devin. Your current demeanor undoubtedly resembles that of a villain. As a villain, one ought to diligently fulfill their role. Wouldn't it be easier to simply eliminate him? Yet, Henny began to ponder deeply. To effortlessly snatch away a person's life in such a manner, how does that distinguish me from a demon? Devin, beside her, frantically tapped his only movable pig head, while Erica seized the ink on the ground and smeared it across his face. To her, Devin Leeser's visage was more repulsive than any tentacle. Help! Erica clutched her head, exhaling sharply, enveloped in frustration. Henny's worldview was in stark contrast to her own. As a member of the aristocracy, and from one of the most distinguished lineages, Erica had long been acquainted with the dark underbelly of society. However, Henny was different. She had never been exposed to the intricate schemes and deceptions among the nobility. Life and death remained a distant concept for her. To casually dictate the fate of another was, in Henny's eyes, an inconceivable act. Perhaps she was being overly simplistic. Since she had lost her position, she thought it fair for Devin Leeser to be stripped of all his knowledge, thus rendering him subject to equal punishment. Henny was still far too naive.
Utterly naive.
Never mind. If you won't kill him, I shall do it in your stead. Once he is gone, you can return to the professor's side with me. Surely he will have a way to ensure your survival. With that, a terrifying inferno surged forth from Erica's hands. Second-tier magic, flame bullet. Before Henny could reach out to stop her, the dense fireball hurtled toward Professor Devin's face. Just as it was about to make contact, biu-biu-biu, 3 silvery blades suddenly shot forth, dispersing the flames and severing the magic, clattering to the ground. Erica stood frozen, staring at her disrupted spell, before abruptly turning her head. A beautiful woman with flowing purple hair smiled at the two of them, playfully waving several silver throwing knives in her hand. 2 adorable young ladies. Shall I inform my sister of the game you are playing? Chapter 46. Do not underestimate me, soul of the world, Miss Kaifla? Erica stood frozen in place, utterly astonished to find that the visitor was none other than Gwen's sister. Upon seeing the striking violet-haired beauty, Henny too appeared perplexed. Erica, who is this? This is the elder sister of Sir Gwen from the Royal Knights. Observing Henny's continued confusion, as if trying to piece together the connections, Erica waved her hand dismissively, saying, Forget it, it's too complicated to explain right now. Kaifla, overhearing their whispered discussions, narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. So, Erica, could you enlighten your sister as to what you are doing here? And playing with fire is not advisable for children. Naturally, she referred to the magic Erica had just conjured. Devin Leeser exhaled sharply, having just moments ago feared for his life. Fortunately, this sudden arrival had spared him from imminent peril. With the threat of death temporarily lifted, Devin resumed his initially arrogant demeanor. Hey, you there. I don't care who you are. Hurry and save me. I can give you anything you desire. Before he could finish his plea, several sharp blades plunged into the ground around him, mere inches from his head. I did not ask for your words. Silence yourself. She did not even spare Devin a glance, issuing her warning. Devin, terrified, immediately clamped his mouth shut, daring not to utter another sound. The world fell into an uneasy silence as Kaifla turned her gaze toward Henny, a glint of menace flickering in her eyes. "Well then, miss, are you not going to offer an explanation?" Henny, sensing the overwhelming hostility, instinctively took a step back. Noticing this, Erica hurriedly interjected between the two. "It was Devon Leeser who first insulted Henny. He has committed numerous transgressions. Such a menace must not remain within the academy." However, before she could finish, Kaifla interrupted her. "Enough, Erica. There is no need for further elaboration. In truth, the fate of that foolish pig is of no concern to me." Upon hearing this, Devon's anxiety surged once more. The implication of her words suggested that his life was still in jeopardy. Yet, at that moment, no one seemed to care about him. Kaifla regarded Erica, her expression devoid of its usual warmth. "This matter should be handled by others, not you, Erica. Your father's position is precarious, especially after the last incident. If you err this time, Victor will not come to your aid again." Hearing Kaifla's words, Erica felt a wave of panic. She did not wish to bring trouble upon her father, nor did she want to rely on Victor for everything. Thus, she urgently began to explain. "We could easily attribute his demise to demons." The moment demons were mentioned, Kaifla's demeanor shifted. Her gaze turned frigid and piercing. "It seems you indeed possess some knowledge." Erica's body stiffened, and a chill ran down her spine as she sensed the imminent danger. Even in the face of imminent death during the volcanic incident, she felt no such sensation. It was the oppressive presence of Kefra. She was terrifying. As though she had shed her usual disguise, the true Kefra resembled a fearsome hunter. "Does Kefra wish to kill me? No. That cannot be right." This palpable intent to kill was not directed at her. It felt as though it merely brushed past her, locking firmly onto the person behind her. Erica abruptly turned around, her gaze fixated on Henny. Henny! Almost simultaneously, Henny appeared to lose her sanity. The tendrils surrounding her writhed in a frenzy, as if reacting to the overwhelming aura of death. Indeed, she was a demon vessel. Kefra's expression gradually morphed into one of madness. She had sensed the scent emanating from Erica as early as yesterday, a foul odor unique to demons, distinctive yet difficult to discern. As an experienced demon hunter, Kefra had slain countless demons and their hosts. Bathed in the blood of demons, she knew that under such intense murderous intent, a demon vessel would succumb to stress and lose its grip on sanity. Henny's current state confirmed everything. At that moment, Erica also grasped the reason for Kefra's presence here. "So, you asked me where I went yesterday. It was for this demon, wasn't it?" She opened her mouth, yearning for an answer from Kefra. However, Kefra lacked the energy to respond. Her murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave, frenzied beyond measure. Her violet hair even radiated a faint glow. Kefra licked her lips, a sign of excitement in the face of her prey. Yet, she did not forget to caution Erica. "Erica, keep your distance." No further words were needed. It was evident to anyone that Henny was not in her right state. The shadows on the ground seemed to respond to a summons, swiftly converging to envelop Henny. Soon, a figure entirely cloaked in darkness enveloped her, though Henny's face could still be faintly discerned. In an instant, several silver daggers on the ground suddenly linked together, creating ripples that restrained her in the center. A magnificent silver magic circle materialized before the group. Long ago, Kefra had been pursuing this demon, tracking it from across the world to the capital. And now, having finally cornered her, she would never allow her to escape again. Henny, feeling pain, cried out. The magic circle around her rippled, as spells began to manifest around her. The instinct for survival compelled her to resist. Erica had not anticipated that events would unfold so abruptly. She anxiously watched the standoff, stamping her foot. "Professor Victor, please, come help." In the next moment, Kefra and Henny collided. Countless tendrils lashed out like whips armed with deadly barbs, slicing through the air with ferocity. Tearing through layers of air, the assault targeted Kefra. The swift, silver twin daggers of Kefra defended against the onslaught, yet her fists were insufficient against the multitude of tentacles. 2 tentacles surged through the gaps in her defense. A sharp pain pierced Kefra's lower abdomen. Glancing down, she saw a crimson gash inflicted by the 2 tentacles. Those very appendages sought to invade her body, intent on eviscerating her completely. Seizing the moment of Henny's sluggishness, Kevra retreated, pivoting her blades to sever the two tentacles. The wounded appendages transformed into pools of liquid, splattering upon the ground. Kevra hastily retrieved a vial of crimson potion, taking a sip to replenish her strength, before swiftly wrapping a bandage around her wound. Kevra, Erica called out in concern, but given the current circumstances, she found herself unable to intervene. Kevra surged upward once more, as Henny's dark tentacles lunged at her again. She leapt upon one tentacle, propelling herself into the air, while the appendage instinctively arched back to pursue her. A glimmer of cold light passed through Kevra's gaze. In an instant, her form darted like a shooting star. With a flash of white light, she appeared behind Henny. The silver dagger, imbued with an extraordinary power, effortlessly sliced through the black membrane enveloping Henny's body. 2 deep lacerations were left in its wake, and crimson rivulets began to flow from Henny's back. Henny cried out in pain, the sensation seemingly restoring her consciousness. Yet, in the next moment, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted entirely. "Henny!" Erica gasped, sensing a profound unease at Henny's unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Kevra executed a somersault, distancing herself from Henny, landing gracefully on the ground. Such clumsy combat skills. To attempt the same maneuver twice, Kevra twirled her dagger, deliberately exposing a weakness to feign injury, thus seizing the opportunity during Henny's moment of vulnerability. Indeed, she had fallen for the ruse. Kevra tore away the bright red bandage, revealing her waist. The demon hunter's formidable regenerative capabilities had completely healed her wound, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, the surrounding tentacles began to move erratically, as if driven to madness. Kevra positioned her dagger protectively before her, her expression grave. Something was amiss. Any demon host subjected to the assault of her 2 special daggers would forcibly detach from its vessel. Kevra's apparent attack on Henny was, in truth, an attempt to liberate her from the demon's control. Yet now, the demon's essence not only remained within the host but seemed to grow even more ferocious. She could not comprehend it. In the next moment, a thicker inky substance adhered to Henny's form. An echo, reminiscent of the abyss, reverberated around Henny. Guh! Truly impressive demon hunter. Upon hearing this title, Erica froze momentarily. "Miss Kevra, you are a demon hunter?" The demon hunter, also known as the Bane of Demons, was the absolute nemesis of all evil incarnate. It is no wonder that Kevra would pose such questions to herself. Perhaps, long before she encountered her own reflection, she had already sensed the demonic aura of Henny. Upon realizing that the other party had discerned her identity, Kevra felt no astonishment. Rather, a violent intensity flickered uncontrollably within her violet irises. The bloodline of a demon hunter rendered her emotions difficult to restrain in the presence of such vile beings. It was the instinct of a predator, driven to hunt demons. If she had managed to maintain her composure until now, the appearance of the true demon caused her to descend into a state of madness. Henny's body mechanically rose, akin to a marionette, as the shadow behind her began to expand relentlessly. In an instant, the ink-like substance surged forth, completely engulfing Henny. Erica stood before the unfolding scene, paralyzed in disbelief. A dark and colossal form gradually emerged from the ink. The diminutive shadow of Henny was evidently insufficient to unveil the demon's true visage. Thus it extended a gaping maw, devouring the edges of the shadow. In a heartbeat, the shadow magnified to an exaggerated scale. What emerged was a head adorned with twin horns, devoid of eyes or nose, yet boasting an enormous countenance with a tongue stretching 100 meters. It unleashed a torrent of ink into the sky, shrouding the already gloomy heavens in an abyss of darkness. Its body seemed to be squeezed from the black clouds, as clusters of viscous flesh began to rise from the shadow, forming a small mountain. The rapidly expanding form compelled Erica and Kevra to retreat several meters. The two gazed in awe at the colossal beast before them. Kevra became increasingly exhilarated, her body trembling like a wild beast. Erica, confronted by the vast hand that obscured the sky and the frenzied Kevra, found her mind momentarily blank. This was an entity beyond their capacity to conquer. The The demon's bloated form suddenly tore open a vertical gash, violently yawning wide. Thousands of sharp teeth, accompanied by a repugnant slime filled with the remnants of various creatures, emerged, trophies of the demon. Kivra could no longer contain herself. A demon hunter fears no demon. This innate courage leads to only two fates for a demon hunter. 1. To never encounter a demon throughout their lifetime, or 2. To be slain by a formidable demon in the act of hunting. With fearless resolve, she transformed into a radiant arrow of white light, exploding forth in an instant. However, she had underestimated the demon. The moment she set foot upon its form, a powerful, dark hand seized her by the throat. As it beheld her expression of anguish, the demon laughed. Its laughter was piercing, reminiscent of an abyssal terror, assaulting Kivra's eardrums. You seem to enjoy your earlier strikes, little one. Now it is my turn to strike. Chapter 47. The boss battle, buff up and unite. The skies over the capital descended into darkness, reminiscent of a haunting abyss. What has transpired? The crowd gazed in horror as ink-like shadows spread across the heavens, consuming their hopes. Some mages within the academy attempted to conjure sparks to illuminate their surroundings, yet no flicker of flame emerged despite their fervent efforts. Alas, a mage suddenly cried out in alarm. An even more terrifying, potent wave of negativity surged towards the mages. Those who had previously managed to stand firm now faltered, one by one collapsing to the ground. A sense of unease began to swell within Gwen. Her instincts warned her that perhaps the crisis extended beyond the academy itself. The entire capital might soon be engulfed in peril. Look, what is that? Several students pointed towards the rear mountains of the academy, their voices tinged with fear as a palpable dread spread through the crowd. The gradually transparent barrier allowed them to glimpse the unfolding chaos outside, yet the sight before them would forever remain etched in their memories. The form of the demon began to swell rapidly, devouring all that it touched. The rear mountains of the academy, unable to withstand the violent pressure, began to crumble. However, instead of falling, the rocks were ensnared by the demon's tongue and drawn into its unfathomable maw. Even the sky was not spared, as it was gnawed away like shattered glass, leaving an eerie void accompanied by a chilling sound. That is the demon? The one that rescued Professor Devon? Panic-stricken murmurs echoed throughout the academy, and even the outside world bore witness to this calamity. For the first time, the royal family acknowledged the disaster, dispatching troops and a multitude of mages racing towards the academy in carriages for support. In an instant, the air filled with screams, the clatter of carriages, and the sound of collapsing mountains. Kefra, like a kite severed from its string, was cast aside, snapping several sturdy trees before falling silent. The demon surveyed the fallen hunters and its own ever-expanding form, cackling with glee. Thanks to you, little girl. Although I still need a bit more, I mustn't be too greedy. The little girl referred to by the demon was, of course, Henny. It had never anticipated that an ordinary individual it had casually chosen would possess such profound knowledge of magic. This was an extraordinary boon for the demon. Under its influence, Henny borrowed immense power from it and established a magical array within the human academy that even the demon could scarcely envision. Composed of countless diverse formations, this complex array would require considerable time for even a fourth-tier mage to decipher. Through this array, Henny absorbed enough magical energy to fulfill her desire for vengeance. However, all of this ultimately benefited the demon. As long as the array persisted, the mages would continue to serve as a source of magical power, allowing it to grow ever stronger. At this moment, the demon found no desire to consume Henny. The wealth of knowledge within Henny's mind ignited an unprecedented greed for knowledge within the demon. Typically, demons refrain from easily slaying traitors, particularly those as exceptional as Henny. At this juncture, the demon emanated a faint luminescence, a result of the countless mages from the academy continuously feeding it magical energy, replenishing its own reserves. The mana within its being swelled abundantly, exceeding by several times what it had bestowed upon Henny. In a sense, Henny had repaid all her debts. The demon no longer felt the need to taste her essence. Suddenly, a brilliant white light flashed, and Kivra emerged unscathed, her hands gripping a silver blade, charging towards the demon. Hunters gain an advantage when confronting demons, though they often sacrifice fragments of their sanity. However, engaging the demon instinctively proved more beneficial. The demon's massive maw was instantly torn asunder, releasing countless black tentacles that surged forth from between its jagged teeth. Annoyed, it swatted Kyvra, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. Yet, she remained resolute, repeatedly launching herself at the foe, inflicting damage with her weapon forged from a unique metal. Though the harm was minimal, the insult was profound. The demon began to grow increasingly agitated. Despite its overwhelming strength, the seemingly insignificant opponent buzzed around like a fly, impossible to swat away. At that moment, a glimmer of magic ignited. A purple array gradually formed between Elika's hands, each line and rune meticulously etched into place. With her hands pressed together, the space surrounding the demon was rent asunder, conjuring clouds of starlight from which dozens of purple chains erupted, piercing into the demon's flesh. Second-tier magic. Nebula chain, it succeeded. Elika felt a surge of excitement. Fortunate was she to have learned this spell from Victor, and to cast it for the first time against such a formidable foe was beyond her expectations. The demon immediately sensed an obstruction within its magical flow, and redirected its focus towards the chains severing its mana conduits. Ugh, insufferable mage! It thrashed violently, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble, sending boulders crashing down. In a matter of moments, the chains shattered. However, they had served their purpose, restraining it for a brief interval, which was more than sufficient. During this fleeting moment, Elika sketched several smaller magical arrays, each meticulously crafted to augment Kyvra's capabilities. Speed, attack, resistance, resilience, all enhancements were to be applied. Elika deftly maneuvered the arrays, chanting incantations with fervor. She had thoroughly studied these spells, even receiving valuable suggestions for improvement from Victor. With these minor enhancements, she wielded her magic with effortless finesse. Once imbued with an ample array of buffs, Kyvra's movements became swifter and more formidable. She seized the fleeting moment when the demon's chains were loosened, and in the blink of an eye, a brilliant white light surged forth, slicing through countless writhing tentacles and jagged teeth, delivering a fierce blow to the demon's neck. The demon recoiled in excruciating pain. The enchanted silver blade inflicted wounds of a most grievous nature, causing its dark essence to seep away. It thrashed wildly, and numerous tentacles began to fall from its body. Professor Devon, sprawled on the ground, raised his gaze to the horrifying scene before him, trembling uncontrollably, his body writhing as he summoned all his strength to roll away, narrowly avoiding the falling appendages. The demon grew agitated. The sharp fangs and claws retracted, and the throng of tentacles subsided. Only the enormous maw of its head began to voraciously consume its own massive body, blood and a foul stench erupting in a torrent. The repugnant odor tainted the surrounding forest, and Erika felt a piercing agony course through her skin. Hastily, she dropped to the ground, evading the malevolent aura that hung in the air. With each moment of consumption, the demon's head expanded grotesquely, and as it engulfed its own form, the head, slick with slime and blood, appeared poised to burst at any moment. Ultimately, it was left with a swaying head, spewing forth a deluge of inky darkness. Drips fell to the ground, summoning countless tentacles that rose like colossal pillars into the sky. With a single strike, a tidal wave of ink, towering 100 meters high, engulfed everything in its path. Erika was swept away by the inky torrent, crashing heavily against a jagged rock, a sharp stone piercing her arm, pain radiating throughout her body. Kyvra was submerged beneath the ink, struggling yet continually sinking deeper. The demon opened its gaping maw, tentacles ensnaring Kyvra, preparing to devour her whole. Suddenly, Kyvra erupted into an eerie laughter. With a flick of her finger, silvery blades hidden beneath the ink shot skyward, piercing directly into the demon's massive head. The demon let out a cry of agony, and in that moment, Kyvra broke free from its grasp, flipping deftly, her movement driving several gleaming daggers into the demon's skull. As the demon writhed in pain, Kyvra seized the opportunity to liberate herself. Demon! She shouted. The daggers embedded in the demon's head ignited with a searing white light, a cacophony of metallic ringing resonating through the air. One by one, the daggers detonated upon the demon's body like bombs, sending visible ripples of energy radiating outward. The demon shrieked in torment as its head exploded violently, transforming into a dense cloud of pitch-black mist. The overwhelming force reduced the remaining trees to dust, enveloping the sky in a shroud of smoke. Kyver's body weakened, collapsing back to the ground, gasping for breath. "We have triumphed." Suddenly, a voice, as if emanating from the abyss, reverberated through the air, causing Kyver to shudder. "Are you finished with your antics?" She lifted her eyes to see the endless black mist coalescing once more, morphing into a repugnant, grotesque head. It opened one eye, resembling a bulb, fixating on her with a gaze filled with insatiable greed and madness. Kefra gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. The tongue, stretching 100 meters from the ground's ink, surged forth, sweeping her and Erica away 100 meters. The horrifying impact left their bodies feeling disjointed and engulfed in excruciating pain. The demon's tongue slowly advanced towards them. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of weakness coursed through its being, momentarily stunning the demon. The magical energy within it was dissipating? No, what was happening? This was not right. The demon concentrated, attempting to siphon the Academy's magic. Yet, despite its efforts, not a trace of power flowed into its form. All that remained was a relentless drain of its own magic. Turned its head, glancing back at the Academy. Unbeknownst to it, the black barrier above the Academy was gradually dissipating, becoming transparent. Someone had unraveled that magical formation, yet this should not have been possible. Even if the formation were broken, such a degree of magical backlash should not have occurred. The demon's insufficient intellect could not grasp the complexities further. It lowered its head, its gaze flickering over Erica and Kefra. There was no time left to savor these two humans. In a fit of rage, it unleashed its fury upon them, launching its tongue with tremendous force, sending the pair flying until they vanished from sight, completely lost to the air. The troublesome insects were swiftly dealt with, and the demon began its slow march toward the Academy, determined to use it as a stronghold to summon a portal of demons, allowing its progeny to seize this place entirely, transforming it into its own empire. Suddenly, it lowered its head, sensing a life force below. It was Professor Devon, and the demon attempted to curl its form, trembling in fear. In that moment, the demon burst into maniacal laughter. "Ah, so you're still alive, foolish creature. Are you the enemy of that little girl?" The demon could only speculate what thoughts swirled in Henny's mind, but it decided to spare this one life for Henny to deal with. Consider it a gift of boundless knowledge from Henny. Thus, its tongue coiled around the trembling Devon, propelling him towards the Academy like a missile. Meanwhile, within the barrier, the mages displayed expressions of relief. Yes, right there. Under Vega's guidance, Victor inserted the final magical rune. Soon, the magical formation began to dissolve. Countless mages felt the magic returning, overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Victor, too, felt a pang of emotion. Henny was truly gentle. After unraveling the formation, he noticed a reverse formation left by Henny. Should anyone successfully break the array, the magic would begin to flow back at the same rate, returning from the caster. It seemed Henny had anticipated that the demon would exploit her knowledge to gain greater power. Thus, she had preemptively left a flaw in the formation. Should the demon prove to be as uncontrollable as she feared, the dismantling of the magical array would become the sole opportunity for the mages to turn the tide. This was the final piece left by Henny, a desperate gambit from one who possessed knowledge but lacked innate magical talent. While everyone rejoiced at the gradual return of their magical powers, they lavished praise and gratitude upon Victor, oblivious to the gathering shadows that converged from all directions. The Academy's stone slabs began to shatter, countless structures crumbling under a relentless assault. Several mage towers swayed precariously as the demon coalesced, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The towering academic buildings, as fragile as clay, collapsed in a deafening roar. In mere seconds, the Academy underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Once a beacon of brilliance, it was now reduced to a state of desolation. Countless individuals instinctively lifted their gazes towards the colossal figure looming above. A demon, the embodiment of terror, descended upon them, casting a pall over all. It extended its long tongue, discarding Professor Devon like a lifeless dog. In that moment, waves of sheer panic engulfed the crowd. The oppressive aura mirrored the horror that had just dissipated atop the mountain. heralding the ominous arrival of the demon. The insatiable fiend drooled with filthy greed, as though intent on devouring the very essence of the academy. Just then, a massive azure magical array erupted from the ground, enveloping everyone in its radiant glow. Third-tier magic, realm of magical energy, effect, significantly restores magical power within range and greatly amplifies magical damage. Victor's calm voice resonated nearby, declaring, "Now, it is time to engage in battle." Chapter 48. It matters not, I shall act. The moment the barrier dissipated, all present beheld the grotesque visage of the hideous demon. Panic-stricken shrieks, anguished cries, and desperate wails engulfed the academy in a torrent of negative emotions. A few reckless journalists, driven by their ambition, relentlessly recorded the unfolding chaos with their magical stones. Duke Rivi received a message from the nearby mage, and with a wave of his hand, a mage approached to present him with a magical stone. The transparent stone flickered, struggling to contain the energy within, seemingly on the verge of bursting. He took it, smiling as he placed it on the table, addressing Lady Cassandra. "Madame, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Pray observe for yourself." As his words fell, the magical stone emitted a faint glow, projecting an image. The most striking aspect was the colossal demon, obscuring the sky, beneath which lay the imprisoned Professor Devon. Surviving so close to the demon raised suspicions of collusion between Professor Devon and the fiend. He appeared to be seeking his last refuge beneath the demon, surrounded by fully armored knights and mages, including the figure cloaked in a trench coat, Victor Clavenna. Lady Cassandra opened her mouth, intent on speaking, but Duke Rivi interjected. "Madame Cassandra, this is a live broadcast. Should you wish to enter the city, you are free to do so at any moment to any news agency. This image has likely already spread throughout the royal capital." Lady Cassandra bit her lip fiercely, addressing Rivi. "What do you mean? Are you now willing to let me enter the city?" Of course, Rivi replied, rising to bow before her. "With the capital in peril, it is my duty as a duke to offer assistance." He nodded to Lady Cassandra, prepared to turn away, but she called him back. A flicker of indecision crossed her eyes. Is there truly no hope for Devon? Duke Rivi maintained a facade of a smile, though inwardly he sighed. She hesitated. When Lady Cassandra began to waver, it signified that she was contemplating whether the Wraith family ought to pay a steep price for a mere Devon, sacrificing the pawn to save the king. Moreover, Devon Wraith was not deemed a significant figure within the Wraith household, rather a burdensome parasite. Otherwise, Lady Cassandra would not have felt compelled to send him to the Royal Academy for gilding. Thus, Rivi elucidated the pros and cons. "Madame Cassandra, I implore you to reflect carefully. Your son's collusion with the demon is no trivial matter. I believe that even His Majesty's close ties with the Wraith family cannot absolve a charge of conspiracy with demons to incite rebellion. I urge you to reconsider." With that, he turned away, waving farewell to Cassandra. The sorcerer by my side waved the orb of magic, causing a flurry of stars to rise in the sky. The azure light gradually enveloped the sorcerer's party and Duke Riviere, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The knights sheathed their weapons, donned their helmets, and mounted their steeds, gradually departing amidst the cacophony of clattering hooves. Cassandra slumped onto the sofa, clutching her forehead, tears streaming down her face, seemingly grappling with an important decision. The demon slowly opened one of its eyes, positioned upon its forehead, the sole means by which it could observe its surroundings. A massive azure magic circle began to materialize beneath its feet, the unpleasant scent overwhelming its senses. Suddenly, a streak of yellow lightning shot forth, striking the demon with a resounding crack, yet achieving little effect. A mage's attempt had failed, provoking the demon's ire. Infuriated, it extended its tongue and swallowed the mage whole. The sounds of crunching and the breaking of bones resounded for what felt like an eternity, until with a final gulp, the demon swallowed its prey. The mages had never witnessed such a brutal scene. Many were paralyzed with fear, their screams piercing the air. Even those knights who prided themselves on their righteousness nearly dropped their weapons and shields. A multitude of terrified voices filled the air, questioning in panic, "What on earth is this creature?" No one could provide an answer. The gathered crowd recognized it as a demon, yet when confronted with the true embodiment of evil, they could scarcely admit it. It bore no resemblance to the demons they had imagined. It resembled more a world-ending fiend. A third-tier mage stepped forward, calling out, "Everyone, remain calm. Stand within the magic circle. Our strength is gradually returning. With so many of us gathered, we shall surely vanquish this wicked demon." As the clamor subsided, the mages remained unresponsive, their morale and actions unchanged from before. The demon observed the mage's demeanor and erupted into laughter. "Cowardly humans! Do you dare to think you can defeat me?" Suddenly, a figure leapt into the sky like a shooting star, capturing everyone's attention. In stark contrast to the demon, she appeared diminutive, yet inspired a flicker of courage in many. It was none other than Captain Gwen. Some recognized her, gasping in astonishment. The silver sword in Gwen's hand seemed to channel a potent force, erupting in a brilliant white light, dazzling as a mountain-splitting blade. With a fierce swing, she struck the demon, leaving a remarkable white gash across its form. The demon recoiled in pain, its body shuddering as it turned its gaze upon Gwen. "You are quite formidable," it growled, as if recognizing something. "Just moments ago, I disposed of someone remarkably similar to you. It seems you, too, are a source of great annoyance." Gwen's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively believing the demon referred to Kyvra, a surge of rage engulfing her. Yet, in the next instant, the demon's colossal hand was already descending towards her. Gwen did not retreat. Instead, she seemed to lose her sanity, her long sword transforming once more into a radiant blade of white light, striking towards the demon. Bang! With a casual swipe of its colossal hand, the demon swatted Gwen down as if she were merely a bothersome fly. Gwen crashed into the ground, rendered unconscious and utterly defenseless. Gwen, the knight commander. Many knights were filled with concern. Even Victor, who was maintaining the formation, furrowed his brow. The demon's laughter echoed again. "It appears you are far weaker than she is, perhaps even less than a mere fly." Yet, Gwen's actions had afforded the mages precious time. Not all were captivated by the demon's grotesque display. Humming and buzzing, countless magical arrays began to rise from the air, each array forming continuously as a commanding voice boomed. Just as we learned in the academy. "All units, fire!" At the command, an array of elemental arrows surged forth toward the demon, exploding like fireworks. However, the demon merely extended its tentacles and effortlessly blocked the barrage, its appendages showing not a single mark of damage. The mages, witnessing the demon remain unharmed, gasped in astonishment. The demon's thick hide is remarkably resilient. The first volley yielded no results, leaving many mages disheartened. Yet, in the next moment, a distinctly more authoritative voice resonated from above. "All units, prepare for the first round of firing." Everyone turned to see Duke Rivi, accompanied by his legion of sorcerers, arriving to offer support. The sorcerers spread out in all directions, completely encircling the demon, their crystal orbs radiating an astonishing glow of magical energy. Boom! 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 Even more powerful spells erupted from the crystals like elemental cannonballs, and this time the demon appeared unable to withstand the onslaught. Quickly regrouping, the second wave readied themselves, seamlessly replacing the first, unleashing their prepared spells in unison, leaving the demon no opportunity to retaliate. "It's Duke Rivi. Duke Rivi has arrived with his legion," someone shouted from the crowd. In an instant, the morale of everyone surged. Soon, more and more mages from the capital arrived to reinforce the effort. Countless formations were continuously constructed in the air, increasing in number and potency. The relentless magical assaults left the demon with no chance to escape, and for a moment, everyone felt victory was within their grasp. However, this strategy seemed merely to wear down the demon's patience. The demon grew increasingly impatient. Thump, thump. It was as if a powerful heartbeat reverberated, akin to a colossal drum being struck. The demon opened its enormous maw, as if intent on swallowing everyone present whole. With a storm-like pull, it drew in knights and mages who were perilously close, their terrified screams echoing as they were consumed, utterly unable to resist or even flee. The monstrous maw of the demon resembled a gruesome meat grinder, as chunks of crimson flesh fell to the ground, akin to a gluttonous specter wastefully devouring its prey. Fear once again loomed over everyone like a dark cloud. It was over. Our attacks had proven utterly ineffective. How terrifying. Is this truly what a demon is? Help! Where is the director? Where is the director to assist us? Who else could possibly vanquish this fiend? Many mages and students gradually succumbed to a vortex of despair, with some even curling up on the ground, weeping in anguish. Suddenly, several third-tier mages paused, exchanging bewildered glances, and began to shout in unison. Where is Victor? Where has Professor Victor gone? The third-tier mages were acutely aware of Victor's significance. His direct involvement in the battle could very well alter the tide. Yet, it seemed as though Victor had vanished into thin air, leaving many in utter despair. However, at that moment, what was that? Was it Professor Victor? As a few students pointed skyward in astonishment, the collective gaze of the crowd turned upward. Unbeknownst to them, Victor had appeared in the heavens above. His cloak billowed dramatically behind him, radiating an astonishing crimson light. Flames ignited, engulfing half the sky, incinerating the tainted darkness above, and a brilliant glow erupted forth. It was as if Victor had set the very heavens ablaze, draping them upon his shoulders. The temperature within the city began to rise precipitously, exuding an unbearable heat. Those present stared in awe, suddenly frozen in disbelief, exclaiming in unison, "Good heavens! What is that?" This time everyone could clearly see. A colossal, blazing red meteor was plummeting from the sky, its trajectory aimed directly at the demon's gaping maw. Chapter 49. Natural Disaster. The rapidly descending meteor incinerated the air, reducing even the towering academy spire to mere sand under the relentless heat. The flames, born from violent friction, gradually enveloped the massive rock, resembling a fiery sun plummeting towards the earth. Fourth-tier magic. Falling sun, a gaping hole was scorched into the sky, with light cascading downwards. Victor hovered in the air, gazing down upon the demons like a celestial deity. The power of a fourth-tier mage was sufficient to invoke a catastrophe, a title that aptly reflected the depth and strength of their magical prowess. The catastrophe mage. Duke Levius, on the ground, lifted his gaze. The falling sun reflected in his eyes as he murmured. His eyes widened in shock, which swiftly transformed into determination. Everyone, establish the defensive formation. At his command, the Mage Legion and Knights instantly formed a formidable wall of humanity. The sorcerers and mages chanted incantations, and a golden wall began to materialize, encasing the students and mages within. The knights crossed their swords and shields, a gleaming white light beginning to shimmer upon their silver blades, as several white magical shields appeared before them in a flash. The meteor's descent was cataclysmic, and in an instant, flames erupted from the surrounding rubble, the intense aura once more obliterating everything in its path. The barrier created by the sorcerers and knights swayed precariously, and everyone present felt the searing heat radiating from their feet to their minds. The light of day was obliterated, plunging the scene into a profound silence. The scents and sounds were abruptly stripped away, leaving only the faint awareness that people still existed beneath this apocalyptic magic, barely illuminated by the sun's rays. The meteor crashed relentlessly into the demons, their skin bursting instantaneously, the sound of tearing flesh echoing as if they were submerged in lava, enduring excruciating agony. Ah! Such potent magic, indiscriminate in its devastation. The buildings near the academy were engulfed by the fierce heat wave, townhouses reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The fourth-tier magic is truly terrifying. Victor, you must be the demon. The collective thoughts of all present echoed in unison, yet none dared to voice them. To utter a word would invite the scorching winds into their mouths, leaving them feeling as if their very bodies were ablaze. As the blinding radiance faded, the barrier before them began to crumble. In an instant, dust and debris swirled around. What now? Has the demon been vanquished? Under such formidable magic, survival seemed unlikely for the demon. Have we triumphed? Joy gradually emerged on the faces of the crowd, the exhilaration of having survived a disaster overwhelming them. However, as the layers of smoke dissipated, a colossal black figure materialized before them. You are truly a bunch of worms. Worms? What on earth? Upon hearing the voice of the demon, The onlookers were rendered speechless, unable to fathom how such a creature could survive beneath the weight of such overwhelming magic. How could something so terrifying still be alive? Once again, having plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair, they wept inconsolably. The air was thick with a palpable sense of hopelessness, growing organically within the hearts of those present. This was not the first time demons had manifested in their midst. Numerous incidents of demonic attacks had occurred in various locales before. Yet, most demons were merely insidious creatures, seducing humans and siphoning their power. In the eyes of the multitude, demons often resembled ferocious beasts. But could anyone truly vanquish such a fearsome demon that loomed before them? Duke Levi's expression was grave. Perhaps the only means of defeating this demon lay in the prior preparation of war magic. Although Victor's recent 4th-tier spell was formidable, akin to a natural disaster, it paled in comparison to the terror of war magic. Furthermore, the demon's power was gradually waning, yet no one could predict when it would be weakened enough to be vanquished. Nonetheless, this outcome was preferable. If they could delay the demon for an extended period, preparing a grand magical array during its moment of vulnerability, then while Duke Levi contemplated, a figure suddenly caught his attention. It was Victor, standing alone amidst the ruins, facing the astonishing demon. His dark cloak billowed in the wind, occasionally shimmering with red patterns. What did he intend to do? He was indeed still alive. A dangerous glint flickered in Victor's eyes. Above the filthy demon, a conspicuous red health bar floated. To the right of the bar, the demon's level was displayed, LV 45. Its level was not particularly high, yet as a boss unit it wielded significant power. The demon's health had already dipped below half and continued to decline, albeit slowly. This indicated that the demon was not as unscathed as others had presumed. Its endurance thus far had relied entirely on the magical energy it had absorbed from countless mages at the academy. However, it was far from its peak. Yame, as the mid-boss of the game's first chapter, had succumbed to the players more due to the necessity of the storyline than to sheer strength. Demons varied in power. Those devoid of intellect and emotion were the most primitive. Yet Yame possessed a resounding name, the original demon. It stood as one of the most formidable entities among demons, known for its insatiable greed. Its strength significantly surpassed that of the players at the time. Thus, when players banded together to vanquish Yame, numerous NPCs would appear to assist them, such as Gwen, who would join a year and a half later. Victor glanced back to see that the injured and unconscious Gwen had already been safeguarded by his magic. A year and a half later, Gwen made her first appearance in the battles assisting players, vanquishing Yam with astonishing prowess. This knight harbored an unparalleled hatred for demons, wishing fervently to eradicate all of them from the world. The reason for her animosity was quite straightforward. Her elder sister, Kyver Dren, whom the player had never encountered, fell victim to the greed demon's minions. If all had proceeded as expected, Kyvra had come to the royal capital in pursuit of the demon, Yam. The ultimate outcome was, of course, all too evident. The demon once again spewed ink from its maw, gradually enveloping the entire academy, and in an instant, tentacles began to emerge from the inky depths, thrashing wildly. This time, in contrast to before, the tentacles began to manifest indistinguishable organs, emitting a sound that stirred the deepest greed within people's hearts. Upon witnessing the demon unleash its formidable power once more, the multitude of mages trembled, collapsing to the ground in supplication. Victor, drawn by the demon's commotion, turned his gaze toward Yam, remaining utterly still amidst the storm. As the infernal sounds filled his ears, his heart remained as tranquil as a placid lake. He murmured softly, "Viga, I understand your intent." Viga, brimming with excitement, seemed eager to sprout hands and eagerly prepare for action, his feathers standing on end, his eyes aglow with blue light. A torrent of magical energy surged into Victor's being, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of strength, even more ferocious than before. Was it due to Viga regaining some of his power? Victor quickly discerned the source and chose not to ponder further. From his form, countless shards of radiant red crystals shot forth, remnants previously collected by Gwen from the beasts. Now they served their purpose. One by one, the crystals embedded into the ground, conjuring a remarkably intricate red array in the sky. The red crystals began to shatter, suspended in mid-air, reflecting a vivid crimson light. From the corners, tendrils of red chains erupted, intertwining to gradually ensnare the demon. These fallen magical artifacts could amplify Victor's spellcasting potency, not merely enhancing the spell's power but also imbuing them with various attribute effects. Soon, Victor's hands became enveloped in runes, as magical energy surged forth from them, transferring onto the crystalline chains. Chains of 1,000 demons, utterly wearied. The eternal prison, madness of the divine. With each incantation from Victor, the chains radiated blood-red light, and in an instant, countless souls erupted, drifting through the sky. The emotions of despair, unwillingness, and rage manifested abruptly from the array. Beneath the heavens, crimson flashes illuminated the scene. Correspondingly, with each chant, Victor's magical reserves plummeted significantly. What did Victor intend to achieve? The mages present gazed upward at the swirling blood-red souls, their hearts gripped by dread. They suddenly realized that the feelings of greed within them had nearly dissipated entirely. A crimson thread intertwined with chains manifested upon his body. At that moment, a foreboding sense enveloped all the mages present. They understood that he intended to incorporate them all as part of his formation. Damn it, Victor! Such were the thoughts echoing in the minds of the assembled sorcerers. The demon, too, descended into madness, its gaping maw ultimately consuming even its own head, erupting in a cataclysm of black rain that corroded all within its reach. Debris dissipated, and the air turned acrid. The sky, once somber, was now marred half bright, half shadowy. A most peculiar sight. With a decisive gesture, Victor clenched his fingers and intoned, "The binding array, compel it to yield." He waved his hands, causing the chains to stir restlessly, their links resonating with a crystalline chime against the red gem. The demon's cacophonous wails were gradually subdued, imprisoned within the chains, as powerful magical energy surged forth. The radiant white energy swiftly engulfed everything around, cloaking the heavens as if a nuclear explosion had enveloped the entire academy. The demon, bathed in white light, widened its eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in its final moments, "You cannot kill me, Victor. I will remember you." For the demon existed within a host. Even when it revealed its true form, the lethal damage would merely transfer to the vessel. Yet, suddenly, beneath the pallid sky, a bridge seemingly connected Victor and the demon. In this strange realm, they could only perceive one another. The demon, perplexed, felt as if time had frozen in the outside world. Victor had entered the demon's mental realm, standing before it, his voice calm as still waters, resonating softly. "You know, Yam, I possess a certain prowess in dealing with demons." The demon was momentarily stunned, as if shackles had bound its very spirit. When one utters a demon's true name, the power of the transaction shifts from the demon to the one who speaks it. Thus, Yam had no choice but to acquiesce to Victor's terms. "Now, you have caused enough chaos. It is time to return to your duties, Henny." As those words fell from his lips, Yam felt its inner strength waning. Panic surged within, and it cried out, "No, don't leave me, little girl. I can help you with your vengeance. I can grant you more power. I can do so much more." But its pleas fell on deaf ears. Its vast form was being stripped layer by layer, akin to shedding flesh, revealing the essence of Henny within. Her luminous yellow eyes seemed to glisten with tears, as she collapsed, utterly drained, from Yam's body. It felt as if she were plummeting from a great height. Yet, in the next heartbeat, she found herself cradled in a sturdy embrace. Henny longed to hold tightly to this presence, even during this fleeting moment of lucidity. A burst of white light erupted, seemingly tearing apart the very fabric of space, while the surrounding chaotic forces threatened to obliterate everything in their path. It devoured Yam, consuming everything within its reach. The surrounding sounds seemed to fade into complete silence. Only one voice remained, distinctly resonating in Victor's ears. "Professor, I miss you." Chapter 50. I am God. A blinding light surged toward the heavens, its grandeur resembling the rippling of waves, illuminating the sky. Under the onslaught of this ferocious power, the academy was utterly obliterated, with even the last remaining quartz slab reduced to mere powder. The inhabitants of the royal city seemed to sense an impending doom. instinctively lifting their gazes toward the distant academy. The astonishing pillar of light pierced through the clouds like a divine ray. This cataclysmic shock, akin to a nuclear explosion, left the gathered mages in a state of utter disbelief. Despite Victor's preemptive measures to seal the academy with crystal barriers, the unleashed energy swiftly annihilated the entire structure. Fortunately, the area of destruction was somewhat contained. Otherwise, the academy's occupants would have faced dire consequences. Had the barriers been breached, the ensuing devastation might have claimed a significant portion of the royal city. Nonetheless, several individuals, too close to the magical eruption, suffered considerable injuries. As the brilliance faded, a terrifyingly deep crater emerged on the ground, plunging dozens of meters into the earth and spanning an astonishing expanse. The surrounding buildings were unrecognizable, and the academy had vanished from the royal city in an instant. The demon, too, had disappeared without a trace. The multitude of mages, their bodies weakened and trembling, gazed in horror at the scene before them. This cannot be. The school is gone? Bewildered, they grappled with the reality that their exhaustion served as a stark reminder of the truth unfolding before their eyes. In a final act, Victor siphoned the magical energies from all nearby mages, unleashing a spell potent enough to threaten the very existence of the royal city. The humanoid wore magic. In their minds, Victor's title had gained a new layer of significance. Standing within the abyss, he cradled the unconscious Henny, her hood obscuring her features. Many witnessed Victor in the pit, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Why does Victor hold yet another woman? All attention was riveted upon Victor, leaving unnoticed the grotesque toad hopping within the crater. Its inky body laboriously crawled toward a charred form beneath it. That was Devon Riser. Miraculously, even under such terrifying magic, Devon Riser had survived. At the last moment, Yame had engulfed Devon, absorbing all the damage intended for him. For Yame understood that if it wished to continue existing, then Devon Riser must not perish. The toad ascended Devon's body, transforming into a dark, inky mass that coiled around him. Devon Riser rose from the ground like a resurrected corpse. His bones creaked ominously, and the previously dislocated joints returned to their former state. His gaze, a vivid crimson, fixated upon the students before him, a foul stench trickling from the corners of his mouth. As if stripped of reason, he emitted guttural threats, tilting his head in a manner reminiscent of a wild beast. Isn't that Professor Riser? Yes, alive. Yes, it is indeed Professor Riser. But wait, the demeanor of Professor Dewin was rather peculiar. One individual observed the professor's foolish expression and could not help but voice their confusion. Soon, those around began to notice something amiss with Dewin. Indeed, Dewin Riser appeared to be afflicted. Had he become possessed by a demon? As the title of professor was stripped away from him in the whispers of the crowd, Dewin inevitably transformed into a villain, utilized and then possessed by a malevolent force. The truth of the entire conspiracy seemed to surface. Dewin Riser was that filthy demon. The mages gradually raised their arms, preparing to unleash their remaining magic upon Dewin Riser. To everyone's astonishment, he merely twisted his head menacingly and uttered a chilling threat to Victor. I shall remember all of you. Suddenly, a wave of black ink surged from beneath his feet, enveloping Dewin Riser in darkness as he vanished. The mages shivered at his words, the sensation of being marked by a demon akin to a long iron spear piercing their hearts. All eyes turned to Victor, for it was he who had vanquished the demon. If any eradication was to be done, it seemed only Victor could undertake it. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to command him. Duke Rivy leaped over the rubble and approached Victor, casting a glance at Henny, who lay in his arms. This is my assistant. Dewin Riser stole her knowledge to create the previous barrier formation. A look of surprise crossed Duke Rivy's face. Although he was not within the magical formation, he had certainly heard of it. Over half of the third-tier mages in the entire capital had come to assist, yet none could comprehend the intricacies of the formation, let alone dismantle it. It was Victor, along with a few mages, who had unraveled it from within. Your assistant is a rare genius. Victor turned his head, disregarding Duke Rivy's flattery. Following the recent battle with the demon, the Duke's hostility toward Victor had diminished considerably. After all, Victor had once again intervened to protect the capital. During the first volcanic eruption, no one knew what Victor had done, and the majority of the mages had doubted him. But this time, the mages of the capital had witnessed it firsthand. Their admiration for Victor grew immensely, and no one would question the prowess of a fourth-tier mage. Victor was terrifyingly powerful, despite his youth. Duke Rivi sighed. If it were not for Erica, perhaps he could have managed his relationship with Victor more favorably. With this thought, the Duke shook his head. He did not wish to dwell on it further, for his daughter was his ultimate concern. Thus, he addressed Victor. In the wake of this incident, Duin Reiser's crimes will be unequivocally established, even if he is the nephew of His Majesty. The Duke implied that Victor need not worry about being implicated in harming royal kin. Even if it led to the ruin of the entire academy, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a hero. If this demon is not stopped, the consequences will extend far beyond the mere loss of an academy. However, His Majesty will not act against the Reiser family. Victor is not the least surprised. The Reiser family serves as the royal family's financial apparatus, with the Emperor's sister as the matriarch of the Reiser clan. Should they choose to sacrifice Devon Reiser, the family would suffer no substantial loss, at most acquiring a reputation for negligence. Victor fully understands that Duke Rivi is subtly reminding him. Regardless of the circumstances, he has already forged enmity with the Reiser family. My Lord Duke, I have accumulated enough adversaries. Too many grievances burden the soul. Embracing Henny, Victor turns to depart. Just as he is about to leave, Duke Rivi reaches out to halt him. By the way, Victor, the demon is not dead. It has escaped. Do you think? He expresses concern that the demon may return, but Victor assures him to remain at ease. It will not perish. It is an intrinsic part of this world. Duke Rivi pauses momentarily, as if a thought has crossed his mind but remains unvoiced. Isn't it reminiscent of calamity? Calamity is a component of the world's elements. Thus it too cannot die. Duke Rivi maintains a stoic expression and replies coolly, Calamity? I do not comprehend what you speak of. His reaction pleases Victor, as if confirming an unspoken truth. Victor offers a subtle smile to Duke Rivi, the warmth of his amusement gradually reaching the Duke's ears. I can only tell you that this demon is entirely unlike any mundane demon you have encountered. It embodies greed. As long as there are sentient beings in this world, as long as they harbor greed, that entity will not be extinguished. Even if one is eradicated, another will swiftly arise anew. Duke Rivi shudders at the implications. You should consider yourself fortunate that it is not dead but rather rendered incapacitated. With that, Victor cradles Henny and teleports away from the abyss. Duke Rivi, momentarily dazed, gazes at the vanishing figure of Victor, suddenly plagued by a question. Where has the raven perched upon Victor's shoulder gone? Beyond the forest, Devon Reiser is sprinting tirelessly. He has fled the royal capital and is venturing further away from the city. He must keep running, for he does not wish to vanish. Greed indeed does not dissipate, but in the wake of Yam's demise, a new Yam will invariably emerge to take its place. Consequently, memories, powers, and all that he once was will no longer belong to him. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Who is that mage after all? How could he possibly know my name? How is it even conceivable? As Yam possesses Devon Reiser, his words and actions seem to transform entirely into those of Devon Reiser. Were it not for the instinct to survive, he would never have chosen to inhabit such a worthless vessel. Yet now, he finds himself oddly relieved, grateful that he did not consume this plump pig. The corpulent pig harbored an insatiable greed, a voracity that transformed into its sustenance, enabling it to move with great reluctance. Suddenly, Devon Reiser found himself rooted to the spot. A chilling wave surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him immobile. The forest lay enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the rustle of leaves. A black feather descended before him, prompting Devon to gaze intently ahead. A diminutive black crow materialized before his eyes, possessing but a single eye that resided upon its forehead. Devon stood transfixed, an inexplicable tremor overtaking him, as fear began to seep into his very being. He, the true demon, the source of widespread dread. Why then should he fear a mere crow? Why should he tremble before such a small creature? Greetings. Where do you wish to go? The crow's voice resonated in his ears, causing Devon to shudder violently. Who are you? The crow suddenly erupted into a sinister laugh, its cackles echoing through the dense thicket like a sharp, cacophonous melody. It seemed as though the darkness sought to engulf Devon entirely. He blinked, and in that fleeting moment, the crow's talons morphed into colossal, razor-sharp appendages, its feathers glistening with an oily sheen, growing more resilient by the second. Tendrils of inky black smoke began to billow from its form. In the eyes of the demon, the crow's silhouette loomed like a vast shadow obscuring the very heavens, casting a condescending gaze upon Devon. Its voice transformed, no longer shrill but deep and sonorous, reverberating like the echoes of an abyss. The trees trembled, shedding their leaves, while flocks of birds scattered in panic. Only its haughty proclamation remained, weaving through the woodland. God. Chapter 51. A traitor among us. The transaction is halted. Devon found himself at the mercy of Viga, manipulated in mid-air like the most pitiable jester in a circus. The humiliation was unbearable, and he constantly pondered ways to escape. Viga delighted in offering him fleeting glimmers of hope, only to cast him back to the ground once he had run a short distance. A colossal black eagle circled the sky, eventually alighting on a tree. Its single luminous blue eye fixated on Devon as if he were mere prey. At last, the demon could no longer endure such indignity, and in a desperate plea, he knelt heavily before Viga, beseeching, "O revered deity, please allow me to depart. Remaining here for your amusement serves no purpose and is a mere waste of your time." Viga chuckled, the sound shifting from sharp to increasingly heavy. "Why should I let you go? What value do you possess that warrants your release? None. You have none. Thus, your sole worth is to amuse me." With that, Viga seized one of Devon's feet and hurled him into the air, allowing him to plummet freely. Just as Devon was about to crash to the ground, Viga swooped down, catching him once more and tossing him aloft. It was akin to a bungee jump devoid of safety measures, continuing until Viga, bored, gently set Devon down on the ground, stretching his neck as he whispered, "Boring, you may leave." "Really?" The demon could scarcely believe it. His spirit had been tormented to the brink of despair. Hearing Viga's words, he did not hesitate and bolted away. Yet Viga would not so easily permit his escape. After allowing Devon to run 100 meters, he flapped his wings and swiftly pursued him, using his immense, sharp talons to viciously tear at Devon's rear. "Run faster. Keep running," Viga urged from behind, while the beleaguered Devon could only drag his weary body onward. Even as his physical limits approached, he had no choice but to flee from the looming threat of the great eagle behind him. After an indeterminate distance, the surroundings began to seem familiar. "That's the tree I just passed. Disappearing again," he thought. "This creature has no intention of letting me go. It's a loop." It dawned on him that he was ensnared in an illusion, one from which he could never escape unless the conjurer chose to dissolve it. Devon could not fathom the existence of such a malevolent being. A god? He had never heard of any deity who could be as vexatious as this foul crow. Yet Viga seemed to pierce through his thoughts, and with a powerful flap of his wings, a fierce gust of wind knocked Devon to the ground. Terrified into silence, Devon watched as Viga doubled over in laughter at his crumpled form. "What grievances do you harbor? The strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Do you dare to defy? Then go and defeat my emissary." Devon stood frozen, a vision flashing through his mind. The image of Victor was deeply etched into his memory, leaving him utterly stunned in place. The human sorcerer turned out to be an envoy of the divine. As if all his doubts had been resolved, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, pleading fervently, "O great deity, I have come to a profound understanding of my transgressions. I beseech you, spare me. I shall never again appear before your presence." Although the demon remained oblivious to the true nature of Viga, fear compelled him to incessantly beg for mercy. This was the only way to rationalize everything. Why was that terrifying man so immensely powerful, almost beyond human comprehension? "Why do you plead for mercy? You cannot die," Viga remarked, as a wisp of black mist slowly emanated from his form, enveloping the colossal eagle. Soon, the black fog dissipated, morphing the once gigantic eagle into a small, cunning raven. Flapping its wings, it stood before the prostrate demon, its words laced with temptation. "You see, I possess greed, as do you. All wise beings in this world harbor desires. Therefore, Yame, you cannot perish, so why fear me? Yame trembled uncontrollably as a black toad emerged from Devon's body. The instant Yame revealed himself, Devon instantly lost consciousness, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Yame's shivering intensified. He knew. Indeed, he knew everything. He was aware that he was Yame, the primordial demon born of avarice. Raising his gaze, he looked at me. Yame trembled as he lifted his head, and suddenly, Viga's eyes shimmered with a blue glow. A piercing pain stabbed through his mind, and Yame felt his soul becoming ensnared. Trembling and panicked, he cautiously inquired of Viga, "What have you done?" Viga opened his beak and gently patted Yame's body with his delicate wings, soothingly saying, "Do not be agitated. I have merely placed a seal upon you using your demonic transaction mechanism. From now on, your consciousness shall endure eternally. Even in death, your memories and powers shall not dissipate." Yame was bewildered, raising his head with an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Viga. "Why? Why do you assist me?" In response, Yame sank deeper into a state of dread. The ability of the other to accomplish such feats implied that he could effortlessly strip away everything from him at any moment. Moreover, transactions with demons require reciprocity. Thus, likewise, from this moment onward, until your life is utterly extinguished and your memories completely fade, your soul shall be at my command. Though appearing as a raven, he could not manifest a smile. Yet to Yame, it seemed as though Viga was laughing maniacally, in a manner most eerie and sinister. Yame yearned to struggle and escape from the madman before him. However, with each attempt to break free, he felt chains binding him in place, piercing his heart with agonizing pain. Observing his restless form, Viga spoke, "Now turn back." Upon returning to the royal capital, to the domain that rightfully belonged to Devon Razor, he found himself in a place where he must face judgment. Yemu, with ink, penetrated the very essence of Devon, regaining control over his body. Instinctively, he rose, dragging his soulless shell step by step toward the fading silhouette behind him. After a considerable time, his figure vanished from sight, and Viga ruffled his feathers. Before him, a teleportation array materialized from thin air, and he flapped his wings, returning to perch upon the shoulder of the newcomer. "Can you truly retain the memories of a demon after its demise?" Victor inquired, his gaze fixed on the dark trail left by Devon as he departed. With a casual wave, the black mark gradually dissipated, and the surrounding weeds stood upright, obscuring the path. Viga cast a surprised glance at him, shaking his feathers. "I always thought you were clever, yet it seems you are as easily deceived as a demon." Victor, having received his answer, chose silence. Viga elaborated, "To achieve such a feat, I would need at least 30% of my strength restored. That is an original demon, and it has countless substitutes waiting for its dispersal to ascend." Victor looked towards the uneven clouds in the sky and continued his inquiry. "How much have you recovered now?" "Less than 1%, Viga proclaimed, puffing out his chest in a display of pride, as if showcasing his full potential. Victor, disinterested, turned toward the dense forest in the opposite direction. "Tell me the whereabouts of Erica." "Oh, I thought the indifferent Lord Victor wouldn't care about my poor little follower," Viga retorted sarcastically. Victor, unfazed by the jibe, continued to walk, parting the weeds around him as he replied coolly, "After all, she is my student." "Incorrect. All her magic was taught by me. Suit yourself." The trees could no longer withstand the embrace of the spring breeze, and a gentle chill rustled the man's coat. The crow perched upon his shoulder lifted its head proudly, proclaiming its hard-won victory. Nearby, several knights clad in glimmering silver armor seemed to be searching for something outside the city gates. Soon, a figure ahead caught their attention. The unconscious Devon Razor was slowly approaching the city gates, step by step. "It's Devon Razor. Quickly, inform His Highness the Second Prince." "There's no need. I have already arrived." The second prince emerged from the city gates, smiling as he addressed the figure beside him. He regarded Devon Razor, subtly signaling the knights nearby. One knight drew his long sword, aiming it at Devon Razor. In an instant, a bolt of lightning coiled around the blade. The lightning surged forth violently, striking Devon Razor. His body jolted, consciousness flooding back in an instant. Awakening abruptly, he found himself encircled by the knights, momentarily bewildered. The second prince stepped forward, and upon seeing him, Devon felt a surge of reassurance and exclaimed, "Your Highness, second prince, where am I?" The second prince gazed at the corpulent figure before him, a deep sigh escaping his lips. This man, astonishingly, was his cousin. How utterly repulsive! Yet, he concealed his disdain, bending down to assist the man, suppressing the acrid stench and the filth that clung to him. "Cousin Devon, do not be alarmed. I am here to aid you. The entire city believes you to be in league with the demon. I know you have been wronged. Please, tell me everything that has transpired." Devon Leeser's eyes brimmed with tears as if he had found an outlet for his anguish, and he recounted all that had befallen him to the second prince. He even disclosed the incident involving Victor's assistant, Henny, and how she had become possessed by the demon. Upon hearing Devon's account, the second prince narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. "So that is the situation, dear cousin. By the way, the demon still resides within you. Are you aware of this?" Devon Leeser was taken aback, hastily examining his body, yet finding no anomalies. Upon regaining consciousness after fainting, he had only seen the second prince and was unaware of the events leading up to that moment. Panic surged within him as he implored the second prince, "Your Highness, please expel the demon from me. I am still a professor at the Royal Academy. I cannot bear the accusation of colluding with a demon." The second prince nodded, assuring him, "Very well, cousin. I shall remove the demon from you. It may hurt a little, you must endure." Devon Leeser nodded firmly, stating, "I have endured enough torment these past few days. I fear no pain. Proceed." In the next moment his voice faltered. He stared in disbelief at the second prince, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Looking down, he saw a long sword piercing through his chest. Why? He had survived at the hands of Victor and even Henny, and the demon had spared him. Yet, he never anticipated that he would meet his end at the hands of a blood relative. Devon Leeser's pupils began to cloud, losing their luster. The second prince withdrew the silver sword, flicking away the blood. He watched as Devon collapsed to the ground. Now the demon is expelled. From the lifeless body of Devon Leeser, a grotesque, dark toad emerged, appearing exceedingly weak. All the knights beheld the demon with a sense of impending dread, awaiting the second prince's command to slay it. However, the second prince bent down, picked up the repugnant toad, and cradled it in his palm. The knights surrounding him were taken aback by his actions. One knight hastily exclaimed, "Your Highness, that is a demon. You should not suddenly." An array of black spikes erupted from the ground, impaling all but this knight. A profound awareness of the fleeting nature of life enveloped him, while disbelief lingered in the eyes of those around. At that moment, the voice of the second prince resonated. "David, you have been by my side for quite some time now. There are matters I have previously imparted to you. Refrain from uttering what should remain unsaid." The surviving knight, David, trembled, bowing his head sharply, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead to the earth below. "My apologies, my lord." The second prince smiled with satisfaction, raising the dark ink-hued toad aloft, cradling it in his palm, his gaze fixed upon it. Suddenly, an incongruous voice broke the silence, one that did not belong to the second prince. "Greed, you appear unwell. Shall I lend you a hand?" The feeble toad opened its solitary eye, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within its gaze. It scrutinized the second prince, a swell of ambition brimming within, mingled with a desire steeped in malevolence. How delectable, it mused. Chapter 52. If it slows down any further, there will be no Prophet. Victor found Erica amidst a dense thicket. She lay unconscious among the underbrush, enveloped in a thin veil of magical protection, her pulse and breath barely perceptible. Had it not been for this magical barrier, Erica might have long since succumbed to the perils of that battle. Yet, at this moment, her life still hung by a thread. "It is far too perilous," Victor remarked softly. Whether during the volcanic incident or the recent demon incursion, Erica appeared as a naive fool, wholly unacquainted with danger, never contemplating the consequences of her actions. Were it not for Victor's prior dismantling of the magical array, Erica would likely have been devoured by Yem. The Duke's methods of education were gravely flawed. Erica constantly sought to prove herself, yearning for the admiration of others, particularly her father. However, Victor's gaze shifted to the other side, to the severely wounded woman with violet hair. She emanated a transparent magical luminescence, various magical enhancements safeguarding her life. Yet, beneath her skin, the deep bruises and torn muscles were far less visible. Her injuries seemed even more dire than Erica's. At the very least, she did not possess the same cold-heartedness as her father. Without Erica's intervention, this woman would surely have perished at the hands of the demons. Victor's eyes fixed upon her. Her clothing was utterly tattered, revealing grotesque wounds. Though the bleeding had ceased, the horrifying injuries were still chilling to behold. Had Erica's presence altered the course of fate? In the prologue of the game, players are introduced to the backstory of the demon invasion. Midway through the first chapter, Gwen would reveal to players the cause of her elder sister's demise. Kafra, slain by the greedy demon boss Yem's minions. This character, who players would never have the chance to meet, not even appearing in the game's illustrations, was essentially an NPC existing beyond the narrative. Before Victor lay a woman, unconscious and strikingly reminiscent of Gwen. If all proceeded as expected, she was indeed Kafra. She is a demon hunter, Vega remarked from the side. That clarifies much, Victor nodded, comprehending the significance of her identity. In the game, demon hunters are a unique class. Players can converse with NPCs of noble bloodlines to undertake a quest to become one. In his previous life, Victor had often assisted players in completing such quests and was well acquainted with this profession. Demon hunters possess an intense obsession with demons, relentlessly pursuing them to the ends of the earth until either the demon is slain or the hunter falls victim. If this fervent zeal were to be quantified in the game, demon hunters would inflict an additional 50 damage upon demon units. As demons are essentially manifestations of accumulated magical power, it stands to reason that demon hunters inflict an additional 10 damage upon mages. Mages inherently possess low health and poor resistance, rendering them particularly vulnerable. Following a numerical recalibration, demon hunters have emerged as formidable adversaries for mages. In summary, mages harbor a profound disdain for demon hunters. However, it is worth noting that demon hunters are not devoid of shortcomings. Unlike knights, who can utilize magic to enhance their strength, demon hunters are, in the truest sense, practitioners of a no-mana profession. Fortunately, they arrived in a timely manner. Victor bent down to assess Kefra's condition, while Vijaya nodded in agreement. Indeed, had they arrived even slightly later, her injuries might have taken longer to heal. Victor, however, remained unfazed. With a flick of his palm, a vial of scarlet potion materialized in his hand. "You are quite adept at collecting favors," Vijaya remarked sarcastically, watching as Victor administered the potion to Kefra, who swallowed it with ease. He then procured another vial and administered it to the unconscious Erica. After completing these tasks, Victor clapped his hands together and remarked, "I am, after all, not a true cleric. I cannot restore them entirely." This statement left Vijaya momentarily speechless. Victor resumed his pretense and, feigning curiosity, posed a question. "I find it difficult to comprehend how you managed this." The visibly miraculous effects of the potion, which had evidently lifted the two from the brink of death, were unmistakable. Had Vijaya possessed Victor's keen perception, she would have seen health bars materializing above their heads, dramatically increasing in size. For players, as long as a single drop of health remains, one cannot be considered in a state of imminent death.
Furthermore, Victor,
utilizing an NPC template, could wield player items, a feat that was utterly extraordinary, allowing him to supply other NPCs with such items. This was his unique ability. No other player could bestow player items upon NPCs. "Now, let us wait in silence for a moment," Victor said, leaning back as a chair materialized beneath him, providing support for his frame. He casually grasped a spellbook from his palm, replenishing his knowledge. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kefra was the first to awaken. A wave of debilitating weakness washed over her, rendering her reluctant to move, her injuries vividly manifesting her precarious condition. At that moment, the weight of despair surged within her, triggering thoughts of self-destruction. She had not anticipated surviving the battle with the demon. "You owe your gratitude to Duke Rivi. He has raised a commendable daughter." The sound of turning pages ceased as Victor closed the book, his deep black eyes fixed intently on Kefra. Hearing his voice, Kefra froze, struggling to prop herself up. The man before her sat in the chair, exuding an air of enigma beneath his dark cloak and the presence of a one-eyed raven, radiating elegance to the utmost degree. Her gaze, still somewhat hazy, failed to immediately recognize the figure before her. Yet, Kefla found herself in a state of bewilderment. A chair? In this wretched place? Where could he possibly have found a chair? Before she could dwell on this any longer, she heard his voice and, despite the pain coursing through her body, she turned her head hastily to the side.
Erika Duclois.
Although battling demons often clouded Kefla's reason, her memories remained intact. Moreover, the myriad of augmentations radiating from her body attested to the events that had transpired during the fight. The previous battle, with the demon's technique staining the earth with ink, had undoubtedly inflicted grievous harm. A battle-hardened Kefla told herself this. This meant that Erika had, in a state of lucidity, employed magic to save both their lives. A sense of desolation filled Kefla's heart. Had it not been for Erika, she would have perished at the hands of the demon. She had never anticipated the demon's overwhelming strength, nor her own fragility. To have sustained a piercing wound to her shoulder, yet still managed to preserve their lives, was nothing short of remarkable. Victor's words struck her heart like a heavy blow once more. Guilt overwhelmed Kefla. That demon. You are no match for it. However, to speak candidly, in a straightforward duel, unless the Emperor himself chose to intervene, no one could triumph over it. Kefla lifted her head, her brows knitting together in confusion. She could not comprehend the demon's might, a reality that seemed unknown to her as a demon hunter. It felt as though it were an entity that should not exist in this world. Kefla sensed its presence and confidently pursued it. Yet, it appeared to have never regarded her as a worthy opponent. Ultimately, due to her pride, she nearly lost her life. However, the aftermath has been resolved. Victor rose from his seat, which dissipated beneath him. He approached Kefla, and with a flourish of his cloak, 2 vials of crimson potion fell before her. Remember to think more carefully before acting recklessly. Even as a demon hunter, being driven solely by instinct may not yield the best results. And do remember to take your medicine, Miss Kefla. With a flick of his cloak, Victor turned away. Kefla stood there, momentarily stunned, her clarity returning, and she suddenly recognized him. Victor. Is that you? Without turning back, Victor left her with a parting remark. Don't forget to bring Erika back. I do not wish to have the Duke misunderstand me once more. A gust of dark wind swept through, scattering leaves and obscuring Kefla's vision. When the wind subsided and the leaves settled, Victor's figure had vanished. All that remained was a single black crow's feather, a testament to his presence. The feather drifted before Kefla, who grasped it in her hand, her emotions heavy and complex. Inscribed upon it were clear words. 4 vials of restorative potion, 8,000 geo, remember to pay. She mustered her spirit and picked up the crimson potion that lay discarded on the ground. Its color was as vivid as blood, strikingly different from any restorative elixir she had ever encountered. After a moment's hesitation, she unscrewed the cap and poured it into her mouth. A luminous green radiance erupted from her body, instantly healing half of her wounds. She felt a surge of strength coursing through her entire being. She could stand again. Truly, it was a miraculous potion. She thought to herself, with only 1 bottle remaining, consuming it could restore even more of her combat prowess. Yet, the need for battle had dissipated. She reserved the potion for Erika, cradling her gently and administering the liquid into Erika's mouth. A resounding knock echoed upon the door of the Duke of Clou's residence, prompting Duke Rive to rush out almost immediately. He stood at the threshold, observing as Erika and Kefra supported each other, making their way to the entrance. Erika, dust-covered and weary, gazed up at her father and broke into a joyful smile. Father, Kefra and I held off the demon for quite some time. Am I not impressive? Despite her frail condition, her eyes sparkled with anticipation at the mention of this feat. I am no longer a burden. Duke Rive remained silent, his lips sealed. The atmosphere thickened with an uncomfortable tension. Erika instinctively recoiled, lowering her head, seemingly apprehensive. Yet in the next moment, a sturdy embrace enveloped her, reminiscent of the warmth she had experienced in her childhood. Her father's trembling voice resonated in her ears. Erika, You will forever be your father's pride. Chapter 53: The emergence of the demon wrought catastrophic losses upon the royal capital. However, ultimately, it was humanity that emerged victorious. The repercussions of this event were monumental, spreading like wildfire without the embellishment of any media, as tales of the incident circulated among the populace. After all, many had witnessed the demon's terrifying visage firsthand. Its formidable power instilled profound fear, as the chaotic tendrils shattered the sanity of all present. Both the demon's frenzied rampage within the academy and its ruthless demeanor upon first appearing in the mountains were enough to leave an indelible chill in the hearts of those who beheld them. The apocalyptic terror experienced became an everlasting shadow in their lives. This incident also indelibly marked Victor's image and his fearsome magical prowess in the minds of all. The youngest fourth-tier mage in the Empire, this fact quietly spread throughout the realm. 3 days later, Victor sat at his desk, still engrossed in that well-worn tome of profound magic. Vega had once chided him for clinging to such a book, wondering if it contained secrets of arcane magic that even he felt compelled to study incessantly. Yet, Victor never provided the answer she sought. The report detailing the losses in the royal capital had arrived. At some point, Leah had entered without knocking, placing a densely written note upon Victor's desk. Victor had grown accustomed to her unannounced intrusions into his study. He closed the book, lifted his gaze, and accepted the note. It detailed the various losses the capital had sustained: shops, streets, and monuments. Most grievously, the academy had been reduced to rubble. On the day following the demon's eradication, that old man, Rochelle, finally returned from the magical metropolis. The once familiar academy was no more, and as he surveyed the desolate land and the vast pit before him, he could only sigh softly. No one could fathom the complex emotions swirling within the heart of this great mage, who had devoted his entire life to the institution. Although it was widely acknowledged that the academy's destruction was Victor's doing, no one would cast blame upon him. The battle with the demon had made the academy's ruin merely a matter of time. Victor's intervention had merely expedited this outcome, swiftly vanquishing the demon to prevent further loss and minimize casualties. Concurrently, the guilt of Devin Laser was irrevocably sealed. The body of Devin Laser, along with several fallen knights, was discovered outside the city gates. It appeared that these knights had attempted to apprehend the fleeing Devin, who still had the strength to resist. In the ensuing conflict, he had injured many before ultimately perishing alongside the knights. Leah waved the newspaper in her hand, which relayed the account. Victor felt little stir within him. To him, the fate of Devin Laser was inconsequential. After all, he was already half dead. He inquired calmly, "What about the penalties for the Reiser family?" "There are indeed consequences," Leah replied methodically as she reported to Victor. "The Reiser family has willingly accepted responsibility for all damages incurred in the capital, and His Majesty has imposed additional penalties. Compensation will be provided for all the mages and knights who participated in this war. Naturally, you are considered one of the mages, hence you are entitled to a share of this compensation. However, I believe you might not need it, so I have allocated your portion to Henny," Leah stated, taking the initiative, and Victor was not surprised in the least. Leah was a woman of sound mind, yet her experiences in commerce had necessitated the cultivation of a certain ruthlessness and indifference. Regardless of her hidden identity or the extent of her cold-bloodedness and cruelty, these were mere facades she donned for the sake of her family, as she had made the necessary sacrifices. In truth, she was quite sentimental. That day after the battle, he had departed early, leaving the unconscious Henny at home. He had explained everything to Leah, including Henny's plight. Leah listened with great sorrow and promised Victor that she would take good care of the poor child, Henny. At that moment, Leah squinted her eyes and remarked with a hint of implication, "Well, the Reiser family is indeed wealthy. How many participated in the battle?" "There were over 1,000 mages just from the academy alone. Based on per capita compensation, that amounts to a considerable fortune." Victor picked up his book again, seemingly unwilling to waste a moment of reading time. He simply replied, "A financial loss averts disaster." "You are correct, but what shall we use to avert our family's calamity?" Victor fell silent for a moment. "A financial crisis? Did you hear that, Vega? From now on, you shall have no meat, only grains to eat." The raven at the table lifted its head, casting a displeased glance at Victor, expressing its dissatisfaction. I was merely joking, just speaking whimsically. Observing Victor's reaction, Leah felt quite pleased. She had noticed Victor's recent arrogance and had long desired to temper his sharpness. The item shop had reopened, and after the last battle with the demon, its reputation had soared. Their stock was being raided daily by that group of mages, with some even inquiring if they could purchase more in a single day. At this thought, Leah couldn't help but laugh aloud. Potions with nearly zero cost could fetch a price of 1,000 geo. With a daily income of 50,000 geo, that would total 150,000 geo in a month. Even during its most profitable half-year, Clavina barely surpassed 5 million. Indeed, the mages were wealthy individuals. I ought to express my gratitude to that demon. Heavens, I must apologize for such thoughts. Leah excitedly waved her hand, her eyes sparkling with the glimmer of money. Victor listened quietly, offering no response. Leah remained unfazed by Victor's puppet-like demeanor, for she had grown accustomed to it. She continued, moreover, do not forget that I have exerted considerable effort in this matter. It would be unreasonable if you do not grant me some form of reward. With a cheerful tone, she asserted her significance in securing the conviction of Devon Reth. The journalists awaiting first-hand news outside the academy were all orchestrated by Leah. Through her adept manipulation of public opinion, she compelled the Reth family to confess. Even though the Reth family had preemptively discarded the burden of Devon, the overwhelming pressure of public sentiment necessitated that the royal family impose severe repercussions on them. In summary, it was a win-win situation except for the Reth family. Victor, still with his head bowed, nodded calmly and replied, So, what is it that you desire? 50%. Leah exclaimed, extending her palm and gesturing the number 5 before him. You must allocate at least half of the monthly earnings of the prop shop to me. Victor, feeling a slight headache, closed his book and fixed his gaze on Leah. 80%. Leah was taken aback and questioned, What do you mean? I can offer you 80% of the profits. I require some funds. Otherwise, all income from the prop shop can rightfully belong to you, as it is indeed our family's enterprise. Leah stood momentarily stunned, staring at the indifferent Victor, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. You truly mean it? Victor nodded. He was not lying. He genuinely needed a portion of the money to pursue advanced fourth-tier magical studies. However, there was no need to elaborate to Leah. Furthermore, he would eventually pass on the leadership of the Clavina family to her. But what if he found himself short of funds in the future? He could always request assistance from Leah, as it was, after all, their family's wealth. Do not regard me with such naive eyes. You are the one managing the Clavina territory, he added. Leah failed to grasp the underlying implication of Victor's words. She lowered her head slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat bashful. I wanted to ask about this earlier, but... No, never mind. Taking a deep breath, as if attempting to regain her composure, she soon resumed her assertive stance and looked at Victor. 80% is what you proposed. Do not go back on your word. Here, take this. Leah tossed a pouch of coins from her bosom, which Victor caught effortlessly. Weighing it in his hand, he noted that the pouch still bore a hint of warmth. The sound of coins clinking within was a testament to its contents. What is this money for? Victor inquired, somewhat surprised. Leah casually replied, Kefra unexpectedly gifted Gwen a hefty sum to be passed on to you. Did you extort Kefra for such a large amount? Victor was somewhat speechless at Leah's assumptions, yet he accepted the money nonetheless. Casually addressing Viga beside him, he remarked, It's all right. Your share of the funds is secured. Leah, having received no satisfactory response from Victor, muttered, Had you not promised me an 80% yield, I would have stashed this money away for myself. However, I no longer require such trifles. With that, she gracefully swayed her waist and made her way towards the door. As she departed, she casually added, By the way, that poor little girl has yet to awaken, and I am somewhat concerned. If you find a moment, do remember to check on her. With a resounding bang, the study door was forcefully shut. Viga's expression reverted to one of humanity, tinged with irritation. What do you mean, Victor? Are you withholding my food allowance now that funds are scarce? I thought you wouldn't be so petty. Victor merely retrieved his book and resumed his reading. I've been asking you for ages. What purpose do you serve by endlessly perusing these wretched texts? If you have inquiries, Just pose them to me directly. Vega appeared perplexed, as if he were racing against time, unwilling to relent even for a moment. I am now a fourth-tier mage, Victor stated matter-of-factly, leaving Vega in a state of confusion. So what of it? Even if you ascend further, I can still address your queries. Vega, of course, was unaware that as a player, Victor could directly invest GO to learn magic. This resulted in him achieving the status of a fourth-tier mage. Yet he remained ignorant of all fourth-tier spells save for the one instinctively grasped by his subordinate, the fire elemental. Furthermore, the cost of fourth-tier magic was exorbitant. Hence, reading for 100 hours has granted the skill heart of the sage. Accompanied by a voice resonating in his mind, Victor closed the book with a calm demeanor. Enough of this. No need to continue reading. Vega? Victor glanced at the newly added passive skill in his skill bar. Heart of the Sage LV1. Reduces material and geo costs by 50 when learning skills. Indeed, Victor was grinding for skills. Otherwise, he would not have been engaged in the monotonous task of reading. Go check on Henny, Victor instructed, rising from his seat as the raven swiftly flapped its wings to perch on his shoulder. Victor then lamented, how peculiar it is to possess knowledge yet be unable to learn magic. As the words left his lips, Vega regarded Victor with astonishment. Honestly, I presumed you were already aware of this matter. Now, it was Victor's turn to be taken aback. He turned to Vega, displaying an uncommon expression of confusion. Shortly after, Vega's voice rang out. Henny, she is a succubus. Ah? Chapter 54. May I embrace you? Victor was taken aback by the news, his body momentarily stiffening in disbelief. For the first time, a hint of shock was visible on his face, which surprised Vega as well. So, you are unaware that Henny is a succubus? Why would I know? Victor was indeed familiar with the species of succubi. They are exclusively female, drawing upon male energy through indescribable means to enhance their magical power. The more experienced a succubus is, the more formidable her magic becomes. Thus, the fact that Henny possessed no trace of magical essence led Victor to a sudden realization. A term flashed in his mind. The shame of a succubus. I suspect she may not even be aware of this herself. Truth be told, I only discovered it recently, Vega remarked, preening his feathers thoughtfully. It was only after the demon possessing Henny departed that her inherent succubus aura began to surface. After all, in some respects, succubi are a branch of demons. Victor's obliviousness to this detail surprised Vega, as he had assumed Victor was already privy to such trivial matters. Yet, Henny's appearance was undeniably that of a normal human. When have you ever seen a normal person with yellow glowing eyes? Honestly, when she opens her eyes at night, they shine brighter than a light bulb. Vega quipped, exasperated. However, Henny did not display any overt succubus traits, prompting Vega to continue. Henny must be a hybrid succubus. I cannot determine the exact lineage, but she should be human. Succubi can reproduce asexually, as they are solely female and cannot engage in intimate relations with one another to bear offspring. Yet, they are capable of interbreeding with other species. Although succubi can morph into any form that appeals to a particular species, the offspring will invariably take on the physical characteristics of the species they are combined with. Indeed, even if a succubus were to mate with a gorilla, the result would simply be a female gorilla succubus. Victor pondered this for a while. If that were the case, Henny's origins would align perfectly. Leah had investigated Henny's background. She had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of parental figures from an early age. Succubi are not known for their nurturing instincts. After seeking pleasure, they would abandon their offspring carelessly, continuing their pursuits without a second thought. Whether the child survives was of no concern to them. As for the father, he was likely drained of vitality long ago. In other words, Victor fell silent for a moment. Indeed, it is virtually impossible to become a mage through conventional means. Vega scrutinized Victor and taunted, "That is precisely why I wondered if you were already aware of this. After all, our esteemed Victor possesses quite a considerable amount of magical energy." Victor swiftly accepted this reality and regained his composure. He then remarked indifferently, "This does not aid me in any way. As a pragmatic player, Victor finds little interest in matters of no practical utility. After all, as a professional gamer, efficiency is paramount, not mere experience. Consequently, he remains indifferent to whether Henny is a succubus. that is merely her race and bears no significance to her individuality. Lacking magical talent, her knowledge is already of considerable value. Upon hearing this, Vega smirked slyly, concealing thoughts known only to him. Henny lies upon the bed, slowly opening her eyes. Her body feels weak, as if burdened by a heavy stone, and her mind is clouded with discomfort and throbbing pain. This is to be expected, for she realizes she is quite hungry. How long has she been unconscious? She cannot tell. All she knows is that she is resting on a soft, expansive bed, an unexpected comfort. The spacious room is beyond her wildest dreams, yet it feels strangely familiar. A faint, delicate fragrance wafts into her nostrils. Suddenly, a memory strikes her, and her eyes widen in astonishment. Is this not the guest room of Professor Victor's home? How does she know? Because she had once slept here before. It was merely the second day of their acquaintance. Yet that morning became an invaluable memory for Henny. It was during that time that she perceived Victor as a remarkably gentle professor. In her heart, he shone like a radiant star. Indeed, Henny holds deep admiration for him. Victor fulfilled her every fantasy of a mage. Powerful, composed, mysterious, and tender. He taught her, saved her. For someone like her, in an instant, Henny felt her cheeks flush, biting her lower lip, as she buried her head in the soft blankets, as if lost in reverie, her fingers gripping the fabric tightly. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from beyond the door. Henny jolted awake, hastily lying back down, pulling the covers over herself, and closing her eyes tightly, feigning unconsciousness. The door creaked open, and someone entered. Though she could not see, her instincts informed her that the newcomer seemed to be assessing her. The footsteps drew nearer, halting by the side of the bed. Henny yearned to open her eyes and discover the identity of her visitor. Yet her earlier anxiety rendered her too fearful to do so. After what felt like an eternity of silence, just as Henny was about to lose her composure, the covers were abruptly yanked away. A chill enveloped her body, and she widened her eyes, clutching a corner of the blanket tightly. Lifting her head to face the intruder, she found a face of icy composure, devoid of any emotion, as if merely executing a mundane task. Professor. Henny's face burned with embarrassment as she hurriedly snatched the covers to conceal her form. Victor remained expressionless, showing no sign of change, as he took a seat on the chair beside the bed. When did you awaken? Henny concealed half of her face beneath the blanket, her cheeks flushed like a steam engine under high pressure, daring only to reveal her eyes as they discreetly scrutinized Victor. Just moments ago, Victor nodded. Then change your clothes and tidy up. Henny felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation, mistakenly believing Victor had perceived her innermost thoughts. Instead, she merely heard Victor calmly state, I've instructed the servant to prepare some porridge for you. You may consume light meals now. Do not forget to eat to replenish your strength. Furthermore, the academy has been destroyed and will require several days for reconstruction. During this time, you need not return to the academy. You may stay here as long as you wish. When the time comes, I will recommend you for the title of associate professor to the dean, allowing you to teach your own classes. Victor methodically outlined various arrangements for Henny, his tone leaving no room for dissent, not even granting her a moment to respond. Henny lowered her grip on the blanket, revealing her face. The pallor resulting from days of coma rendered her appearance somewhat wan, evoking a sense of tenderness. Even her blush failed to add any color to her complexion. She was momentarily dazed, uncertain of the emotions swirling within her heart. She longed to reach out and embrace him, despite the vast chasm separating their worlds. Professor? Yes? Victor's gaze remained unperturbed as it met hers, summoning a measure of courage. She lowered her head and voiced a long-held yet audacious desire. May I hug you? The moment the words escaped her lips, she recoiled like a startled fawn, not daring to meet Victor's eyes, hastily adding, I
am sorry.
Professor, my request is utterly unreasonable. Please disregard it. In the next instant, Henny's eyes widened. Before she could finish, a broad and sturdy embrace enveloped her. When she looked up, all she could see was the dark lining of his coat. The scent emanating from his chest enveloped her senses, drawing her into a profound state of bliss, making her wish to linger in that moment. She reached out, attempting to reciprocate the embrace, to capture time and freeze it entirely in that instant. Yet, the embrace was fleeting. Victor withdrew before she could fully envelop him. He resembled an elegant gentleman, one who would not refuse a woman's modest request yet would not overstep boundaries with any inappropriate actions. Henny gazed at Victor, but his figure gradually became indistinct. Noble, in her hazy vision that single word remained. Elegant, enigmatic, and extraordinarily noble. These descriptors fit Victor perfectly. If you require anything further, seek the maid at the door. With that, Victor uttered his parting words, pushing open the guest room door and departing like a gentle breeze. Henny, cheeks ablaze with astonishment, buried her face once more in the blanket. Yet the image of Victor's embrace lingered vividly in her mind. A warm current surged within her, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of happiness. Henny felt something was amiss as she crawled out from her cocoon of blankets, extending one hand palm flat before her. As was her custom, she began to attempt to conjure a magic array from her palm. Logically, given her lack of magical power, such endeavors would typically culminate in failure. Yet this time, ethereal green patterns gradually emerged from the air, slowly forming a complete array. A faint miniature whirlwind began to swirl from her palm. A gentle, cool breeze brushed past Henny's hair, carrying a hint of chill. Am I a mage now? Henny felt her cheeks become slightly damp. Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of tears traced down her face. Chapter 55. Remember to close the door next time you change clothes in the early morning. Victor strolled through the estate. Having attained the heart of the sage, he no longer needed to peruse books to pass the time. The first level of the heart was sufficient for his needs. To ascend to the next level would require 300 hours of reading, an arduous endeavor indeed. Furthermore, with the destruction of the school, he found himself devoid of the usual academic obligations, leading to a tinge of boredom. Although he often indulged in idleness even while at school, this day felt particularly unexciting. Accompanied by Ouija, he wandered through his garden, treading upon a path strewn with delicate pink petals, venturing deeper into the floral haven. As he meandered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar, diminutive figure. It was Henny. Almost engulfed by the blooms, she was immersed in her floral surroundings, occasionally emerging with her head like a lively and enchanting flower sprite. Engrossed in her task, she seemed oblivious to Victor's presence. He, in turn, made no effort to greet her, merely glancing her way as he prepared to depart. However, Ouija called out to him, "Hey, don't leave just yet. Take a look at her." Heeding the crow's suggestion, Victor turned to observe Henny more closely. What he beheld was astonishing. In the palm of her hand, Henny had conjured a small blue magic circle. Gentle streams of water flowed forth, seemingly materializing from thin air, as she employed her magic to tend to the flowers. Victor was taken aback. Ouija blinked in disbelief and uttered a nonsensical query. "Do you have a male servant at home?" Victor knew well that this was impossible. He preferred tranquility and had only brought a handful of female servants from the estate. The manor in the capital lacked even a butler. Victor grasped Ouija's implication. Succubi could not cultivate magical power independently. How could Henny have possibly found a partner in such a short time? Moreover, she was not the type to engage casually. With a sense of curiosity, Victor approached her. Henny continued to experiment with her magical constructs, creating various small circles in her hands, akin to a child joyfully exploring new toys. What's going on? Upon hearing the inquiry behind her, Henny was startled, causing her magic circle to dissipate uncontrollably. Victor stood behind her, witnessing this moment. He discerned that Henny's magical reserves were scant, akin to a barrel containing only a thin film of water. After recovering from her surprise, Henny turned to see Victor and beamed with delight. Eager to share her newfound joy, she exclaimed, "Professor, I have magical power now. I can use magic." Her excitement was palpable, and it was evident she longed for Victor's praise. Yet, this revelation only deepened Victor's confusion. Henny continued to chatter. "I don't know what happened. Ever since you left yesterday, I felt the magic within me." Victor fell into a state of strange contemplation, pondering where he had witnessed such an occurrence before. The character Henny had never made an appearance in the game, leaving Victor unable to fathom this peculiarity. Could it be that your judgment is flawed? was the only thought that crossed his mind. However, Vega merely replied, I could never be mistaken. Stubborn Vega would never admit fault, for deities are perpetually infallible. Victor ceased to ponder further. He cast a glance at Henny, nodded, and offered her a compliment. Quite impressive. Instinctively, he reached out to pat her shoulder, but upon noticing her expectant gaze, he hesitated and instead ruffled her hair. A profound sense of happiness surged within him, and Henny once more felt a warm current radiating from within her. Yet at that moment Vega was fixated on Henny. Sensitive to magical energies, it sensed a surge of power emanating from her. What could have transpired? Could Victor's mere touch enhance her magic? If so, why had he not noticed a similar effect from his daily interactions with Vega? Eager to investigate this anomaly, Vega found itself being led away by Victor. Before departing, Henny joyfully waved goodbye to Victor. Once they had distanced themselves, Vega leaned towards Victor and remarked, There is something amiss with her. Is that so?
Victor retorted, exasperated.
From the player's perspective, when a player comes into physical contact with an NPC or enters a combat state, they can observe the other's level. Lacking magical prowess, Henny's level had always been 0. However, the moment Victor touched her, he beheld her level as LV1. Yet, once his hand left the crown of her head, it was as if a spark ignited, she had leveled up. Victor recalled the embrace he had shared with Henny the day prior before his departure. That too constituted physical contact. Could her ascension be linked to their interaction? Vega suggested it may be mere coincidence, but I still recommend you test this theory again. Test it again? The thought of Henny perhaps seeking his embrace daily, coupled with her succubus lineage, felt oddly peculiar.
Apure arted succubus?
Victor murmured to himself, dismissing the notion as he exited the garden. Upon returning to the mansion, Victor passed by Leah's room. The door was slightly ajar, and he curiously peered inside, just in time to see Leah holding a gown against herself. A voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Next time you change clothes, remember to close the door. Leah replied, Are you just here to bother me when I'm off work? Are you out of your mind, Victor? The sound of her irate exclamations filled the room as she flung the gown onto the bed and marched to the door, fuming. I'm merely selecting a gown. A gown. I'm not ready to change yet. And why are you still wearing that outdated black trench coat? Don't you know what today entails? Victor was, of course, well aware. To commemorate the victory in the Demon War, Emperor Aubrey has orchestrated this grand banquet. Such a lavish affair is only witnessed during significant festivities or the Emperor's birthday. Naturally, all nobles of noble rank are expected to attend. Victor, however, harbors little desire to partake in the festivities, finding himself disinterested in the revelry. The mere thought of the banquet conjures memories of the day prior to his arrival in this realm. A lingering enigma remains. What compelled him to confess his feelings to Erica? Was it merely a fortuitous misunderstanding, or was there some deliberate orchestration at play? It is possible, of course, that the original Victor was simply a man of lascivious inclinations. Thus he spoke, Why can't you go alone? Not a chance. Victor, I must remind you that you represent the Clavina family, Leah warned, jabbing a finger at Victor's chest. Moreover, you are the guest of honor at today's banquet. How can the main character be absent? Indeed, all the nobles of the capital are acutely aware that while the banquet is ostensibly a celebration of victory in the Demon War, it simultaneously serves as a signal from the royal family to draw Victor closer. As the youngest fourth-tier mage capable of summoning meteorites, he alone has the power to restrain demons, showcasing his formidable prowess to the entire capital. The Emperor, naturally, would take note of Victor's worth. Victor understood that while he had previously declined the Emperor's offer of reward, this time, it would be an impossibility to refuse. The Emperor's public banquet was intended to bestow honors upon Victor in front of the crowd, deliberately projecting an image of camaraderie between Victor and the royal family. There is no harm in fostering a closer relationship with the crown. It may indeed prove beneficial for Victor. He is aware that the old emperor has only a few years left, yet Aubrey remains useful for the time being. Quickly change your attire. The banquet is at the palace, and we must depart this afternoon, Leah urged Victor, her impatience evident. Why leave so early? The banquet doesn't commence until evening, Victor replied, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, which only intensified Leah's frustration. I still need to select a gown, do my makeup, and as your family member, I must also have an audience with the emperor. Not to mention, I have yet to address the financial report that arrived from the territory this month. All these burdens awaited Leah's attention, while Victor seemed to have no obligations, living a life of leisure. In stark contrast, Leah felt a sense of despair, her ire rising as she observed Victor idly standing there. Hurry and change your clothes before Leah could finish her sentence. A vivid crimson flame ignited from Victor's cloak, gradually enveloping him. As the flames dissipated, his cloak transformed into a sleek black formal suit, adorned with scattered red fragments embedded in the fabric, and intricate crimson patterns traced the seams. A delicate chain of red crystals draped over his right shoulder, and faint sparks of flame seemed to dance around him. Leah was momentarily taken aback, captivated by Victor's elegant appearance in formal attire, lost in a daze. How handsome, Leah murmured. It is often said that one's appearance is enhanced by attire, and Victor, already striking in appearance, exuded an air of noble elegance in his formal ensemble. With an unflustered demeanor, Victor responded, "Thank you for the compliment." Leah's cheeks flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes and retorted, "I meant your magic. Truly is both impressive and convenient." Victor shared her sentiment. The ability to magically change attire was indeed remarkable. The fire source of Gul-Eaton could solidify fire elements into various forms, and naturally, his outfit was composed of fire elements as well. With the fire source, Victor no longer had to concern himself with the hassle of changing clothes. He could wear whatever he desired at will. After witnessing this, Leah firmly ushered him out of her room. All right, just go away. You're ready while I'm still not." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, startling Vega, whose fur bristled in surprise. Standing outside, Victor shrugged, adjusted his suit, and scrutinized himself, inquiring of Vega perched on his shoulder, "Do I look dashing?" The method of changing clothes was indeed impressive. In the afternoon, Victor stood in the training grounds, wielding a simple iron sword with effortless grace. Each swing appeared light and ethereal, and to an untrained eye, he could easily be mistaken for a seasoned swordsman. Indeed, Victor had begun sword practice. Having finished his reading and with little else to occupy his time, he decided to hone skills in other disciplines. As he practiced, he noticed Leah rushing towards him. "Finally found you." Leah exhaled in relief before asking, somewhat bewildered, "What are you doing with a sword? Aren't you a mage?" Victor offered no elaborate explanation. He simply sheathed the sword and hung it on the wall, turning to face Leah. "What's the matter?" Leah's expression turned serious as she hastily replied, "You can only attend the banquet alone. I need to return to the estate for a while." Chapter 56. What happened? I have become the imperial teacher. Victor was somewhat intrigued. Leah was eagerly anticipating the banquet. Her excitement suggested that something significant was afoot. With a slight bite of her lip, she expressed her displeasure. "There have been some issues with the business on the other side of the territory. Take a look for yourself." As she spoke, she handed Victor the financial report for the territory of this month. Victor accepted the document and listened as Leah continued, "I had intended to find you in your study to sign this, but you were absent. Upon inquiry, I learned you had gone to the training grounds to practice swordsmanship." Although Leah had been managing the territory, Victor, as the head of the family, was still required to provide his signature. Victor perused the document and was about to affix his signature when he noticed something peculiar in the section regarding grain revenue. The figures were pitifully low, almost blatantly suggesting embezzlement. His attention was drawn to the name on the right, Chu. "Now do you understand why I had to return?" Leah's expression remained troubled. Reflecting on the name, Victor inquired, "Who is this individual?" The name does not seem typical of someone from the Empire. Indeed, Chu was a grain merchant from the neighboring kingdom, having been introduced by a previous grain merchant who had returned home to raise his children. For several months, everything had been proceeding smoothly, but this month had brought unexpected complications. Victor's memory of the name Chu was vague yet notable. However, he could not ascertain whether it referred to the same individual, as the prevalence of similar names was quite high. Although characters in the game did not share names, one could not apply that logic to the present circumstances. After all, Henny had never appeared in the main storyline. He could not guarantee that this new Chu was the same as the one from the game. In his recollection, Che was a soldier belonging to the mercenary group of the Kant Kingdom, a minor lord-level boss. Victor had encountered him during various side quests, where Che initially presented himself as a down-and-out soldier seeking assistance to reclaim his weapons and armor. He appeared to be a naive and righteous warrior. However, once players aided him in recovering his armor and silver sword and ventured to a designated island, they would discover his true nature. There, he would slay the players and seize their hearts to enhance his dark magic. Victor tapped the ledger, emphasizing Che's name with his finger. Can we locate this individual directly? I have already instructed the territory's subordinates to apprehend him. Hoping he hasn't fled, Lia replied. Victor nodded. As a minor lord-level boss, many players had encountered him. Victor, having acted as a proxy player, had also taken on numerous tasks related to him. The boss, whose encounters have become countless, is most vividly remembered for the formidable equipment he inevitably drops upon his demise, the Evil Knight. This weapon manifests as a pitch-black shield, its surface marred by twisted patterns wrought by magic. Although it possesses a foreboding appearance, it is renowned among players for its exceptional utility. This is due to its ability to perform a counterattack, a maneuver that deflects an enemy's strike, allowing the wielder to exploit the moment of imbalance and deliver a decisive blow. Not only does this technique inflict substantial damage, but it also significantly diminishes the enemy's resilience, rendering them momentarily incapacitated. Many venture to confront this boss solely for the sake of acquiring this equipment. Given its formidable impact, particularly in PvP ladder rankings, when both players wield this circular shield, a peculiar standoff often ensues as they remain motionless, shields raised, awaiting the moment to counterattack. Consequently, the developers opted to weaken this item, resulting in its decline from prominence. However, if that individual truly is who they suspect, why would he infiltrate the Empire at this juncture, masquerading as a grain merchant within their territory? Moreover, he brazenly embezzaged a significant sum right on the invoice, practically inviting others to apprehend him with his blatant intent. Victor shook his head, unable to fathom Che's motives. Yet, since clarity eluded him, capturing the man for a thorough interrogation would suffice. Intrigued by the equipment he bore, Victor signed the necessary documents, returned the ledger to Lia, and casually remarked, "The gown is ready, and the carriage awaits. Let us first proceed to the palace." Lia accepted the ledger, puzzled by Victor's words. "Did you not hear what I just said? I must return to the territory promptly." Victor gently patted her shoulder, assuring her, "After our audience at the palace, I shall accompany you." Lia, taken aback, watched as Victor departed ahead of her, muttering to herself, "What madness is this?" She did not perceive Victor as particularly concerned for her safety, nor did she believe herself to be in any peril. Not one to be naive, she could discern the underlying motives Victor had grasped. Someone was clearly targeting the Clavina family. With a shrug, she recalled the incident at the item shop that had been vandalized. Elon had already returned to the territory to make preparations. However, it seemed prudent to inform Elon of the change in plans. Before long, Lia donned her gown and joined Victor in the carriage bound for the palace. As they were to attend an audience with the Emperor, arrangements had already been made for their arrival at the palace gates. A secret envoy guided them to a secluded chamber where Emperor Aubrey awaited. The elderly ruler had been seated there for an extended period, appearing to have awaited Victor's arrival for some time, even growing drowsy. Upon seeing a girl beside the Emperor, seemingly younger than Erica, perhaps only 15 or 16 years of age, Victor announced, "Your Majesty, the Victor siblings have arrived." Aubrey opened his eyes, and upon recognizing Victor, his once dull gaze brightened considerably. He extended his hand in a gesture, beckoning Victor and the others to approach him. "Your Majesty," Victor and Lia bowed, adhering to the necessary etiquette before the Emperor. The old Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Having reached an advanced age, he had long ceased to concern himself with such elaborate formalities. He then drew forth the girl standing behind him, a remarkably beautiful child with a delicate face. "This is my youngest daughter, or Lien Sol." The Emperor had but 3 offspring, 2 princes and the youngest, the girl before them, or Lien. Victor and Lia placed one hand over their hearts and bowed again, greeting the young princess. The princess appeared timid and shy, retreating behind her father's figure. The Emperor chuckled as he observed her. This child has lived in the palace since her youth and seldom encounters others. Despite her considerable talent, her extreme shyness has prevented her from attending school. We have previously invited several mages to teach her magic, but the results were disheartening. After merely a few days, the instructors claimed they had nothing further to impart. Laia cast a thoughtful glance at the young princess, pondering the situation. Was it truly a matter of high talent, or were the mages simply inadequate teachers? Naturally, the emperor's children possessed remarkable abilities. Even if nothing was learned, Oberly would attribute it solely to the shortcomings of the instructors. I have approached Rivi to take on the role of Lien's tutor, but he persistently insists he lacks the aptitude for teaching and has declined the offer. At this point, Oberly shook his head and laughed heartily, clearly unconvinced by Rivi's excuses. However, Victor had discerned the underlying implications of the emperor's remarks. Even Laia was taken aback, glancing at Victor with surprise. The emperor is indeed making a substantial investment to win Victor over. The notion that he could not find a suitable teacher seemed merely a flattering remark. Astute Laia quickly grasped the emperor's intentions. As anticipated, the emperor's next words were, "Victor, may I invite you to become this child's private tutor?" Upon hearing this, Laia eagerly exchanged glances with Victor, wishing she could hastily convince him to accept the offer. Although uncertain of what the emperor saw in Victor, aligning themselves with the royal family would undoubtedly elevate the status of the Clavina family. Let others harbor resentment toward the aristocracy. They could freely express their disdain. However, Victor's response was astonishing and left Laia gritting her teeth in frustration. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, but I require some time to consider." Emperor Oberly fell silent, unsure of Victor's reasons for refusal. It was an opportunity beyond the imagination of any ordinary person for the royal family to extend an olive branch to the nobility. Even if Victor was a fourth-tier mage, he had never entertained such notions. If anyone believed that reaching the fourth tier granted him the power to look down upon the empire, they were gravely mistaken. While there were countless advantages to aligning with the empire, even for Victor, the crux of the matter lay in his gaze, which swept over the young princess. Lien's soul. No, she should be referred to as Aurelia IX, the Eternal Sorceress. That shall be her future title. If one can be designated as a cataclysm mage at the fourth tier, then her strength shall undoubtedly surpass that of any calamity. No one knows the source of her remarkable power, yet 2 years hence, upon the emperor's demise, the mere 17-year-old Aurelia shall obliterate all obstacles and ascend as the new sovereign of the empire. She will be the first empress of the Carentian Empire, the only one to possess foreign blood. Aurelia's mother is the daughter of the Duke of Kant, a product of a political marriage. However, at present, Victor does not wish to ponder such political matters. Now, at 15, Aurelia appears to be an innocent little girl. She seems somewhat disheartened by Victor's rejection, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, who could fathom that this is merely her fade? The more Victor delves into the narrative, the deeper his apprehension towards this future empress becomes. Her possessiveness is formidable. Once she claims something as her own, she would rather destroy it than relinquish it to another. It is precisely for this reason that he holds immense admiration for the future Victor, who could engage in a delicate balance with such a formidable entity, even managing to nearly overturn the regime of the empire. Nevertheless, expressing such sentiments is not Victor's style. His pride as a seasoned player, coupled with a profound understanding of the game, forbids him from fearing anyone in this world. Moreover, he still has 2 years at his disposal. Thus, he addressed the emperor 2.5 years. Emperor Aubrey furrowed his brow in confusion. "I shall serve as Her Highness's personal magic instructor, but only for 2.5 years. After that period, I voluntarily resign from this position." Chapter 57. The Empire's strongest connections. When Victor mentioned a time frame of 2.5 years, Lia was momentarily taken aback. Similarly, a sense of perplexity arose within her. Why specify a duration if one has already agreed? She yearned to inquire of Victor about his intentions. Could he not be a touch more rational? However, Emperor Aubrey, upon hearing this, chuckled, gazing at Victor with a twinkle in his eye. Indeed, 2.5 years? Victor offered a slight bow to the emperor and sincerely replied, 2.5 years is ample time for Her Highness the Princess to master all my knowledge. At that juncture, my continued presence would be rather discourteous. Upon hearing Victor's explanation, Aubrey clapped his hands on the arms of his chair, bursting into laughter. His excitement was such that he coughed amidst his mirth, prompting a nearby servant to rush forward and pat his back. The Emperor waved his hand, signaling the attendant to withdraw. Victor, the more I observe you, the more I am enamored. How can you be so astute? Aubrey's soul, the mightiest individual in the Empire, was acutely aware of his own physical condition. In truth, he had no more than 2 years left to live, as his vitality was waning. His shortened lifespan was a consequence of ailments acquired in his youth, a hurdle that every formidable warrior must face. Unlike mages, warriors cannot harness magic to unleash spells. They rely on their own robust vitality to enhance their physical prowess. Although nourishment and adequate rest can replenish vitality, the consumption is substantial. Moreover, expending one's vitality can grant warriors immense strength, enabling them to confront foes beyond their usual capabilities, albeit at the cost of their own lifespan. As Emperor, Aubrey's exploits had been largely uncovered by players. By the age of 17, he had already emerged as the Empire's valiant general, single-handedly slaying a colossal dragon that had wrought disaster upon the realm. He utilized the dragon's hide to forge armor, a trophy of his triumph. In his prime, Aubrey was even more formidable, having survived a direct confrontation with a 4th-tier malevolent mage wielding cataclysmic magic. Though his skin was torn and ligaments ruptured, his remarkable healing abilities restored him to his former self within mere days. Aubrey's current state was a result of excessive vitality expenditure in his youth, compounded by a lack of timely recuperation, perhaps due to an overly combative nature. The warrior profession is notoriously short-lived, and even an emperor is not exempt from this fate. This also explains why Rivi, of the same age, appears so youthful while the aging emperor resembles a flickering candle in the wind. Yet he has never harbored regrets. With a smile, he regarded Victor and remarked, "Your father was once my most esteemed subordinate in his youth. On the day of my ascension, I bestowed rewards upon all my loyal followers. Yet, when it came to him, he requested merely a parcel of land. I inquired, 'What of your title? Do you not desire a higher status?' He shook his head and told me that merely being an aristocrat was sufficient. After that, he departed from the royal capital, laying down his arms and returning to the fields, and we never saw each other again." The revelation of such an event, one even Leah had never heard of, astonished her greatly. She had never known her father possessed such a past. Victor remained impassive as he listened to the old emperor recount his former tales. Following this, 2 decades passed until I ultimately received news of his demise. Victor, you are his child, and in the end he bequeathed that territory to you. Oberlin sighed, seemingly exerting himself too much, and coughed sharply twice. You surpass him in excellence and intelligence, yet knowing when to advance or retreat is not always a virtue. At times, seeking alliances with the powerful is not necessarily a misstep. Just like the Leazers, regardless of their grave mistakes, as long as they possess justification, I shall strive to protect them. Oberlin opened his eyes and addressed Victor. Victor, I shall present you with a choice. 2.5 years, or Victor placed his hand upon his chest and bowed solemnly. Your Majesty, within 2.5 years, I shall do my utmost. Oberlin sighed, yet there was a hint of satisfaction in his expression. He tenderly ruffled the hair of the young princess behind him, smiling as he said, Alas, this child is unfortunate. I hope during these 2.5 years you fulfill your duties. The last sentence was directed at Victor. Victor remained silent, and Oberlin knew he had acquiesced. You two may wait for me outside. Allow me a moment to speak with the child. When I emerge, join me for the banquet. Leah and Victor complied. Once the two had departed, Aurelie gazed at Oberlin with a puzzled expression. Father, why must you have him as my teacher? I do not particularly like him. Why? Oberlin chuckled, observing Aurelie biting her fingers, which was quite endearing. I sense he is rather aloof, likely a stern educator, and I do not favor excessive strictness. However, he can protect you and help you grow stronger. Oberlin affectionately patted Aurelie's head, noticing her expression grow even more bewildered. But, I have you to protect me. Is that not enough? You are so powerful, father. Oberlin looked at her with a heart full of tender concern. My child, I cannot protect you for a lifetime. No one can. Lia and Victor obediently waited outside the door, and seeing no one around, Lia directly inquired. The consideration you mentioned earlier, do you truly wish to decline the Emperor's invitation? Victor did not respond. Lia understood, he had tacitly confirmed it, and anxiously pressed. Why? Do you realize that this is the Emperor's invitation? Some spend their entire lives yearning for such an opportunity, and you wish to refuse? Lia, you are a merchant. You understand that all goods possess value. Victor retrieved a pocket watch to check the time and said to her, what do you believe my worth is in the eyes of His Majesty? Lia was momentarily taken aback, contemplating for a moment before responding. Given your remarkable abilities, your value must be considerable, especially since he has appointed you as the princess's tutor. After all, she is a princess, a rarity to behold. Then, how do I measure up against His Majesty's kin? Lia furrowed her brow and countered. That is entirely unequal. How can you even compare yourself to His Majesty's relatives? Victor adjusted the hands of the watch, and Lia caught sight of a line of tiny characters within it, the magical script gradually enlarging in her vision. His Majesty has only 2 years left. Lia's eyes widened in shock, and she stifled her voice. This was the Imperial Palace. Even in solitude, they could not casually discuss the Emperor's mortality. Thus, this 2.5-year span is, for the next 6 months, I will still be Her Highness's tutor. The moment Victor finished speaking, Lia instantly comprehended. Although she was a merchant, as the acting lord of her family, she was equally a shrewd politician. Was Victor's worth high? Astonishingly so. He had demonstrated his prowess, and with the Emperor's commendation, Victor's reputation soared to great heights. Even those who found him disagreeable would wish to curry favor with him. What would the power-seekers think before His Majesty's demise? Whoever could secure the support of Clavenna would possess a significant advantage. The Emperor wished to avert such a scenario. Therefore, he sacrificed his youngest daughter, Aurelia, binding Victor to her in a teacher-student relationship through her royal title. Consequently, neither the eldest nor the second prince could contend for Victor's allegiance. As this identity was decreed by Emperor Oberlin, no one could defy the Emperor unless he were deceased. However, once His Majesty passed, the newly ascended Emperor would no longer require Victor. Victor was destined to face reckoning. The powerful would not show leniency out of familial ties. Aurelia might ultimately be married off, much like Lady Cassana, the Emperor's sister, becoming a pawn in political marriage. If Victor wished to avoid such a fate, he must prevent this outcome. Therefore, Victor had to oppose it. Aurelia must remain a princess to safeguard the Clavenna family. Thus, Victor settled upon the 2.5-year time frame. The new emperor would need to stabilize his power. Victor would not be immediately targeted for reckoning, allowing him to protect Aurelia for another 6 months. After that period, Victor would depart the palace, safeguarding his family's interests. The new emperor would naturally not perceive Victor as a threat. Lia pondered, realizing why the emperor would utter such words to Victor. She murmured, "Dark, truly dark." She had initially believed the intrigues among the nobility to be sufficiently treacherous, only to discover that within the royal family, the depths of treachery ran even deeper. Do you not fear that after 2.5 years, His Majesty may hold you accountable? Lyra contemplated asking, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. She was aware that Victor comprehended her unspoken concerns. Victor cast a lingering glance at Lyra, shaking his head in response. "No, I do not. How can you be so assured?" Lyra queried, somewhat exasperated. Initially, she had believed that associating with royalty would be a fortuitous endeavor, but upon reflection, she found the reality to be a mixture of joy and anxiety. The princess's tutor was akin to a double-edged sword. Wielded wisely, the Clavenna family could ascend to great heights, yet mismanagement could lead to a downfall, especially when the emperor's reign comes to an end. The 2.5 years serve as my assurance to His Majesty. Victor's calm voice resonated in Lyra's ears, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. She was momentarily taken aback. It became evident that he had already engaged in an unspoken agreement with the emperor during their brief exchange. Within this span of 2.5 years, no matter how tumultuous your offspring may be, no one shall dare to cast a covetous glance at Aurelians. A similar pact was established. Should anyone provoke the Clavenna family, Victor would take matters into his own hands. It was remarkably straightforward, for Victor had forged a connection with the royal family. Although the alliance was temporary, he was bound to the princess. In her name, he would enact retribution upon any transgressors. Moreover, if one desires to elevate the Clavenna family's stature further, Victor interjected abruptly, the ultimate victor has yet to be determined. Lyra's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Victor. Do you intend to support? Before she could finish her sentence, the grand door behind them swung open. Aurelians emerged, gracefully accompanied by the emperor. Her bashful and sensitive demeanor exuded an aura of mystique, while the emperor retained an imposing presence that inspired awe. The father and daughter appeared in perfect harmony, illuminated by the starlit sky, their faces radiating warmth. Upon seeing them, Victor and Lyra inclined their heads slightly in a gesture of respect. The emperor smiled, nodding in acknowledgement towards Victor and Lyra. Come now, Victor, do not evade your responsibilities as your father did. Chapter 58. Has he once again provoked the underage? The scene was illuminated brilliantly, adorned with golden splendor. The crimson silk draperies, suspended in midair, gracefully cascaded down to the palace floor, with the night sky peeking through the dome above. The melodious strains of a zither wafted through the air, reaching the ears of every guest in attendance. The banquet table was laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies, awaiting the arrival of the guests. Nobles exchanged pleasantries and compliments, raising their elegantly filled goblets of fragrant ale in quiet anticipation of the guest of honor. Kefra stood beside Gwen, her wine glass raised high, her cascading purple locks harmonizing beautifully with her similarly hued evening gown, exuding an alluring charm. She navigated gracefully among the nobles and politicians, exchanging greetings with habitual ease. Behind her, Gwen appeared somewhat uneasy, her legs tightly clutched around her gown, her body restlessly shifting. Noticing Gwen's discomfort, Kefra pulled her aside into a corner and inquired, "Little Gwen, what troubles you?" Gwen tugged at her dress, voicing her discontent. "Sister, why must I wear this?" Typically clad in armor, even during her leisure hours, Gwen felt utterly out of place in the gown, as though she were being subjected to punishment. Moreover, I was not informed that I had to wear makeup as well. She expressed her grievances to Kefra, who merely narrowed her eyes with a smile. "Come now, there's no reason to wear armor at a banquet. You'll have to adapt to these things eventually." "But," Gwen tugged at her neckline, pointing out her discomfort. "This place is too constricting. It simply does not suit me." Kefra, despite her smile, seemed less than pleased. She pinched Gwen's cheek playfully, her voice laced with mock severity. "Who told you to have a wardrobe devoid of a single gown? This one is borrowed from your sister's collection. I truly regret that you feel constricted." Gwen, unaware of why her sister was upset, fell silent, allowing Kefra to continue her teasing, resembling a hapless scapegoat. Kefra released her grip and shrugged. "You do not realize how beautiful you are at this moment, do you? The way those nobles gaze at you is almost mesmerizing. If it weren't for the fact that some know you are Victor's betrothed, perhaps someone would have already approached you. I have no need for others' admiration. Oh, what harm is there in dressing beautifully? Perhaps when Victor sees you, his gaze will be transformed." As she spoke, Kefra gently nudged Gwen. Upon hearing her sister mention Victor, Gwen's cheeks flushed, and she turned away, retorting, "What Victor thinks has nothing to do with me." Kefra, aware that her sister was merely putting on a brave front, scoffed lightly and turned her attention elsewhere. At that moment, Duke Levi was mingling among a group of mages, his face aglow with mirth. "Ah, how fares the Beck family these days?" The venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, leaned upon his obsidian cane and nodded toward Duke Rivi. He approached the Duke and raised his glass in a toast. "Duke Rivi, it has been quite some time. I am but an old relic now. How could one expect anything less? Yet you appear astonishingly youthful for a man of 60. Alas, where is your daughter?" Upon hearing the inquiry about Erica, Duke Rivi turned to glance at his daughter. The nobleman from the Becker family followed his gaze and observed Erica engaging effortlessly with the younger aristocrats. He smiled at the Duke and remarked, "I truly envy you, Your Grace, for having such an exceptional progeny." Duke Rivi felt a swell of joy at the nobleman's words. He recognized them as flattery, yet the mention of his daughter filled him with immense pride. Erica, amidst the noble exchanges, exuded an air of grace. Her golden tresses cascading over a silver gown rendered her akin to a swan adorned with a golden crown, elegant and refined. A dashing young noble, drawn in by Erica's charm, approached her. With his own golden hair and handsome visage, clad in resplendent attire, he addressed her, "Miss Erica, I am the eldest son of the Tia family, People Tia. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" Erica politely declined, responding, "I regret to inform you, Sir People, that I am already engaged." She offered a courteous nod and, under his disappointed gaze, withdrew. At that moment, Erica returned to her father's side. Suddenly, the guests at the banquet ceased their conversations, collectively drawn to the sound of a door opening. The music fell silent. They lifted their heads to gaze upon the second floor of the palace. The golden doors slowly parted, and Emperor Oberyn emerged, accompanied by Orlean, draped in a silver gown. Following them was Victor Clavenna, the head of the Clavenna family, with his sister, Leah Clavenna, trailing behind. Though Leah had attended numerous soirees, none had made her feel as proud as this one. To walk in the emperor's wake, with the gaze of countless guests upon her, left her momentarily breathless. The mere thought of the attention made her legs stiffen, and she struggled to maintain her composure, determined not to falter before such a multitude. She understood that this honor was bestowed by Victor, and she could not afford to bring him shame. As the emperor gracefully made his way to the forefront of the gathering, many recognized Victor's familiar countenance. Is that Victor? What? Victor is behind the emperor? Good heavens! Victor? The sight of Victor sent ripples of astonishment through the guests, who exchanged incredulous glances. Gwen and Kavra, upon seeing Victor, were left speechless. Sister, is that truly Victor? Gwen's wine glass trembled in her grasp, her voice quivering slightly. Kavra, though equally taken aback, maintained a semblance of composure, nodding in acknowledgement. It seems so. To stand beside the emperor, Victor must hold considerable significance. Jealousy mingled with admiration among the onlookers, some casting hostile glances at Victor. Yet, they dared not act, merely tightening their grip on their cups, their thoughts a tumultuous mix. Erica, too, noticed Victor. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she fixated on the second floor. Turning to her father, Duke Rivi, she observed his expression was devoid of surprise, as if it were a matter of course. It appears father was already aware. The emperor's commendation of Victor was an entirely different matter from merely accompanying him. The recognition was a testament to Victor's contributions, an accolade he rightfully earned. In contrast, the reasons behind his presence at the emperor's side were numerous and open to interpretation. Regardless, it signaled a clear message from the royal family to all nobility, a sign of the Clavenna family's alliance with the crown. At that moment, Erica also caught sight of Leah, Victor's relative, standing behind him, her heart leaping at the realization. The beautiful proprietress she had encountered at the prop shop was indeed kin to Victor. Only those related to him were granted the privilege of accompanying the emperor. All present lowered their wine glasses, bowing respectfully to the emperor. He waved his hand and cleared his throat, initiating a formal address. In light of the recent imperial war, I trust you are all aware that while victory ultimately belongs to us, the empire has suffered significant losses. As the leader of this empire, I am profoundly saddened. Henceforth, the Demon War shall be etched into our history, with that day commemorated as a national day of remembrance for this painful lesson. Victor Clavenna's contributions are known to all in the capital. He vanquished the demons, preventing further tragedy. In the name of His Majesty Sol 8, I bestow upon Victor the Empire's highest honor, the Imperial Medal. As the Emperor's words resonated, a minister approached the second floor, presenting a gleaming medal before Emperor Aubrey. The Emperor personally took the medal, adorning Victor with it, offering a warm nod in his direction. Victor placed his hand over his heart and bowed slightly, signifying his respect. This sight prompted the guests to collectively applaud, celebrating Victor's achievement. As the minister gradually withdrew, the Emperor turned to continue. Furthermore, Victor Clavenna is hereby elevated to the rank of Count. Upon hearing the Emperor's announcement, Leah felt a sudden wave of disorientation. The matter the Emperor referred to as non-negotiable turned out to be this. If what the Emperor stated were indeed true, the Clavenna family should have been elevated long ago. The delay in bestowing the title of Count had been due to her deceased father's reluctance. However, now Victor had no grounds left to refuse. On the other side, the minister presented Victor with the title certificate. Victor accepted it and bowed to the emperor, pledging his loyalty. "Thank you, your majesty." In an instant, the audience erupted into even more fervent applause. A smile blossomed on Erica's face as she gazed at Victor with admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gwen and Khafra couldn't help but chuckle, joining in the applause to congratulate Victor. With the conferral of honors concluded, the banquet commenced. At this moment, the emperor prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he made sure to speak a few words to Victor. "Do enjoy yourself, Victor. Such occasions are not suited for an elderly emperor like me." He gestured for Orléans to join Victor, indicating that he would be her mentor from now on. Victor nodded in response, assuring, "I will do my utmost." After the emperor finished speaking, he smiled and slowly departed with the assistance of his attendants. It was only after the emperor's figure vanished from sight that Victor turned to Orléans and made his way back to the banquet. Orléans followed timidly behind him, hesitating to step in front of him. She had heard tales of Victor's exploits, with many ministers often whispering in the palace that he was a perverse admirer of the underage. Noticing Orléans' apprehensive demeanor, Victor led her to a quiet corner to sit. He, too, felt somewhat out of place in such a setting, where the usual lively chatter was conspicuously absent. He found himself yearning for Vega. The raven, a symbol of ill omen, was naturally barred from the festivities and remained waiting on the palace's outer railings. Observing Victor's apparent boredom, the princess mustered her courage to greet him. "Mr. Victor." "Hello?" Victor turned to face the princess, appraising her closely. At this moment, Orléans was quite different from what he had imagined. Aside from a faint resemblance in her features, she bore no resemblance to the future eternal sorceress in either character or stature. However, Victor lingered on her timid expression, pondering what might be concealed beneath her seemingly innocent facade. "Your Highness," he said, "there's no need for you to be so reserved. This is a banquet, and your father is not present. It is just the two of us here. Although I am your teacher, I can also be your friend in private." Victor believed his words would suffice to reassure the young girl. Gradually, Orléans began to engage in conversation with him. Before long, she felt a bit more at ease and spoke more freely. As a gentleman, Victor responded with a calm and courteous demeanor, instilling a sense of comfort and security in the princess. "My father says you are very powerful, and I can learn many things from you." Victor did not deny this, simply replying, "As long as you are earnest in your studies, you will only grow stronger than I." As he coaxed the other person with his words, he pondered when he could make his exit. Meanwhile, Erica was searching the banquet for Victor, perplexed by his absence. How could someone of his stature simply vanish? However, as soon as Erica turned around, she spotted Victor engaged in conversation with a young girl. The girl appeared to be of similar age, though noticeably younger. A hint of wariness arose within Erica. Who was this girl? It was rumored that Victor was fond of minors. Could she be his next target? Cautiously, she approached, scrutinizing the girl's features. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Erica gasped, nearly crying out. She widened her eyes and swiftly concealed herself behind a pillar. That was the princess? How could Victor be associated with royalty? In that moment, Erica hesitated, her heart conflicted about whether to greet Victor. It had been nearly 2 weeks since she last saw him. While contemplating, she was unexpectedly pressed against a soft object from behind. Startled, she turned to find an arm reaching toward her neck. She spun around, recognizing the figure, and gasped. "Sister Khafra? What are you doing here, little Erica?" Khafra hugged her, wearing a cheerful smile. And nothing. The intimate contact made Erica feel somewhat uneasy. As she shifted her body, Khafra followed her gaze. Upon spotting the familiar figure in the corner, Khafra paused. "Oh, what is Victor doing here? Isn't that my unscrupulous brother-in-law? I still remember clearly how he sold me 4 vials of potion for 8,000 geo. And beside him was the princess?" The princess rarely appeared in public, and few had seen her face, even someone as socially adept as Khafra. However, the princess had recently been seen accompanying the emperor, which everyone had noticed. Naturally, Khafra recognized her visage. Considering Erica's hidden observation, Kefra revealed an intriguing expression. She lowered her gaze to Erica and, with a smile, remarked, "Victor is a professor at your academy, isn't he? Aren't you going to say hello?" Yet Erica seemed to have spotted someone else, her mood shifting as she replied coolly, "A greeting is indeed in order, but I must wait. Someone has approached him first." Kefra responded with a curious "oh," and glanced at Victor's direction. A silver-haired man approached, holding a wine glass. Kefra's expression brightened. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Isn't that the eldest son of the Lacer family?" Jace Lacer approached Aurélien with a feigned smile, greeting him Prince Aurélien. Upon the moment she beheld him, the princess exhibited a semblance of trepidation, instinctively retreating behind Victor. Victor, however, remained unmoved, casting a calm glance at the princess before inquiring, "Who is he?" "Jace Razor. He is Devon's brother," the princess replied in a hushed tone, revealing to Victor the affiliation that linked him to Devon. It was common knowledge that Devon had entangled himself with demons, the very demons that Victor had vanquished. Thus, the intentions of the man before them appeared unmistakable. Victor did not rise but instead probed the small princess further. "Do you harbor a dislike for him, though?" "He is my cousin." The princess shrank back even further, clearly wishing to avoid any encounter with him. "I see," Victor responded, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he stood, his not overly broad frame now shielding Jace Razor from view. "What do you wish to convey?" Jace Razor regarded Aurélien, seemingly oblivious to the princess's discomfort, and continued to smile as he said, "I noticed Her Highness seated with you and felt a pang of concern, so I came to check. After all, she is the Emperor's most cherished daughter and still underage." Victor's expression remained inscrutable as he replied coolly, "If you have come merely to stir trouble, I have no interest in prolonging this conversation." Victor's words were laced with unmistakable intent to dismiss, yet Jace Razor did not take his leave. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flickering within them. "Thus, my Lord Victor, could you elucidate why Her Highness is in your company?" Victor let out a heavy sigh, turning to Aurélien and stating, "Now, let me impart your first lesson. When confronted by an insufferable individual previously, you may have felt compelled to be courteous due to their status. However, now that you possess sufficient power and a formidable backing, you may act directly." Aurélien gazed at Victor in bewilderment, watching as he suddenly smiled at Jace Razor. In an instant, flames roared to life behind Victor, swirling around Aurélien like a fierce serpent, halting before Jace Razor. "Depart." Chapter 59. "I wish to become your disciple." In an instant, the atmosphere around them plummeted to a frigid silence, as if tension hung thick in the air. Numerous guests bore witness to the standoff between Victor and Jace Razor. Victor even resorted to magic to caution Jace. The latter's expression was one of displeasure. The public humiliation left him feeling quite vexed. Yet, this was not the crux of his concern. Jace was fervently eager to discern the nature of the relationship between Victor and Her Highness, questioning why His Majesty would permit the princess to be in Victor's company so freely. Gwen also witnessed the unfolding scene and, lifting the hem of her gown, intended to intervene, only to be swiftly restrained by the onlooking Kayla. "Oh dear, Gwen, where do you think you're going? You mustn't add to the chaos," Kayla admonished, successfully pulling Gwen back. Observing the indignation etched on Gwen's face, it was evident that she was seething inside. She was well aware of the prominent Razor heir, and witnessing him seek out Victor, causing such a ruckus, had already sparked her dissatisfaction. How dare he? The Razor family had committed such grave transgressions, and now he was coming to provoke Victor. What was even more outrageous was the surrounding crowd, who merely stood by as spectators. Gwen's discontent simmered, but under her sister's restraint, she could only turn away, stomping off to the refreshments in a huff. Meanwhile, Elika cast a few glances at Gwen, her curiosity piqued by her friend's anger. She tugged at Kayla's sleeve and whispered inquisitively, "Sister Kayla, what's wrong with Miss Gwen?" Following their encounter with the demon, the bond between Kayla and Elika had rapidly deepened, despite their considerable age difference, forming a camaraderie akin to lifelong friends. "She appears rather upset, doesn't she?" Kayla remarked playfully to Gwen. How could she not be angry upon seeing her fiancé being deliberately provoked? Ah, so that's it. Elika's realization brought a sigh of relief. Wait, fiancé? Not just a couple? She blinked in surprise. Yes, fiancé, Kayla replied with a cheerful nod. Seeing Kayla's certainty, Elika covered her head in disbelief. Not many are aware of this, considering both have maintained a low profile. However, your father's generation is mostly in the know, Kayla continued. What troubles you? You seem rather glum. It's nothing, Elika responded, her mood suddenly tinged with an inexplicable melancholy, though she could not articulate the reason. A vague sense of irritation lingered within her. Observing Elika with a gentle smile, Kayla sighed inwardly. Though Elika had faced life-and-death situations, she remained, in essence, still a child. Her feelings were transparent. With just a glance, Kayla could discern her admiration for Victor. Amidst the unfolding complexities, it would be prudent to sever the emotional ties between the two before they take root and their teacher-student relationship becomes irrevocably altered. Moreover, she genuinely harbors hopes for her sister's future. Although Victor's character leaves much to be desired, his capabilities are undeniably formidable, and he possesses the acumen for financial gain. The memory of having expended 8,000 geo for his rescue stirs an inexplicable displeasure within her. This man is nothing short of a commercial prodigy. She begins to understand why Victor is met with such animosity by many. While she jested about this in her mind, she could not simply concede her formidable brother-in-law without a fight. Meanwhile, as she engaged in light conversation with Erica, the atmosphere around Victor grew increasingly lively. Jace, in a state of agitation, confronted Victor, his face flushed and emotions running high. You want me to leave? What gives you the right to dictate my departure? In truth, he had a reason. A voice emerged from the crowd, and the second prince, wearing a composed smile, navigated through the throng. Upon his arrival, whispers erupted among the onlookers. What brings His Highness the second prince here? Surely he cannot be here to support Victor? As speculation swirled regarding the prince's intentions, he remained remarkably composed. Noticing his sister hiding behind Victor, he furrowed his brow and sighed, addressing Jace Laser. Cousin Jace, I understand your frustrations, but that does not justify your provocations. Your demeanor has frightened my sister. Jace, upon seeing Princess Aurelia shrink away from his gaze, felt a surge of clarity dispel some of his earlier turmoil. However, he still expressed his discontent. If the princess wishes for me to leave, I shall comply. But what authority does Victor possess to command my exit? The Laser family's contributions to the royal court were significant and not something the Clavina family could easily overshadow with a single battle against demons, he mused. Yet, before he could continue, the second prince narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting to one of discontent. Jace, I shall refrain from calling you cousin this time. Mr. Victor is the magic instructor personally appointed by our father for my sister. Instantly, the room erupted in astonishment. Victor had become the princess's private tutor? No wonder he was permitted to accompany the emperor. This surely cemented his ties to the royal family. Nearby, Gwen, who had been drinking alone, sputtered her beverage upon hearing the news. What? Victor? The princess's private tutor? Kefra, too, was momentarily taken aback, her smile gradually fading. This was no trivial matter. The title of teacher carried weight, delineating a hierarchy. If he were merely a lecturer at the academy, such news would not send shockwaves through the nobility. However, Victor had been personally chosen by the emperor to instruct the princess, elevating their relationship to one of genuine mentorship. As the esteemed tutor of Her Highness the Princess, Victor holds a position of considerable influence over her future. This revelation has sparked new inquiries among those present. Given the significance of this role, one might question whether His Majesty has made the right choice in appointing Victor. Yet, it is beyond dispute that he is entirely suited for this responsibility. Not only is Victor a distinguished professor at the Royal Academy of Magic, thus inherently linked to the Empire, but he is also the youngest fourth-level Saint Mage, a testament to his prodigious talent. Prior to Victor's emergence, it was widely deemed impossible for a mage to ascend to such a rank before the age of 30. His reputation as a genius has consistently shattered records within the Empire. If he is not deemed suitable for this role, then surely no one else is. Initially, The emperor intended to announce this development to the entire city the following day, but I felt it prudent to provide advance notice, allowing everyone to prepare mentally. Therefore, when Victor conveys the sentiments of my younger sister, can you comprehend, Jess? The second prince chuckled lightly as he elucidated the situation. Upon hearing these words, Jess Rethser's expression darkened. He clenched his jaw in disbelief, glared at Victor, and huffed in indignation as he stormed away. With his departure, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The nobles began to murmur amongst themselves, and the entire soirée transformed. Everyone realized that Victor had become the princess's tutor. Victor's status had risen, and the Clavenna family was basking in the zenith of their influence. The second prince had not only come to Victor's aid but had also actively promoted their teacher-student relationship. Those present at the gathering, being no fools, recognized the significance of his alliance with the emperor and the implicit endorsement from one of the royal heirs. In that moment, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Leah had just emerged from the restroom, adjusting her gown, when she sensed that something was amiss in the banquet hall. Confused, she wondered about the unusual atmosphere and the proximity of the second prince to Victor. Having missed the initial events, she was left pondering whether the second prince was now attempting to cultivate a rapport with Victor. The second prince smiled and gestured toward Victor, expressing his regrets regarding the unfortunate circumstances. I apologize for the rash behavior of my cousin Jess, he stated, bowing slightly before hastily departing, seemingly intent on merely alleviating Victor's predicament and enhancing his stature before the guests, without lingering to exchange further words. As the second prince exited, the guests gradually dispersed, returning to their own affairs. The younger nobles began to regard Victor with a newfound wariness. They were keen to approach him, yet hesitated, mindful of his earlier demeanor toward Jess. Conversely, Leah found herself becoming the focal point of numerous advances. Miss Leah came the voice from a group of approaching nobles. She turned to see several aristocrats making their way toward her, instinctively donning a polite smile. I am Hanser, and these two are Mr. Tick and Lady Annie. Leah responded with a gentle smile, shaking hands with each of them. She adeptly navigated the interactions with these nobles while casting a somewhat perturbed glance towards Victor in the corner. There he sat, expressionless, and not a soul dared to approach him, which stirred a twinge of envy within her. How splendid it would be to don a stoic facade and remain undisturbed. Sighing heavily at the thought, Leah quickly composed herself and forced a smile to engage in conversation with the aristocrats. Kefra leaned against Erica, expressing her astonishment. Who would have imagined that Victor had entangled himself with the royal family? The tutor of the princess, no less. It was rumored that the princess possessed remarkable talent. I wonder if that holds any truth. As she spoke, Kefra's gaze fell upon Gwen, who was visibly flushed, clearly having indulged a bit too much. With a resigned expression, she approached and seized the wine glass from Gwen's hand. All right, little Gwen, no more drinking. If you overindulge, no one will look after you. Only Erica remained behind, staring vacantly at Victor in the corner. Beside her stood the princess, who appeared to harbor no disdain for Victor. In fact, she wore a smile while conversing with him. Yet Victor maintained his impassive demeanor, unchanged. As if struck by a sudden realization, Erica regained her focus and made her way towards Victor. The Duke, standing nearby, observed Erica's movement with a sigh and a shake of his head before resuming his conversation with the surrounding nobles. Mr. Victor, I am immensely grateful to you. For your teachings. Just then, an ill-timed voice interrupted the exchange between the princess and Victor. Both turned to regard the source of the interruption. Erica clenched her fists against her chest, her face slightly flushed. It seemed she had made a decisive resolution. Lowering her head, she boldly declared, I too wish to grow stronger. I too wish to become your disciple. Chapter 60. I will not allow you to steal him away. Both Victor and Aurelienne directed their gaze towards Erica in unison. The atmosphere gradually grew somber. Under the scrutiny of both individuals, Erica felt a tinge of shyness, yet her resolve remained unwavering. After a moment of silence, Victor spoke. Erica, you are inherently my student. That is not what I meant, Erica exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. The knowledge imparted at the academy is something I will inevitably master in due time. This assertion was not mere self-aggrandizement. Throughout the entire Royal Academy, Even though students in higher grades were predominantly first-tier mages, with second-tier mages being a rare occurrence. In just a year since her enrollment, Erica had already attained the second-tier status. The academy had little more to teach her. Otherwise, she would not seek Victor's tutelage every evening after class. Her talent was evident to all. However, no matter how extraordinary one's gift may be, the harrowing experiences of life and death had imparted a crucial lesson upon her. Regardless of the extent of simulated training, the breadth of knowledge acquired, or the volume of magic one could wield, mages trained in an academic setting would always fall short when compared to those seasoned by the crucible of battle. The memories of narrowly escaping death filled Erica with trepidation. She still felt woefully inadequate. Victor rose to his feet, his gaze piercing into her eyes. Perhaps intimidated by the subtle chill of Victor's demeanor, Erica instinctively took a half-step back, yet she met his eyes without flinching. She yearned to grow stronger, but "I will not take you on as my apprentice." Victor firmly denied Erica's request. His swift rejection left her momentarily stunned, a chill spreading through her heart. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a wave of indignation surged within her. Yet, she did not let it show. Even as tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, she held her head high, defiantly meeting Victor's gaze. Why? Even in rejection, Erica sought an explanation. At the very least, she wished to understand her shortcomings. Victor replied coolly, "Always remember, you are the sole heir to a duke." "Then I shall persuade him," Erica declared, her tone imbued with unshakable confidence. "I am certain I can convince my father, I promise." Victor narrowed his eyes, a light chuckle escaping him. "Is that so? Then we shall speak of this matter another time." Suddenly, flames erupted around him, illuminating half the night sky. He turned to face the somewhat dazed princess, offering a slight bow. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourself, your highness." As he spoke, his form began to solidify, transforming into a statue of ash. A powerful gust of wind, like a blade, stripped away pieces of his corporeal form until he vanished entirely into the ether, carried away by the breeze. Thus, he dissipated into the banquet hall. Erica stood in place, momentarily dazed. Did Victor agree? She was uncertain, yet at least she had found a purpose, to persuade her father. Just then, the delicate voice of the princess resonated. "I recognize you. You are Erica de Chloe." Startled, Erica turned to the princess, suddenly recalling that she had yet to greet her royal highness. In the realm of noble etiquette, this was undoubtedly somewhat offensive. As she prepared to curtsy, she noticed the princess fixating her gaze upon her, seemingly rather unfriendly. Outside whispers claimed that she was the youngest prodigy in the royal capital. Indeed, it was rare for someone to ascend to the rank of a second-tier mage at the tender age of 17. Erica's genius was truly exceptional. "Your Highness." Erica was about to utter some flattering words to appease the princess, whom she had seldom encountered, when she suddenly interjected, "Do you wish to take my teacher from me?" Taken aback, Erica heard Aurelia's unfriendly tone retort, "I will not let you succeed. You cannot take him away. Under his guidance, I shall become an even greater genius than you, proving to everyone who his most outstanding student truly is." With no further words, Aurelia gracefully rose and departed, not granting Erica a single opportunity to respond. Erica watched her figure gradually fade into the distance, rendered speechless. Outside the palace, the air suddenly ignited with sparks. In a swift motion, flames erupted, intertwining and gradually revealing the form of Victor. With a wave of his hand, the flames transformed into a black cloak, enveloping him. Viga perched atop a post, flapping his wings before landing on Victor's shoulder. "You are quite slow. Has something interesting occurred in the palace?" Victor remarked. "The emperor appointed me as the princess's teacher, and I accepted." Viga's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he raised an eyebrow. "Have you become an important figure now?" Ignoring Viga's comment, Victor continued on, though the raven could not resist a quip. "In the end, you will still rely on me. I believe your academy should bestow upon me a title. How about the great Professor Viga?" A blue teleportation array illuminated beneath Victor's feet as he and the raven vanished into the night. As midnight approached, Lia returned to her estate in a carriage. Engaging with a throng of nobles had proven to be quite exhausting, as it was merely a series of superficial exchanges aimed at fostering connections with the Klevena family. Dealing with such matters had left her mentally and physically drained. Initially intending to seek out Victor and return home together, she discovered he had already departed. After changing her clothes, she hurried to the training grounds, where she finally located Victor. He was diligently practicing with a sword, each movement eliciting a sense of admiration within Leah. However, recalling that Victor had left without waiting for her, she felt a twinge of annoyance and could not help but tease him. "What's this? Is our esteemed mage preparing to change professions?" Victor did not respond to her. He merely observed as Leah returned, sheathing the silver sword. However, this time he refrained from hanging the longsword back on the wall. Instead, the long sword vanished from his grasp, absorbed into the unique inventory of a player. Back, then prepare to depart. Leah was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, she had originally planned to set off in the afternoon, anticipating an arrival at the territory the following morning. Now, returning to the territory of Klevena by carriage seemed somewhat hasty. Yet, shortly after Victor's words, a massive blue magic circle illuminated beneath his feet. This one was significantly larger than before, its intricate patterns and runes distinctly visible. A terrifying magical aura erupted from the ground, and the astonishing teleportation array surged upward, reaching toward the heavens. The violent gusts of wind wildly tugged at Victor's cloak, causing the black fabric to dance around him, while Leah's long hair was lifted by the force of the wind. Soon, the tempest began to subside. As glimmers of blue starlight gradually enveloped both of them, a blue teleportation array began to form above their heads. Leah stood frozen, inquiring of Victor, "What is this?" Victor did not glance at her but explained in a calm tone, "I spent 2 hours here constructing a two-way teleportation array with Briston. Briston is a city under Klevena, the second most prosperous city after the capital. Victor's hometown lay there." Leah was momentarily stunned. "So, you returned early just to do this?" Victor's silence served as an acknowledgement. Leah fell into contemplation. The thought that she had previously blamed Victor for not waiting for her returned with a twinge of guilt. She stepped into the array, feeling the overwhelming magical energy wash over her. Even though Leah was not a mage, she could unmistakably recognize Victor's formidable power. The teleportation array could sustain itself for an entire day. "If all goes well, we can still return via this array tomorrow." Leah nodded, and in the next moment, the two arrays began to merge, and the pair, accompanied by a flurry of starlight, vanished, transformed into a blue radiance soaring into the distance. Subsequently, a return teleportation array remained at the original location, gradually dimming and fading from sight. In a dim room, a group of individuals cloaked in brown robes with hoods burst in. Each of them concealed any identifiable features, revealing only their distinct eyes. The room contained nothing. It appeared that everything of value had been thoroughly looted, leaving only 4 bare walls, as if prepared in advance. Leon surveyed the surroundings, listening to the reports from his subordinates, and nodded. "What about the clues? Do we know his whereabouts? He may have already left the city, but considering the time, he shouldn't have escaped the territory yet." Leon breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "Fortunately, the young lady was well prepared." She retrieved a bronze disc from her waist, devoid of any engravings indicating direction. A half-pointer indicated a certain path. Observing the device in Leon's hand, the onlookers immediately recognized its significance. A rune tracker. Leon began to recount in a subdued tone. Miss Leah had instituted magical contracts with every merchant collaborating with the territory, allowing the use of this device to track them as long as they remained within the territory's bounds. The crowd suddenly understood, their eyes sparkling with admiration, almost all aglow with reverence. Truly, Miss Leah was remarkable. Thankfully, she had been well prepared. How enviable for Lord Leon, who must surely utilize this to monitor Miss Leah's whereabouts daily. The others instantly cast their gazes toward the last speaker. Leon waved her hand dismissively. Then, unexpectedly, a glowing point appeared at the edge of the rune tracker. The peculiar appearance of this light puzzled those nearby, yet Leon, upon seeing it, promptly stowed the rune tracker away. She cleared her throat softly, as if nothing had occurred, and issued a command to the others. "You proceed ahead. I need to return for a moment." With that, She leaped from the window, her movements in the night sky reminiscent of a nimble cheetah, vanishing in the blink of an eye beneath the starlit sky. A blue light gradually brightened, and both Victor and Leah simultaneously materialized in the expansive backyard of the Clavener estate. The yard was exceedingly spacious, grander and more opulent than their residence in the royal capital. Under the night sky, flickering fireflies danced about, resembling a private constellation upon the lawn. This was Victor's ancestral home, though he held little recollection of it. His memories consisted only of a few visits during side investigation tasks. One moment they were in the royal capital, and the next they were back in the territory, prompting Leah to reflect on the convenience of magic. The magical array gradually dissipated beneath the lawn, concealing itself, followed closely by Victor's voice. "Need my assistance? What, do you look down on me?" Leah glanced at Victor with indifference, responding, "To catch a petty thief, we need to call upon our family's mage? That would be quite an overestimation of him. Just rest in your room until I return." "Oh, and do you remember where your room is?" Victor nodded, trusting that Leah could manage the situation on her own. If it truly was that Chu, Leah's available energy would be sufficient to subdue him, should she encounter insurmountable challenges. Victor's gaze fell upon the gloves on Leah's right hand. The mage's hand would inform him if Leah faced an unsolvable peril. Leah said nothing further and hurried away. After her departure, Victor remained rooted in place. Vega, perched on his shoulder, curiously observing his surroundings, remarked, "So this is where you used to live? It's quite large." Victor did not respond, leaving Vega puzzled. "What are you doing? Why are you standing still? Please refrain from speaking. I am pondering the location of my room." Chapter 61. Elegance, timeless and unfading. Victor gently stamped his foot, and the teleportation array beneath him glowed once more. It was the dead of night, and the household servants had long since retired. Victor had no intention of creating a commotion that would awaken them. Hence, he opted for the convenience of teleportation to visit each room discreetly. In the stillness of the night, a robust, white-haired elder heard the noise and slowly ascended the staircase, making his way towards the source of the sound. As the bluish glow within the room gradually faded, Victor materialized in a dimly lit chamber. He glanced around and realized this was not his own room but rather a guest room. Just as he was about to teleport to another location, the door creaked open. The elder entered, looming behind him like a great bear, casting a shadow over the room that even the night light could not penetrate. Upon recognizing the occupant of the room, he adjusted his monocle and bowed, placing his hand over his heart. "Master, you have returned." Victor's magic was remarkably conspicuous, allowing him to enter the house unnoticed, bypassing the vigilant family knights outside. Such a feat was typically achievable only by mages of the 3rd rank or higher. Turning to face the elder, Victor was reminded of the towering figure before him. Helnison, an elderly bear man, served as the steward of the Clavener family and had lived for over a century, diligently attending to the family and witnessing the departure of 3 generations. Victor was the 3rd of those generations. As a steadfast guardian of the Clavener lineage, even in the presence of a 4th-rank mage, Helnison held his own. "I did not mean to disturb you, Helnison. My sincerest apologies," Victor said. "Not at all. I am delighted to see the master return. How long do you intend to stay this time?" "I shall have someone prepare your room," the elder replied. "No need, Helnison. You should rest. I will return before dawn," Victor reassured him. The steward nodded in acknowledgement and bowed once more. "Master, should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." With that, the imposing elder turned and departed, leaving no sound in his wake. Once he was alone, Victor resumed his teleportation spell. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another chamber. This room was spacious, imbued with a subtle fragrance of flowers, and adorned with opulent decorations that spoke to the extraordinary nature of its owner. It appeared to be a woman's room. Victor quickly deduced that this was the bedroom of Lilia, the only woman residing in the grand estate. He had unexpectedly teleported into her private quarters, a fact he had not anticipated. However, he was unconcerned. Lilia had often invaded his space without so much as a knock, entering his room without hesitation. The room was impeccably tidy, with no signs of having been occupied recently. After all, Lilia had been residing in the royal capital for the past few days. Suddenly, a surge of impulse surged within Victor, an uncontrollable urge that stemmed from the depths of a player's heart. In the realm of gaming, players often meticulously scour every nook and cranny of accessible rooms, determined to leave no item overlooked. Moreover, Victor possessed an acute penchant for collecting. He was the type who would never depart from a place until it had been thoroughly ransacked. He closed his eyes, attempting to quell the restless stirrings of his heart. This was inappropriate, after all, as it was a girl's room. He cast a casual glance around, preparing to leave. Abruptly, Vega's singular eye fixated upon a cabinet. The cabinet was adorned with a faintly glowing magical circle, its subtle yellow light barely perceptible unless one was specifically attuned to it. "Victor, there!" Vega exclaimed. Turning back, Victor's gaze fell upon the cabinet beneath the desk. It dawned on him what he was witnessing. A magical lock? A seal ensconced in arcane symbols, which could not be breached unless the complex runes were deciphered. Was this a bookcase secured by a magical lock? What secrets might it conceal? Should they pry it open? Vega, too, was intrigued, stretching her neck to peer at the cabinet. Though Victor harbored a notion that not opening it might mean missing out on an important item, he reconsidered. Perhaps it contained Lia's private belongings. "All right, let us open it," Victor said. The magical circle dissipated swiftly, the lock yielding effortlessly to Vega's touch. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Victor inquired, "Is there no concept of respecting others' privacy in your world? Are you joking?" Vega replied disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Victor. "Your desire to open that cabinet is evident to anyone." Victor had to concede. The tendency to thoroughly search every corner of a room was a common trait among players, one he was not immune to. He silently uttered an apology to the unseen owner, yet instinctively opened the drawer. Within lay no extraordinary artifacts, just a handful of tattered, patched-up fabric dolls. Deep within the drawer, however, he uncovered an exceedingly old notebook, its pages already yellowed with age. Out of curiosity, Victor extracted it and turned a random page. It was as if ancient memories were unveiled before him without reservation. November 6th. Father said that my brother has awakened a formidable magical talent. Our family is about to have a powerful mage. How wonderful! My brother will protect me for all eternity, right? November 7th. My brother seems to be studying very hard. It looks exhausting. I want to help him become the greatest mage, but he only scolds me for being in the way. How can I assist him? November 8th. I confided my worries to Father. He told me that being a mage requires a lot of money, so does that mean my brother will struggle financially? If I could earn a great deal of money, could I then help him? As Victor perused the text, a complex array of emotions washed over him. This page contained but these thoughts, prompting him to leaf through several more pages. On December 21st, a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground, and I found great joy in its beauty. Mr. Harnison helped me construct an enormous snowman. I proudly showed it to my brother, only for him to shatter it with his magic. Does he dislike snowmen? On December 22nd, I made a mistake and accidentally soiled my brother's precious spellbook. He grew furious and scolded me, punishing me to stand in the cold snow. I felt so chilled. I am truly sorry, dear brother. My error was indeed grave. On December 23rd, I encountered my brother again, wishing to apologize, but he scolded me harshly once more. He declared his disdain for tears, and I pondered whether I should refrain from crying. Why am I never able to satisfy him? I feel utterly useless. The subsequent pages of the diary are filled with trivial matters. Until January 1st, there are no further entries. Victor set the diary down, a heavy heart weighing on him. The strained sibling relationship between Victor and Lia remains unexamined by the game. Lia's room is locked, inaccessible to players. Thus the contents of this diary remain unseen. You seemed quite vibrant in the past, Vega remarked beside him, having also perused the diary. Victor nodded, refraining from disputing the observation. He did not close the diary. Instead, a soft glow emanated from his palm, conjuring a black pen. He sketched a simple smiley face on a blank page, folded the corner, closed the diary, and returned it to the cabinet. Vega silently watched Victor's actions, before hearing him say, "Please lock the cabinet again." Vega complied, magically sealing the cabinet, leaving no trace of its earlier opening. Victor turned and walked towards the door, with Viga flapping his wings to follow. "Where are you headed?" Viga inquired. "As I mentioned earlier, I have a keen interest in that grain merchant," Victor replied succinctly, as a shimmering teleportation circle materialized beneath his feet. Viga quickly took perch on his shoulder, and at the moment of contact, both man and bird vanished. "At last, we have you." A group of hooded figures apprehended Chul in the wilderness. Chul, a robust figure, often evoked avoidance in passers-by due to his imposing stature. Yet now he found himself surrounded. Panic washed over him, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he shouted, "Where is Lady Leah? I must see Lady Leah. Why have you captured me?" The hooded individuals sensed something amiss. Why was Chul shouting so loudly? However, no one pondered further, as a sharp female voice rang out menacingly. "You shall see Lady Leah once we take you back." Chul, still defiant, retorted, "I must see Lady Leah. I have something to explain." "Very well. What do you wish to explain?" Leah's cold voice suddenly pierced the silence, her presence seemingly materializing from nowhere. Beside her stood Leon, revealing only his emerald green eyes. With her hands clasped over her chest, Leah regarded Chua with a frosty stare. "You've pilfered quite a fortune from our household, haven't you? So, Chu, do you intend to flee back to the kingdom now?" Chu met Leah's gaze, poised to utter a response when she waved her hand dismissively. Instantly, a multitude of hooded figures emerged, bows drawn, awaiting Leah's command to unleash a rain of arrows upon Chu. "I advise you not to make any sudden movements. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your breakfast tomorrow won't include an arrow." Chu's expression darkened, as though he had been cornered. Yet, unexpectedly, a smirk crept onto his lips, a look of triumph dawning upon him. Leon, quick to notice his transformation, shouted, "Release the arrows." In an instant, a barrage of arrows soared toward Chu. However, as if halted by an unseen barrier, the arrows froze mid-air. A stunning shield erupted from the ground, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over everyone present, save for Leah. A magical blockade? Leon sensed something amiss, glancing at her own hands. Within the confines of this shield, she found herself unable to wield even a trace of magic. Then, Chu's voice rang out, "How does the taste of the anti-magic stone feel?" Originally intended for Victor, it now served its purpose effectively against his sister. Leah appeared somewhat exasperated. Despite the seemingly unfavorable circumstances, she exhibited not a hint of panic. "So what? I am not a mage." Chu, incensed by her words, erupted, "Don't be ridiculous. Do you really think I am unaware that you are a second-tier mage?" At this, Leah narrowed her eyes. She discreetly summoned her mage's hand, yet it yielded no results. "I must admit, your tactics are commendable. You are more suited to be the lord of the Clavenna territory than Victor. However, you shall remain here today." As she spoke, the barrier shimmered with ripples, and several armed warriors materialized from thin air. Within this realm where magic was rendered useless, warriors relying on their physical prowess would undoubtedly pose the most formidable challenge for them. Chu laughed maniacally, brandishing his weapon, ready to slaughter everyone within the barrier. Leah yawned, somewhat bored. "Is this all? There are not thousands but certainly hundreds of knights lurking nearby. I merely need to send a subtle signal. The cavalry would instantly obliterate this group of warriors." Yet, aside from her, no one else was privy to this fact. Leon appeared anxious, whispering to Leah, "Miss Leah, please prepare for an escape. We will fight to the death to carve a path for your departure." With that, she drew 2 daggers from her waist.
Assuming la combattance.
Leah furrowed her brow, on the verge of responding, when suddenly, the mage's hand in her grasp began to radiate warmth. Once the mage's hand draws near to its source of power, it becomes attuned to it. Thus, Leon remained perfectly still. Leah wore a confident smile, and amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, she calmly declared, "Someone has come to retrieve us." Buzz! A cerulean magic circle suddenly illuminated outside the barrier, its vast expanse enveloping the entire perimeter. An astonishing aura of magic surged forth, and in an instant, the array disregarded the impediment of the anti-magic stones, transporting everyone within the barrier, save for Chur and his subordinates, far away. A flash of white light enveloped them, and when Laya opened her eyes again, they found themselves on a hillside beyond the barrier. Except for her, everyone gazed around in bewilderment, seemingly struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Laya took a few steps forward, casting her gaze towards the barrier. Within, a familiar figure emerged, clad in a black trench coat. He stood with his back to her, the luminescence in his hand fading, signaling the teleportation magic he had just cast. Victor's voice resonated from within the barrier. The kingdom's specialty, the anti-magic stone, proves effective against mages, yet it bears a conspicuous flaw. If a mage is beyond its confines, they can still wield magic from a distance, affecting the interior limited by the anti-magic stones. In other words, had I desired, your barrier of anti-magic stones would have been shattered by my magic in that very moment. Chu, observing the uninvited guest, tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, cautiously fixating on the newcomer. He vociferously inquired, "Who are you?" Victor then elegantly bowed towards him, stating, "I am Victor. I have heard that you were seeking me."